Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Ash, the Iron Trainer. King of the Garden. Previously on Ash the Iron Trainer. And then there was this thing that was the most surprising and shocking out of seeing the three legendary birds of Kanto in the cave. It was like a small group of fireflies or something that were moving around a certain spot, causing it to glow. When Ash and Serena noticed that the three legendary Pokémon hadn't moved an inch since they arrived and labeled them by name, they noticed that the three were starting at the site. They went to get closer when. Welcome Chosen One, Special One, welcome to our home. Our true home. That voice from before was even clearer and true than ever before. This has to be where it was coming from. Who are you? Have you always looked like this? Ash said boldly while Serena was hiding behind him, frightened by the sight and how it is somehow speaking. Unfortunately, I cannot show my true form. It is locked out of this sacred region by the barrier of passing. Articuno, Zapdos and Moltres were the only ones that arrived before it settled. The voice spoke and Ash had to think on what it meant until. You mean the fog that I fell into from the SS and is now surrounding Kalos? Ash proclaimed. Indeed. The barrier of passing is in the form of a fog to all lifeforms and only the Creator has the power to remove it and restore the passing of time between this scared land and the rest of the world's ocean. So what about your name? Can't you at least tell us that much? Ash asked, taking all this in. No. A high force and authority, one that I can't deny or anyone else with all their own might. I am under orders to only guide you while not revealing too much about the world. You will find it all out here in this region and in the distant future Chosen One. The same voice explained and Ash felt a little disappointed that he was listening to a voice belonging to someone who is refusing to reveal its name. I don't know what is it with this Chosen One stuff but tell us this. And we are not going anywhere until he get a better answer than all this. Ash bravely said into the unknown creature that is speaking to them. How is taking to a faceless creature who can't even reveal its name going to help us? You probably aren't going to say who caused the fog around Kalos. The voice was silent but the trainers could tell that it is still there. Yes, I can't. And to answer your primary question, you were brought here to learn that there is a terrible force of evil and a hunted force of good in this scared land. Now they are both trapped by the barrier of passing, the world will soon fall in disaster due to the imbalance. You are to face them both and complete a piece of your destiny, with the help of Articuno, Zapdos and Moltres. You mean that this won't be the last time I will come across any of this? Why must I run into danger everywhere I go and drag my friends into the mess? Ash yelled. Am I the Chosen One, as in the person who can never have a day without trouble? Whatever or not you accept all this Chosen One, it is your destiny that started the day you were born. And fate is making sure that it fulfilled, no matter what you do. That same voice said. But if you save this region and protect it, then you will soon free this scared region and continue on your life journey and learn more about your destiny. Good luck and we will meet again Chosen One, Special One. And after Ash, Serena and Pikachu left the sea spirit's den with the help of Lapras, the cave closed up and the traveling trainers and Pokémon never saw the three majestic birds or heard from that unknown voice ever again. Not until their times in Kalos is over and it will be in the other corners of the world. The Pokémon world that will never stop revealing secrets to all those who are bold and determined enough to seek the truth. Sir. Ash asked another fisherman. Is this Coumarine City? If you asking then you too must be trainers wanting to challenge the Coumarine City gym. He said while Serena just shook her head. She is a trainer but she is more interested in the battle chateau than Pokémon gyms. I am interested to hear about it myself. Ash said to be honest and the fisherman said that they were in the harbor half of the city. The other half that had the Pokémon Center and the Pokémon Gym was connected by a monorail system. Thank you sir. We're off. And once the two trainers found the station for the monorail, they had a surprise. Professor Sycamore. Diantha. The two said figures of the Kalos Pokémon League looked to see Ash and Serena look in disbelief. Running into the Pokémon professor is something alright since a beginning trainer will do at the start of their journey across their home region. But meeting the champion before defeating the Elite Four was special and something that most trainers will give up their status for even a mere 5 minutes to be with Diantha. Hello Ash and Serena. Sure has been a while. Not since we were all in my lab in Lumio City. Sycamore was certainly still the same, as cheerily, loud but friendly as ever. I was merely taking with Diantha about Mega Evolution. Then can we be part of it since we did come from Route 12 and before that, I battled in the Shalar City gym. Ash said and Sycamore nodded like a professor listening to a student following his lecture to the very word. Of course. The granddaughter of Gherkin, master of Mega Evolution and Fighting-type Pokémon. And both of them are said to be descendants of the trainer who first discovered Mega Evolution with his Lucario being the first to undergo the process. Sycamore was sure excited about all this. That sounds about right, Professor. Ash said, so what brings the champion all the way out here? Would you rather be in your favorite restaurant like where we first met? Serena was still speechless by the encounter. She still hadn't gotten over the time they met Diantha back in the Café Soleil. Well darling Professor Sycamore wanted to hear a little I know about Mega Evolution since my signature Pokémon can transform like so. Diantha said in a classy yet friendly tone. So how far are you young trainers? How many gym battles have you won? Serena is more interested in the battle Chateau Diantha. Ash corrected her and then took out his Kalos badge case to show 3 badges he has so far. Check it out. And only a week or 2 since you signed up. Not looking bad. And I am sure that you heard that this city, Coumarine, has a Pokémon gym? Ash nodded. Then here is the best bit of advice I can give. The gym leader, Ramos, specializes in grass-type Pokémon. But his Pokémon have always taken overconfident trainers by surprise. They all think that grass types is one of the weakest of Pokémon types. I don't care about if a typing is stronger than another. Ash said sternly. I am going against a gym leader so I can't afford to get overconfident. Diantha loved to see just conviction and focus in the eyes of a trainer like Ash. Then I wish you luck and I will love to hear back from Ramos about your match. The gym leaders you battled before all said that you were a good challenge Ash. Diantha then politely excused herself from the station. You can breathe now Serena, Diantha has left. Ash said and his companion was a little deflated, probably because one of her idols barely talked to her, but since she couldn't bring herself to speak in Diantha's presence. Thanks Ash. Now can we get to where the Pokémon Center is? Ash nodded before going to the counter and asked for a passage of 2 to the other station. The trip was slow and allowed the 2 trainers to get a good glimpse of the surroundings between the 2 monorail stations. When they got there, a pair of twins shared a handy little device to be given to a Pokémon, the metronome. As long as a Pokémon holds it, a single move gets stronger the more times it is used in a row. Ash preferred to only use it for his more latest Pokémon since he could see that the move Taunt is the enemy of the metronome, it won't matter when the Pokémon can't use the same move twice. So how about we go and meet Ramos early while Nurse Joy is looking after our Pokémon? Ash asked and Serena nodded. They always seem to run into the gym leaders before even entering the gym buildings. Might as well not break the cycle so soon. Hey look. Serena pointed out, just when Ash was about to miss her voice. There is a field filled with grass-type Pokémon. He could be there. Ash smiled at how excited Serena was, she seemed to be like a little kid again, and thankfully, it only made Serena look a little cuter than usual. Can't hurt to check it out. Ash said, lifting himself over the railings and helping Serena get in like how a gentleman is. And as they got deeper into the field, making sure not to upset any of the grass-type Pokémon, excuse me. The 2 trainers flinched to hear an elderly but stern voice call out to them. I thought I put up signs that say to stay out until I give permission. Serena was feeling a little scared so Ash was left to do the talking. Sorry sir, but the fence we climbed over didn't have such a sign nearby. In fact, we couldn't find another way in, so we had to go over the fence over there. Ash hadn't turned to face who caught them in the field, and only pointed into the opposite direction they were walking in. I guess so, but at least tell me why you are here. That same voice spoke. We had a long journey and yet a lot of time to kill while Nurse Joy helps our Pokémon. We wanted to meet the gym leader of this city, Ramos. Ash said, and then they both heard a chuckle that only one's grandfather can make. Ramos. That's my name and I am the gym leader here in Coumarine City. This gave Ash and Serena enough reason to finally turn around to see an elderly man wearing something of a gardener's clothes and a pair of oversized clippers attached to the backside of his belt. And he was riding some kind of Pokémon that was like a goat that had leaves for its mane and fur. And this is my signature Pokémon, Gogoat. Ramos said, and the trainers hurried to scan it. Gogoat, the Mount Pokémon and the evolved form of Skiddo. Gogoat is able to sense its trainer's feelings by detecting small changes in the grip on its horns. This allows both trainer and Pokémon to move together as one. Gogoat are quadruped, hoofed Pokémon similar to goats. They are covered in fluffy, brown fur that is dark across the back and light around the belly and legs. Around their neck, they have a thick, green leafy mane that extends down their spine and ends in a short tail. The fur on their face is white with fluffier fur on their chin. They have a black nose and red eyes with white pupils. The eyes are surrounded by a black marking. The top of their head is dark brown and has two long, curving, black horns that extend over their back. The fur on their legs is shorter than the rest of their body, dark brown on the upper leg, and white around the feet. Each foot ends in a cloven, brownish-orange hoof. Gogoat has the ability to sense the feelings of whoever grips its horns. This ability is so acute that it can move as if it and its rider were one being. Wild Gogoat live in mountainous regions and choose their leader by locking horns. And what are your names, little sprouts? Ramos asked. It is not little sprouts, it is Ash Ketchum. And this Serena. We are on a journey for the Kalos League and the Battle Chateau respectively. Ash did the introductions and Serena could only nod in agreement. Oh well. I guess that you, little sprout, will want to challenge me? Ramos said. Diantha did say you were the gym leader and I do need 8 gym badges to try for the league. Ash said, and Ramos chuckled as a reply. Then, anytime you feel like, I will love to accept your challenge. The Coumarine City Gym is all the way at the top of the hill you were hiking up. It may be a long trip, but it has been this way for as long as I've been the gym leader. Ramos said. I don't mind as long as you won't mind Serena watching. Because I will never be bothered. Ash said, and Serena just nuzzled against him for that last comment. Ramos chuckled at how lovely young love always seems to be. XXXXX. And after some last-minute training, with the occasional breaks in between, Ash decided that it was time to try out the Coumarine City Gym. He had seen how Ramos is connected to grass-type Pokémon, so this will be a fight once in a gym leader's backyard. It wouldn't be easy. It was a long trip indeed, and Ash had found himself carrying Serena up the rest of the way. He was surprised by how light his companion felt but didn't mind as long as Serena was comfortable. Too bad, Ash had to see a pout on Serena's face when they reached the gym, so he had to let her off his back so he can have his gym battle. The battle between gym leader of Coumarine City Ramos and challenger Ash Ketchum will now get underway. Will both trainers please release their first Pokémon? A referee that wore somewhat of a Green Ranger's clothes announced. Let's begin a little light, Jumpluff. Jumpluff, the cottonweed Pokémon. Jumpluff drifts around the world with the seasonal winds. It releases cottony spores as it travels. Jumpluff is a round, blue Pokémon with red beady eyes and small, round feet and tail. 3 cotton puffs, almost as large as the body itself, extend off it, 1 on each arm, and 1 on top of its head. These puffs produce cotton spores that it can use to float in the air, and it can control its flight even in a hurricane. 3 to 4 leaves grow at the base of the top puff. Jumpluff drifts on seasonal winds and can use its spores to masterfully maneuver itself around the globe. It will spread spores as it floats around to create offspring. It descends if it encounters cold air currents while it is floating. Though it spends a good amount of time in the air, it is commonly spotted above open grasslands, as there is an abundance of breezes in areas free of trees, so the spores have space to be blown. A grass and flying type, huh? Ash remarked. I have a flying type of my own. Go, Fletchinder. Ash decided to go with his fire and flying type Pokémon that he caught shortly before his first match in Kalos. Now that both trainers have chosen this first Pokémon, battle begin. The referee announced. And Ramos decided to go for the first move. Jumpluff, please use Sunny Day. Compared to the gym leaders before, Ramos is certainly calmer, a lot like how very experienced and skilled trainers are in their battles, not rushing in but made an effort to learn about their latest opponent. And Jumpluff raised its arms upward until the sun gaze grew until it became somewhat unbearable inside the gym. Use Flamethrower Fletchinder. Ash was wondering why Ramos will risk his grass-type Pokémon by using a move that enhanced fire-type moves. And his gut feeling was spot on when Jumpluff somehow had a large boost in speed and agility to dodge that flamethrower. It is chlorophyll, right Ramos? The gym leader smiled at the remark. Ash was nothing like the other trainers he remembers fighting many times before, and he can remember every single one of them. Yes, young Ash. That was still somewhat like how Ramos addressed trainers younger than him, but Ash didn't complain. My Jumpluff's ability is chlorophyll, in which will grant a sharp increase in speed when under direct sunlight. That is why I trained my Pokémon to use Sunny Day. Okay then, use Flame Charge. Ash commanded, and while Fletchinder still wasn't able to hit Jumpluff, the fire and flying type still gained its own speed boost. Keep it up until you hit Jumpluff. Fletchinder did just that and was about to match Jumpluff in speed when Cotton Guard. Ramos said, and Jumpluff then covered itself with a blanket of cotton from the end of its arms. And when Fletchinder did land that flame charge, he barely even burned Jumpluff. Now my Jumpluff's speed has been increased and so has its defense. It is time. Use Solar Beam. Serena was amazed and shocked. She knew about Solar Beam's prolonged need to charge up until it can be used. But not this time. Jumpluff was able to gather its grass-type energy in barely any time at all to hit Fletchinder with a bright beam of green energy. Charge up your flame charge. Ash suddenly shouted, which was a curious request, but Fletchinder had nothing to lose, so he initiated flame charge but didn't move an inch while Solar Beam was still pressing against its body. What Fletchinder felt like his body was charging up and the flames were burning away Solar Beam's energy. Now go. Fletchinder widened his eyes from charging up and felt like nothing can slow him down, and the Ember Pokémon actually flew right through the Solar Beam and landed a super effective hit on Jumpluff. Now use Flame Burst. With his target in close proximity, there was no room for the move to miss the Cottonweed Pokémon. And Jumpluff went down in flames like so. Jumpluff is unable to battle. Fletchinder wins. The referee announced while Ramos returned the Cottonweed Pokémon to its ball. And Ash returned his own Pokémon back into its ball as well. Come forth, Weepinbell. Weepinbell, the Flycatcher Pokémon. Weepinbell looks like a plant and covers opponents with a poisonous powder in order to catch them. Weepinbell has a yellow, bell-shaped body with a single green leaf on either side. It uses these razor-sharp leaves to slice up prey. It has a wide, gaping mouth with pink lips. Above Weepinbell's circular eyes is a pattern of 3 small green spots and small hook-shaped stem. Weepinbell camouflages itself as a plant in the forest whilst awaiting an unwary victim. When its prey draws near, it sprays toxic pollen to immobilize the target before melting it with its internal acids. It oozes a neutralizing fluid that prevents these internal acids from melting its own body. Weepinbell live in forests and tropical jungles where it hangs from tree branches by its stem to sleep. If it moves around during sleep, Weepinbell may slip and awaken to find itself on the ground. Just like the Victory Bell from a team of JRKS back in Kanto. Ash remarked, and Serena just had to look this up in his Pokédex while trying not to distract Ash. Victreebel, the flycatcher Pokémon. Victreebel has a long vine that extends from its head. This vine is waved and flicked about as if it were an animal to attract prey. When an unsuspecting prey draws near, this Pokémon swallows it whole. Victreebel has a bell-shaped body with a gaping mouth that has 2 sharp teeth. Its semicircular eyes appear directly under its mouth, and it has several dark green spots on its body. Covering Victreebel's mouth is a leaf with a long, brown, yellow-tipped vine growing out of it. The vine is flicked to mimic an animal in order to attract prey. Victreebel also produces a sweet scent to further aid in luring its victims. Acid that has dissolved numerous prey animals becomes sweeter and even more effective at attracting prey. It can be found in small groups and is territorial. Victreebel has been shown to hoard food, usually small birds and rodents, and collect leaf stones to perform evolution rituals at night to help Weepinbell become more Victreebel. Victreebel lives in forests, as well as tropical jungles. Here is my Pokémon, Pharaoh Seed. Ash took out his Thorn Seed Pokémon, which was a wise move. Pharaoh Seed is a Steel-type Pokémon, so it will be immune to any Poison-type move used by a Poison type like Weepinbell. Also, it is a Grass type, so it is at least resistant to Grass-type moves from Ramos's Pokémon. Battle begin. The referee made the call. Use Curse. Ash acted first, and Pharaoh Seed had lost a little more speed but received a boost in attack and defense power. Poison Puff. Ramos foolishly said, and like what the rules about type relationships say, the Poison type move didn't have an effect on Pharaoh Seed. Euro Ball. Pharaoh Seed then used the effects of Curse to its advantage once again and landed a lot of damage to Weepinbell. Grass Knot. Ramos finally came up with a way to stop Pharaoh Seed. And while Weepinbell did receive a little more damage, Pharaoh Seed found itself in the dirt, barely able to get out. Giga Drain from your back. Ash then said, and that was a curious move since it will do barely any damage to a grass and poison type like Weepinbell. Now use Self-Destruct. By the painful look on Ash's face, he doesn't always do such tactics, asking of his Pokémon to cause themselves to faint for his victories. But it worked, as Ash's Pokémon fainted as well as Ramos's Weepinbell from the force of Self-Destruct. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. This stage is a draw. Go, Gogoat. Ramos chuckled and released the same Pokémon he was riding when he first met Ash. It is your turn, Darren. Ash could have used any of the 4 Pokémon that he found as eggs in this match. After all, Steel types are resistant to Grass-type moves. But maybe it is because Darren is the best one of them all to use, since she is also a Bug type. Very well, young Sprout. Use Razor Leaf. Gogoat shook its mane and sent some leaves flying like edged boomerangs at Darren. Iron Defense. Ash called out, and when Durant's body shined, she was able to take the Razor Leaf. Rock Polish. Ash commanded Darren to shave off anything weighing her down so that his Iron Ant Pokémon is not only tougher but faster as well. Vine Whip. Ramos said, and his Gogoat sent out a pair of vines that were heading towards Darren. Use Bug Bite and don't hold back. Ash said simply, and Darren used her new speed to bite on Gogoat's vines until she got to the real thing, whom she dealt incredible damage. Shake Darren off and use Leech Seed. Dodge with agility. Ash quickly counteracted Ramos, and now his Pokémon is now as nimble as she is tough and fast. Now use X-Scissor. Use Grass Knot. While not like with Ash's Pharaoh Seed, Darren only got a little amount of damage and got up before retreating back in front of her trainer. Now use Horn Leech. Iron Head. Ash called out, and Darren charged with energy channeled into her forehead, so it is extra hard, more than when she used Iron Defense. And Darren used her enhanced power to act like the arrow from a crossbow that made past Gogoat's charging, glowing horns. Splendid, young Ash. Now use Vine Whip. Ash gasped. He hadn't thought on how to get Darren away from Gogoat after using Iron Head. Then use Leech Seed and Horn Leech. With that combo, Durant felt the seeds eating at her health until she was sent high into the air by Gogot's horns. Finish with energy ball. Durant. Ash called out when that ball of grass-type energy had hit his Pokémon was struggling through the pain of Leech Seed to worry about the energy ball attack. But even with all that, Durant was still conscious. Give it all for a guillotine. Durant felt like she was about to pass out until she heard her trainer's voice. She then managed to get her focus and channeled energy into her pincers to grow in size and glow in bright white. Stop it with Razor Leaf. Ramos said, but when Gogot did use such a move, it barely even slowed Durant down and the Iron Ant landed on her target. Gogot is unable to battle. Durant wins. The referee declared while the gym leader returned his Pokémon to its ball until he had that eye smile again. Splendid. But like you young sprouts, I have one more trick up my sleeve and you will be the first trainers to witness my true ace in the hole. Ramos said before taking out a fourth Pokeball. Ash quickly scanned it while he had the chance. Gourgeist, the pumpkin Pokémon, and the evolved form of Pumpkaboo. Gourgeist wander through town at the new moon, surrounding their prey with their arms which resemble hair. Gourgeist is a bipedal, pumpkin Pokémon. Its body is a black pumpkin with two short, stubby feet. There is a face carved into this pumpkin, having triangular eyes and a half-circle mouth, completed with a spike protruding from the top of the mouth. Above this pumpkin is the head, which is tall, slender, and orange in color. At the top of the head is the face, which has yellow eyes and a small mouth with no nose present. The mouth has two sharp fangs, with an absence of other visible teeth. It is completed with its peach-colored hair, which down the sides develops limbs. The hair contains bangs which usually cover one eye. The top of its hair contains a crescent shape, which is peach-colored on the outside and black on the inside. They come in many sizes, the smallest being no more than 2 feet 4 inches or 0.7 m, while the largest are 5 feet 7 inches, or 1.7 m. This one seemed to be more like the average size, with 2 feet 11 inches, or 0.9 m. Gourgeist are malevolent Pokémon that catch their prey in their hair-like arms and take delight in their victims' suffering. On moonless nights, they are known to wander through town streets, singing an eerie song that curses its unfortunate listeners. It and its pre-evolution, Pumpkaboo, are the only known Pokémon that can learn Trick or Treat. Are you up for more, Durant? Ash asked, and everyone was wondering about this. This is because he had been switching out Pokémon since this gym battle started. And when she nodded, okay. Use Iron Head. Durant charged for Gourgeist and landed that hit on it. Now use Fury Cutter. Durant then sliced at Gourgeist and then again, only slightly stronger, thus adding a lot more damage if it continues. Gourgeist, Trick or Treat. Ramos said, and Durant then halted in her Fury Cutter to feel like she was suddenly in a dark world with spirits around her. Use Shadow Ball. Ramos said, and Gourgeist then launched a ball of ghost-type energy that was actually super effective. Ash had to look up this move in his Pokédex. That was the other useful feature of the device. Trick or Treat, a ghost-type status move. The user takes the target trick-or-treating. This adds the ghost type to the target's typing. Ash realized that his Durant is now a bug steel ghost-type Pokémon now, and Durant has no typing that helps with this development. Use Crunch. Ash shouted, and Durant regained her focus to charge with her pincers covered in some kind of dark energy. But Shadow Sneak. Ramos commanded, and Gourgeist vanished into a shadow cast over the ground, and hit Durant instead. Shadow Ball. Dodge and use Iron Head. Ash then got Durant back in the game, and she did manage to dodge the otherwise devastating Shadow Ball. And Gourgeist got hit by a move that was granted STAB by Durant's typing. Metal Claw and then X-Scissor. Durant was able to use both moves under a few seconds, and Gourgeist was down to a little under half its health since it started to feel the pain and fainted. Very nice comeback, Ash. You don't give up, and your conviction is not to be mistaken for foolish bravery. But like I said, Gourgeist is my ace in the hole, and it has a power that I am sure you are familiar with. When Ramos said that last remark, Ash noticed a certain glint about Ramos's oversized clippers. He didn't notice because Ramos only showed the other side during the entire match. But there was a jewel-like stone on the side Ash was not able to see. It was a keystone. Indeed. Ramos smiled creepily at Ash's look of shock and then tapped the keystone, which glowed with the energy that Ash had been seeing when Mega Evolution is about to start. And Ramos's Gourgeist then glowed with the same color as the other Pokémon who Mega evolved from Ash's experience. As soon as Gourgeist had completed its Mega Evolution, it looked entirely different. Most of its body is merely one giant jack-o'-lantern that still has the vines of a pumpkin patch attached to the bottom. On top of the jack-o'-lantern is a large flame that flickered like a candle in its holder, right in the center, while the surrounding pumpkin skin had vine and sprouts in irregular spaces. Finally, inside the jack-o'-lantern was a familiar, small figurehead that was like the upper half of the normal Gourgeist as part of the substance, which was like melted candle wax. All in all, it was like this Pokémon was one of the impossible combos, grass and fire. Ash hurried to scan this new Pokémon. Now this Pokémon has undergone its Mega Evolution, its typing is now grass and fire. And its ability is now called Candlelit, which causes fire-type and grass-type moves to not do any damage and instead heals the Pokémon while increasing its attack and special attack power. Indeed, so now use Fire Blast. Ramos said, and the Mega Gourgeist built up a flame in its body that is shaped like a giant jack-o'-lantern and released the flames in the kanji for fire, like it was throwing up. Darren saw it coming and tried to move out of the way, but the impact for the fire-type move to the ground had sent the Iron Ant Pokémon flying. Gourgeist can use fire-type moves. Ash had never considered it before. Indeed, and that is my theory as to how Gourgeist can become a grass and fire type once it Mega evolves. Ramos replied, use Flamethrower and keep it up. Ramos asked of his Mega evolved Pokémon to act like an arsonist by using its Flamethrower attack to spread flames around the battlefield, narrowing the amount of space that Darren has until she is hit. And when Darren was cornered, use your new dig move. Darren then found plenty of room to move underground. But the joy was short-lived. Use Shadow Ball into the tunnel. Mega Gourgeist sent a ball of ghostly energy into the tunnels that Darren is making in order to corner the Iron Ant Pokémon again. Use Iron Head from underneath. Darren then emerged and escaped the Shadow Ball to hit Mega Gourgeist. But it was not be good for Darren when Mega Gourgeist caught her by the neck. Use Pain Split on Darren. Pain Split was a useful move if used at the right time. It can help a Pokémon with less than a quarter of their max health make a comeback and deal some damage to even an overwhelming foe. But it can also cause the same in reversed roles. Darren felt like their souls were ripped from their bodies and shared both damage and health. Get out with Bug Bite. Darren was glad to hear her trainer's voice and got out of Gourgeist's grasp. Now return. Ash commanded, which was easy since Darren was too tired to say otherwise. Go, Fletchinder. Ash took out a Pokémon who can stand up for a better chance against a grass and fire type Pokémon like Mega Gourgeist. Use Peck. Fletchinder was a natural at speed and it seems that Mega Gourgeist is barely any faster than at normal form. Now use Sunny Day. Everyone almost forgot that the Sunny Day used by Ramos at the start of the match had long died down and now two fire types will duke it out under the sun's rays. Synthesis. This also allowed Mega Gourgeist to almost fully recover its health. Until Natural Gift. Ash called out since he had equipped his Fletchinder with an Oran Berry prior to the entire match. He heard about the effects and power of Natural Gift is all about the berry the user is holding. Rather than trying for a fire-type natural gift, Ash cleverly went for the Oran Berry since it creates a poison-type natural gift attack. And poison used to do only normal damage to Gourgeist when it was part ghost, but now it is part fire. This Pokémon gets the weakness to poison that grass types share. And then acrobatics. Ash called out for his Fletchinder to move and peck at Mega Gourgeist, who was still weak to flying-type moves with its typing. And since Fletchinder's berry has been fully consumed by natural gift being used earlier, it has been doubled in power. Pain Split. Yet Fletchinder's efforts were cut in half when Mega Gourgeist used the normal type status move that combined and cut the health of both Pokémon and shared it with both of them. Now use Trick or Treat and then Shadow Ball. It was too bad that Fletchinder wasn't as fast as when he was first sent out in this gym battle. He couldn't get out of the status move that caused the Shadow Ball to be doubled in power when it became a super effective move. But as everyone waited for the dust around Fletchinder to drift away, a light emerged from it first. It was the bright light that came when a Pokémon was evolving. When the light finally died, Fletchinder was no more. In its place was a beautiful specimen of a flying type. Fletchinder, you evolved into Talonflame. Ash said in his excitement and took out his Pokédex. Talonflame, the scorching Pokémon and the evolved form of Fletchinder. During an intense battle, Talonflame expels embers from gaps between its feathers. It reaches speeds of more than 300 miles per hour chasing prey. Talonflame is an avian Pokémon that closely resembles a falcon. Its plumage is predominantly red-orange, with gray underparts and black tips on its long, pointed wings. Ovular orange spots dot its underside, and flame patterns mark the boundaries between colors on its body. Large yellow talons extend from the shaggy feathers on its legs. Talonflame has a pointed crest atop its head and a black and yellow mask-like pattern around its eyes. Its black beak is hooked with a yellow sear. It also has long black tail feathers marked with 3 yellow V shapes. The tail ends in 2 points and has another feather sticking out of the base on each side, giving the impression of the fletching on the end of an arrow. When battling, Talonflame dives at foes, reaching speeds of 310 miles per hour, and then attacks with devastating kicks. It showers embers from its feathers as it soars through the sky. Amazing! Ash was in awe at the beautiful sight of his Pokémon. Now use you Roost and then Aerial Ace. Talonflame settled down on the ground for only a few seconds to regain half of his max health before going in for an attack that couldn't be dodged. But as Talonflame returned to his spot in front of Ash, the trainer scanned his new Pokémon again and it said, "This Pokémon has retained purely fire and flying typing after the evolution negated the effects of Trick or Treat." Ash and Serena were surprised to hear that Pokémon evolution has the power to cancel moves like Trick or Treat. Ramos just chuckled at their expressions while the referee didn't say a word. Use Acrobatics. Ash called out and Talonflame was unstopped in his barrage of attacks. Now use Flail. Talonflame then attacked like crazy with the normal type move that is stronger with the less health left the user has. Shadow Ball. Me first. Ash quickly counteracted that move with another that is actually quite complicated to describe. It's supposed to help a Pokémon use the move of another Pokémon before that second Pokémon does, if the first Pokémon was faster than the second. And Talonflame had summoned that Shadow Ball for him to use instead of Mega Gourgeist. Well then Sprout, you have me in a bind, but let's see if you can survive this last resort move. Ramos said in an honest tone. Explosion. Ash gasped at the sound of that move. No way would Talonflame can make it through that powerful normal type attack. Protect. Both trainers commanded and the battlefield was covered in dust so no one, not even the referee, could see the outcome. When the dust finally settled, it seems that, besides the fallen form of the gym leader's mega evolved Pokémon, was Ash's Talonflame that was also on the ground and barely moving. But the referee could see that Ash's Talonflame was not out of his lights and made the verdict. Gourgeist is unable to battle. Talonflame wins. And the winner of the match is the challenger, Ash Ketchum. XXXXX. When the match was over, Ash moved from his spot as the challenger on the field to consult his new and evolved Pokémon. Thank you Talonflame, you have us our next badge and helped us finish another step towards the top. Ash. Serena hurried from the stands to hug her companion and hugged him for the amazingly exciting match. Ash. Both of the trainers and Pokémon present saw that Ramos was back and with a case that had the badge of the Coumarine City Gym. The badge was shaped like a leaf, with the veins forming the shape of a plant. Here. You deserve it. Thank you Ramos. Ash said quietly and took the badge, to place it in the furthest right slot on the top. Also, Ash and company were about to leave the gym when they saw that Ramos had his Gurgias next to him, only having enough energy to stay awake and on its feet. Then the pumpkin Pokémon used its arms to reveal its Mega Stone that was hidden on its forehead, under its hairstyle. I haven't told anyone until you two, but there were 2 Mega Stones that can cause Gurgias to Mega Evolve. I want you to have both a copy of the stone I use with my Gurgiast, Gurgity X, and the second one that is named Gurgite Y. 1. Whoa. Ash said for the lack of a better response. But why haven't you told anyone about it? Was it that big of a deal to keep silent? It is just how I am, Ash. Ramos said, finally using just the trainer's name. I don't care if you tell Professor Sycamore the next time you see him, but I don't prefer the publicly of discoveries. They will just disturb my gardens and green fields. I just wish the secrecy and serenity that brings peace to me and my grass-type Pokémon. Okay, Ramos. Ash said, understanding the gym leader's reasons, as he loves the peace in his neighborhood that can be described as that of a farmer's. And Serena nodded. She lived in modest times despite her mother's fame. Thank you, Ramos, we will use your gifts well and let you know what we tell Professor Sycamore. Okay, young trainers, have a nice day. Ramos said while Ash found himself carrying Serena again, but also with Talonflame on his shoulder. To the opposite her female companion was resting her head on. But the young trainer surprised himself by feeling no displeasure on the trail even down the tall hill. It seemed that they will be well on their way to the next gym once a trip to the Pokémon Center was in order. But it wasn't to be. Sorry kids. There is this power failure in the Kalos power plant, so you can't challenge the Lumio City gym just yet. A worker by the entrance to Route 13 brought the bad news nice and hard. But we will let you know when the power is back up. Have a nice day. End of Chapter 12. Ash, the Iron Trainer. Route 13, Trail of Thunder and Terrible Terrain. Previously on Ash the Iron Trainer. When the match was over, Ash moved from his spot as the challenger on the field to consult his new and evolved Pokémon. Thank you, Talonflame, you have us our next badge and helped us finish another step towards the top. Ash. Serena hurried from the stands to hug her companion and hugged him for the amazingly exciting match. Ash. Both of the trainers and Pokémon present saw that Ramos was back and with a case that had the badge of the Coumarine City Gym. The badge was shaped like a leaf, with the veins forming the shape of a plant. Here. You deserve it. Thank you, Ramos. Ash said quietly and took the badge, to place it in the furthest right slot on the top. Also, Ash and company were about to leave the gym when they saw that Ramos had his Gurgias next to him, only having enough energy to stay awake and on its feet. Then the pumpkin Pokémon used its arms to reveal its Mega Stone that was hidden on its forehead, under its hairstyle. I haven't told anyone until you two, but there were 2 Mega Stones that can cause Gurgias to Mega Evolve. I want you to have both a copy of the stone I use with my Gurgiast, Gurgity X, and the second one that is named Gurgite Y. 1. Whoa. Ash said for the lack of a better response. But why haven't you told anyone about it? Was it that big of a deal to keep silent? It is just how I am, Ash. Ramos said, finally using just the trainer's name. I don't care if you tell Professor Sycamore the next time you see him, but I don't prefer the publicly of discoveries. They will just disturb my gardens and green fields. I just wish the secrecy and serenity that brings peace to me and my grass-type Pokémon. Okay, Ramos. Ash said, understanding the gym leader's reasons, as he loves the peace in his neighborhood that can be described as that of a farmer's. And Serena nodded. She lived in modest times despite her mother's fame. Thank you, Ramos, we will use your gifts well and let you know what we tell Professor Sycamore. Okay, young trainers, have a nice day. Ramos said while Ash found himself carrying Serena again, but also with Talonflame on his shoulder. To the opposite her female companion was resting her head on. But the young trainer surprised himself by feeling no displeasure on the trail even down the tall hill. It seemed that they will be well on their way to the next gym once a trip to the Pokémon Center was in order. But it wasn't to be, sorry kids. There is this power failure in the Kalos power plant, so you can't challenge the Lumio City gym just yet. A worker by the entrance to Route 13 brought the bad news nice and hard. But we will let you know when the power is back up. Have a nice day. Ash. Serena said with a pout when her best friend gently silenced her. Why are we doing this? He said that we need to wait. Serena was like a little kid who wanted to know why his idol was doing something she was told not to. I am sorry Serena, but with the league starting in only another 6 months, I can't wait. And my Pokémon were getting restless as it is after my gym battle. Ash said as they snuck past the same worker who told them to turn back. Once they got out of the tunnel, a barren landscape greeted the two trainers and lone Pikachu. Something of a desert for sure. It seems that nothing but ground types can live here. At least the intense sun can explain why the Kalos power plant was located here. It was the best place in the region for harassing solar power instead of fossil fuel. Also, the strong winds can be harvested through wind turbines that can be seen even through the dust-filled atmosphere. And when both trainers started to descend down the stairs to the desert, they did indeed encounter ground-type Pokémon. Quite fitting since Ash learned that the gym in Lumio City, the one that is currently closed, specializes in electric Pokémon, and all ground types are the only type to be immune to electric-type attacks and the only type that electric types are weak to. Doug Trio, the mole Pokémon. In battle, it digs through the ground and strikes the unsuspecting foe from an unexpected direction. Trapinch, the ant pit Pokémon. It lives in arid deserts. It makes a sloping pit trap in sand where it patiently awaits prey. Gibble, the land shark Pokémon. It nests in horizontal holes warmed by geothermal heat. Foes who get too close can expect to be pounced on and bitten. Then there were those hidden in rocks and were a little more of a challenge to find than to scan them. Graveler, the rock Pokémon and the evolved form of Geodude. With a free and uncaring nature, it doesn't mind if pieces break off while it rolls down mountains. Slugma, the lava Pokémon. A common sight in volcanic areas, it slowly slithers around in a constant search for warm places. And after that, there was only exploring left to do. That is until a scientist arrived. Hey kids! What in Kalos are you doing here? I thought they closed off this route because of the blackout in Lumio City. Serena looked a little nervous, but Ash had something in mind that might give him an edge in this heated conversation. Well, if it was that serious, then why was that guard at the Endurance taking a nap without a care in the world? He even looked bored when he told about this route. The scientist looked like he was going to explode. Never mind that. The two trainers and Pikachu braced for the next thing. I am out here in the sun, wind, and Pokémon because I was robbed. Of what? My power plant pass. It is the only way to get into the power plant, and now I am stuck out here without it. The scientist then stormed off, obviously looking for the pass. He wasn't going to be any help. Should we? Serena asked before Ash shook his head, silently interrupting her, all the while, holding a small blue card that had the words, Kalos Power Plant. If it is for the good of the region to stop whoever is doing this, then so be it. Ash said before he went into the direction of a large building with all the features of a power plant. Serena just sighed and followed after him. Oh. The pair of trainers then saw some in a uniform that rubbed them the wrong way, all red and red hair in the shape of a flare. It was a member of Team Flare from the Glittering Cave. Where is that pass I stole from that bum? I needed to get in with the rest of the guys. He won't find it. Ash then said to get that Team Flare grunt's attention. And neither will you. Ash then showed the pass, which got the grunt to growl. Now get out of our way. Not a chance, after what you done to us and our Pokémon. That grunt shouted and then took out a pair of Pokeballs, releasing Pokémon that neither trainer seen before yet. They scanned each of them. Houndoom, the dark Pokémon. Long ago, people imagined its eerie howls to be the call of the Grim Reaper. Houndoom is a quadruped, canine Pokémon that is mainly black with a long orange snout and an orange underbelly. It has small, red eyes and a black nose. Around its neck is a white band with a small skull-shaped pendant on its throat. There are 2 white bands on each of its ankles, as well as 3 rib-like ridges on its back. Houndoom has a long, skinny tail with a triangular tip and 3 clawed toes on each paw. On top of its head is a pair of long, curved gray horns. These horns are smaller on the female than the male. In a Houndoom pack, the one with its horns raked sharply towards the back serves a leadership role. Leadership is determined by fights within the pack. Its gut is full of toxins, which are used to create fire. This gives Houndoom's fire a foul odor and the wounds it inflicts will never heal. Houndoom appears near volcanic areas. Its howling induces shivering in other Pokémon, and often sends them scurrying back to their nests. Golbat, the bat Pokémon and the evolved form of Zubat. Once it bites, it will not stop draining energy from the victim even if it gets too heavy to fly. Golbat is a large, blue bat-like Pokémon with purple wing membranes. It has small eyes with slit pupils and a massive mouth containing 4 fangs. Females have smaller fangs than males. While its mouth seems to be otherwise empty, Golbat occasionally displays a long, purple tongue. Its pointed ears are tiny, and it has short legs with long, thin feet. It feeds on the blood of both Pokémon and humans, and is capable of drinking over 10 ounces of blood in one sitting. Golbat drinks so much blood, that its blood type will change to that of its victim following a feed. It is also gluttonous, occasionally gorging itself to the extent that it becomes too heavy to fly. Golbat is nocturnal, and can be found quite easily in caves. Skiddo, I need you. Ash took out the Mount Pokémon that had showed signs of evolving sometime soon. A few more battles and training will cause Skiddo to evolve into a Gogoat, just like Ramos's. Kangaskhan, come. Serena had a hard choice but went with the parent Pokémon for some more experience on both girls' accounts. This will be easy. Houndoom, Fire Fawn. Golbat, Air Slash. The Grunts Pokémon carried out their commands. Houndoom charged with its mouth filled with fire coating its teeth while Golbat ready to flap some strong and sharp winds. But Vine Whip to stop Houndoom. Fake out on Golbat. Skiddo was able to both avoid a super effective hit and halt Houndoom by clapping the dark Pokémon's mouth shut prematurely so Houndoom couldn't even bite its tongue. Meanwhile, Serena's Kangaskhan was able to move before Golbat and hit the bat Pokémon, but it ignored the priority move and still sent an air slash at Skiddo. But how? Serena always saw Fake Out beat a Pokémon, no matter how fast they are, and always get them to flinch. But this is the first time that the target was hit and didn't flinch. Inner focus. Ash said. Change of plans Skiddo. Swing Houndoom towards the grunt and use synthesis. Stop him with air slash. The grunt tried to intervene before Skiddo could regain health through synthesis. That was when Serena had an idea. Take that air slash while suing rage. Kangaskhan took that risky tactic and got hurt but the while getting her rage attack stronger as she was damaged while using that move. And Golbat had to receive the sharp end of the stick when Kangaskhan's rage attack did some pretty nasty damage. Okay Skiddo, use growth and then take down. Kangaskhan, Dizzy Punch. Skiddo then increased both his attack and special attack power with growth before charging a reckless attack at Houndoom. Meanwhile, Kangaskhan moved before a dazed Golbat could see her coming. Once Golbat was hit, it became confused when the Dizzy Punch hit. That does it. The grunt, like a child throwing a tantrum, stomped on the ground in a fit. Houndoom, use Bite. Golbat, pull yourself together and use Acrobatics. The grunt yelled at his Pokémon who barely can get up before attempting to do their commands. Skiddo, use Takedown. Kangaskhan, Mega Punch. The grunt screamed as both of his Pokémon were intercepted and defeated by Ash's Skiddo using takedown on Houndoom and Serena's Kangaskhan landing Mega Punch on a helplessly confused Golbat. "Now scram," Ash said, returning his Pokémon while Serena mirrored him in order to be as cool as he acted. The grunt just whimpered before a certain shadow came over his face. "And, let's just say he will have to explain where a certain pass went, and who stole it. XXXXX. Once inside the plant, there were Team Flare grunts everywhere they went. Around the corner, at the end of the hallways and especially in the main room of this plant. In a room that was the staff lounge and now used as a prison cell for the scientists and workmen that were ambushed and imprisoned by Team Flare. They all said that the blackout in Lumio City was because Team Flare shut down the power plant and were stealing all the electricity made with the solar and wind power on the route. Team Flare just never fully explained why they were doing all this. So Ash and Serena ventured further into the plant and had to battle grunts with Pokémon like the Houndoom and Golbat from outside and even the wild Scraggy and wild Krogunk they encountered on Route 5 and Route 7, respectively. Then there were these 3 new ones for the Pokédex. Mytiana, the Bite Pokémon. It will always obey the commands of a skilled trainer. Its behavior arises from its living in packs in ancient times. Mytiana is a quadruped Pokémon that is based on a hyena. Its body is a mixture of black and gray fur, with black lower legs, clawed feet and tail. It has dark, triangular streak patterns below its eyes, which have yellow sclera and red irises. Its ears are rhombus-shaped with dark insides, its nose is red, and it has gray paw pads. It has a shaggy mantle of black fur. Mytiana lives in a pack in the wild. As a member of this pack follows the orders of its leader and chases down prey. It gives obvious symbols when it is about to attack, as it starts to growl deeply and flattens its body. Mytiana defeats foes with perfectly coordinated teamwork. If its trainer is very experienced, it will always obey their orders. As depicted in the anime, Mytiana is prone to liking the faces of the people it is fond of as a dog would. This species lives in grassland areas. Swalot, the poison bag Pokémon and the evolved form of Gulpin. It swallows anything whole. It sweats toxic fluids from its follicles to douse foes. Swalot is a tall, purple, amorphous Pokémon. It has red, beady eyes and yellow whiskers. A female Swalot has shorter whiskers than a male. It has puckered lips and can fit an automobile tire its mouth. Its hands have 3 fingers. It has a single row of black rhombi running across its midsection, and can expand and contract its body at will. It is capable of swallowing anything whole, and can digest anything except its own stomach lining. It covers prey and opponents with powerful poison. It lives in grassy areas. And Leopard, the cruel Pokémon. Their beautiful form comes from the muscles they have developed. They run silently in the night. Leopard is a slender, purple feline Pokémon speckled with yellow rosettes. Its fur patterning is considered attractive to many trainers. It has a pink mask marking over its eyes, a pink nose, and small yellow markings over its green eyes. It has 2 pairs of long yellow whiskers, and a tufted yellow underside. Its lower legs are yellow, and each small paw has a pale pink pad. It has a long, curving tail with a sickle-like shape toward the tip. Leopard has well-developed muscles that allows it to run silently and strike opponents from behind. It has also been known to vanish and reappear without warning. They were tough Pokémon to beat before Ash and Serena pulled through. And a bonus is that Serena finally got the thrill of battling down and her Kangaskhan had gotten good moves down, moves like Crunch and Endure. Meanwhile, Ash's Skiddo had gotten a lot of battling experience and the time for evolution is now to the point that one more match will finally trigger it. But now they defeated every Team Flare grunt in the power plant, the building is still not freed. And when Ash and Serena finally made to heart of the plant, there were no grunts overlooking the machinery. One of them, a man, looked a lot flashier than the grunts and wore mostly white in addition to the red hairstyle. The other was a woman. And her outfit looked more modern than the outfit of the grunts. Her hair wasn't red and instead was a brown color, and it was all fashioned down instead in the shape of a flame. Lastly, her face was mostly concealed by a strange visor that looked like an air vent. So it was you two brats that have been beating our soldiers. I never thought that even with a small army of idiots, we still will have to fight. Shall we, Madame Aliana? The flashy man in white addressed the even weirder-looking woman like she was in a high status. Shut it, you are just a mere admin in Team Flare. I don't need to meddle in with a couple of brats. Aliana snapped and went back to her work, making sure that Kalos will never get any power to Lumio City. Okay. The admin muttered before taking a pokeball from his belt and revealing his own Houndoom. Unfortunately for him, Ash and Serena had already fought against plenty of them and this match was too short to fully describe it. All Ash need was a takedown attack. No. You miserable, arrogant fool. Aliana then voiced her disapproval of this humiliation. You are fired. Now the former admin looked down even more. As for you two, prepare to lose. Aliana then took out a Mitayana that obviously looked more trained and slightly stronger than the ones the grunts have. And with Skiddo still out and too excited to be returned, Ash motioned for Serena to leave this to him. Serena nodded, hoping that Ash knew what he was doing. So you are going against me with just a Skiddo, you scary face. Aliana shouted and her Pokémon growled and tightened its already intimidating face into one that made Skiddo lose his speed significantly. Don't worry Skiddo, use your new bulldoze. Ash called out and Skiddo somehow caused the iron beneath his feet to ripple and do some damage to Mitayana, slowing the dark Pokémon but not as much as its scary face. Use Bite. Aliana knew that her Pokémon was still faster and most of the time, the fastest Pokémon has the greatest chance to win their battles. Blind him with you Seed Bomb. Ash called out and Skiddo was able to blindside Mitayana with a barrage of seeds that exploded upon impact and contact. Assurance. Of course, Skiddo's Seed Bomb didn't give him enough distance to get away from that assurance attack. Send its flying with takedown. Swagger. Aliana then intercepted that takedown with a swagger, very annoying and deadly to an unlucky trainer. And when Skiddo was unfortunate to harm himself instead of Mitayana, assurance, again. And when Skiddo was sent flying hard back toward Ash, the trainer found himself speechless and unable to think of a move that will help Skiddo now. But he refused to give up hope and that paid off when Skiddo started to glow. What the hell is happening? Aliana said, trying to prevent the light from blinding her while everyone else did the same. Once the light died down, Skiddo was no more. In his place was an impressive-looking Goggoat that stood with pride and stability. The confusion from the swagger had actually faded during the evolution. Use synthesis while take down. Ash wanted to see what his Goggoat can really do. And he wasn't disappointed when Goggoat glowed green, which healed all the bruises and any other injury. All the while, Goggoat charged faster and stronger than ever before and landed a bad hit on the Mitayana that couldn't do a thing about this. Whoa, that wasn't takedown. Ash said as his Goggoat some recoil damage back, but the synthesis had cleaned that up before it expired. That was double edge. Goggoat heard the excitement and pride in Ash's voice and nodded in his direction. Let's see what else you. Leaf Blade. Goggoat smirked and then charged with his horns covered in energy that was in the shape of a big, green single blade. Use Swagger. Aliana foolishly tried to stop Goggoat, and while the new Mount Pokémon was made confused, he still hit his target. And with the bonus of dramatically increased attack power, Goggoat landed his victory over the enemy Mitayana. Aliana couldn't believe it, she was beaten by some kid who just happened to have his lame Skiddo evolve into a troublesome Goggoat. Hey! The Team Flare scientist looked up to see Goggoat, Ash and Serena all glaring at her with monstrous stares. Scram! Nobody wants to see you here now or ever. Beat it. A strategic retreat. That was to be the last Ash, Serena, or any of their Pokémon had ever heard of Team Flare in the Kalos power plant and for a while. Once the workers had fixed the wiring so Team Flare won't be stealing eye power, they rewarded Ash with a TM for flame charge. It went well with Ash's collection, which included one for power-up punch from Shalar City and one for grass knot from Coumarine City. The other TMs were for sale in the markets, but they were very expensive. But with that out of the way, Ash and Serena can challenge the Lumio City gym. Now with the power back on. But there was just this one last thing in the way. XXXXX. And while all this was happening, a couple pairs of eyes looked at Professor Sycamore's lab. And they were looking at a certain Pokémon inside, a Garchomp, which is the final evolution of the Pokémon Gible from Route. Garchomp is a bipedal draconian Pokémon that is primarily dark blue in color. It has red on its underbelly from the lower jaw to the middle of the abdomen, including the undersides of its arms. A patch of gold comes to a point below the red on its belly, and a golden star shape adorns the tip of its snout. Garchomp has horn-like appendages that resemble a jet or plane's engines, giving it an appearance similar to a hammerhead shark. Its large mouth features razor-sharp teeth. The feet have 3 white talons, and each arm has a single large, white claw for a hand. Curved fins sprout from the arms, creating wings that allow Garchomp to fly. It also has a large dorsal fin and another on its tail that resembles a shark tail fin. The male's dorsal fin has a notch on it. Pairs of small, white spikes protrude from its upper arms and legs, and there are gill-like slits on the sides of the neck. The eyes are intense, with black scaras and gold-colored irises. According to the Pokédex, Garchomp can fly at an incredible speed, helped by the fine scales on its body that reduce drag to catch its prey. Garchomp are cave dwellers, and are seldom seen in the wild. If our resources tell us that Garchomp can evolve, then we need this one for our cause. One of the Team Flare grunts whispered to the other, holding the binoculars, who nodded. Things are going to get a little messy in Lumio City soon. End of Chapter 13. Ash, the Iron Trainer. The Lights and Lightning of Lumios. Previously on Ash, the Iron Trainer. Aliana couldn't believe it. She was beaten by some kid who just happened to have his lame Skiddo evolve into a troublesome Gogoat. Hey! The Team Flare scientist looked up to see Gogoat, Ash and Serena all glaring at her with monstrous stares. Scram! Nobody wants to see you here now or ever. Beat it. A strategic retreat. That was to be the last Ash, Serena, or any of their Pokémon had ever heard of Team Flare in the Kalos power plant, and for a while. Once the workers had fixed the wiring so Team Flare won't be stealing eye power, they rewarded Ash with a TM for flame charge. It went well with Ash's collection, which included one for power-up punch from Shalar City and one for grass knot from Coumarine City. The other TMs were for sale in the markets, but they were very expensive. But with that out of the way, Ash and Serena can challenge the Lumio City gym. Now with the power back on. But there was just this one last thing in the way. XXXXX. And while all this was happening, a couple pairs of eyes looked at Professor Sycamore's lab. And they were looking at a certain Pokémon inside, a Garchomp, which is the final evolution of the Pokémon Gible from Route. Garchomp is a bipedal, draconian Pokémon that is primarily dark blue in color. It has red on its underbelly from the lower jaw to the middle of the abdomen, including the undersides of its arms. A patch of gold comes to a point below the red on its belly, and a golden star shape adorns the tip of its snout. Garchomp has horn-like appendages that resemble a jet or plane's engines, giving it an appearance similar to a hammerhead shark. Its large mouth features razor-sharp teeth. The feet have 3 white talons, and each arm has a single large, white claw for a hand. Curved fins sprout from the arms, creating wings that allow Garchomp to fly. It also has a large dorsal fin and another on its tail that resembles a shark tail fin. The male's dorsal fin has a notch on it. Pairs of small, white spikes protrude from its upper arms and legs, and there are gill-like slits on the sides of the neck. The eyes are intense, with black scaras and gold-colored irises. According to the Pokédex, Garchomp can fly at an incredible speed, helped by the fine scales on its body that reduce drag to catch its prey. Garchomp are cave dwellers, and are seldom seen in the wild. If our resources tell us that Garchomp can evolve, then we need this one for our cause. One of the Team Flare grunts whispered to the other, holding the binoculars, who nodded. Things are going to get a little messy in Lumio City soon. Here we are. Ash said with a smile, the type of returning to a familiar place after a long trip away. Lumio City, it never looked so good. Not since our first meeting in years. Ash said and turned to Serena, who didn't even try to hide her blush. Not after remembering how romantic Ash turned out to be, especially for a 10-year-old. Well, let's check in with the Pokémon Center and then we will go for my next gym battle. Ash then said, and Serena looked a little confused. Why? Didn't you say to Professor Sycamore that you will visit him and those 3 Kanto starter Pokémon the next time you arrive here? Serena asked like it was a sudden change of plans, a slight procrastination instead of Ash changing his mind on the deal. I know. Ash said. But who says that I am in a hurry to try for gym badges? I have time to make for them after I challenge the Lumio City gym. It will help my team relax since they were piling in for this gym battle. Ash explained, and while Serena sighed at how Ash should learn to take his word more seriously, but she then giggled at how thoughtful Ash always shone for Pokémon alike, both in and not in his team. Whatever, Ash. Serena said with playful indifference. Let's go. Ash then made her lose that expression when he held out his hand with an inviting intention. She gleefully took it and followed Ash to the Pokémon Center. Both trainers needed the treatment for their teams after their encounter with Team Flare. It seemed that it was true about Team Flare cutting the north side of Lumio City with a blackout they made by stopping any more power from reaching the Lumiose Tower. And since Team Flare had to flee the power plant, the energy flow was restored and the blackout ended. This was all Ash and Serena had heard in the Pokémon Center while waiting for their Pokémon to be healed. Ash also took the time to decide what Pokémon he will use. Pikachu was an easy choice, out of experience, and that Ash trusted Pikachu more than any other Pokémon. He noticed that his Ferroseed could use the experience as she is just about ready to evolve. The same can be said for Frogadier, and with her Protean ability, she should be just fine against Clemont. Lucario needs some more experience, and some practice with Bone Rush can make that ground-type move a useful asset in an electric-type gym. Lapras is a wild card and a risky addition, but also the only ice-type Pokémon Ash has gotten, it just this gut feeling saying that Ash should include her. Anyways. And finally, Gogoat can be good coverage. After a couple more hours of training, it was time to go to the tower. Of course, they weren't the first 2 at the entrance into the tower. Is okay yet, Clemont? That, without a doubt, the sound of a child yelling out complaints. Yes, Bonnie. Like I said for the last 10 times. The tower's systems just need to finish warming up before I can turn on the lights. That boy, called Clemont by the little girl, looked barely any different from her. But what stood out, even more than his painfully tacky jumpsuit, was the glasses on his face and the backpack he was wearing. Those glasses made him look like a computer nerd, and the backpack looked like it was just filled with stuff. Excuse me. Ash spoke up and got both their attention. Is there a problem? I wish to challenge this gym. Clemont then bowed in apology. This is no trouble, my good sir. I am just awaiting my tower to receive all the power it needs to get back into business. It shouldn't take too long and you will be able to challenge me. Clemont explained, and Ash raised his eyebrow. Let me get this straight, this tower belongs to you instead of the city, and I should challenge you. Are the gym leader? Ash asked, and Clemont nodded. But then Bonnie appeared in the middle of the 2 trainers. Well, this is my brother's tower because he designed and built it. And yes, my big brother is the gym leader. Not that you will win against him. Bonnie was very confident in Clemont's skills. Ash and Serena just raised their eyebrows, not even amused that a little kid is acting like the former just lost against Clemont. Bonnie. The little girl cringed. I told you to stop with that nonsense. Me losing or winning, none of that is going to shut down the gym. It is your behavior and how you treat challengers. Clement scolded his sister, who just muttered out an apology. Anyways, you don't have to wait any longer. Behold. Clement pointed up the tower and, despite the sun shining down, Ash and Serena saw the tower lit up with every window no longer dark. It was like watching a Christmas tree with its lights and decorations finally alit. Now I am going on ahead to prepare the gym. Bonnie, you explain to the trainer about the gym and behave for once. Bonnie rolled her little eyes at her brother, calling her immature when he is the one yelling out in public with such an example of poor attire. Come on. My brother works fast so we can take our time. Ash and Serena looked at each other and shrugged while chuckling at the duo that seemed to be brother and sister. The first floor just had the floor entrances and exits for all of the 4 directions. Then there was the giant elevator in the center. Bonnie explained, before using the elevator for herself, that the Lumiose Tower functions as a gym, as each floor had 3 trainers in front of 3 doors. Only one of those doors leads to the next floor, and in order to try for that door, the trainer must successfully solve a pop quiz about a Pokémon with only the silhouette as a hint. On the second floor, there was a Deden-like on Route 11 and a Pachirisu-like on Route, and then there was the third Pokémon that they didn't recognize. Stunfisk, the trap Pokémon. Its skin is very hard, so it is unhurt even if stepped on by sumo wrestlers. It smiles when transmitting electricity. On the third floor, there was this Pokémon that both Ash and Pikachu couldn't stand for reason no one else had a clue about. Raichu, the mouse Pokémon and the evolved form of Pikachu. Raichu's tail functions as a ground and releases electricity into the surface, which keeps it from shocking itself. Magneton, the magnet Pokémon. A link cluster formed of several Magnemite. It discharges powerful magnetic waves at high voltage. Manectric, the discharge Pokémon. Manectric collects electricity from the air, creating a thundercloud above its head. Its mane gives off a strong electric current. On the 4th floor. Lantern, the light Pokémon. Lantern's antennae light is strong enough to penetrate the ocean and any seam of the water's surface. Electrode, the ball Pokémon. It explodes in response to even minor stimuli. It is feared, with the nickname of the bomb ball. Ampharos, the light Pokémon and the final evolved form of Mareep. Because Ampharos light can be seen from a great distance, people once used that light to communicate by sending signals back and forth. And finally, on the 5th floor, there were no new Pokémon, only Plusle, Minun and Pikachu used. They weren't much a challenge, but Ash helped his team recover some energy they need before they reached the final floor. On that floor, there was no more doors with trainers in front to challenge. Instead, there was Bonnie and Clement directly ahead. That meant only one thing: Ash and his team had only one trainer left to face, the gym leader himself. Welcome, Ash. Bonnie came up and in front of her brother. You have proven to be capable of facing my brother, but I can't count on you winning. Clement's very strong as a gym leader. Bonnie. Clement scolded his sister on how it was bad for the gym to give the impression to visiting challengers that they lost the match before it even begun. Then the word can spread, which can lead to no more challengers and the gym will have to shut down. Regardless, don't take me for granted, as I will fight to win. And all else I can do is count on you to do the same. Ash just smirked. Bring it on. That stern expression never left Ash's face, even after robotic appendages came from inside Clement's backpack. Of which includes an arm and hand that is based on an Aipom, holding a Pokeball, and another connected to a satellite dish with the resemblance to a Pokémon with lizard-like gills. XXXXX. Let's begin. Emolga, glide with sparkle. Clement's robotic arm threw out that same Pokeball and revealed the Sky Squirrel Pokémon that are wild on Route. Ash smirked. His instincts around the rumors about the gym were right. They were about how Clement starts with a Pokémon is immune to ground attacks and has an advantage over grass types. That could only be an electric and flying Pokémon. Zapdos was too far-fetched, and that was Ash's only other choice. A flying type. Ash muttered. So they were right on the money. Ash had been getting intel from trainers that have challenged Clement. All they could share was that Clement always started his gym matches with an electric Pokémon that is immune to ground-type moves and has a certain advantage over grass types. Lapras, I choose you. Clement raised an eyebrow that Ash will choose a water-type Pokémon for his first one sent out. Ice Shard. Lapras coughed up actual shards of ice that moved too fast for Clement to respond, and they hit Emolga with super effective damage. Ice Beam. Lapras took the chance to try and land some more damage. Double Team. Emolga was able to evade that Ice Beam with a burst of speed at the last minute. Use Thunderbolt. Counter with you own. Ash commanded as soon as Clement made his. And both Pokémon unleashed a bolt of lightning that, remarkably, cancelled out. Now use Blizzard on all the copies. Lapras was quick to work and stirred up a complete snowstorm that actually destroyed all the copies at once, and hitting the real Emolga with more power than the Ice Shard did. Use Light Screen. Clement shouted, and Emolga was able to take in that Blizzard attack with Light Screen, numbing half the power of the attack. Now use Thunder Wave. Safeguard. Ash was as quick to act as Emolga was, so Lapras had a few seconds to surround herself in a protective field that didn't allow any status elements in, such as the effects of Thunder Wave. Now use Rain Dance and then Ice Beam. Double Team again. Clement shouted as soon as he heard Ash call for another super effective move. And when Emolga generated multiple after images of itself, both Gym Leader and his Pokémon noticed that their opposing counterparts were actually smirking. Like they expected this and had a plan to attack. Hurry and use Thunder. Go. Ash called out, and Lapras saw which copy was the real one, with the help of the rain landing on only the real Emolga, right before sending the Ice Beam into the cloud above. And the rain turned to snow and then to hail, and yet there was no thunder attack. Don't forget, thunder and lightning are caused by warm currents interacting with the static in the air and the clouds, making favorable changes in temperature to cause storms. But not when the conditions are not favorable, and lightning dies before it could descend. Clement gritted his teeth at the truth in those words. It was bad enough that now it was hailing, making it dangerous for Emolga, and that now thunder can't work well enough in hail, but now, Ash can just finish it right here. But Emolga has one way out. Volt Switch. Ash and Lapras were both taken by surprise at Clement's next move. Emolga then charged at Lapras with the speed of a thunderbolt, landing super effective damage on the transport Pokémon, but then went into reverse, right into the Pokeball in Clement's robotic hand. Very good, Ash. Sorry about the Volt Switch, it is necessary to keep the stakes high, to make this a little more interesting. Ash just shrugged his shoulder to say, whatever. He needed to read more on the many moves that he never heard before, including this one. Now Magneton, stay strong and shine with sparks. Clement then showed off a Pokémon that Ash and his team had encountered on the way up the tower. Magneton is the result of 3 Magnemite being linked together by a strong magnetic force, although a single Magnemite can evolve by itself when no other Magnemite are in the vicinity. The 3 Magnemite that Magneton consists of can be linked several ways. Magneton is most commonly seen as 1 Magnemite on top, and 2 Magnemite linked via body on the bottom, forming a triangle. However, in some cases, the Magnemite will not be connected at all, remaining in a triangular formation at rest, and being able to freely move within each other's vicinity to form other patterns. The magnetic forces that holds the 3 Magnemite together is powerful enough to dry up all moisture and raise the temperature 3.6 degrees Fahrenheit in the vicinity. It can also be disruptive to electronic devices. Even though Magneton is a mechanical creature, it still has the need to eat. As seen in the research field, food for Magneton consists of electrical currents. It is usually found in rough terrain, often near power plants. When sunspots flare up, Magneton tends to appear more often, presumably due to the changes in the sun's magnetic field. It has been shown that it possesses the ability to form its electricity into both platforms and barriers. Despite its modern, artificial appearance, carvings depicting Magneton have been discovered at the ruins of Ulf, back in another region, indicating it has existed for at least 1,500 years. Now Lapras is truly without an advantage. Ash muttered to himself, but there is still that one move Lapras can use against an electric and steel Pokémon. Ash had to keep this to himself, not to sell his Pokémon out. Okay Lapras, time to get risky. Use Drill Run. Lapras nodded and charged, spinning like a drill with its horn acting as the focus point. As the Drill Run hit, Magneton suddenly lifted out of the way while being covered in a yellow glow. That ground-type move merely brushed against the Magnet Pokémon. Nice example of a secret weapon Ash. Now that Magneton is using Magnet Rise and is now immune to ground-type moves, Zap Cannon. Lapras. Ash called out and saw his transport Pokémon being knocked out by that very powerful electric-type move. Return. Ash solemnly sent back Lapras, who didn't even knock one of Clemont's Pokémon. Thanks you. Ash muttered before taking out another Pokeball. Now Lucario. Go. We will make the first move this time. Use Metal Sound. Clemont commanded and Magneton rubbed against itself to generate a loud and irritating noise that rattled Lucario's ears. Now use Flash Cannon. Brace. That was what Ash could think of, and Lucario had tightened its stance to try and block out the most of the Flash Cannon. When it was over, use your own Metal Sound. Trying to use our tactics against us. Use Thunderbolt. Now, me first. Ash suddenly commanded, cutting off Clemont's train of thought. Lucario appeared with a palm open, and a strange orb emerged from Magneton. Once Lucario took it, out came a Thunderbolt that startled the Magnet Pokémon for a moment or two. Power-up Punch. Lucario then emerged in front of Magneton with a glowing fist. Upon hitting the Magnet Pokémon, Lucario's body surged with enhanced strength. Now use Sword Dance. Lucario then took a stance and further increased his attacking power. Hurry, use Rain Dance and then Thunder. Quick attack with Power-up Punch. Magneton was able to conjure up another rainstorm after the hail had passed when Lapras was knocked out. The excitement had made everyone almost ignorant of it. Meanwhile, Lucario got another hit. In and used the pure speed of Quick Attack for the enhancing effects of Power-up Punch. Of course, Lucario had to feel the Thunder attack, as that powerful move has a little to no chance of missing during a rainstorm. Now use Bone Rush. Ash called out and it sounded like a madman's choice. But Lucario chose to trust in Ash and was surprised to see that Magneton was not able to evade the ground-type move yet. Had to keep you busy until Magnet Rise wore off, Clemont. Clemont just smirked. It is an all-or-nothing situation, Ash. Thunder. Aura Sphere. Ash agreed and placed everything into this last showdown between both Steel-type Pokémon. In the end, Magneton. The Aura Sphere landed first and the Thunder attack was never initiated. Finally, Ash had defeated one of Clemont's Pokémon. Things are only getting heated up, Ash. Clemont said after returning his Magneton, and his robotic hand switched it with another Pokeball. This one I usually send out against regular trainers as a trump card. But if you can prove to win, I will show a real ace in the hole. Clemont smirked and Ash never lost his composure. Now come and show us the sun, Heliolisk. Ash thought that this name sounded familiar to one that he encountered on the way to the Glittering Caverns. He hurried for his Pokédex and scanned this new Pokémon. Heliolisk, the generator Pokémon and the evolved form of Helioptile. Heliolisk produces enough electricity to power a large building and recharges by spreading its frills. Heliolisk is a yellow lizard-like Pokémon. Compared to its pre-evolution, Heliolisk's tail now has an orange stripe in addition to the black tip. There are also orange bands with a zigzag pattern on Heliolisk's hind legs. Heliolisk's head is completely black except for its yellow lower jaw. It also has 2 points over its eyes, which contain blue irises. The 2 frills that this Pokémon had on the sides of its head as a Helioptile are replaced by an orange frilled collar around its neck. A single heliolisk can generate sufficient electricity to power a skyscraper, simply by flaring open their frills. Heliolisk can use this electric energy to stimulate its muscles, boosting the strength in its legs and therefore enabling it to run 100 yards in 5 seconds, or 20 yards per second. It and its pre-evolution, Helioptile are the only known Pokémon capable of learning Electrify, which can change an opposing Pokémon's next move to become an electric one, regardless of what type it was originally. Fine then, returned Lucario. Ash then surprised Clement by switch out his fighting type. Most trainers will try to go for the super effective hit that is backed up by the stab, same type attack bonus. Now go, Frogadier. Another water type. Clement just couldn't understand Ash anymore during this gym battle. Let's start with quick attack. In that case, quick attack 2. Frogadier and its evolution line are the fastest of water starter types in their stage of evolution. That was how Frogadier's quick attack outpaced Heliolisk's. Now Rock Slide. Frogadier cried out for a shower of rock rumble to appear out of nowhere and crowd Heliolisk. Quick attack. Clement wanted to see just what is about this Frogadier that Ash is so confident that he will win. When that quick attack barely even scratched Frogadier, it was clear to Clement. Protean. Ash sure is a lucky trainer to have such a useful ability that is very rare indeed. Grass Knot. Clement then remembered that Protean is more than switching typing for stab backing up every move, but to actually switch weaknesses as well. Got on so soon. Power-up Punch. Ash called out and Frogadier moved fast enough to evade the grass stems at her feet, hoping to trip her and do super effective damage. Instead, it was the Bubble Frog herself that dealt the deadly hit. Now use Dig. Deciding that now Heliolisk is going for a stab move since going for the super effective hit has become redundant and a waste of time, Frogadier went for the enhanced damaging hit herself. When it appears, use Grass. Clement tried to call for a grass-type move when Frogadier appeared only a moment after she disappeared. Don't look at me like that, your 5th gym battle is just the earliest you start to use items on hand for the combat. Everyone is expecting you to try for the international competitive battling. Ash remarked. Power-up Punch. Thunder Punch. Both trainers shouted out pretty much at once and so was their Pokémon, meeting each other with fists at the other, hoping to get an edge and make it through. And while they both struggled, Frogadier was feeling it the worse. Thunder Punch has a 10% chance of paralyzing the target if it lands and makes contact with the opposing Pokémon. All Power-Up Punch does is increase the user's attack power once it deals damage, no expectation. But despite the pain from the Thunder Punch, almost paralyzing her, Frogadier was going to pull through for her trainer. And when she roared from it all, she started to glow. She's evolving. Ash raced for his Pokédex. Greninja, the ninja Pokémon, and the final evolved form of Froakie. Greninja can compress water into sharp-edged throwing stars. With the grace of a ninja, it slips in and out of sight to attack from the shadows. Greninja is a large, bipedal, frog-like Pokémon. Its body and legs are dark blue, with single large white bubbles on its legs and arms and white spots over its eyes. On the sides of each of its upper thighs is a light blue, four-pointed star, which resembles a shuriken. Its back feet have 2 toes, while its front feet have 3 toes. Its feet are webbed, and it has a yellow chest and a yellow and blue face. It has eyes with white sclera, red irises, and white pupils. A large, projecting dark blue stripe runs down the middle of its head, with projecting light blue stripes in between its large, yellow ears. Its mouth is hidden behind a large, pink tongue that wraps around Greninja's neck and extends outward behind its head. Greninja moves with the speed and grace of a ninja, using swift movements to confuse its enemies while it slices them up with throwing stars made of compressed water. These throwing stars are sharp enough to split metal. Greninja is the only known Pokémon capable of learning Mat Block. And before Ash could give a command, Greninja got into a stiff stance and forged 2 blades of a dark purple energy. Then she moved, faster than ever, and sliced at Heliolisk with both blades. That Night Slash, a dark type move that matches Greninja, a water and dark type Pokémon. Nice. Ash commented his newly evolved Pokémon, who was grateful that she can hide her blush under her tongue scarf. Now it is time to end this. Clement silently nodded and reached out to his Heliolisk. Focus Blast. Mat Block. Once Heliolisk sent out that large orb of fighting type energy, Greninja dug into the ground and flipped the Focus Blast off course. Now Night Slash. With pleasure written over her face, Greninja charged and sliced at Heliolisk once again with blades made of dark type energy. And this time, the generator Pokémon couldn't stand up anymore and fell. Clement sighed as he returned his Heliolisk. Now that I have only 2 Pokémon left, I won't be switching out. I need to save the best for last. Clement said, with Ash somehow recognizing whose Pokeball was now about to be sent out. That is fine. No more of the Volt Switch. Ash echoed and Clement nodded. Emolga, welcome back. Out came the ELE Squirrel came out, looking as ragged as before. Okay then Greninja, time to take a break. We will train after the rest of the battle. Ash said, returning his newly evolved, Kalos starter Pokémon. Now come on out, Pharaoh Seed. And out came the small and slow Thorn Seed Pokémon. Aerial Ace. Clement shouted and Emolga got an easy hit since flying-type moves do neutral damage to a Pokémon like Pharaoh Seed. Of course, he should have considered that Pharaoh Seed's only ability is known as Iron Barbs. You should be careful since I have gotten a very useful tool for Pharaoh Seed, don't you see it? Ash asked and Clement did see it. A rocky helmet, which can cause contact damage to the attacking, opposing Pokémon. But it can also be combined with iron barbs for some extra damage. Now Pharaoh Seed, use Curse. Pharaoh Seed had done it and increased her attack and defensive power but reduced what little speed she had. Now use Rollout. Double Team. Clement now saw why Ash chose a Pokémon like Pharaoh Seed for Emolga. And Pharaoh Seed did miss during her initial rollout but keep rolling and gain some momentum. Pharaoh Seed might be slow but she is still like a seed and one that is as big as a basketball. And she rolled around the field and walls just like a basketball that happened to have spikes to puncture and attach to walls. Thankfully, the damage is kept to a minimum so the repair bill is not terribly expensive. Try to stop Pharaoh Seed with Thunder Shock. Clement commanded but soon wished that he thought of this sooner. Because the Thunder Shock didn't even slow Pharaoh Seed down until the Thorn Seed Pokémon had went through each of the afterimages of Emolga, ending with the last one. Emolga. Clement cried out in fear as Emolga was on its last legs, or feathers in this case, and who knows how much longer this Pokémon could last. From that rollout, it wasn't long at all. But something else happened. Pharaoh Seed had stabled herself from rolling around for several minutes, hunting down the real Emolga among the multiple copies. But once Pharaoh Seed stuck into the field and see that she had succeeded, she beamed with joy and then glowed as blue as Ash's Frogadier just moments ago. Once Pharaoh Seed had stopped glowing, Ash saw something else entirely and couldn't be prouder. Scanning this newly evolved Pokémon showed Pharaoh Thorn, the Thorn Pod Pokémon and the evolved form of Pharaoh Seed. They attached themselves to cave ceilings, firing steel spikes at targets passing beneath them. Pharaoh Thorn is a Pokémon resembling a flattened durian. Its metallic body is covered in thorns, with 3 black stripes circling its width, the middle stripe having triangular decorations below the eyes of Pharaoh Thorn. Its eyes have green rims, yellow scaras, and dark pupils. There is a green spike at the top of its body, and extending around it are vine-like, long green appendages tipped with spiky metal discs. It can use these appendages to either cling to ceilings of its cave or walk around. When hanging, it can attack its prey underneath by shooting spikes. But then both Ash and Pharaoh Thorn heard something. They then saw Clement shaking, even while returning Emolga back into its Pokeball. Ash. Clement looked like he was going to cry. You really are the best trainer I have ever seen in the few years I was gym leader. Now I can finally cut loose and show you my very first Pokémon, one with the ability to Mega Evolve. Clement's robotic appendage acted like it was a frightened lackey, hurrying to obey a grumpy lord. And when it reached down to the bottom of Clement's backpack, it acted like there was something attached and the arm released it to be another Pokeball. But this wasn't just another electric Pokémon. This was Clement's ace in the hole he was speaking of. Shine us the way to a true battle, Ampharos. Ash had already scanned an Ampharos from the trainers leading up to the top of Lumiose Tower. But he had to notice that this Ampharos looked much older and much more trained and experienced, like comparing a veteran to a greenhorn. Go, Gogoat. Ash now decided to go for his backup Pokémon. A grass type can a good one if against a wild electric Pokémon, but Clement is a gym leader. It might even be risky to use a grass type. Bulldoze. Cotton Guard. Ampharos got to work and was able to cover itself with pieces of cotton to soften the super effective Bulldoze attack. Now Confuse Ray. Ampharos used the light at the end of its tail to try and blind and confuse Gogoat. But nothing happened to Gogoat. I guess that I underestimate my own Pokémon Clement. I was getting a little worried about how long Lapra's safeguard. Clement growled at such a foolish move. Now use Grass Knot. Ampharos, dodge it. Clement knew for a fact that Ampharos is one of several Pokémon that can actually a good hit from a move like Grass Knot. But while his Ampharos did dodge the first attempt, Gogoat still got the light Pokémon's leg and successfully caused Ampharos to trip. And since Cotton Guard drastically increases the user's defense, we are forgetting about going physical. Energy Ball. Ash commanded and Gogoat sent out an orb of grass-type energy at Ampharos. Cotton Guard made no difference to a move like Energy Ball. Fine. Clement snapped at this humiliation. Sunny Day. Ash was wondering why would Clement call for such a move. The effects of Sunny Day didn't seem to benefit an electric Pokémon like Ampharos in any way. But nothing like taking Tide while it is still on the beach. Solar Beam. Gogoat used the enhanced sunlight to cut the time needed for the powerful solar beam by half. And Gogoat fired that solar beam after only a moment or two. Now Growth. Under normal conditions, the move Growth will only increase the user's attack and special attack power. But under the effects of Sunny Day, the effects are now doubled. And Gogoat looks stronger than before. I see that you are an opportunist, Ash, better hope it is just for battling. I have seen this elsewhere and leaves hearts broken. Clement made that offhanded comment, but Ash kept that in mind. He could just picture himself trying to see if the grass is greener on the other side of the fence when it came to his relationship with Serena. Now use Fire Punch. And Gogoat felt the pain from that fire punch, which caused both Pokémon and trainer to realize why Clement called for a sunny day. To make up for the lack of stab behind Fire Punch. Nice tactic, Clement. Now Gogoat use Synthesis. Ampharos backed off as Gogoat glowed with greenish energy and actually got up from that enhanced fire punch that should be a sure kill. We still can use Sunny Day in our own way. Use Growth again. Another fire punch. Ampharos hurried to land another enhanced fire punch, but as Gogoat was growing with the help of the Sunny Day, the light Pokémon suddenly felt intimidated. It was like staring a demon in the eyes. Repel with Seed Bomb. Clement gasped. Using Growth twice while under Sunny Day had actually made the Cotton Guard used moments ago to be useless. Now Gogoat's is the one with the enhancement greater than Ampharos. Use Signal Beam. Now this is a move that even Growth can't prepare Gogoat for. And while this move didn't receive any enhancements or stab, it dealt a lot of damage to Gogoat. Use your new Horn Leech. Clement now has really underestimated Gogoat, seeing that the Mount Pokémon charged for some physical damage and recovering some lost health from the Signal Beam and for the amount that Synthesis didn't heal. One more Solar Beam. Ash did see that the Sunny Day effect was fading and wanted Gogoat to make the last moments count. And Gogoat felt it too, giving it every behind that swift Solar Beam. And while that one was as powerful as before, Ampharos was still standing. In fact, the light Pokémon looked at Clement with eyes that said, "It's now or never." "I know," Clement said, reading those eyes perfectly before turning to Ash. "Trainer, it is now time to stop holding back. We are unlocking my Ampharosa's potential." Out from Clement's backpack came another arm, but one that was attached to some kind of modern lantern. And at the top was a shine that Ash recognized. It was a keystone. And then he saw Ampharos reach for the 3 black stipes on its neck, turning one around to show a mega stone. What a good place to hide one. "Keystone, listen to our plea and let the world shine with Ampharosa's real power. Mega Evolve." Clement chanted out, and Ash and Goggoat saw the mega evolution process between trainer and Pokémon. Ash decided to do like with every gym battle before, scan this Pokémon in its new form. This Pokémon is now in its Mega Evolution form. As Mega Ampharos, this Pokémon is now an electric and dragon type. Its ability is now Mold Breaker, allowing it to use certain moves while degrading the effects of the abilities belonging to the opposing Pokémon. Now as Mega Ampharos, its toes turn black and it grows white wool at the back of its head and over its tail. Its long woolly tail has many small, red orbs attached to it. Its conical ears retain their stripes, but are now segmented with swirled tips. When it increases the amount of electrical energy within itself, the red orbs on its body and wool emit a strong light. Mold Breaker. Ash muttered. Meaning like using a ground-type move on a Pokémon with Levitate. Or using Thunder Wave on a Pokémon with Limber. Exactly, Ash. Clement spoke with excitement and respect for Ash's extensive knowledge of Pokémon lore. Just how does all that fit into the brain of a 10-year-old, one that is only as half as a fully mature adult's? Now use Fire Punch. Goggoat. Ash simply said to his mount Pokémon. Leave a good mark. Double Edge. Goggoat nodded and charged with great power in his stead. And he was able to land the powerful hit on the mega-evolved Ampharos, with the usual recoil damage of course. But like both trainer and Pokémon predicted, this tactic had left Goggoat open to receive the Fire Punch. Goggoat couldn't recover from that super effective hit this time, he fell right on the spot. Goggoat, return. Ash instead recovered his Pokémon back into his Pokeball. Thank you. Okay then, Pikachu. It is your turn, at last. The little mouse-like Pokémon couldn't agree more. It was starting to itch from witnessing all this action and not be part of it. First use Quick Attack. Pikachu charged for the Mega Ampharos, with unmatched speed. Now back off and use Double Team. Discharge. Clement called out and Mega Ampharos released a widespread surge of electricity, taking inspiration from Ash's earlier tactics. But it seemed that, even with electric attack covering most of the field space, it was like trying to hit a ghost. The electric spikes just went through the various copies, more being made as one is destroyed. Try to find Pikachu before his next move. Focus Punch. Ash dared Clement and it helped the former that all the copies mimicked the charging stance for Focus Punch. Even the show of energy from that stance was somehow shared among the copies. Clement didn't know what to do. Cotton Guard. Instead of going for the offense, Clement tried to prepare his Mega Ampharos for the Focus Punch attack. But it was too late when the various copies of Pikachu came in and landed their tiny paws filled with power on various points on Mega Ampharos's body, and the Mega Evolved Light Pokémon felt every single one of them. Shock Wave. Now this move can't miss and instead, it surged through all the copies Pikachu made within a single second. Too fast for even Ash's Pikachu to try and avoid, it was no use to try. And the mouse Pokémon felt that shock wave perfectly. Nice trick, Ash. I might have to chronicle it, but for now, Dragon Pulse. Clement remarked and called out for Mega Ampharos to let out a powerful stream of dragon-type energy at Pikachu, who was still recovering from that shock wave destroying all his after-images. And being a pure electric type had not prepared Pikachu for this Dragon Pulse that was more powerful since Mega Ampharos is part dragon type. Now here is a good move, Outrage. Ampharos no looked like a dragon awoken from its sleep. Prematurely, and Pikachu looked soulless in his eyes that filled with fear. Pikachu. The mouse Pokémon heard Ash call and braced for an attack only to hear, "Try the Volt Switch." Pikachu had gasped and realized that he should have given more focus on the match since Volt Switch is a move that is right up his alley. Using trained reflexes and speed to move from the outrage attack was just getting stronger. Pikachu took what little time he had to try and figure out the Volt Switch that Emolga once used. And, when Mega Ampharos was about to show what little focus in its outrage attack, Pikachu took it by surprise by sending a surge of electricity at it. Then Pikachu rushed to Ash's shoulder. He still hated to be sent back into that accursed ball. Pikachu hated on how cramped it was in there. "Thanks for the show, and now, here comes my only good fighter. Go, Ferrothorn." Ash called out, and the Thorn Pod Pokémon had returned to take that outrage attack like a pebble in the wind. Somehow, Mega Ampharos was able to avoid getting confused like what outrage was supposed to cause. But also when Ferrothorn did come out, he shook like he saw a ghost. And its glance was sharper than possible. Clement noticed this and smirked. "You really are a lucky trainer, Ash. That Ferrothorn has anticipation. It can sense if its opponent has a knockout move or otherwise, a super effective move in hand. So that was what got Ferrothorn all shaken up before my gut told me to return him. Thank you for making that clear to me, Clement. Now I can't extend the battling time anymore." Ash spoke true. Ferrothorn is the only Pokémon remaining conscious that can still battle. Everyone else were too tired to go on. Whatever, Ash. All's fair in love and Pokémon battling. Fire Punch. Clement called out, and Mega Ampharos charged and jumped into the air with its fist covered in flames, a sure kill for a Pokémon like Ferrothorn. Ferrothorn. Ash then said in a forlorn tone, one that sounded like he was going to do something that he will later regret. Self-destruct. That was short and cold, but Ferrothorn just nodded before glowing brightly. But not at all like the light from her evolution, but from power building up. Ampharos, look out. Clement shouted out, but knew as well as his light Pokémon that it was impossible to change direction or even halt in midair. Use Cotton Guard. Clement called to his Pokémon, who tried to pull in that energy building up in the Fire Punch to try and surround his body with literal plant cotton. And contrary to popular belief, self-destruct is a physical move and its power is affected by Cotton Guard. But, mirror shot. Clement gasped as multiple beams of green energy emerged from Ferrothorn's glowing body and literally sliced through Ampharos's Cotton Guard. That surprise tactic had not only shocked Clement but also Ampharos, thus fully cancelling out the Cotton Guard. Now there is nothing protecting the Mega-Evolved Light Pokémon from Ferrothorn's self-destruct. Ampharos. Clement cried out to no avail as explosive force of Ferrothorn's self-destruct had hit the Light Pokémon head-on. And if that was bad enough, Ampharos also landed hard into the ceiling, and the same can be said for the ground fall. Once the smoke was cleared, Ampharos was shown to be knocked out, just before Ferrothorn wobbled and also collapsed, from the events of the self-destruct. WL. Bonnie didn't know what to say until she had found her voice after a few moments. Both Pokémon are done. And since Gym Leader, and Big Brother, Clement is without available Pokémon, Ash Ketchum wins. Bonnie announced, clear as day. The Lumio City Gym badge was shaped like a shield with bolts shooting out of it. No doubt to symbolize Clement's style, expertise and theme of electric Pokémon in his team. Ash just accepted it and placed the badge into his badge case. But just as Ash was going to the tower's base, to meet up with Serena, the elevator came before the trainer can even push the down button. And out came was his companion and girlfriend herself. Ash. Calm down. Ash went for the shoulders and Serena was able to settle down. She was a complete wreck, shaking like a leaf in the wind, and her eyes showed great fear. Now what's going on? It's Team Flare. They sent out a Garchomp out to destroy the city. As soon as Serena said those words, the very tower shook violently. It felt worse than an earthquake, and roars could be heard outside the windows of the Lumiose Tower. XXXXX. Outside, Ash rushed to see that there was a clear trail of chaos and people running around while shouting something about a Garchomp going on a rampage. Ash was going to see Professor Sycamore. That Garchomp has got to be his. No one else local to Lumio City owns a Garchomp. But then Ash noticed a small group of suspicious people, in familiar red outfits. Well, Pikachu? Ash turned to his exhausted but conscious partner, who was able to smell the air around those people before they turned around a corner. Pikachu couldn't fight the urge to shiver and arch his spine like a cat's. And that was enough for Ash to realize what happened. We got to hurry. Later. That takes care of that. Ash said with a victorious smirk, seeing to it that the Team Flare grunts will not cause any more trouble. They won't even dare, since they were bound in a single binding rope. Of course, there was swelling and bumps on their faces for good measure. Apparently, Team Flare was trying to capture Garchomp by using a prototype collar. One that was designed to steal Pokémon by enslaving the will of them to the users. And just when Ash thought thieves couldn't more despicable and stealing Pokémon couldn't get any worse. But while a couple of police officers did escort the grunts away, Garchomp was still on a wild outburst and rampage. Ash and Pikachu hurried to find Serena and the professor. And the duo found both back at the Lumiose Tower. Ash. Garchomp is up there. Serena pointed to the very top of the tower, its roof. Professor, why is Garchomp there? Wasn't she rampaging randomly? Ash turned to Sycamore after seeing where Garchomp is. I guess that her subconscious is struggling against that collar. And decided that the best place to do it is where no human can reach. Sycamore gave his best answer. But as soon as he said all that, your Garchomp doesn't know about the Lumiose Tower, Professor. Clement and Bonnie appeared. We have fully evacuated the tower, and since I built it, I know a way to the roof. Where? Ash shouted, and Clement simply motioned his hand in a way to say, this way. Ash and Serena hurried to follow Clement and Bonnie, while Sycamore had to stay behind to help Officer Jenny handle the crowd at the base. But not a single soul noticed Sycamore reaching under his coat and took out 3 Pokeballs, all the while looking into the direction of the trainers. Ash was about to go for one of his Pokémon that wasn't as spent as his Pikachu. But he soon found out that wasn't necessary. Out of nowhere, a dozen vines appeared and grasped at Garchomp's legs, arms and mouth. That's bind. I never seen it with vines thou. Ash thought to himself. Meanwhile, holding her ankles and wrists, the remaining vines had bound Garchomp completely. Not to mention, the vines seemed to sprout seeds that slowly drained Garchomp of her energy. What came next was a circle of fire that surrounded Garchomp, but not actually harming the vines binding her. The heat was also slowly tiring her out, but Garchomp then saw something in the flames and made a face that caused the tired and confused mock Pokémon to shiver and lose some more strength. That's fire spin, but why does Garchomp look like she stared a Dragonite using scary face? Then came something from the tip of the tower and held Garchomp down completely. The mock Pokémon felt like something heavy was holding her to the roof with its arms, but she couldn't move her eyes for a better look. Alright, who is this? Ash couldn't keep quiet anymore and called out into the fire barrier that made it nigh impossible to see who was assaulting Garchomp. Ash then saw that in a split second, the fire, vines had disappeared and Garchomp no longer felt being held down. But then came a large column from the roof of the Lumiose Tower. It engulfed Garchomp completely with water, leaves and fire. And when the column vanished, Garchomp wobbled and fell from her feet to her knees and finally, to the ground. She just couldn't handle anything else. Just what happened? Ash muttered, still in shock at the scene until he saw them, the ones that stopped Sycamore's Garchomp. No way. Ash couldn't believe what he was seeing, and neither did Pikachu. What sent Garchomp down to the ground was not a single one of his Pokémon, but 3 wild Pokémon. And ones that he recognized from back in Kanto. An Ivysaur. He spoke, with his Pokédex opened and scanning. Ivysaur, the seed Pokémon. As Ivysaur takes in nutrients, a large flower blooms from the bulb on its back. The Ivysaur is a quadruped Pokémon similar to a dinosaur. It has blue-green skin with darker patches. On top of its head are pointed ears with black inside, and it has narrow red eyes. It has a short, rounded snout with a wide mouth. 2 pointed teeth protrude from its upper jaw. Each of its feet have 3 claws on them. The bulb on its back has bloomed into a large pink bud. A short brown trunk surrounded by leafy green fronds supports the bud. The weight of the plant prevents Ivysaur from standing on its hind legs and forces its legs to grow sturdy. When its flower is ready to bloom, it gives off a distinct, strong sweet-smelling aroma and starts swelling. Ivysaur will also start spending more time in sunlight in preparation for its upcoming evolution. Exposure to sunlight adds to the strength of both Ivysaur and its plant. Ivysaur's natural habitat is plains. However, it is rare, as many are in captivity. A Charmeleon. Charmeleon, the flame Pokémon and the evolved form of Charmander. Charmeleon knocks down opponents with its tail, then defeats them using razor-sharp claws. The Charmeleon is a bipedal, reptilian creature. It has crimson scales and a cream underside. There is a horn-like protrusion on the back of its head, and it has narrow green eyes and a long snout. It has relatively long arms with 3 sharp claws. Its short legs have feet with 3 claws and cream-colored soles. The tip of its long, powerful tail has a flame burning on it. The temperature rises to unbearable levels if Charmeleon swings its tail. A Charmeleon has a vicious nature and will constantly seek out opponents. Strong opponents excite this Pokémon, causing it to spout bluish-white flames that torch its surroundings. However, it will relax once it has won. It is rare in the wild, but it can be found in mountainous areas. And a Wartortle. Wartortle, the turtle Pokémon and the evolved form of Squirtle. Its furry tail is very popular as a symbol of long life. Wartortle is a bipedal, indigo-blue Pokémon similar to a turtle. It has brown eyes, a dark blue streak on each cheek, and 2 sharp teeth protruding from its upper jaw. It has 3 clawed fingers and pointed toes. Bluish-white fur covers its long ears and tail. A brown shell with a pale yellow underside encases its body. A thick, white rim separates the upper and lower halves of the shell. As Wartortle grows old, its tail fur will darken, and it may have algae growing on its shell. The shell may also carry scars from past battles. To maintain balance while swimming at high speeds, Wartortle moves its furry ears and tail. It can use the fur to store air for extended underwater diving. Its tail is a popular symbol of longevity, making it popular with the elderly. It hides in water when hunting and emerges to surprise its prey. It has been shown that Wartortle can be found living in colonies on islands, but its preferred habitat seems to be freshwater ponds and lakes. Once Ash saw that the Garchomp was down and out, he noticed that the 3 mid-evolutions of the Kanto starters were staring at him. It was like they know Ash and are challenging him. That meant, the raven-haired trainer will have to choose his next words carefully. Should he fail, it will get messy. So Ash narrowed his eyes on the 3 Pokémon, to see if he does know them. And then came something from the back of his head, he did know them. There was just this thing about these very strong Pokémon that Ash seen somewhere before. Then it became clear once Ash saw it in their eyes. You were there. Ash finally spoke and nothing happened. You were there when I first arrived in Lumio City, at the backyard of Professor Sycamore's lab. I played with you before leaving on your journey. With the promise I will visit you when I return for my 5th gym badge. Ash had hoped that this was the right answer, but the doubt was short-lived, however, when all 3 Pokémon charged and tackled Ash to the ground. Not to attack him but to embrace Ash in a way a child would greet their beloved family members after a while. You guys. Ash then whispered, petting them like they were his little cousins. You have gotten so big and cool. I sure missed out a lot, have I? His answer was all of them playfully smacking at Ash's chest with their tails, safely. In fact, it only tickled the raven-haired trainer. Ha ha ha. I get it, I get it. What a way to end the day, and Professor Sycamore has a lot to explain. End of chapter 14. Ash, the Iron Trainer. An chance encounter with the Steel-type Master, Wickstrom. Previously on Ash, the Iron Trainer. Once Ash saw that the Garchomp was down and out, he noticed that the 3 mid-evolutions of the Kanto starters were staring at him. It was like they know Ash and are challenging him. That meant, the raven-haired trainer will have to choose his next words carefully. Should he fail, it will get messy. So Ash narrowed his eyes on the 3 Pokémon, to see if he does know them. And then came something from the back of his head, he did know them. There was just this thing about these very strong Pokémon that Ash seen somewhere before. Then it became clear once Ash saw it in their eyes. You were there. Ash finally spoke and nothing happened. You were there when I first arrived in Lumio City, at the backyard of Professor Sycamore's lab. I played with you before leaving on your journey. With the promise I will visit you when I return for my 5th gym badge. Ash had hoped that this was the right answer, but the doubt was short-lived, however, when all 3 Pokémon charged and tackled Ash to the ground. Not to attack him but to embrace Ash in a way a child would greet their beloved family members after a while. You guys. Ash then whispered, petting them like they were his little cousins. You have gotten so big and cool. I sure missed out a lot, have I? His answer was all of them playfully smacking at Ash's chest with their tails, safely. In fact, it only tickled the raven-haired trainer. Ha ha ha. I get it, I get it. What a way to end the day, and Professor Sycamore has a lot to explain. Ha ha ha. Sycamore was throwing a laughing fit at the sight of both Ash and Serena, as well as Pikachu and the 3 mid-evolution Kanto starters staring at him. It was very adorable in its own way, a lot like when a group of children ganging up on their parent. I was hoping to surprise you, Ash, but it looks like it was spoiled. Ha ha ha. I was assuming that this was your way of getting back on me. Ash spoke. After all, I kept you waiting since I wanted to go to the gym as soon as the both of us returned to Lumio City. As much as they want to look at Ash with a guilt-giving stare, everyone still focused on Sycamore. Why not you come with me to the lab and I will tell you the whole story? Silence was Sycamore's immediate answer, but then they all nodded and followed the professor back to the Pokémon Kalos lab. There, they trained while we were gone. So they can go with us? Ash asked after hearing just the first part of the story. Yes. I never seen such determination for a Pokémon so young, for a trainer who is also so young himself. And in this case, 3 of them as well. Sycamore verified, smiling to see that both Ash and Serena were playing with the 3 mid-evolution Kanto starters. And Pikachu was also in on the fun as well. And they trained so hard that by the time you set foot on Route 13, they had all evolved at the same time. Cool. Very cool. Ash could only say, and this made the 3 Pokémon look up with awe. They were actually praised by the nice boy they met a long while ago and for their performance and their achievement. But then they looked sullen, at the sad fact that Ash can possibly tell them to stay again and wait for him to return once again. Thankfully for them, Ash had noticed this. Do you want to come with me? Are you afraid that I will leave you behind again? All of them nodded and had pleading looks on their faces, for Ash to not to do so. Well, I can afford to send 3 of my Pokémon on hand to see I can take you through the rest of the Kalos. If that is what you want. Ash's answer was all of them to playfully tackle him to the ground and with much visual affection. Okay. Okay. I get the idea. Ash then made their Pokeballs part of the ones he already owned. But he still needed to know these evolved Pokémon better. And what better way than to use his Pokédex? This was for Ivysaur. This Pokémon is female. Ability is Overgrow. Move list includes Vine Whip, Wrap, Poison Powder, Growth, Razor Leaf, Takedown and Grass Pledge. Has the egg move Amnesia but hasn't unlocked it yet. Then Charmeleon. This Pokémon is male. Ability is Blaze. Move list includes Fire Fang, Fire Spin, Scary Face, Dragon Rage, and Fire Pledge. Knows the egg move Metal Claw. And finally Wartortle. This Pokémon is male. Ability is Torrent. Move list includes Water Pulse, Aqua Tail, Rapid Spin, Withdraw and Water Pledge. Has the egg move Aura Sphere but hasn't unlocked it yet. Just what the deal with these moves ending with the word pledge? Ash asked curiously after taking in every other piece of info into consideration. Sycamore nodded. They are moves devised from Unova, a large region down to the east. If used with another, they cause more damage and create effects to aid the user's side and hinder the opposing side of the battle. Sycamore explained and Ash nodded. This will explain why this 3 Pokémon used their pledge moves against the rampant Garchomp. And another thing. Sycamore groaned as soon as he turned to the trainers and official-owned Pokémon to see the lab empty and the door recently opened. Oh well. They will find out. XXXXX. So is this the last of the sites, Serena? We need to check all this in so we won't have to carry it all once we start again on Route 14. Ash asked since he and his Pokémon were dragged by Serena on a shopping trip through all the north side of the city. It was a golden opportunity for a girl like her since the blackout from days ago had prohibited access to most of the city beforehand. And the poor trainer and Pokémon had to carry the heavy bags all the way while Serena only has the box for a decoration ring. Of course Ash. And from what I heard, Route 14 is the worst of the trails in all Kalos. Absolutely hideous and disgusting, but we do need to see it all to feel in the Pokédex. Serena said with a grumbly tone. She knows about Route 14 and she hated it from seeing on paper. But then again, every strong Pokémon starts from humble beginnings. Even the Pokémon trained to the level of Elite Four. Right. Ash grumbled himself. And then comes to a halt when a man came out of nowhere and caused something of a crash into each other. Thankfully, nothing was spilled over on the dirty pavement. Sorry about that. No harm done. May I help with those bags? That man in armor asked and Ash just politely refused. No reason to force a stranger to help them with their problems. If not, then maybe I can assist you to where you can rest after a long day of shopping. Once again, Ash turned it down in the gentlest way possible and the man in armor kept at it until. Ash. We can't just keep saying things like this to a stranger. And especially not to him. Serena bellowed at her boyfriend who along with everyone else, sweat dropped at such volume, it was even attaching the attention of everyone else on that same street. Perhaps the young lady is right, Ash Ketchum. You might need to accept even the offers from someone persistent but well known. The man in armor said. I have seen it happen myself, that accepting offers from the right people and showing them proper respect might give you the help you still need with your skills in Pokémon in general. Excuse me. We don't even know your name. Ash retorted and Serena acted like her boyfriend was insulting someone of high status that demanded respect from commoners. Where are my manners? The man chuckled. My name is Wickstrom. I have heard of you, Ash Ketchum. Everyone is calling you, the Iron Trainer. Like you are going to be my succeeding expert in Steel-type Pokémon. Ash didn't know what to think of this man. Not with a haircut with his black hair pointing out like curved blades, there was some kind of golden star at the forehead. He looked middle-aged and his voice was something out of a knight from the 11th century. And the same can be said for his outfit. It was like he dropped out of the medieval ages and into the modern times. In detail, he wore no helmet. The shoulder plates were overlapping plates that each had a bump in the center at the end. The armor at the wrist end of the arm made like an open socket, the metal gloves had no fingers except for the fingers. On his torso was a breastplate and metal skirt, held together with a single simple belt, open to show the black uniform underneath. There were golden pokeballs on his left side. His legs had slick armor as well, with a similar bump at the kneecap. His feet were encased in strange shoes that were connected to the leg armor. There also some gold to be noted along with the metal armor, at the collar, as an arch at the under half of the chest, at the middle section of the gloves, at the end of the arm sockets, around the edges of the steel skirt, making some kind of lower cape on the backside, at the above end of the leg armor and finally at the tip of the foot armor. Well, yes, I am Ash Ketchum. I don't know anything about an iron trainer. I just happen to train 5 steel-type Pokémon. Ash said in a humble tone that made Wickstrom smile at. And all while, they both were ignoring Serena looking like she is seeing a ghost or something. Oh, I assure you that there is such a thing. And I had been hoping to meet the Iron Trainer for myself. Wickstrom replied. And to add to my good fortune, I was not only able to find you here but to witness your gym battle. Ash wasn't surprised about a trainer finding him here in Lumio City, the very center of all Kalos. But I thought Clement said that nobody saw us fight other than the both of us and his younger sister Bonnie. Ash pondered and Wickstrom chuckled once again. I am sure that young Clement has said a lot of things. His youth and his eagerness to prove himself as both a gym leader and an aspiring inventor. If only he will take it a lot slower to balance all that out. Wickstrom remarked and Ash nodded in agreement. Ash Ketchum. The raven-haired trainer nearly jumped out of his skin at the volume of that voice. Do you have any idea who you are talking to? No one spoke and just stared at Serena after her outburst. No. This is Wickstrom. He is one of the Kalos Elite Four. Serena finally came clear and Ash and Pikachu then widened their eyes. And they turned back to Wickstrom, creaking their necks with disbelief on their faces. Okay children. You got me. And I was hoping for a relaxing change of pace from the constant challenges. You won't believe how many trainers want to fight a member of the Elite Four as soon as the word gets out. Seabold is the lucky one, he is the one that is only as busy as a restaurant cook. Everyone else has their own ways of getting pressured. Ash was tempted to glare at Serena for selling out a person like Wickstrom. But he instead bowed and made Serena do the same. Sorry about that, sir. Please forgive us. Wickstrom laughed. If you want to make up for this, then you will treat me to my favorite place. And if you know anything about me, at least one of you will know where it is. Later. Now that was a good meal, I missed this place. Haven't found the chance for this in 6 months. Wickstrom just finished a cup of tea and a full plate of food. And don't worry anymore. I know the owner and he has treated me without any trouble from the press or the Kalos trainers. We now can talk in peace. Thank you, sir. Ash finally spoke after not saying a word and Wickstrom was the only one that ate at the Café Fonderie. 1. Can we ask some questions about Pokémon? We both just started out journeys. Ash was wondering where all that eagerness and hyper-energy he was expecting to feel in front of an Elite Four-level trainer. Perhaps it is the circumstances literally surrounding Kalos and that meeting with the 3 legendary birds from Kanto. Is that so? Then you two are lucky ones. Not many beginning trainers have such a thing when it comes to the Elite Four. After all, only one can win at the Kalos League and challenge us. Wickstrom replied and Ash nodded. He was briefed on the basics for most of the regions under the jurisdiction of the International Pokémon Corporation, IPC. But if I am going to share anything, I will need to see just how far your Steel-type Pokémon have come. We Elite Four are expected to be experts on only a single Pokémon type, not the other 17. You might need to figure out that on your own. Wickstrom continued and then extended his arm and hand as to say, let me see, in this case, Ash's Pokémon. I don't have any Steel-type Pokémon, sir. Ash does. Serena quickly made clear and Wickstrom then turned to the raven-haired trainer. Ash himself then reached for 5 of his Pokeballs. Revealing his Doublade, Poniard, Mawile, Durant, Lucario and Ferrothorn in the more open section of the café. Wickstrom smirked, and then approached every single one of them. He started to observe each steel type from various angles, muttering several things to himself and then backed away for the verdict. Nice condition. Every one of them. You truly are a rising iron trainer. Now here are my Pokémon. Wickstrom reached for 4 of the golden Pokeballs. And Ash scanned every single one of them. Klefki, the key ring Pokémon. Klefki loves to collect keys and will confront opponents with a fierce jingle of their collection. Klefki is a small, grayish-white Pokémon resembling a key ring with 4 keys on it. It has a spherical head with a white face and a small, pink oval on its forehead. 2 black circles and a keyhole form its eyes and mouth. Below its head is its pink, teardrop-shaped body with a white marking in the middle. Extending from the top of its head is an appendage, which resembles an old-fashioned key with 2 wide, blunt teeth. A thin loop surrounds Klefki, and connects at either side of the key. Hanging from the loop are various keys that this Pokémon has collected. If Klefki finds a key it likes, it will never release it. To threaten attackers, this Pokémon jingles its key collection. Klefki is the only Pokémon capable of learning Fairy Lock, which can prevent Pokémon from fleeing, and Crafty Shield, which can protect it and its team from harmful status moves. Probopass, the Compass Pokémon, and the evolved form of Nosepass. Its body acts as a powerful magnet. It controls 3 smaller units called mini-noses. Probopass is a mostly blue, rock Pokémon. It has small round eyes, a red nose that is large in proportion to its body, and a bushy black mustache that appears to consist of iron filings. These iron filings appear to be attracted by its magnetic nose. It has 3 small objects on its sides and back which it is able to control. With these mini-noses, it is able to attack opponents from all 3 directions. It has a big red hat-like magnet on top of its head, and has strong magnetism from all over its body. Aegislash, the Royal Sword Pokémon. Generations of kings were attended by these Pokémon, which used their spectral power to manipulate and control people and Pokémon. Aegislash's body is comprised of a golden sword with the blade pointing downwards. The edge of the blade is white and somewhat serrated near the tip. Its single eye, which is purple with a white, linear pupil, sits where the blade meets the hilt, where it is surrounded by black coloration. The handle is thick at its base, tapers as it progresses to the end, and is striated. 2 cloth-like arms emerge from the sides of the hilt. Each arm is primarily black and ends in lavender, transitioned by a slight whirl between the 2 colors. It carries an ornate shield in at least one of its arms. Aegislash is capable of changing its stance in the middle of battle, depending on what moves it uses. It carries out offensive moves in its blade for me, in which it carries its shield in its left arm and exposes its blade, which it uses to slash its opponents. Defensive moves are performed in its shield for me, in which it holds its shield up in front of its blade, with both of its arms crossed behind the shield. It is said to be able to detect the innate qualities of leadership. Legend has it that whoever Aegislash recognizes as a worthy leader is destined to become king. Indeed, this Pokémon has attended and served generations of kings. It is also known to use its spectral power to manipulate people and Pokémon alike. Aegislash is the only known Pokémon that can learn King's Shield, which is an increased priority move that can harshly lower the attack of Pokémon using contact moves that King's Shield halts. And finally, Scizor, the Pincer Pokémon. It threatens enemies with its eye-pattern claws, which can swing with tremendous force when used in battle. Scizor is a bipedal, insectoid Pokémon with a red, metallic exoskeleton. It has gray, retractable forewings and hind wings with simple, curved venation. Its head is kite-shaped with 3 blunt horns extending above its forehead, and dark yellow eyes. Scizor's neck and part of its thorax give the appearance of being exposed, they show black skin, and are surrounded by its raised exoskeleton. Scizor has a large abdomen with 3 black, pointed stripes below the waist. The female has a larger abdomen than the male. Scizor has broad shoulders and thin, segmented arms ending in large, round pincers. Scizor's legs are defined by large hip joints, thin thighs, and wide calves, its feet ending in one clawed toe in front and another in the back. Scizor's claws are as hard as steel, and are strong enough to crush any hard object. They can be opened and closed like jaws, and are patterned with black, eye spots with yellow pupils. It will raise its claws and wave them around to scare off predators or foes, giving it the appearance of having 3 heads. Sizer is incapable of flight, instead quickly flapping its wings to regulate its body temperature. It lives in grasslands. These 4 are my pride and joy. The team that I have trained to the best of my skill, my knowledge and my abilities. The only ones better you will encounter are not here in Kalos, but to a far-off region that is more water than land. Wickstrom explained. I will know because I once challenged him, a young man with a bright future. I even taught him Mega Evolution when he defeated me in a fair fight. Defeated a member of the Elite Four? He must be the champion then. Ash remarked and then tried to cover his mouth, almost like he offended Wickstrom. But, like the textbook definition of a knight, he didn't feel that way. Wickstrom only smiled. Such perceptive skill, just like what you use in all your gym battles. Wickstrom complimented the young trainer who felt like blushing a little. I can see that you act much more mature than any other trainer I came across at your age. But since you are still young, there is still a lot you can still learn. Ash nodded and then turned to Serena who smiled and also nodded. Thank you Wickstrom. We both will like to learn. Wickstrom was silent for a moment, then he showed an expression that resembled a teacher, proud of the determination of his students. Very well. Please pay attention. And Wickstrom described the basics before getting to a lot more complicated material once the sun finally set. XXXXX. After everything else that happened in Lumiose City, Ash had been having a ball. Those last few days of training from Wickstrom had practically gave him so many ideas of combos and tactics to train his Pokémon in. And on Route 14, which connects Lumiose City with Laver City, there was a lot to explore. And while this route wasn't the most romantic in Kalos, there were a lot of new Pokémon to encounter. These were to be found in the grass sections. Weepinbell, the flycatcher Pokémon. Weepinbell looks like a plant and covers opponents with a poisonous powder in order to catch them. Haunter, the gas Pokémon. Haunter can watch opponents by hiding in walls and slips through anything in its way. Quagsire, the water fish Pokémon. Quagsire has an easygoing nature and doesn't care if it bumps its head on boats and boulders while swimming. Skorupi, the scorpion Pokémon. It grips prey with its tail claws and injects poison. It tenaciously hangs on until the poison takes. Carnivine, the bug catcher Pokémon. Carnivine latches onto tress in marshes and lures its prey with its sweet-smelling saliva. Carablast, the clamping Pokémon. Carablast live in forests and fields, and often hide in trees or grass when threatened. They can also defend themselves by spitting acid. Shelmet, the snail Pokémon. Shelmet closes its shell to protect itself from attacks. It also produces and spits out a poisonous, sticky liquid. And with these in horde encounters only. Ekans, the snake Pokémon. Ekans curls itself up in a spiral while it rests. Assuming this position allows it to quickly respond to a threat from any direction with a glare from its upraised head. Bellsprout, the flower Pokémon. Bellsprout's thin and flexible body lets it bend and sway to avoid any attack, however strong it may be. From its mouth, this Pokémon spits a corrosive fluid that melts even iron. These were found in the swamp. Stunfisk, the trap Pokémon. Stunfisk hides itself in the mud and then delivers an electric jolt when its prey touches it, smiling all the while. Gumi, the soft tissue Pokémon, and the weakest of all dragon types. In order to keep its body moist, Gumi lives in places where it's dark and damp. Finally, they decided to fish for some Pokémon and they encountered these, Poliwhirl, the tadpole Pokémon and the evolved form of Poliwag. Its highly developed muscles allow Poliwhirl to move efficiently on land, plus it is even more agile in water. Barboach, the whiskers Pokémon. Barboach's sensitive whiskers serve as a superb radar system. This Pokémon hides in mud, leaving only its 2 whiskers exposed while it waits for prey to come along. And Whiscash, the Whiskers Pokémon and the evolved form of Barboach. Whiscash has strong territorial instincts and goes berserk when any enemy approaches, creating earthquakes. But the only Pokémon that Ash and Serena each had ever caught was a Poliwag. Poliwag, the tadpole Pokémon. It has no arms, but its tail makes it a strong swimmer. Poliwag resembles a blue, spherical tadpole. It has large eyes and pink lips. There is a black and white swirl on its abdomen, which are actually its internal organs showing through its semi-transparent skin. The swirl looks clearer after it eats, and the skin is very elastic so that it will not break if the Pokémon is bitten. The direction of the belly spiral differs by area, with the equator being thought to have an effect on this. It has newly developed legs that are poor at walking, and no arms. Its long, mostly transparent tail makes it a powerful swimmer. Because of its ineptitude on land, Poliwag is more likely to be found swimming in small freshwater ponds and lakes. But there is more to it than a simple catch for both trainers. To them, it felt like destiny to meet the pair of Poliwag, one male and one female, whom happened to be brother and sister. Flashback begins. Can we just get this over with? I am just about tired of this route. Serena, of course, was the one complaining about this trek through a swamp, dirtying even the clothes she wears for long-distance walking. She couldn't understand how Ash can take the swamp water and Pikachu, the smell of it all. SSH. Ash then suddenly shushed his companion. Serena looked a little offended about it but didn't say a word. Do you hear that? Serena titled her head in confusion. Then she did hear it, the cry of lost ones. Serena will know, that was how Ash had found her years ago back in Kanto. Now look. Serena took a peep and saw what was making that sound. Under a leaf that was barely big enough, were a couple of Poliwag. And they were huddling, like leaves in a cold fall breeze. The sight nearly broke Serena's heart. Come and help me. She then heard Ash speak up and saw that he was climbing one of the nearby trees. Not that good of a climber, Serena tried anyways. And it was difficult, every branch looked further and further apart the higher she went up. Here. Serena looked up and saw Ash descend with leaves that were slightly bigger than the one those Poliwag were using. Taking one, both trainers got back to where the Poliwag were huddling. Hey! The two Poliwag were startled to hear Ash's voice. When they saw him, they tried to huddle closer and deeper into the leaf. But Ash playfully lifted the leaves so the Poliwag won't hide anymore. We are not here to harm you. We want each of you to have one of these. One of the Poliwag was growling while the other hid behind it, so Ash just wrapped the leaf around it. That Poliwag then noticed that Ash had no intent to harm it and that the leaf was surprising warm. Come Serena, it's your turn. Serena found it very hard since the remaining Poliwag was shy and preferred to hide behind the first one. That Poliwag tried to assure it, but Ash politely asked that Serena will do this herself, to prove herself as a capable trainer with even wild Pokémon. But this didn't help Serena anyways, that Poliwag still won't comply. You two are lost. Serena suddenly said, seeing that she wasn't getting anywhere while offering the leaf to the second Poliwag. You don't know where to go. You feel like you can't get back home or find your way again. This got the interest of both Poliwag. Years ago, I got lost. It was supposed to be a game, but I got lost in the woods in a faraway land and I was a lot younger. All I could do was to try and call for my mom to come find me. Serena halted to wipe some tears that were just forming in her eyes. She shouldn't be crying in front of these Poliwag, or they might think she is just saying this for a guilt trip and some sympathy. That won't solve the problem. But then a Poliwag came, just you. I now think it was a sign. The two Poliwag said nothing and yet did nothing. Because following that Poliwag, was him. The two Poliwag then turned to Ash, who remained silent throughout the story. He found me, told me his name and even helped when I got a sore foot. He even showed me the way out of the woods. He didn't care if I was a stranger, I needed help and he gave me help. Serena then took a chance and lowered herself to the same height as the Poliwag, not one backing off. Don't tell anyone yet. He is my hero. The two Poliwag then looked up to Ash like a pair of children watching a superhero in action. Ash had a good idea of what Serena just told them and chuckled. So please. Serena then broke the moment to get their attention. I know we are strangers, but I am not leaving until you get yourselves warm. Please take it. Serena asked of the other Poliwag, and that tadpole Pokémon didn't budge for its spot. This finally gave Serena the opportunity to wrap it with the leaf, like she had been meaning to. And when the Poliwag was wrapped nice and snug in the dry leaf, it bounced around at how warm and comfy it was. Cute. Very cute. Ash spoke up at last. Now stay warm and I am sure that you will find your way home. Good luck. Ash then gently took Serena's arm and led her back on the trail. She was a little disappointed because Serena actually enjoyed being around those two Poliwag. That was adorable, since she started to get a little peeved around Pokémon after a Poliwag from years ago had caused her to sprain her ankle in the first place. But then the trainers felt something brushing against their legs. To their surprise, it was the exact same Poliwag from before. And they were still wearing their leafy wraps. Ash asked why they were following them and not trying to find their parents. That was when Ash had realized something horrible. The Poliwag were orphans. That was why they were lost and without a home. Forced to spend their days under a wet leaf until whatever fate finds them first. But if that fate did find them before the trainers, it determined that the Poliwag will meet Ash and Serena and go with them. Orphans who received something out of a good deed by a stranger often follow that same stranger like ducklings to a man if he was the first thing they see. Whatever the case, these Poliwag were orphans, and now Ash and Serena can't leave them anymore. Ready to be a mother, Serena? Ash jokingly said, and to add wood to the fire, the two Poliwag made their own successful version of what is coined as the big puppy eyes, eyes that anyone with a heart can't back down or deny. Serena had broken down after only 10 seconds after hearing that joke and seeing those eyes when she was about to glare at Ash. Flashback ends. And after that very special encounter, right before arriving in Laver City after a tough trek through the swamp-invested Route 14, Ash and Serena took in the little Poliwag like lost children. Half the time they spent in Laver City, aside for recovering and resting up, was to take care of the pair of tadpole Pokémon. After looking up everything basic about Poliwag, Ash and Serena had spent several hours getting it all down from the book and from the pair themselves. Slowly but surely, the two trainers started to feel like parents. At least they didn't have to worry about diapers and crying in the middle of the night like they were dreading from human babies. Of course, this was also a chance for Ash and his Pokémon to be familiar with taking care of the young. Ash temporarily recalled his Talonflame and Gogoat in exchange for a couple of his steel types on hand. The Scorching Pokémon actually showed some parenting skills in using his Flame Body ability to literally warm up to them. Meanwhile, Gogoat had some skills as well with his new move, Milk Drink, which helps either the user or other Pokémon recover their heath, in the latter case at the cost of some of the user's own heath. Also, Ash couldn't leave out his Pikachu and his 4 main Steel-type Pokémon. And Serena took the opportunity to gain some experience with the young Poliwag along with helping her own Pokémon gain some experience. Her Braixen and Kangaskhan showed some definite parenting skills. Meanwhile, Cubone bonded with them as their older brother. It helped that Cubone understood what's like to be an orphan, a story that the Poliwag appreciated. Serena's recalled Dino was also able to help both trainers keep track of Poliwag's health, even after admitting them at the Laver City Pokémon Center. Then came the day. Well, this is going to be an interesting gym battle. Going against a Fairy-type expert, and Fairy types are rare as it is. Ash said, looking at the Laver City gym, a house built into a tree. Serena squeezed Ash's hand hard, with her other hand holding the Poliwag orphans. Polly. Wag. Ash smiled to hear the sound of children cheering their dad on in those tiny voices. Thanks everyone. I will do my best. End of chapter 15. Ash, the Iron Trainer. The doll house and the factory takeover. Previously on Ash, the Iron Trainer. Then came the day, well, this is going to be an interesting gym battle. Going against a fairy-type expert, and fairy types are rare as it is. Ash said, looking at the Laver City gym, a house built into a tree. Serena squeezed Ash's hand hard, with her other hand holding the Poliwag orphans. Polly. Wag. Ash smiled to hear the sound of children cheering their dad on in those tiny voices. Thanks everyone. I will do my best. Once Ash entered the Laver gym, he found himself in a room that happened to be a dead end. The doors and windows were just wallpaper, and the only one that worked was the one he used to enter the gym in the first place. That was when he noticed some strange yellow, large discs in both opposite corner of the door. They were big enough for Ash to step on, so he tried it, and he suddenly appeared in another room. Greeting trainer. Our gym is like a doll house. See that you will find the portal that takes you to the gym leader, Valerie. Ash smirked to hear the sound of female trainers talking in unison. I will certainly try. The trainer in the room above, the one connected to the front entrance, had a den, and this one. Azumarill, the aqua rabbit Pokémon and the final evolution of Azurill. Azumarill lives in rivers and lakes, and while in water its body color and pattern confuses its enemies. When Ash found himself in the room just right of the first one, he faced one of these Pokémon. Aromatisse, the fragrance Pokémon and the evolved form of Spritzy. Aromatisse can create many scents, some unpleasant enough to opponents to gain the advantage in battle. Further in the dollhouse of a gym, in the second floor room on the left this time, Ash encountered a trainer with a Klefki and these two. Kirlia, the emotion Pokémon, and the evolved form of Ralts. Kirlia uses the horns on its head to amplify its psychic powers, and when this occurs reality becomes warped, and future events can be seen. Granbull, the fairy Pokémon. The evolved form of Snubbull. Granbull has extreme fighting power due to its heavily muscled jaw and its strong teeth and tusks. The last room with a trainer was back on the right side of the gym and on the top floor this time. Slurpuff, the meringue Pokémon and the evolved form of Swirlix. Slurpuff's keen sense of smell is especially sensitive, much more than people's. All these fairy types were thought ones for sure, but Ash did bring his 4 steel types that he hatched from eggs. That and those 3 mid-evolution Kanto starters from Lumio City were also on his team. It was about time they proved their worth in the best way possible, fighting in a gym battle. Ash had to backtrack a few times after challenging and beating every trainer in the gym other than the gym leader. But he was finally able to find a path by trusting his instincts and made his way to a room at the top and in the middle, the only room he didn't try yet. And it looked like a decorated room from some kind of temple, and there was barely any future to be seen. Greeting trainer. Welcome to my Pokémon gym, my doll house. Ash didn't know what to make of this trainer, but he definitely can make her out to be the gym leader. Valerie? Ash asked, and the trainer nodded. Valerie was a brunette that had a clean hairstyle, most of it was dangling down in a neat fashion, while a couple of stands were in the shape of ribbons, hanging in front and each on both sides of her head. Her attire looked like a fancy dress with a corset and a skirt, with small shoulder blades. Her lower attire seemed to be all black except for some pink at the tips and soles of her boots. There were some kind of purple, large ear-like appendages sprouting from both sides of her head. But what was the most distinguishing characteristic about Valerie were the extremely large sleeves that seemed to be fairy-like. Then you know why I am here. If you wish to battle, then I accept. We both will fight to win. Good luck. Valerie spoke and bowed. And Ash did the same before reaching for his first Pokeball. XXXXX. Please come out, my little Mawile. Out of Valerie's Pokeball came the Deceiver Pokémon that Ash had recognized as one of his own. But Ash won't use his Mawile just yet, but a Pokémon with a single advantage to Mawile's typing. Go, Wartortle. Valerie raised an eyebrow to see Ash send out a water type for his first Pokémon used. Start off with Water Pulse. Wartortle created a spiraling sphere of water and sent it at Mawile. Use Iron Defense, please. Valerie asked of her Pokémon and Mawile focused its defenses to rival that of actual steel. And this helped Mawile better absorb the blow from the water pulse. Now then, Fairy Wind. Valerie commanded and Mawile sent out an enchanted gust of wind at Wartortle, sending him into the air. Now use Crunch. Wartortle was scared in the air, wondering what to do. Withdraw. Hurry. Wartortle then heard Ash's voice, without a doubt. And he increased his defenses by sinking into his shell and adding on to his defenses. That was why the large jaw of Mawile didn't hurt as much. Now shake off with Rapid Spin. Wartortle smirked from within his shell and dove down to the ground while spinning Mawile around on his shell, with that large jaw still attached to it. And Wartortle was able to land a bad hit on Mawile once they reached the ground. Now use Water Pledge. Wartortle slammed one of his fists on the ground and shot out a row of water columns towards the shaken Mawile. But then came the deceiving Pokémon from the smoke, using Iron Head. Protect. Wartortle tried to put up a protective barrier but failed and instead flinched at the sheer might of the otherwise ineffective move. Now use Crunch. Valerie commanded and Wartortle screamed with pain at that strong and painful move. But then Wartortle was sent back into his Pokeball all of a sudden. Thanks Valerie. This might help us with training once this is all over. Now, come forth, Charmeleon. Ash said and sent out the mid-evolution flame Pokemon. Use Fire Spin. And Mawile found itself surrounded by a barrier of fire. It was bad enough for a steel type to go against a water type, the one that resists steel type moves. Now, he has to go against a fire type that also resists steel type moves, and what isn't commonly known is that fire types also resist fairy type moves. Use Scary Face and then Fire Fawn. It was a technique that this Charmeleon perfected personally. When using Scary Face after initiating a fire spin, creates the image of a fiery demon gazing on the target Pokémon. And this one had allowed Charmeleon to move on Mawile, to land a Fire Fang attack. Mawile was unable to battle anymore after that. But when Valerie returned her Pokémon, Ash also did the same. Charmeleon wanted to finish what Wartortle started. I will send him out later in this battle. Very well Ash. Mr. Mime, it is your turn. Out came the barrier Pokémon that Ash had once or twice encountered in the Reflections Caverns. A Mr. Mime huh? I have just the Pokémon for this one and needs all the experience he can get. Pawniard. Ash said and released one of his initial 4 steel Pokémon out on the field. And Valerie slightly widened her eyes. I thought that you can only encounter Pawniard out on, never mind. Valerie decided not to reveal too much to Ash and every other open ears. A nice Pokémon to use but I am still the Laver gym leader. Mr. Mime, kindly used Fire Punch. Ash and Pawniard were shocked to see Mr. Mime charge with Fist of Flame. That will do some serious damage. Iron Defense. Ash shouted and Pawniard did what Valerie's Mawile just did moments ago. But while the damage was cut in half, the burning effect of Fire Punch was still lingering. Now use Metal Claw to get him off. Pawniard then scratched Mr. Mime with the ferociously of a wild animal and with a silvery glowing single claw, while also increasing his attack power slightly. Try for a guillotine. Brick Break. Please. Valerie finally commanded and her Mr. Mime rushed at the charging Pawniard with its single finger claws glowing and extending to twice each their length. Once both Pokémon passed each other and landed their hits, Pawniard lost its elongated fangs and fell to the super effective Brick Break attack. Now Fire Punch. Metal Sound. Ash called out for his Pawniard, still lying on the ground. But the sharp blade Pokémon managed to get up and rub its fangs to shaken Mr. Mime up. But that still didn't save him from the merciful Fire Punch. Pawniard, return. Ivysaur, come on out. An Ivysaur. Use Psychic. Valerie wanted to know why Ash sent out a poison type. After all, Mr. Mime is one of the few fairy types to have an advantage over poison Pokémon that can cover its weakness to poison moves. Sludge Bomb. Ash called out and Ivysaur coughed up some gunk that landed on Mr. Mime before its psychic can do any real damage. Now use Toxic. Ivysaur then sent out streams of poison from the large, open flower on her back. Now use Growth. Try to ignore the pain Mr. Mime and use Fire Punch. Double Edge. Ash called out as soon as Valerie was done with her commands. And Ivysaur charged at Mr. Mime harshly, preventing the barrier Pokémon from using its Fire Punch. Now use Giga Drain. Ivysaur then released vines that tied up Mr. Mime, skinning the health energy and adding onto her own, effectively healing after the psychic attack and doing a ton of damage to Mr. Mime, helped by the metal sound from moments ago. Thank you Mr. Mime for everything. Valerie said as she returned her Pokémon while Ash returned his for the same reason as his Wartortle. It is your turn, Sylveon. Ash never seen such a Pokémon before, it was like seeing the embodiment of beauty and cuteness in a physical form. Sylveon, the intertwining Pokémon and an evolved form of Eevee. Sylveon affectionately wraps its ribbon-like feelers around its trainer's arms as they walk together. Sylveon is a quadruped, mammalian Pokémon covered primarily in pale cream-colored fur with pinkish feet, ears, and tail. There are 2 bows on its body, one on its left ear and one around its neck, from which 2 feelers adorn it. The bows are pale cream with pinkish centers, while the feelers are pale cream with pinkish and blue tips. It sends a soothing aura from these feelers to calm fights, and will also use them to hold hands with its trainer. It has short, slender legs and small paws with 3 visible toes on each foot. Its eyes are blue with white pupils and no visible sclera. When its mouth is open, 2 pointed teeth can be seen on its upper jaw. Its furry pinkish tail is slightly curved in a crescent shape. Okay then, a pure fairy type. Go, Charmeleon. Valerie was getting harder to amuse with Ash's choice of Pokémon against her own. Smoke Screen. Ash called out and Charmeleon released a literal smokescreen that threatened to lower Sylveon's accuracy. Swift. Valeria commanded and Sylveon released some stars that always hit their target, the one thing about them that covers their very low power. Take them with Metal Claw. Ash knew that and instead of trying to dodge the never-missing stars, Charmeleon just tore them apart before they could do some damage. Now keep the smokescreen up. Charmeleon also had this special combo technique that Ash had been practicing with. Try using Quick Attack. Valerie spoke and Sylveon begun to move at blurring speeds in order to avoid Charmeleon's smokescreens. But Charmeleon instead made his move in a widespread area and thus, Sylveon happened to miss its target. Now ignite with Fire Fang. Ash spoke with a slight malicious smirk on his face and Charmeleon then acted a lot the flamethrower weapon, igniting special gas to create flames that spread through the entire battle area. And even though the field is officially torched and so was Sylveon, Charmeleon was impervious to heat as a fire-type Pokémon. Use Fairy Wind. Valerie had finally lost her calm composition. And that move barely did anything but then, Giga Impact. That was short, clean and painless when Sylveon charged with greater power than a takedown and a double-edge move. And Charmeleon never knew what hit him. Thanks Charmeleon. Now come out, Doublade. Ash had made a wise choice in Pokémon. Now Sylveon can't use Giga Impact again, not against a ghost-type Pokémon like Doublade. First, use your new power trick. Doublade then glowed multicolored and to any experienced trainer, that meant the attack power and defense power of the user are being swapped. And since Sylveon still is feeling the energy dry side effect of Giga Impact, so it couldn't move just yet. Now use Iron Defense and then Iron Head. Now, any boost or reduction to Doublade's power will not be affected by Power Trick after it is used. Iron Defense will help increase the defensive power not swapped with the low attack power. Doublade then charged with its center turning shiny and harden. Use Double Team. Doublade hesitated in mid-direction to see Sylveon finally move, with speeds to make illusions of itself. Recover as much energy as possible to use Shadow Sneak. Ash called out and Doublade nodded and stopped himself, then he dove into his shadow, to strike every single one of the illusions until the sword Pokémon landed a hit on the real Sylveon. Use Reflect. Sylveon had placed up a strong barrier between it and Doublade's attack. And it managed to take in most of the power behind the Shadow Sneak. Now use Psych Up. Sylveon then glowed bright white, receiving the same boosts or reductions made on Doublade. Iron Head. Ash called out, not taking any more chances with this Sylveon. Double Team. Valerie called out, hoping that this time, Sylveon won't fall for the same trick twice. But she had no idea that she and her Pokémon just did. When Doublade's Iron Head landed a hit anyways. You just never bother to look up that Doublade's and its pre-evolution's only ability is no guard. Ash remarked. With it, the user always hits and the user is always hit. A fine trade-off, don't you think? Valerie actually surprised herself by growling at Ash for this turnabout of events. You are such a darling trainer. Now meet a Pokémon that I send out for an occasion like this one. Valerie finally settled down, returned her Sylveon and released her final Pokémon, an Audino. But I thought that Audino were pure normal types, Valerie. My girlfriend even has one on her team, so we should know. Ash commented and Valerie nodded. Yes, that is why we usually do this first. Valerie then jiggled one of her sleeves to show an accessory, an attachment to the edge of her wing-like sleeves. And it was a prefect sphere-shaped jewel that had the pattern of a mega stone. Turning back on the Audino, Ash saw a similar glimmer in the fur. Audino, reveal your true self. Your true power, through evolution. Mega Evolve. Ash couldn't even look away from the light that surrounded and morphed Valerie's Audino. He just took out his Pokédex again to scan this new and improved Audino. This Pokémon has now activated its Mega Evolution. Now it is a normal and fairy type. Its ability is now Healer, which has a good chance of healing an ally after a certain PRD of time. When Audino Mega evolved into Mega Audino, it becomes both heavier and taller. The patterning on its stomach, now completely cream, is covered by what resembles a flared lab coat. Most of its body becomes white with pink tips in 4 places, one on each ear and near the edges of its coat. Its eyes turn pink and its ears stand upright with longer, collier feelers. Its tail becomes larger and a smaller tuft of fur is centered on its chest. 2 additional, curled feelers extend from under this extra tuft of fur. White fur covers its feet with 2 small tufts on the heels. Mega Audino can release pulses that reduce hostility, and the secondary feelers can put those who come in contact with them into a deep sleep. Now I see. Anyways, Doublade, return. Ash spoke up and returned his sword Pokémon. Against a normal type, Ghost-type moves won't work and those are Doublade's best moves. Durant, come on out. It was time for Ash's Iron Ant Pokémon. I see that you have a team filled with nothing but steel types and starter Pokémon. Valerie remarked. I train my Pokémon to never let type advantages determine anything about a matchup. Flamethrower. Mega Audino took in a huge breath and released a steady stream of flames at Durant. Dodge with agility. Ash called out and Durant was able to avoid that move. Flash Cannon. Durant then released a cannon-shaped blast of silver energy that landed a super effective hit on Mega Audino. But it couldn't be any stronger since a Pokémon like Durant is not adept for special moves like Flash Cannon. Fire Blast. Valerie spoke up again and Audino took a good aim before sending out a burst of flames that took the shape of the kanji for fire. But Durant dodged it at the last minute with the help from the agility. Thunder Wave. Valerie called for another move. This one managed to land on Durant, cutting down the Iron Ant's speed. Iron Head. Durant struggled through the paralysis to go at his target, but with the loss of speed, Mega Audino actually has enough time to dodge. And it did. Try another. Ash called out and Valerie chuckled at the futile attempt to use the same move but to accept different results each time. That is a good reference to Einstein's definition of insanity. How amusing, Ash, now please use Fire Blast. Valerie commanded her Mega Adino, who doesn't look that much amused either. It then proceeded to initiate another Fire Blast and sent it in Durant's way. Iron Head. Both trainer and Pokémon were shocked to see Durant run from the smoke pile and landed a hard Iron Head on Mega Adino. Now try for a guillotine. Hyper Beam. Valerie, once again, lost her cool and shouted out that command this time. But when Mega Adino landed that hot, it barely did anything to the Steel-type Durant, and since it can't move as a result, that guillotine landed on Mega Adino. Adino. Valerie shouted out, as her Mega Evolved Pokémon had fallen. Returning it, she got up and then showed her arms to be bare unlike the rest of her body. In her hands were a tray that had a single cloth on. And in the center of the cloth and tray was the Laver City Gym badge. The badge, it was shaped like the wing-shaped sleeves that Valerie wore as part of his outfit. Thank you, Valerie, now I will be able to bond better with my Pokémon. They all had their first gym battle and I bet that they want to fight better for the next one. Then he left the dollhouse via the shortcut portal, to show this badge to his girl and to the pair of Poliwag that were like their children. XXXXX. Come on. We need to go to one last place before Route 15. Serena said, pulling Ash out of the Pokémon Center. We need to see the Pokeball factory. Okay. We're coming. Ash tried to be patient, but being tugged at the arm by your girl doesn't make anyone's day. And when they came up the stairs to the factory, Ash noticed something. It's so dead around here. I thought you said that they give tours at this hour, especially this month. There isn't another soul to be seen or heard. Whatever, we have the whole place to ourselves. Ash groaned at how Serena is willing to overlook something that is clear as day suspicious. We are going on a tour before we go, and that is final. Fine. Ash could only say. Not that we were arguing in the first place. Ash wisely kept that to himself, rather than risk having that heard by Serena. But when they got to the factory. Halt. All tours are cancelled today. A guard appeared and in uniform of Team Flare appeared. The boss is doing some important business inside and we can't have any visitors. Well, I am not going anywhere unless you let us in. Serena retorted, and pretty soon, they started arguing until the guard went for a Pokeball. Fine. If you want in, brats, then you will need to get through me. And that guard had a new Pokémon for the Pokédex to scan once it was sent out. Toxicroak. The Toxic Mouth Pokémon, and the evolved form of Krogunk. Toxicroak's throat has a poison sac, and its poison stirs and becomes even more potent when it croaks. Toxicroak is a dark blue and teal, bipedal Pokémon resembling a poison dart frog. Its head bears a gently upward curling spike which seems to be a part of the skull. Its eyes are bright yellow, sinister and intimidating, with a small snake-like pupil. Its mouth gives an appearance of a mouth guard, with its red upper lip curling upward at the ends in a very intimidating manner. Underneath its chin is a bulbous red vocal sac, which is smaller on a female Toxicroak. It has 3 fingers and 1 large red claw on the back of each hand. These claws on the backs of their hands can channel poison. Its forearms have 2 black rings encircling them. Its legs are muscular and seem to be adapted for speedy attacks. It has 3 toes on its feet, with a red middle toe on each foot, and a sharp spike which juts out of its heels. Underneath the pelvic area are 2 white horizontal lines. Thick black lines run down the sides of its body and surrounding its limbs, making them seem as if the limbs are detachable. The black lines go up into its face and surround the eyes before meeting in the middle of its snout, just above the upper lip. By croaking, Toxicroak churns the poison stored in the poison sac on their throat for more potency. Toxicroak gives off poison with stings, though it can poison when touched. It can be cruel and fearsome, or it can be quite laid back, relaxing on rocks and in marshes, studying the views around it. Toxicroak lives in moist areas around bodies of water. Use mud bomb. The guard shouted and Toxicroak exhaled a lump of mud from its mouth at Pikachu, who dodged it. Ground-type moves are such a bother for an electric type like him. Thunderbolt. Ash called out and Pikachu sent a huge surge of lighting at Toxicroak, sending the toxic mouth Pokémon to its knees. Another one. Damn it. Use revenge. The guard commanded, and while Toxicroak had to bite down on its tongue to ignore the pain and weariness. It was necessary to carry out revenge, which is doubled when the user is hit. And the hit Toxicroak sent was quite the dozy. Now use poison jab. Discharge. Ash thought quickly and Pikachu was able to stop Toxicroak with a widespread discharge attack. What's more, once Toxicroak was hit, so was the Team Flare guard. Send them flying. Pikachu smirked at that certain command and honed his electricity to hold both Pokémon and trainer in midair. It was like Pikachu was holding them in a hand and arm made of lighting, before sending them out of sight. Great job there, boys. Serena said in awe while Ash treated Pikachu's tiredness and bruise from that revenge attack. Now let's get going. XXXXX. After that guard was done in and taken care of, Ash and Serena plowed through the rest of the Team Flare agents and had to work their way through the maze of the factory, with the help of the conveyor belt and the catwalk. In order to reach the ones in charge of the Team Flare takeover, the conveyor belt had to set in reverse, allowing the two trainers to reach the president's office. And once they got there, with all due respect, Mr. President. Ash and Serena recognized the outfit as Team Flare scientists. But they were definitely not at the Kalos power plant. You should consider our offer. Your employees will not be harmed as long as you agree to ship everything single Pokeball to Team Flare and including your latest project. He won't, Team Flare. Ash spoke up before the trouble, uniformed man at his desk could respond. We made that you will not do any more harm as long as we are here. Go Manectric. Go Leopard. Ash quickly scanned the new Pokémon sent out. He only had a few moments, these trainers don't wait for nobody. Manectric, the discharge Pokémon. Manectric collects electricity from the air, creating a thundercloud above its head. Its mane gives off a strong electric current. Manectric is a canine, quadruped Pokémon. Its body is mainly blue with a spiky, yellow mane on its head and yellow tufts of fur on its haunches and around its front feet. Its mane sticks straight up and has 3 points. It has a jagged upper jaw, red eyes, and holes on either side of its head that seem to be its ears. Each of its paws has 3 claws. Its blue, spike-like tail is bent at a sharp angle. Manectric gathers electricity its mane and then discharges it. This process creates thunderclouds, which it uses in battle. Since lightning falls in its vicinity, it is said to have been born from lightning and make its nest where lightning has struck. It lives in grassy areas, and often appears in front of people. And there was the other Pokémon. Leopard, the cruel Pokémon. Well known for its beauty, Leopard uses the element of surprise when battling opponents, attacking before they can react. Leopard is a slender, purple feline Pokémon speckled with yellow rosettes. Its fur patterning is considered attractive to many trainers. It has a pink mask marking over its eyes, a pink nose, and small yellow markings over its green eyes. It has 2 pairs of long yellow whiskers, and a tufted yellow underside. Its lower legs are yellow, and each small paw has a pale pink pad. It has a long, curving tail with a sickle-like shape toward the tip. Leopard has well-developed muscles that allows it to run silently and strike opponents from behind. It has also been known to vanish and reappear without warning. Go! Lucario! Come, Braixen! Ash and Serena had chosen their Pokémon and both of them readied for a battle with those who don't fight fair. Those scientists just gave off dishonor and dishonesty as well as cheap perfume. Bite on that big fox, Manectric. One of them, named Celosia, shouted and the discharge Pokémon charged for Serena's Braixen. But block with Bone Rush. Being an electric type, Manectric acted like he tried to bite on fortified steel when he tried to do that with Lucario's ground-type move. Attack and get it off you. Ash called out and Lucario landed a very powerful hit and Manectric growled at Lucario once it stopped bouncing like a rubber ball. You sure are slow, Solosia. Leopard, use Hone Claws and slash on Braixen. The other scientist, named Bryony, spoke with discontent for that humiliation. Leopard moved, even faster than Manectric and moved around Lucario for Braixen. Power-up punch. Ash called out and Lucario hurried to stop Leopard. But Spark, Manectric. Solosia called out and her Pokémon stopped Lucario by sending a small surge of electric energy at the former's attacking arm. This caused a slight hesitation and Leopard was able to land that slash attack on Braixen. Flamethrower, get that cat off. Serena decided that this was her cue and Braixen was able to use her large, wouldn't want to fend off Leopard. Use Psychic on Manectric. With the discharge Pokémon held in place with Psychic, Ash smiled at the opportunity granted to him and his Lucario. To use Power-Up Punch. This time, Leopard had to suffer that super effective hit. And this time, Manectric couldn't stop Lucario. Now, close combat. Dodge and hit Braixen with Slash. Leopard was as quick and nimble as any feline so it moved out of the way of Lucario and landed that slash attack once again on Braixen. Aura Sphere. Ash called out and Lucario sent a ball of blue energy at Leopard. Take it with Thunder Fawn. Ash and Serena scowled at that command. What kind of trainer tells their Pokémon to be more reckless than the common rookie? And Manectric tried anyways to block that Aura Sphere with its fangs. Attack both of them with Flamethrower. Serena called out and this time, Braixen's attack was able to cover both Pokémon before any of the Team Flare scientists can make a counter-command. Now both of them with close combat. Ash followed Serena's example and with both of the Team Flare Pokémon weakened by that wide-range Flamethrower to dodge the close combat. Both Manectric and Leopard fell unconscious to that powerful, fighting-type move. Bah! Both scientists huffed at this humiliating defeat and returned their Pokémon. There will always be a next time. With that, Team Flare practically fled house. Thank you both. The president said to Ash and Serena. Here, I can give you both these gifts. They are what those thieves were after. The president then took out both of his hands, each with a large gold nugget and some kind of new Pokeball. You can tell that this is a big nugget, use it in any way you wish. But these are also Master Ball. Master Ball? Ash asked, not sure if he should take it. With a Master Ball, you have the best chance to catch Pokémon. The chances of failure are almost 0%. You can even catch legendaries with it if you encounter one. The president explained and urged for the trainers to take them. After a little while, they did. Thank Mr. President, but with an item this valuable, we should only use it as a last resort. When we don't have any other Pokeball to catch a Pokémon. Ash spoke and the president could only smile at the former's humbleness. Use it in any way you wish, like I said. Thank you, once again. Ash and Serena nodded, before leaving the president to take care of the factory now that Team Flare has abandoned it. But once they were outside, something buzzed in Ash's pocket. It was the same pocket that one of the Team Flare members stuffed his hand into. When Ash did the same, he took out some kind of gadget that then roared to life. It seemed to be some kind of advanced, holographic projector as it showed an image. We're bringing you this special bulletin. The Pokeball factory in the area around Laver City has been attacked. The identities of those involved are unknown. However, this is not expected to have any effect on the sales of Pokeball. Ash didn't care for any more word of this outrage of an announcement. Just how did this woman know about Team Flare taking over the Pokeball factory? I didn't think that word got around that fast. Serena said and Ash nodded. That is what I will like to know. Then the two trainers got a good look at this figure, clearly a woman. Not much can be seen because of the desk she was sitting in, but she was showing off her lower half in a stuck pose, not that Ash had incurred Serena's frustration by falling for it. Her pink hair had a couple of braids on the front side of her face with the rest in a more tamed and contained hairstyle. The glasses she wore had a lava red hue. She was wearing a sleeveless black shirt that exposed some of her belly. And she was wearing some kind of punk-style red pants that had diamond-shaped holes, 2 on each foreleg, and the belt was small and black. Finally, she wore simple black-heeled shoes. But whatever she was, that woman could have gotten the info from the fleeing Team Flare. Ash theorized and Serena agreed, but they couldn't figure out how this fits together. An agent for the terrorist Team Flare couldn't have made a causal announcement to the public about what her organization did. XXXXX. Now with the adventure in the Pokémon factory over and with a couple of prizes for stopping Team Flare, Ash and Serena were ready to keep going and head towards the next gym. And Route 15 was nowhere near as disgusting as the swamp-invested route. In fact, it was like a romantic trip through a nature park during the fall. And the Pokémon they encountered were as follows. Mytyana, the bite Pokémon. They move primarily in packs, working together to capture their prey. Watchog, the lookout Pokémon. Watchog's body contains luminescent compounds, which allow its eyes and stripes to glow. And Fungus, the mushroom Pokémon. Fungus release poisonous spores to repel anyone who tries to catch them. For unknown reasons, they resemble Pokeball. And these were just the wild encounters. Ash and Serena had some horde encounters as well, and they found this Pokémon. Murkrow, the darkness Pokémon. Many people believe that if you see a Murkrow at night it will bring bad luck. Then there was the new Pokémon encounter in the river of Route 15. Lombra, the jolly Pokémon. Lombra is a playful trickster. If it spots an angler, it will tug on the fishing line to interfere. And Basculin, the hostile Pokémon. Basculin can be very violent, and red and blue Basculin do not get along well, frequently resulting in battles. They had a lot of fun in the leaf piles, avoiding those with rangers hiding, and the cool autumn breeze can relax anyone after a long night and a morning filled with fun and excitement. Ash and Serena even shared another kiss while the fall leaves fell. This time, they felt like a real couple, no body to make them feel awkward. It was like the day couldn't get any better. But then there was the Lost Hotel, with a dash of ruffians and a secret inhabitant that haunts any and all who dare to linger on a certain day. And unfortunately for Ash and Serena, that day was the day. Let's just say that once the trainers met this strange new Pokémon, it will one hell of an encounter with this supernatural prankster. End of chapter. Ash, the Iron Trainer. The Lost Hotel and its lonely ghost. Previously on Ash, the Iron Trainer. Now with the adventure in the Pokémon factory over and with a couple of prizes for stopping Team Flare, Ash and Serena were ready to keep going and head towards the next gym. And Route 15 was nowhere near as disgusting as the swamp-invested route. In fact, it was like a romantic trip through a nature park during the fall. And the Pokémon they encountered were as follows. Mytyana, the bite Pokémon. They move primarily in packs, working together to capture their prey. Watchog, the lookout Pokémon. Watchog's body contains luminescent compounds, which allow its eyes and stripes to glow. And Fungus, the mushroom Pokémon. Fungus release poisonous spores to repel anyone who tries to catch them. For unknown reasons, they resemble Pokeball. And these were just the wild encounters. Ash and Serena had some horde encounters as well, and they found this Pokémon. Murkrow, the darkness Pokémon. Many people believe that if you see a Murkrow at night it will bring bad luck. Then there was the new Pokémon encounter in the river of Route 15. Lombra, the jolly Pokémon. Lombra is a playful trickster. If it spots an angler, it will tug on the fishing line to interfere. And Basculin, the hostile Pokémon. Basculin can be very violent, and red and blue Basculin do not get along well, frequently resulting in battles. They had a lot of fun in the leaf piles, avoiding those with rangers hiding, and the cool autumn breeze can relax anyone after a long night and a morning filled with fun and excitement. Ash and Serena even shared another kiss while the fall leaves fell. This time, they felt like a real couple, no body to make them feel awkward. It was like the day couldn't get any better. But then there was the Lost Hotel, with a dash of ruffians and a secret inhabitant that haunts any and all who dare to linger on a certain day. And unfortunately for Ash and Serena, that day was the day. Let's just say that once the trainers met this strange new Pokémon, it will one hell of an encounter with this supernatural prankster. So this is the Lost Hotel? Serena asked as both she and Ash gazed at its ruins. It was like no one has touched this Lost Hotel. No doubt that is just a name given to a place that nobody goes without a good reason. It is a hotel, for the ones who are lost. Remind me, why are we doing here? Because it will be fun to explore. And I did hear that there is a rare Pokémon that can only be found in the Lost Hotel. Don't tell me you are not excited. Ash explained and had an expression a kid will use to convince his mother to let him have an adventure, and Pikachu was somehow able to mimic that expression perfectly. Fine. But when we are done, we are not staying another minute. I hate this place already. Serena finally gave in and huffed her way down the staircase into the Lost Hotel. And it turns out that there weren't any other trainers than those two, just wild Pokémon who made the ruins their home. There were Magneton, Electrode, Ponyard and Klefki. Among the many Pokémon that were inhabiting the ruins, the only new ones were a species that were like living candles. Litwick, the candle Pokémon. Litwick appear to be helping to guide the way of people by illuminating areas that are darkened, but in reality they are actually leading them to the ghost world. They feed off the life energy of people and Pokémon, and use it as fuel for the flames on their heads. Then there were the ones found in the trash cans before disappearing. Trubbish, the trash bag Pokémon. Trubbish prefer to live in dirty places like garbage dumps. It is said they were born when a chemical reaction occurred between an abandoned trash bag and industrial waste. And their evolved stage. Garbodor, the trash heap Pokémon and the evolved form of Trubbish. When Garbodor inhales garbage, it becomes part of its body. The fingertips on Garbodor's right hand spray a powerful liquid poison. And since those Pokémon were creepy and hostile, Ash and Serena never even considered catching one. But they did get a few more entries into the Pokédex and a lot of experience under their belts. But before they could leave. Rattle rattle. There is that sound again. It's maddening. Ash shouted and Serena and Pikachu couldn't agree more. They knew one thing about it, that the sound was of a rattling trash can. But there were trash cans all over the place. Where is the one that is being rattled? There. Pika. Ash then pointed towards a trash bin that was being violently shaken, making the exact same noise from before. Come on. We can cut it off before it escapes. Ash called out and the trio hurried over to the trash bin and, in their craze from the confusion and frustration, violently swung the trash bin off the ground and into the air. And when the trash bin landed back on the ground, bounced as bad as a brick on concrete. It tumbled around in a painful manner before stopping on its side. And out came something that he'd been stalking and harassing Ash and company. It looked like a Pokémon. No one said anything until Ash took out his Pokédex and scanned the Pokémon. Rotom, the plasma Pokémon. With a body made of plasma, Rotom is able to permeate various kinds of electrics devices, causing all sorts of problems. Rotom has a body of plasma and is shaped like a lightning rod. There is a whitish-blue aura of electricity around it that forms lightning bolt-shaped appendages. It has teeth, and its unique, blue eyes have a dividing line across them. A Rotom? You were the one that was bothering us with the rattling of the trash cans? Serena asked, her anger and other negative feelings were lost to see such a pitiful creature. But then again, Rotom is a Pokémon and it will be very difficult for a human to communicate with a Pokémon. Pikachu, shock it. Ash said and Pikachu didn't hesitate. He shot out a shot of lighting at Rotom. The move didn't do any damage, but it did get Rotom's attention to face Ash's Pikachu. Then Rotom sent out its own lightning strike and Pikachu acted the same way before jumping down to the ground, at equal eye field. What are? Serena was clueless about what is going on until Ash stopped her. Relax, Serena, they are only speaking to each other. Serena still looked confused. Like our voices can go through electric wiring, electric Pokémon can communicate with each other through their electric surges. And this is unique to only electric Pokémon. And after a couple of minutes of doing just so, Pikachu nodded and climbed back on Ash's shoulder. Then Rotom floated up to a height that the 10-year-old trainers can have equal eyesight with it. Ash briefly turned to Pikachu, who nodded once again. Were you really playing pranks for a laugh? To Ash's and Serena's surprise, the Rotom shook its plasma head. Then it had an expression of regret and loneliness, like it didn't realize that it had been taken for a cruel prankster by simply shifting between trash cans and shake them. Then Serena spoke up, to get the Rotom's attention. You were playing like hide-and-seek. To her surprise once again, Rotom brightened up and nodded faster than a baby shaking its rattler. I guess that you were so lonely, you wanted to play with us. But you could have just asked and we would be happy to play with you. Ash then said, and Rotom got a little sad and nodded. It showed that it was sorry for the trouble it had caused and felt a little bad for treating the first company it had seen in a while with such rudeness. Well, we still have plenty of time to play with you, Rotom, then we need to find a good place to spend the night. We will like to be fully rested to keep going. Ash then said before Rotom playfully crashed into his chest, obviously in utter joy. Then it did something that will never get old, just predictable. Rotom went and found an empty Pokeball and made itself get caught. Is it a gift or just random luck? Ash thought to himself as he got ready to play with Rotom and its new friend until it was time to hit the sack. XXXXX. After eventful evening, Rotom actually led both trainers to a secret spot where barely any wild Pokemon goes to. It was a perfect place to spend the night since they did lost time during that entire chase through the ruins. Of course, their map of Kalos shows another trail that branched off from Route 15 and leads back to Lumino City. While Ash and Serena are in no hurry back, they did want to encounter every Pokemon possible in Kalos, so they decided to get some more distance by exploring this new route. They planned to backtrack and continued on their way to Dendemil Town, just before the next Pokemon gym in Onistar City. There were new Pokemon on Route 16. Phantump, the stump Pokemon. Phantump come from rotting tree stumps that have been possessed by spirits. Lonely forests are their preferred habitat. Phantump is a spirit possessing a rotten tree stump, and lives in abandoned forests. It is a wispy, grayish-black Pokemon. A small tree stump covers its head, with a single, wavy branch situated on either side and extending upward. Each branch has two small, green leaves near its tip. Phantump's red, oval eyes are visible through two holes in the body of the stump. On its body is a pair of tiny, stubby arms and a wispy tuft on top of its head. Its mouth appears to be on the stump itself rather than on Phantump's body. It is said that in forests where humans seldom tread, the stumps of the very biggest trees become Phantump. People that happen to enter the forest may be led astray by Phantump, as they are capable of imitating the sound of children's voices. Phantump along with its evolution Trevenant are the only known Pokemon capable of learning Forest's Curse, a new status move that forces the target to become a grass type in addition to their usual typing. Serena found one that she called Cute and caught it. But that wasn't the only new Pokemon that was caught. Both her and Ash had caught a specimen of the same Pokemon species. Pumpkaboo, the pumpkin Pokemon and the pre-evolved form of Gourgeist. Pumpkaboo's eyes can glow, which lights the way for travelers. They often sleep in the ground. Pumpkaboo is a bipedal Pokemon that resembles a pinkish pumpkin. It comes in 4 different sizes: small, average, large, and supersized. The pumpkin body has a pair of circular holes carved out of its rind that resemble eyes. The ghostly body that lives in the pumpkin is black with a pointy collar, yellowish eyes with no visible pupils, a pair of fangs, curved ears and a curled stem. Pumpkaboo can release light from the holes on its body, making it similar to a flashlight. The spirit residing in the pumpkin is trapped in this world. Pumpkaboo can carry wandering spirits to where they belong, so they can move on. It and its evolution Gourgeist are the only known Pokémon that can learn Trick or Treat. Like with Forest's Curse, this adds ghost to the target's usual typing. Of course, they couldn't help doing one thing now that they both caught a Pumpkaboo: trade it. And soon, they each had a Gourgeist, just like the one that Ramos of Coumarine City had in his Mega Evolution battle. Now, Ash and Serena were able to try out the two forms of Mega Gourgeist like Ramos explained once Ash had beaten him during their gym battle. Then there was the other feature of this route, its Battle Chateau. It felt like an eternity since the last time Ash or Serena had encountered one of the few Battle Chateaux located in Kalos. XXXXX. Sure has been a while. Ash said, staring at the castle that are built in a few points on Kalos to house the Battle Chateau. It was better than all the trainers in the region having to go to the only place with the Battle Chateau. And as I recall, you became a Viscountess when your Fennekin finally evolved into a Braixen. Yeah. Serena sure didn't like to remember that. I am still a Viscountess while you are still ahead. You are an Earl. Then Serena felt Ash tug her towards him and squeeze the life out of her. I am sorry that you feel that far behind. That was why I suggested to take this route. I was especially excited for you once I figured out that Route 16 had one of the few battle chateaus in Kalos. Now you can battle harder than ever. You do want to go to the next level, right? Ash then got a childish kiss on the lips, something that they didn't do since prior to Sillage City. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and kiss some trainer butt. Ash didn't know if that passion, excitement or both in that voice. Thankfully, there wasn't any old maids around to scold Serena and ruin the good mood. And what a good mood Serena was in. After all, she was able to become a countess, female counterpart to an earl, in only a couple of hours. After all, she had trained her Pokémon hard for another session of Battle Chateau duels, Pokémon like her Kangaskhan, Mr. Mime, Phantump and Gourgeist. Her cub one was still too young of age to have a battle, especially with trainers of the Viscount level. Ash was also on a roll, challenging trainers left and right, improving them as well. This session had caused only little experience for his Pikachu, his 4 steel types and his Greninja. It was his trio of Kanto starters that have really benefited from challenging all sorts of Pokémon. They still needed a burst of experience to evolve, more like the amount any Pokémon will gain in a gym battle. And his Gourgeist was a real star, shining bright even against opposing odds. But while Ash's Pokémon still had a way to go, it was Serena's starter that was just one battle from evolving, and that battle happened to be the last one Serena needed to ascend to the same rank that Ash is well on his way to obtaining. But the raven-haired trainer couldn't afford to miss this battle, so he was there to see it all. Out on the battlefield surrounded by the water from the moat, both trainers faced each other. Serena was against another trainer who needed one battle to ascend up the ranks. Whoever wins will get the promotion. This caused the stakes to be very high. Once Serena sent out her prized Braixen, the trainer took out a Pokémon that neither her or Ash had encountered before. So both of them scanned it. Cloyster, the bivalve Pokémon and the evolved form of Shelder. Its shell is incredibly strong and resistant to a bomb. Its shell only opens when it attacks. Cloyster is a black, pearl-like Pokémon. It is encased inside a light gray shell, which is surrounded by a second jagged, blue-violet outer shell casing. It has one barb-like spike protruding from above its head, and multiple conical horns on its outer shell. Its shell is harder than diamond with spikes that are even harder. Harsh tidal currents will affect the size and sharpness of these spikes. On its pearl-like face, it has 2 white eyes and a mouth. Aside from its face and head, its internal anatomy has never been seen. It typically only opens its shell to attack an opponent. However, it is fully capable of retaliating against any enemy with its shell tightly closed. With rapid succession, it launches its spikes at the foe, keeping them repelled. Once it has shut itself in, it is impossible to open its shell from the outside. This impressive defense allows it to withstand anything from a bomb blast to even a missile strike. The same projectile system it uses to launch its spikes is also used for swimming. It swallows seawater, and then ejects it towards the rear, propelling it through with siphon jet propulsion. It lives on the sea floor, nestled among the rocks and coral. Trainers, begin. Cloyster, use hydro pump. The trainer called out and the bivalve Pokémon closed its shell almost like it took in a huge breath. Or in this case, a breath of water, and shot it out in a large gust of water at Braixen. Jump and use light screen as a foothold. Serena commanded, and Braixen leap as high as she could. Seeing that the water was still going to hit here, Braixen created a pink-colored screen like a surfboard. It successfully prevented the powerful water-type move from hitting Braixen. Use spikes. But before Braixen could safely land, Cloyster covered the battlefield with sharp spikes that made landing very dangerous. But Braixen could only surf on her light screen, not fly. And the fox Pokémon had to suffer some of the damage from the spikes. Now use spike cannon. Cloyster then released a volley of spikes from its own on its body. And Braixen was cringing from the spikes digging at her skin. Use fire spin on the spikes. Serena then called out, and Braixen was fortunately fast enough to burn the spikes with a protective circle of fire. Now use Psybeam on Cloyster. Protect. That beam of psychic energy was sent clearly at Cloyster, but the bivalve Pokémon managed to create the almost all-blocking energy field. Unfortunately for Braixen, Psybeam is on the long list of moves that protect halts. Now use Icicle Crash. Cloyster then sent out thick icicles at Braixen. Use Fire Blast. Braixen took out her stick wand and sent out a huge burst of flame, in the form of the fire kanji symbol. And the icicles stood not a chance against the fire-type attack. Now use Flame Charge. Braixen then charged right into her own attack, with the leftover flame fueling the ones surrounding her body that were increasing her speed. And Cloyster couldn't get out in to avoid it. But that bivalve Pokémon was tougher and more sturdy than it looked. In fact, Braixen looked like she was the most damaged when her flame charge hit Cloyster. If you play by that, then use Shell Smash. The bivalve Pokémon itself then looked like there was second, transparent skin had just cracked like pressured glass. Shell Smash is a move that literally shatters the user's shell, cutting down defensive power. But without the extra weight, the user also gets an increase in attack power and also speed, as the user is now lighter and nimbler. Now use Hydro Pump. This time, Cloyster's Hydro Pump was much bigger and looked more powerful now that the bivalve Pokémon has used Shell Smash. Serena had to move quick, use Flame Charge to avoid it. Braixen was already faster from the previous Flame Charge, so this second one did make her faster too, but only fast enough to avoid the worst of that enhanced Hydro Pump. Now use Sunny Day and Flame Charge again. Hydro Pump again. Braixen chanted and prayed for the sun to increase in brightness and heat, affecting the audience. And then the fox Pokémon channeled more fire than ever and was able to fully outrun the Hydro Pump, also affected by Sunny Day. Bah! Use Iron Defense. Solar Beam. Serena's opponent gasped to hear why the former really wanted with the Sunny Day, to cut the charging duration for Solar Beam to half the time. And Braixen received a surge of energy into her wand, twice as fast and strong now under the enhanced sunlight. Braixen then released all that energy out of the tip of her wand in a large beam. And when that attack was inches from Cloyster, blizzard. A large gust of icy wind appeared around the bivalve Pokémon and practically blocked the solar beam. It is all coming down to this. The trainer said now that both her and Serena were at a standstill. One last move. One that will decide who is going to win this battle. Okay. Sure. Serena said, and their Pokémon readied themselves. Hydro Pump. Fire Blast. Those commands shot off like corn in a popper. And both Pokémon shot out their attack in a steady flow. Yet, this was just another standoff, each side is not going anywhere. That is, until the enhanced sunlight ran out of time. This was unfortunate for Serena. Now the fire blast had lost its advantage and the hydro pump regained its lost power. Now, the latter move can overpower the former. And Braixen started to panic when her fire blast started to fail. She was beginning to feel pain from the hydro pump. Braixen. Serena began to call out until a miracle happened. Serena's Braixen started to growl and scream through the water, feeling her owners calling out for the fox Pokémon in never-dying trust. Then Braixen started to glow brighter, even more than the sunny day. Once the glow died, Braixen was no more, and in her place was more powerful-looking and more beautiful fire-type Pokémon. Delphox, the fox Pokémon, and the final evolved form of Fennekin. When Delphox stares into the flame on the tip of its branch to achieve a focus state, it creates a bright hot spiral of fire with its psychic power. Delphox is a relatively tall bipedal Pokémon. Resembling a fox. It is covered in a coat of fur that resembles a robe. This robe is primarily dark red, with red-orange, flame-like markings near its knees, as well as a thin tuft of white fur on its torso, flanked by yellow fur draping down from its shoulders. It has 3 tufts of red-orange fur protruding out of each ear. Its forearms feature long red fur resembling sleeves, and its hands and feet are dark gray with 3 clawed fingers and toes, respectively. A tail covered in yellow fur protrudes from its robe. When its mouth is open, 2 pointed teeth can be seen on its upper jaw. Delphox carries a stick that it uses like a magic wand. When in use, the tip is set alight, and when not in use, the stick is hidden away in its sleeve-like fur. Delphox gazes into the flame at the tip of its wand to achieve a focused state of mind that allows it to see into the future. It can use its psychic power to ensnare its enemies in a fiery vortex capable of reaching 5,400 degrees Fahrenheit. Delphox is the only known Pokémon capable of learning mystical fire. Light screen. Serena shouted with awe and pride, even more when the newly evolved Delphox was able to block the hydro pump with a pink-colored screen, bigger and stronger than before. Now use Psychic. Hydro pump, one more time. That trainer must be a one-trick pony, trying that same move that is otherwise super effective until Delphox is finally hit. But Cloyster will never shot any more water for the rest of the battle. It is already being affected by Psychic, high in the air and being sent down harder than a falling brick. Mystical fire. Serena called out with all the strength and courage in her heart. And when Delphox created a circle of flames, Cloyster was toast. Serena was declared the winner of the battle and the next title of Battle Chateau Trainer and of a fully evolved Pokémon. Later that day, after a dinner courtesy of the staff at the Battle Chateau building. Attention everyone. Route 16's Battle Chateau's Turner announced and soon got the attention of all the trainers in the main lobby. As most of you are aware, one of our uprising trainers has attended the next rank. Cheers soon were heard but Turner was not finished. But this day has another surprise. One of our Viscountess had actually been promoted not one, but twice today. The crowd muttered awes and gasps to hear that. Let's give them a warm welcome. Trainers, Marquis Ash and Marchioness Serena. The crowds were so ear-deafening, that no one could hear themselves scream. But Ash and Serena didn't care. They had done it. They've proven themselves and their Pokémon to be strong. Serena feels more and more like a trainer and like Ash while the raven-haired trainer feels more confident about the upcoming gym battles. With that great day about to end, Ash finally agreed to trek back and use the tunnel that bonds Route 15 with Dendemil Town. And with the heat of the battles, it was refreshing to see snowfall once they entered Dendemil. End of chapter. Ash, the Iron Trainer. A flared conflict in an icy cavern. Previously on Ash, the Iron Trainer. Attention everyone. Route 16's Battle Chateau's Turner announced and soon got the attention of all the trainers in the main lobby. As most of you are aware, one of our uprising trainers has attended the next rank. Cheers soon were heard but Turner was not finished. But this day has another surprise. One of our Viscountess had actually been promoted not one, but twice today. The crowd muttered awes and gasps to hear that. Let's give them a warm welcome. Trainers, Marquis Ash and Marchioness Serena. The crowds were so ear-deafening, that no one could hear themselves scream. But Ash and Serena didn't care. They had done it. They've proven themselves and their Pokémon to be strong. Serena feels more and more like a trainer and like Ash, while the raven-haired trainer feels more confident about the upcoming gym battles. With that great day about to end, Ash finally agreed to trek back and use the tunnel that bonds Route 15 with Dendemil Town. And with the heat of the battles, it was refreshing to see snowfall once they entered Dendemil. Isn't it lovely? Serena asked as she gazed upon the ever-falling snow of Dendemil Town. She was even pressing her face and hands into a sheet of glass like the 10-year-old she is. And that sheet of glass happened to be the large window of the Dendemil Pokémon Center. I am sure. Now are you in your winter clothes yet? Ash said, coming out of the dressing rooms that were located in every Pokémon Center. He was in a new attire to better fit the cold weather of Dendemil, or the two locations north and south of the town, Frost Cavern and Route 17 respectively. The locals said that the cold air was the drafts coming from the blizzards around Frost Caverns that is filled with snow, icy floors, and large icicles. And Route 17 was just covered in snow. So much that it was impossible for traveling trainers to pass on foot. Too bad that the only way to the Anistar City, where the next Pokémon gym can be located, was closed until further notice. Ash asked to change in more suited clothes for the frigid temperatures because the Frost Caverns was not closed. Yes, Ash. I will. Serena said, not exactly meaning it. Even a child can tell that by how she didn't even budge her gaze from the window. But then she was pulled off like a suction cup from sticking to a slick wall. Before Serena could complain, her head was covered in woolly women's clothes. You will, now. Ash said with an edge in his tone. Serena just teased him by sticking her tongue out, before going into the changing room. What is with that girl? Later, Serena came out with her clothes that were somewhat like her usual attire but more of a winter-style theme. Okay. I'm ready to head out. Ash turned for a moment and smiled for that brief second to see that Serena goes well with pretty much any type of fashion. Why are we in such a hurry? You forgot about the blizzard coming. We can either stay the night here if you delay, or at least see the inside of the Frost Cavern and make it back to a good couple of rooms to sleep out the blizzard. Ash said, and Serena playfully glared at him. Does she delay long enough to be beaten by a blizzard coming that late afternoon? XXXXX. The trip towards the Frost Cavern was a chilly one, but the snowfall was pretty enough. Then there was the Mamoswine that seemed to be a little troubled. Is that your Pokémon? That was what Ash asked the trainer near where the Mamoswine was positioned, acting as if a friend of it was in pain and it didn't know what to do about it. Meanwhile, Serena took this chance to scan the Pokémon. Mamoswine, the twin-tusk Pokémon. As the temperature got hotter after the Ice Age, it is said many Mamoswine disappeared. Mamoswine resembles a woolly mammoth crossed with a boar. Its brown fur is very thick to endure harsh cold and protect from snow and ice. Its tusks, which are smaller on a female Mamoswine than on a male, are made of pure, solid ice. Mamoswine has a blue mask-like pattern with a white rim around its face. The fur on its muzzle is tan and shaggy, and its nose resembles that of a pig. Mamoswine's feet are black with 3 thick toes, and its tail is small. It can endure harsh cold and hunger for an almost indefinite amount of time, as indicated by a 10,000-year-old specimen reviving. Mamoswine lived all around the world during the last Ice Age, but its population thinned when the climate grew warmer. No, I just take care of him. The trainer said. This is just the Mamoswine that often carries trainers throughout. All the other Mamoswine had retired once they reached the age they couldn't even carry a baby across. So what happened? Ash asked, feeling a little worried for this Mamoswine. The expression on its face was undeniable and unmistaken to be of great concern. This Mamoswine looks like he saw a disaster happen in front of his eyes. I had no idea, to be honest. But often, This Mamoswine takes a break from Route 17 and goes to the Frost Cavern for some reason. The trainer answered. But he always went inside the caves and then comes out the next day. This time, Mamoswine has been doing this for a week now. What's more, he doesn't even want to go into the caves, that seems to be worrying him. Well, I wish that I can help, but we do want to see the inside of the Frost Caverns before the blizzard comes. Ash said, to be regretfully honest. The trainer didn't seem to be offended, however. That is fine. I helped keep Mamoswine company and he helps me stay warm, even in the worst weather that comes around here. We will be just fine. The trainer replied, and for a short moment, Mamoswine looked grateful towards the trainer before panicking in one place again. But I will hurry myself, I know about the blizzard. It is coming a little early than predicted. Okay then. Ash said and grabbed Serena by the hand, ignoring the blush on her face. Thank you and good luck with Mamoswine. Ash then got a little gentler with Serena and her hand, all towards the entrance of the cavern. Once they got inside, it was like a free lunch of wild encounters. In fact, every single Pokémon inside the Frost Cavern cannot be encountered in the wild anywhere else in Kalos. Jinx, the human-shaped Pokémon. Jinx is known for expressing its many and varied feelings by dancing around in graceful and rhythmical motions. Piloswine, the swine Pokémon and the pre-evolved form of Mamoswine. Piloswine's entire body is covered with fur, which makes it hard to see, so it uses its nose to sense its environment instead. Beartic, the freezing Pokémon. Beartic's frozen breath can create fangs and claws made of ice. It lives in frigid northern areas. Cryogonal, the crystallizing Pokémon. Created in snow clouds, Cryogonal make ice crystal chains and use them to capture prey. Bergmite, the ice chunk Pokémon. Bergmite's body is covered with ice, which is used to protect against opponents. Its cracks are fixed with cold air. And then there was the horde encounters. Smoochum, the kiss Pokémon. Smoochum's lips are quite sensitive, so it uses them first to investigate objects. Vanillite, the fresh snow Pokémon. Vanillite is created from ice crystals that are illuminated by the morning sun. Its breath is 58 degrees below zero. Cubchoo, the chill Pokémon. Cubchoo evolves into Beartic. Its constantly runny nose is the source of its energy and its sniffles power its moves. They were actually having fun with the last three. For being so young and weaker compared to the other wild Pokémon, these were more like little children looking for a big brother and a big sister to play with. And for the long while, Ash and Serena had enough fun to fill a barrel. No, make that a dozen. Anyways, they were so much that they lost track of time. And when Ash felt a breeze up his spine, coming from the outside. Oh no! The blizzard is here. Serena gasped in shock from hearing that. Now they can't hope to leave the cavern until the blizzard passes over. And that was reported to end sometime tomorrow afternoon. XXXXX. Ash. I thought that all we were going to do is take a good look in the Frost Cavern. Ash sighed to hear the caves echo with Serena yelling out her voice box. He was also looking forward to a comfortable room to wait out the blizzard. I wasn't the one that wanted to play with the little Pokémon. For the 100th time, Serena. Ash spoke to face his traveling companion. They came to us to play. How could you blame me for not wanting to leave you in the caves during the blizzard? Serena didn't say another word and just grumbled. And with the blizzard outside making it nigh impossible to get back to Dendemil town, there was only one thing to do in the Frost Cavern. That was to explore most of the cavern before they freeze to death. At least they had fun with the rooms that had floors covered in ice, icicles and stalagmites. That meant the two trainers had to maneuver on the ice and around the obstacles in order to move forward through the Frost Cavern, right to the very core of it. That seemed to be where the cold, frigid winds seemed to be coming from. And just when Ash and Serena had finally figured out the biggest room and thus the biggest ice puzzle, hold still. You beast! The two trainers and Pikachu heard the sound of what can only be a trainer of malicious intent, by no regular trainer either. They hurried through the tunnel that was echoing off the walls and shaking the entire cavern. Once they got into another room, it was a medium-sized one compared to all the other rooms, bigger than most and smaller than the others. And in this room was a woman dressed in clothes that were similar to the Team Flare scientists from the Kalos power plant and the Pokeball factory. To confirm this, she had a Team Flare grunt on both sides. And then there was the beast in front of them. Ash had his Pokédex on silent mode, so that it will show the entire on just words instead of its voice. And it read: Abomasnow, the Frost Tree Pokémon. Abomasnow. Live quietly on mountains where it always snows. They make blizzards for camouflage. The Abomasnow is a large, bipedal creature covered in shaggy, white fur. It has pale purple eyes with bushy eyebrows and long strands of fur covering its mouth. Its hands, feet, and tail are dark green and spiky, similar to the foliage of an evergreen tree. On its back are 4 green spikes that resemble pine cones. Abomasnow lives in snowy mountains and appears only when snow flowers bloom. Once the flowers die, it retreats to isolated areas. It is able to create blizzards to hide itself. Hold still. We need you and that treasure you have for our cause. She shouted off to the mighty ice and grass type. Stupid monster, why can't you understand what we have to do for Kalos and the whole world? What she sure didn't expect was for someone to actually answer her. The same reason I don't. The Team Flare scientist turned around with her grunts copying her in shock. The Abomasnow was wondering why there were more humans and a single Pokémon sneaking up to his harassers. Now I don't believe we met. None of your sisters had that hair of a choking person with matching ugly goggles and bowtie. What? She yelled, shaking the cavern again. My hair isn't ugly and I am not wearing a bowtie. It is an ascot, you stupid boy. She yelled, and yet these 2 trainers were not to be stirred. You are the one that is stupid to think that threatening the Abomasnow is going to get you anywhere with whatever stupid plan you had cooked up. Let me guess, you were bored during lunch or something. Ash spoke in a mocking tone, smirking to see that the scientist growled loudly and looked like she was boiling all over. The name is Mabel and this is the honorable plan of our boss. Don't you dare mock it. She finally said her name, when nobody asked for it. Maybe that was why everyone in the room just raised their eyebrow. I didn't ask for a name, although I would like your boss's. No way. Mabel shouted out louder than a banshee and a boiling kettle on a portable burner. Anyways, if you don't leave Abomasnow, we will have to force you out of his home. You and what army? Mabel actually smirked through her heated face and the steam off the boiling drops of sweat. But instead of the answer she was expecting, Ash just said. You stole my line. Mabel had no idea what was wrong with this trainer until Ash pointed behind her. Just look. Mabel turned around for a second to see that the Abomasnow had caught her guards into its large and massive grasp. She was shocked. Mabel had let her guard down and her bodyguards were easily taken out. You just annoying me today, brat. If you want to fight, then so be it. Mabel then went for her Pokeball and released a Houndoom like the many before. Ash nodded. If I win then you will have to leave this cavern, after you answer to the Abomasnow. Ash said when he took out his own Pokeball. Go, Poniard. That was a risky choice, sending out a steel type against a fire type Pokemon. Ha! A brat is always a brat. Houndoom, use Fire Fawn. Houndoom coated its fangs with fire and charged for Poniard. But like his trainer, Poniard didn't even budge as Houndoom was approaching it closer and closer. Poniard, use Metal Sound. Ash called out and Poniard rubbed his claws to create a terrible sound that rattled Houndoom very violently. And Houndoom couldn't make another step towards Poniard as a result of the horrible sound echoing on the icy walls. Now use your new Dark Pulse. The effect of Metal Sound is to make the target weaker to special moves like Dark Pulse. And that status move had done the trick as Houndoom was hit with a move that matched its typing, one of the few that resists itself. That was why Dark Pulse actually did some damage to a fire and dark type Pokémon. Arg! Use Fire Fang and hit that Poniard this time. Mabel shouted cruelly to her own Pokémon that struggled to get up from the effects of the metal sound and the Dark Pulse attack. And this time, Houndoom stopped dragging its feet and actually hit Poniard this time. Shake off with Power-Up Punch. Ash called out and Poniard used the claw closest to the Houndoom and struck hard on the dark Pokémon. Again. Ash shouted when he saw that this Houndoom was actually well trained and didn't take much damage from a super effective hit. And Poniard kept up using Power-Up Punch until the sharp blade Pokémon was able to send Houndoom flying off his shoulder. With the Fire Fang biting into his shoulder, Poniard felt a little weak. But he held in since Ash is counting on Poniard to win this match. And on the upside, after using Power-Up Punch about 6 times, Poniard's attack power is as strong as it can be within a battle. Now use Night Slash. Poniard was going to use a physical attack but actually surprised all in the room when that Night Slash move was more of a special move with a long range distance. But that feat had become necessary when Maple then ordered her Houndoom to use Foul Play. That was now a dangerous move for Poniard. Foul Play may be a dark type move and ineffective against a dark and steel type like Poniard, but it uses the attack power of the target to determine its own strength. That means Houndoom's Foul Play attack will use Poniard's maxed out attack power against a sharp blade Pokémon. Double Team. Ash called out when he realized what danger Poniard will be in if his sharp blade Pokémon is hit by Houndoom's Foul Play. Thankfully the double team had confused Houndoom and caused it to crash instead. Brat. Maple was not liking how Ash was humiliating her in front of every set of watching eyes in the room. Houndoom, use Flamethrower on all those copies. Houndoom quickly recovered, used its Flamethrower attack like a vacuum cleaner to flush out the illusions one by one. Go in for an Iron Head. Everyone gasped to see that Ash suddenly changed tactic and finally went in for a direct assault. And Poniard didn't even hesitate before charging in with his helmet-shaped head hardened to the likeliness of actual steel. And when Houndoom was hit, Maple then went for a very cruel command. Foul Play, Full Power. She cheered when Houndoom used Poniard's maxed-out attack power to fuel Foul Play and did a lot of damage to Poniard, so much that the sharp blade Pokémon was sent past Ash and everyone behind him, right into a wall. And while everyone was in suspense while Poniard was still in the wall and covered by clouds of shattered ice. But hope came when a bright light emerged from the cloud of icy dust. The light that Pokémon secrete when they evolve like sweat on a hot day. And Poniard sure have evolved, with twice the height and sized half bigger. Ash scanned it during the process. Bisharp, the sword blade Pokémon. This pitiless Pokémon commands a group of Poniard to hound prey into immobility. It then moves in to finish the prey off. Bisharp is a bipedal, humanoid Pokémon. It has a round, red and black head, similar to a war helmet, topped with a golden, double-headed axe blade. Its face is primarily yellow with a black outline. The helmet shrouds most of its yellow and black face, although its triangular eyes are visible. Resembling shoulder pads, its red shoulders project slightly over its arms and have a thin yellow line where they meet its black torso. It has white, metallic hands that resemble gloves, with retractable blades attached. Encircling its torso are 2 blades, which create the impression of a ribcage. Its thighs are red and become progressively thinner as they connect to the knee. Both of its feet are metallic and split down the middle, resembling cloven hooves. These hooves are also similar to steel war boots or possibly leggings. In the wild, Bisharp rules over a pack of Poniard, and fights other Bisharp to become the alpha of the pack. The loser of these fights is cast out. When hunting, the Poniard allow the leader Bisharp to perform the finishing blow. Fire Fawn. Maple still called out for her shaken Houndoom to attack this newly evolved Bisharp. But Ash had something in mind for this event. Metal Burst. Bisharp might have allowed Houndoom to land that Fire Fawn to land, but that was because an attack beforehand will double the power of Bisharp's Metal Burst. Metal Burst is a low-priority steel-type move that is doubled in power unless the user to hit by an attack during the same turn. And this Metal Burst was strong enough to land that last powerful hit on Houndoom. The bombardment of metal fragments was too much even for the fire and dark-type Pokémon. Maple was in disbelief to see that she lost to a little brat. But when the Abomasnow loomed over her with his shadow, Maple hurried to return her Houndoom and sprinted out of the Frost Cavern. Team Flare wasn't going to bother Abomasnow or trespass in the Frost Cavern for a while. And that meant, Ash and company can finally head back to Dendemil Town. Abomasnow somehow told them that, and when they were about to leave, he took out a little thank you present for Ash. It was a Mega Stone and with a primary white and secondary green theme to fit how an Abomasnow was an ice and grass type. And its ice typing is the most showing to explain why his Mega Stone is mostly white with a green coloring at the core. Ash accepted the stone regardless and thanked the Abomasnow for trusting him with such a prize before he finally left the Frost Cavern with Serena and Pikachu, and with a newly evolved Bisharp back in his Pokeball. XXXXX. After that fiasco in the Frost Cavern, the blizzard had passed. It seemed that the Abomasnow had caused it when Team Flare started to harass and then attack it. And Mamoswine was worried about that wild Abomasnow. According to the trainer taking care of him had explained that the Abomasnow had lived in the Frost Caverns, overlooking Dendemil Town for ages. And during one terrible blizzard, the Frost Tree Pokémon brought in Mamoswine, who was heavily injured from an accident on the mountaintops. Ever since then, Mamoswine wanted to reply the Abomasnow by becoming friends with it and the town that the latter helped protect. And Mamoswine thus started to carry trainers down the nigh impassable route, and that was what happened with Ash and Serena. Hearing that Ash and Serena defeated Team Flare and saved his best friend, Mamoswine was more than happy to carry the two trainers through the snow. It was a good return favor. And the two were able to add a couple more entries to their Pokédexes. Starting with this one. Delibird, the DLVRY Pokémon. Delibird's most unique attack is giving presents. However, some of these presents have been known to explode. Sometimes, Delibird's presence can actually restore energy to its opponents. Then there was the Pokémon that Ash had caught because he was interested in the species, and it also tied in Abomasnow's gift, a Snover. Snover, the Frost Tree Pokémon. When the weather turns cold, Snover moves to lower elevations. It returns to the mountain's snow-covered summit in spring. Snover is a creature with a white upper body and brown lower body that resembles a snow-covered tree. It will be 2/3 brown if male and 2/3 white if female. It has green eyes and 3 points on top of its head. Its feet and green tail are stubby, and there are 2 green spikes that resemble pine cones on its back. 5 cones form its hand, a large central cone with 4 smaller cones around it. Edible white berries grow along Snover's midsection. Snover lives on snowy peaks in warm seasons, but migrates lower as the weather cools. A curious Pokémon, it often approaches people and can be found inspecting footprints in the snow. The little guy sure did put up a good fight against Ash's Charmeleon and his Doublade despite the type disadvantages. That had piqued Ash's interest. This was a Pokémon with potential. And that was why Ash felt like he won the lottery when he did catch his new Snover. What's more, it will be soon for Snover to evolve into an Abomasnow like in Frost Caverns. But while it was short and easy but rewarding for Ash, it wasn't the same for Serena when she came across the right Pokémon for her. This one was notable for being feisty in addition to being an aggressive thief, a Sneasel. Sneasel, the sharp claw Pokémon. Sneasel can extend or retract its claws instantly during attack. Sneasel is a bipedal Pokémon that resembles both cats and weasels. It is primarily bluish-black with 3 bright red feathers for its tail and a single one on its left ear. The other ear is short and pointed, and it has narrow red eyes. On its forehead and chest are yellow, oval markings. It has red eyes with black eyelash-like markings on the edges. It has long limbs with 2 large, retractable claws on its hands and feet. Sneasel is a notoriously vicious Pokémon, which is perfectly capable of using its claws to do substantial damage. The claws are also used for climbing trees in its forest home. Sneasel steals eggs from unattended Pidgey nests. Sneasel has been known to form pairs to hunt. One will lure the parents away from the nest, while the other steals the eggs. Its move, Beat Up, allows it to call on its teammates to attack its opponent. Well, anyways, it was different since Serena actually had to learn something crucial of understanding and bonding with one's Pokémon the hard way. If done wrong, she screws it up and probably will never be able to look at another Pokémon, wild or captured, in the same light. She might have to quit her journey early and leave Ash as well. It all started with this moment after they both encountered this Sneasel and used the Pokédex. "He sure looks cool, OWW." Serena shouted when that friendly Sneasel then clawed at her leg. And that Sneasel did this after appearing from the deep snow once Mamoswine took them to the mouth of the exit to the route. It was like, this Sneasel didn't want them to leave just yet, as if this Sneasel was interested somehow about the trainers and wanted to test them about something. Something that Serena sure isn't passing just yet. "What did I do? Serena?" Ash then cut her off and then glared at her as hard as the Sneasel is. That expression stated something of, you know what is wrong. And after a while, Serena took a closer look at the Sneasel, more specifically, the feather above the left ear. "You were right, she sure does." This time, the Sneasel lost her glare and then hugged Ash's leg with awe and affection in her face. She looked like a little girl who had been reunited with her big brother after a while of being lost. What a way to get the best of a wild Pokémon by getting their gender right. It's no problem. Serena, on the other hand, felt her heart hurt as bad as the wound on her leg to see that Ash had gotten Sneasel to warm up to him, despite being an ice type. She really wanted a Pokémon like that one because that Sneasel was everything that Serena wanted to be. The Sneasel was independent, unafraid to show what was on her mind and can make an atmosphere of self-confidence. Serena. The said girl was taken out of her stupor to feel another passionate kiss on the cheek and Ash playfully touching her hair, turning her head downwards. To see Sneasel looking up with a neutral expression. "I knew that you were thinking that I have beaten you to the punch. That Sneasel will rather go to me instead of you. So I asked for a favor of her. Now try again and show us what you learned today about Pokémon like her." Serena then realized that Ash could have kept Sneasel. Any human being that gets something in a much better way than another will feel the irresistible urge to keep it. They deserve it and they may never get to do again in their short lifespans. But Ash didn't. He didn't catch Sneasel and kept her. Instead, gave Serena one last chance for not her but Ash to catch this Sneasel. Ash. Serena thought to herself and then turned her attention to the Sneasel. "Hello, Sneasel." She had to start off awkward and yet Sneasel didn't stir a bit. "Maybe I shouldn't say that I am sorry. She looks like she doesn't want that. I do want to apologize for what I said so careless. What can I do?" Still, Sneasel said nothing. Then she charged and tried to claw at Serena. "What?" Serena had no idea what is going on but she was surprising herself by dodging that surprise attack expertly. She had no idea that she had the reflexes or even the speed to compete with the species that was the fastest of all Pokémon that can still evolve. She also noticed that Ash did nothing about this and just stood in one place, with a stern and stiff expression on his face. Serena could do nothing herself, just dodge and move out of the way of Sneasel's swipes and clawing at her. Just how is that Serena is doing this when Sneasel was able to claw at her leg with ease before? "Enough!" Serena shouted after getting a little tired of having to do the same thing over and over for seeming no good reason. And Serena realized that words weren't going to get anywhere with this Sneasel so she did something that she might later regret. Serena actually moved behind the Sneasel and pulled the sharp claw Pokémon into a bear hug. Sneasel cried out and begun to fight back like a cornered animal. She clawed and scratched at Serena's arms and hands in order to get loose. But kept getting frustrated when Serena's hold. All the poor trainer could do is ignore the blood and the pain and kept hugging. And then, Sneasel lost her mojo, lost most of her strength from clawing and moving her arms for so long. Pretty soon, Sneasel was too tired to even move her arms. "It's okay. It's okay," Serena said in a whispering tone that only Sneasel could hear. And as much as she wants to keep at it with Serena's grip, Sneasel was still too tired. "I am sorry. I truly am." Sneasel still was stubborn and tried to get free. "I promise. I promise that I am sorry. I want you, Sneasel. You are everything that I want to be as myself." Sneasel then stopped and was a little shocked. No one ever said such things to her. They all just want the cool Sneasel on their team or just want to show her off as a golden catch. But this trainer wants her for her personality? What kind of a person is Serena? "If I let you go, what will you do?" Serena then said. "Will you go out there, as tired as you are now? Or will you stay and see the world with us? You have so much potential. We will love to see you taking the world head on and staring at it in the face, telling it to bring it on. That is what you want, I know." Sneasel then just lost any energy to even budge from her spot in Serena's arms. The blood was starting to bother her nose, it was torture. Then Serena finally moved her arms and Sneasel couldn't stop itself from falling onto the snow below, covered in the trickles of blood from the scratches. Then she started to whimper, unable to do anything in the snow and surrounded by the smell blood invading her nose. Serena felt as if her heart was shattering to see a very proud and independent Sneasel act like a beaten child, forced to the ground so she can see her favorite stuffed animal teared apart. "I can help you. If I don't then I will learn and not make the same mistake. I will help you, Sneasel. I have seen the world. It is beautiful, especially in a lot of places, and there are all sorts of others like us and like you to encounter. The world is a fun place and that is why we love it. And you will love it too. I promise." Serena then kneeled down and held down her hand. And Sneasel stared at it for the entire time. And then cried to see Serena looking down with nothing but sadness and compassion, nothing else. "Sneasel L," she said, and used what little strength in her bones to place her hand into Serena's. End of chapter. Ash, the Iron Trainer. Anistar then Terminus, home of a great secret. Previously on Ash, the Iron Trainer. Serena felt as if her heart was shattering to see a very proud and independent Sneasel act like a beaten child, forced to the ground so she can see her favorite stuffed animal teared apart. "I can help you. If I don't then I will learn and not make the same mistake. I will help you, Sneasel. I have seen the world. It is beautiful, especially in a lot of places, and there are all sorts of others like us and like you to encounter. The world is a fun place and that is why we love it. And you will love it too. I promise." Serena then kneeled down and held down her hand. And Sneasel stared at it for the entire time. And then cried to see Serena looking down with nothing but sadness and compassion, nothing else. "Sneasel L," she said, and used what little strength in her bones to place her hand into Serena's. "How are you holding up, Serena?" Ash asked his Kalo's native companion. She had been in a sour mood since that encounter en route, but it seemed that Serena was doing just fine with her new Sneasel. Right now, they are waiting in the Pokémon gym of Anistar City. Sneasel was still in careful healing for a serious case of exhaustion. Serena's wounds were quickly treated to prevent any chance of them getting infected, which can happen if the cuts and scrapes were left to the cold air and the elements. "I will be fine," Serena said with a sullen tone. Almost like she had disappointed her younger sister and broken a promise with her under 1 minute. All Serena could think about was her newly captured Sneasel and the possibility of failing to connect with the Sharp Claw Pokémon. "I will be fine," Serena repeated with a voice of a child about to crack under stress. Ash had an unsettled frown on his mouth to hear that. "Okay." He finally spoke up. "Take your time and let me know if you need anything. Meanwhile, me and my team need to get ready for the day that we will try the Anistar City gym." Serena just nodded and her expression didn't even budge. And so, 3 days have passed. Ash had stayed true to his word. When he wasn't practicing tactics with his Pikachu, his 4 Steel-type Pokémon and his 3 Kanto mid-evolved starters, he was tending to his friend in the dumps. Getting her something to eat when she skipped meals, a drink of water on once every occasion and helping her get into bed after curfew. But Ash didn't like on how this was getting to Serena. She might need to have her mental status checked. 3 days Serena. Ash spoke up during their lunch time. I had hoped that 3 days will be enough, but you still haven't realized Sneasel out of her Pokeball since you had her checked at the Pokemon Center. This has been going on too long. I told you that I will okay. Serena could only say, and Ash wasn't going to take that and walk away. Why can't you just leave me alone for once? I can do this on my own and you know that. It's you that doesn't know that I can't let you do this alone. Ash retorted, and Serena didn't seem to take it softly. I can handle my own business, Ash. Why can't you just mind your own? You are my business. Your future is my business. Your happiness is my business. And why is that? Are you trying to control my life? What kind of a friend are you two? I am the kind of friend that has a girl who lies to herself about what friends are for and can't even move on. Ash roared louder than an enraged animal. Unless you fix your mess right here and now, I will have to find another girl to call my friend. Serena widened her eyes to hear Ash actually yell back at her and even glare with eyes filled with anger and disappointment. That last outburst hurt the most. That was the worst she had seen in Ash's eyes. What is worse, it was all directed at her. The rules of a trainer are clear. If you prove to be irresponsible of even one Pokémon, then you will have to give up your license to capture and train Pokémon. And that means you will lose whatever rank you had in the battle chateau. No, no. Serena started to realize that she had let time escape her and ignored everyone else around her. No. Ash didn't even stir from that outburst. What you need to do is simple. Realize your Sneasel, feed her and be honest with her. That is all your Sneasel wants if you wish to feel like a trainer again. Ash then got up from his seat. I am going to blow off some steam and I wish to see you make some progress by nightfall. And here. Ash then causally tossed some kind of claw in front of Serena. You will find a better use of that than I can. You will find out how soon enough. Serena couldn't even whimper to see her best friend stomp his way out of her sight. Frustration and disappointment in its finest was what she could see in his posture. Ash. After a while, Serena finally reached in for the single Pokeball on her belt. And out of it came Sneasel. Or at least what is left of her. Sneasel looked like was stuck in a well for a week, almost starved to death, and with an expression of salivation after a while of being in complete darkness. She looked a lot paler than the average ice-type Pokemon. Here you are. Serena filled a feeding bowl to twice the capacity and slid it in front of Sneasel. She didn't want to sound desperate to Sneasel after 3 days of neglect from all that depression that Serena didn't know what to do with. Thankfully, for her at least, Sneasel didn't care about any of that when she saw all that food with her name on. Serena watched in complete silence, seeing that Sneasel wanted food in his belly instead of words through her ears. And when Sneasel ate till her belly was full, Serena wanted to start the painful discussion with her dark and ice-type Pokemon. However, Sneasel saw the claw that Ash had just gave Serena and acted like a kid with an early Christmas present. Sneasel even ignored her enlarged belly to just grab the claw and bounce around, happier than Serena can imagine for a Pokemon like a Sneasel. You really want that claw? Serena finally spoke loud enough to grab Sneasel's attention. But when the sharp claw Pokemon finally laid her eyes on Serena, they didn't show anger or coldness. Instead, they showed regret and yet happiness at the same time, like Sneasel confirmed what Serena said and is sad about something else entirely, both in one package. But why? Aren't you strong? Even without that razor claw. It does help you by giving a better chance to make your targets to flinch in battle. Serena was interrupted when Sneasel moved as fast any other, to steal her Pokédex. And yet, Sneasel didn't run away with it. Instead, she opened the Pokédex and typed on some of the keys before Serena gently took it back. The Pokédex was set by Sneasel to be back on the entry about the species in general. But then Serena saw something that she overlooked. This Pokémon has yet fully evolved. A separate region named Sinnoh has discovered several new evolutions to many species of Pokémon from Kanto to Hoenn. Sneasel has an evolution that requires one to hold a razor claw and level up during the night time. You wanted to evolve but couldn't do it alone. Is that why you wanted to be caught, because we trainers are your best hope to evolve? Serena asked and Sneasel nodded at both accounts. Then Sneasel lost her happy mood when both of them remembered just how did Serena caught the former. Well, why not? Sneasel then looked up to Serena. Let's train. Train until nightfall and then you will be able to evolve. The Sharp Claw Pokémon looked like she couldn't be any happier. And the two of them did just that. They trained personally for the rest of that afternoon. They even decided to skip dinner time because they felt too excited to stop then. And when the sun finally disappeared over the horizon, it was time for Sneasel to start glowing and changing. Weevil, the Sharp Claw Pokémon. It signals its companions by using its claws to leave mysterious markings on the surfaces of trees and ice. Weevil is now a bipedal, weasel-like Pokémon with a pale gray body and several feathery areas. It has a bright red crown and collar made of wide feathers, and a single, thinner feather on each ear. Weevil has 2 tail feathers and 3 claws on each paw. There is a yellow, oval marking in the center of its forehead. Its eyes are red with 3 eyelashes, and 4 fangs protrude from its upper jaw. Weevil is devious and intelligent. It usually lives in cold, icy areas where it forms small packs. A pack of Weevil uses teamwork to take down its prey. It can communicate in the form of carving patterns on trees, ice and boulders. Okay, Weevil. Serena said in a soft tone, unsure of what else to say. But the newly evolved Sharp Claw Pokémon did turn to her direction. Is this what you wanted since we first met? Someone to help you evolve because you always found it impossible to do so. It was because you needed that razor claw in order to do it. Weevil. The dark and ice type actually smirked before doing the one thing that Serena never thought will happen. Weevil actually hugged her. She only did that once before, when Ash defended her honor by correctly guessing her gender right in front of Serena. Serena honestly had no idea what Weevil was trying to say, but she didn't care. You're welcome, Weevil. My Pokémon, my friend. Just as Serena said those words with all her heart, her Sharp Claw Pokémon actually did what it was thought to be impossible for a Pokémon like Weevil. She cried. Tears wetted Serena's shirt. They felt rather warm coming from an ice-type Pokémon. Even they can have a warm soul. But Serena didn't mind, she just wanted to be with Weevil, to be the mother that she dreamed of being one day. XXXXX. With that dilemma finally settled, it was time. Time for Ash to take on his latest gym battle. And Olympia is rumored to be the second toughest gym leader in all of Kalos. Most trainers actually tried to do her before the others and regretted underestimating her team. The Kalos League even passed a law to trainers to follow a certain order of gym leader, ending with Olympia and another gym leader. Wulfric, of the Snowbell City Gym, was very strong and very difficult to beat. Most experienced trainers said that battling Wulfric is similar to trying to stop an iceberg in motion. And his signature Pokémon, an Abomasnow, was rumored to be nearly unbeatable, especially once it has achieved its Mega Evolution. But Ash will have to worry about that later. Only about Olympia and her team of Psychic-type Pokémon. He heard about Psychic-type Pokémon in general from as long ago as he was too young to start his journey back home. Psychic types are usually the ones that are the most cunning with their advanced intellect but also are some of the most boastful and egotistic, and their trainers reflected this trait themselves. And that couldn't have been better to say about all the trainers within the gym. Although, they did have some interesting Pokémon, most of them you can't find in the wild. Like these. Exeggutor, the coconut Pokémon. Exeggutor originally came from the tropics. Its head steadily grow larger from exposure to strong sunlight. It is said that when the heads fall off, they group together to form Execute. Reuniclus, the multiplying Pokémon. Several Reuniclus can amplify their psychic powers when they clasp hands and their brains form a network. And Gardevoir, the Embrace Pokémon. Gardevoir will use all of its psychic energy to protect a trainer it has made a deep connection with. The gym itself was like a maze linked together by portals a lot like the ones in the Laver City gym. And to decorate the gym even further were all sorts of symbols for astronomy, constellations, comets, suns, moons etc. And the maze itself were thin and nigh transparent, like they were made of some kind of cloudy glass. And below everything is the surface of a blue sun. Of course, the maze did provide some amusement to the trainers until they finally found out the path to the very center. The platform that had Olympia, master of psychic Pokémon and leader of the Anistar City Gym. Greetings young trainers. Olympia spoke like her voice was composed of many people speaking at once. No doubt because of her enlightenment and heightened minds, she is a trainer that is able to connect the best with psychic-type Pokémon. I trust that you saw us coming and know why we have arrived. Ash spoke up, with Serena no longer standing behind him this time. That dilemma with her Sneasel, later Weevil had showed her the true side to Pokémon. She longer feels afraid of Pokémon in general, and already she felt more connected to all them than ever before. Indeed. You, young man, wish to challenge me and my team for the Anistar City Gym badge. Olympia replied and Ash nodded. I am here to try for it. Just because I haven't lost yet doesn't mean that I can slack off and still make it to the league. Ash then remarked and tensed his posture that made Olympia chuckle and get into her own posture. Of course not. Shall we begin? Ash nodded and the platform soon transformed into the shape and size of the average Pokémon gym battlefield. I will go first. Sparkle with Wonder, Sigilyph. It was a Sigilyph like those from Route. Sigilyph is a spherical Pokémon, possessing 2 cyan eyes with a third on a black appendage on top of its head. Sigilyph has a pair of wings and a tail that are yellow with blue and red stripes on each of the feathers, 2 black-colored 3-toed feet, and 2 small spikes at its base. Sigilyph will use its psychic powers to attack anyone who invades its territory. Due to it retaining memories from when it guarded an ancient city, it apparently flies along the same route constantly. Come on out, Mawile. Olympia sure was even more amused to see the deceiver Pokémon arrive on the battlefield. And steel type against me and my psychic types. You sure are a cunning trainer. You are the first one that has sent out a Pokémon like this one since I was elected to be the gym leader. Olympia remarked in her echoing voice. Trust me, Olympia. I am a trainer with plenty more up my sleeve. You better be as ready as I am. I am looking forward to the second toughest gym leader in Kalos. Ash replied, and that meant no more prattle between trainers. Now it was time for action. Charge beam if you would. Olympia called out for the first move a lot like a scholar will call on one of his students in class. And as Mawile was staring down that small bolt of electricity. Use your new stockpile. Ash called out and Mawile mimicked the action of inhaling a large meal and swallowing it. This caused her body to turn purple and take that charge beam without much problems. Now use fake tears. Mawile suddenly broke down and brawled in the way a baby will when unsatisfied and not knowing what to do about it. But this successfully lowered Sigilyph to lower its guard. Now use Fairy Wind. Light Screen. Olympia was also successful in blocking that Fairy Wind, even though it is the weakest fairy-type move there is. It was the effects of fake tears, lowering the target's guard against special-type attacks. Light Screen always blocked special attacks. Now use Charge Beam. Sucker Punch. Olympia actually looked shocked to see that she had showed her plan, with a flaw. And the Mawile is able to use that flaw in the manner of Sucker Punch. What's worse for her is that Sucker Punch is a dark-type move and those work super effectively on Pokémon like Sigilyph. Ice Beam. Now Olympia knew that this Mawile was trained for her team inclusively. Perhaps showing off her Pokémon worked too well. There was no time for another light screen with Mawile in close quarters of her Pokémon after that sucker punch. Thunder Wave. Olympia now went on full counter, seeing an opportunity to turn this development into her favor for this once. Mawile just couldn't evade that Thunder Wave, successfully cutting down half her speed and leaving her at an unpredictable chance of being unable to move. Now Roost. You heal up too. Rest. Both Pokémon decided to take a breather, and while Sigilyph was able to gain a heath boost by half of its full heath, Mawile got all of it back. But now she will be at a tight one as she will remain asleep for a little while. The best of this is that while asleep, Mawile can't be paralyzed at the same time. Use Shadow Ball. Olympia now went for her own advantage with her fully awake Pokémon, to use the effects of Charge Beam to cover up moves that don't provide stab. Act out with your reflexes during sleep talk. Ash spoke calmly for the first time during this match. And it worked as Mawile actually moved and dodged like her body was acting out on its own, protecting itself from the attack. With this Mawile was able to dodge every single attack until nap time was over. This means that Mawile is up for a few more moves against Sigilyph. Charge Beam. Olympia shouted, and the Sigilyph let loose a small beam of energy at Mawile. The Deceiver Pokémon still dodged that attack. Thunder Wave. Ice Beam. Ash called out, and Mawile was able to not only dissipate the Thunder Wave but also sow some sudden super effective damage to the Sigilyph. Now Iron Head. Mirror Move. Shortly after Mawile's forehead turned to the shine of steel, Sigilyph did the same. And both Pokémon met at with hard heads, shaking the Pokémon gym. Ash could never figure out just how did smoke appear of the battlefield is nothing but energy. Whatever the case, the field was soon covered in. And Ash could do nothing but wait until, there. Psychic. Olympia had surprised everyone watching by accurately figuring out where the enemy Mawile was and successfully caught her in a psychic bound. But Ash didn't seem to be shocked or worried, but confident and smirking. I always wanted to try something like this. Fairy Wind. Ash called out, and Mawile was surprised that while the Sigilyph did have an unbreakable hold with Psychic, the Flying and Psychic type was helpless to stop the Fairy Wind. And with the gust providing some sudden lift and a strong current at that, Sigilyph actually lost concentration. That caused the Psychic to let Mawile loose. Finish with Iron Head. Sigilyph. Olympia could only shout out to her Pokémon as Mawile moved faster than ever and landed a devastating blow onto the Flying and Psychic type. And this time, Sigilyph did not get up from the fighting ground. Mawile had won the match, a point for Ash and his team. Show us your royal intellect, Slowking. Next, she sent out a new Pokémon. Ash scanned it. Slowking, the royal Pokémon. It has tremendous intelligence and intuition. No matter what the situation, it stays calm and collected. Slowking is a bipedal Pokémon with a shelter latched onto its head. It is primarily pink, with a pale yellow muzzle and scaled belly. Its feet and hands each have a single clawed digit, while the hands also have a clawless thumb. Around its neck is a spiny ruff with alternating red and white stripes. The shelter on its head has a spiral shape with two horns near the base. A red gem resides in the center of the shelter. The shelter's bite releases venom into Slowpoke's brain, causing a chemical chain reaction that unlocks a superior intelligence and extraordinary power. More venom is injected into Slowking every time it yawns. The more venom the shelter releases, the more intelligent Slowking will become. However, if the shelter on its head comes off, it will forget everything it has learned. Slowking's intelligence can match that of a human, and it constantly attempts to learn more. Its inspiration and intuition are also highly developed, and Slowking is able to stay calm in any situation and plan situations with effective results. Mawile, good job. Return. Ash actually pulled off a good return move. Mawile was on her last knees despite using rest. It must have been using half that energy in the Fairy Wind and the rest for that Iron Head on Sigilyph. So far, that was one challenging Pokémon. Come on out, Darren. You sure are going for the advantage, are you? Young trainer. Olympia said, amused rather than worried like before. Begin with curse. Slowking glowed with an ominous color that could make the royal Pokémon look like a ghost or something. But while curse then lowered Slowking's abysmal speed even more, it did increase its attack and defense power. X-Scissor. Ash called out Durant's first move, and while that did super effective damage, Darren felt like Slowking's flesh had gotten hardened and practically bounced her, dealing not much damage. Try Struggle Bug. Sorry Ash, but, Calm Mind and then Flamethrower. Olympia called out, and Slowking relaxed despite Darren attacking it with various little points of biting. Then it actually defined its water typing and let out an actual stream of fire. Darren was last seen scorched in flame. But then, as everyone looked in to see the damage, Darren was simply a doll. Yeah, and I am sorry too, Olympia. For this, X-Scissor. Olympia was surprised to see another Darren come as if from nowhere and actually did some damage to Slowking. The effects of the curse seemed to not matter to such a powerful X-Scissor. Then it hit her, you, and your Darren. Olympia never felt so foolish as to underestimate Ash. She must have been used to trainers underestimating her instead. You got it. My Darren's special ability is Swarm. Similar to Overgrow, Blaze and Torrent from all the 3 starter Pokémon. When my Darren is at or below half her full health, her Stab Bug type moves double in power. Ash remarked, and Darren smirked in her own way. Then we will stop holding back, slack off, and then nasty plot. Slowking then got up and healed with a glow of green. Then its expression showed that it came up with some bad thoughts that also increased its special attack power. Now use Scald. Double Team and then Crunch. Darren was able to evade the dangerously hot Scald attack and landed a super effective Crunch on Slowking. Of course, that was not enhanced by her Swarm ability. At least it did cancel out one of the effects of Curse by lowering the defensive power with Crunch. Now use X-Scissor. Psych up. Olympia called out, and Slowking had actually mimicked Double Team by being as evasive as Darren. Scald. This time, Darren had to really move to avoid that Scald attack now that Slowking more evasive and nimble this time. Time to take a chapter out of your book, as they say, use Thunder Wave. Ash called out, and Darren saw that she can use her evasiveness to match Slowking's and land a paralyzing field of electricity onto the royal Pokémon. Iron Head. Olympia saw that it was useless to call out for an attack since Slowking actually flinched to that Iron Head attack, which Thunder Wave didn't help one bit. Flamethrower. But for Olympia to give up now will be insulting. Her Slowking also was not to be counted out so soon. Darren was about to land another hit on the royal Pokémon, but instead had to retreat when Slowking pulled out another stream of fire before the Thunder Wave caused it to freeze up again. Slack off. Olympia called out, and Slowking halted in its tracks, glowing green with energy flooding back into its systems once again. But while that could mean the battle is going to linger, it was not to be. Guillotine. Darren appeared, faster than ever, and before Slowking could stop her. With a single snap of her pincers, the mighty royal Pokémon fell. Finally. Come and reveal your unwavering cunning, Meowstic. This one is definitely a new Pokémon. Meowstic, the constraint Pokémon. When faced with trouble, Meowstic will raise its ears and create enough psychic power to demolish a 10-ton truck. Its appearance varies, depending on gender. Meowstic's appearance differs drastically between genders, but in either form, it is a bipedal feline Pokémon with a human-like posture, digitless appendages, and 2 tails. The male's fur is predominantly dark blue with accentuations of white, while the female's color scheme is reversed. The male's ears are mostly blue with some accents of white, and the tips are pointed straight. The female's ears are entirely white, and the tips are curled. The tuft of fur between the male's ears is white and in a straight, diagonal style. The female's tuft is blue and curled. The collar of fur around the male's neck is white and in a pointy style, while the female's collar is blue with a curl rising up to its face. The male's eyes are spring green with darker green pupils, while the female's eyes are yellow with red pupils. The male's tails each have a white stripe just before ending in white, while the tails themselves end in a point. The female's tails are blue at the base and end in white fluffy curls. The male's arms end in white, and its legs are white at foot level. The female's arms end in blue, and its legs are mostly blue in a fashion resembling stockings. The organs hidden in Meowstic's ears emit psychic energy powerful enough to obliterate a 10-ton truck. It usually keeps its ears tightly shut in order to keep its otherwise uncontrollable power in check, but it will unleash this power if threatened. It usually keeps a stoic, virtually emotionless face. Some trainers adore its unsociable demeanor. The moves it naturally learns depend on its gender. The male's learned set is mostly comprised of supportive and disruptive moves, while the female focuses on all-out offense. All in all, this Meowstic is female. Ash didn't care about it that much, only about the next challenge to face for the gym badge. Durant, use entrainment. Fake out. Olympia called out and Meowstic charged to try and stop Durant. But the Iron Ant Pokémon and her trainer had something mind in case of situations like this. As soon as Meowstic struck Durant, the entrainment move was preformed anyways. Good, come back Durant. Ash recalled his Iron Ant Pokémon and then reached in for another. Let's go, Doublade. You weren't kidding, Iron. Trainer Ash. Olympia spoke up and the young boy sighed at that nickname, feeling a little overpraised. After all, he was still a 10-year-old boy. Whatever the case, Shadow Ball. But something went wrong. Meowstic didn't attack, instead dropped to the ground and looked like she lost a week's worth of sleep. What is the meaning of this? I wish that I can explain it too. Ash said, getting everyone's attention. I was aware of Durant's hidden ability, but while we were training, we both were confused when her abilities changed. Between the two of the abilities. The crowd of trainers gasped. I wasn't lying that my Durant's ability is Swarm. But we have figured out how to use this phenomenon in battle, forcing our targets to gain the ability Truant. As Ash went on, Olympia was getting a headache trying to make sense of all this. Then again, all this started with this strange stone we found. Role play. Ash was interrupted when Olympia called out for her Meowstic to actually move this time, switching abilities in inverse to entrainment. Now it is Doublade that has Truant and Meowstic has no guard. Sorry Ash, but this will have to wait until after the battle is over. We don't have all day. Okay then. Doublade. Ash called for his sword Pokémon. New course of action, slash. Doublade went in with both of his blades glowing with energy, coming in for a double slash attack, got his name together and apart in one sentence. Cool. Barrier. That was a surprise. Meowstic can gain the move Barrier as an egg move, and it looks like the gym leader's Meowstic does have it too. Anyways, Doublade's slash attack was halted. Shadow Ball. Shadow Claw. Ash revealed a very handy get-around when it came to Truant. It only activates once the user completes an action, any interruptions just resets the process. And Meowstic using Barrier was a pleasant surprise because it only presents a helpful situation for this to happen and for Doublade to try for another strike. And strike so did he. Doublade's Shadow Claw was strong to slice through the Shadow Ball and land a super effective move that had stab backing it up. Then there was when Doublade's new Truant ability had to kick in and make the sword Pokémon to sloth around. Calm mind. Ash was wondering why Olympia wasn't attacking his Doublade, to put some more pressure on him. I guess that even the toughest of gym leaders will be more fair than difficult at battling. Now stored power. Meowstic, after glowing and increasing her special attack and defense, sent out all that compressed energy at Doublade. And that sent the still helpless Doublade flying with some damage from that psychic-type move. Of course, it was time for Doublade's Truant to finally wear off. Now use Shadow Sneak and slash once you hit. Doublade moved faster than Meowstic could ever be. Once the sword Pokémon was in close quarters, he infused Shadow Sneak's priority with the critical hit ratio of slash. Shadow Ball. Olympia knew that Ash just wanted the blade to make as much damage as possible. And another Shadow Ball was all it took to land an indefinite hit that totaled the sword Pokémon. We need more work later, Ash said, taking this defeat of his Pokémon like a seasoned trainer. Go, Bisharp. It was the remaining member of Ash's 4 steel types that gave him the nickname, Iron Trainer. Role play. Olympia knew that a Bisharp knows the move Guillotine, which is what made the species so infamous. But even if the opposing Pokémon has no guard, then the Bisharp can just end it there with that knockout move. But it was not to be. Taunt. Ash commanded and Bisharp made some rude gestures that got on Meowstic's bad side, making her too angry to use any status moves like role play. Now use Guillotine. Barrier. Olympia tried to stop the guillotine, but when her Meowstic had used her egg move, it was too late. With being manipulated by Ash into gaining the ability No Guard, Bisharp's guillotine couldn't be stopped and couldn't miss, it hit Meowstic without fail. Thank you Ash for the great battle. Now here is my strongest. Olympia said as she returned her Meowstic. One final Pokeball came into view. I present the greatest mind among my Pokémon, Alakazam. Alakazam, the Psy Pokémon, and the evolved form of Kadabra. With the brain like a supercomputer, it possesses many different supernatural powers. Alakazam is characterized by its humanoid structure and large mustache. The female Alakazam has a significantly shorter mustache than the male. Its snout is long and thin, and it has long, ear-like spikes extending from the back of its head. Additional spikes protrude from each cheek. Covering its yellow, skeletal body are brown armor-like sections over its chest, shoulders, forearms and knees. There are 3 toes on each foot, each of which has a white claw. It wields a silver spoon in each hand, which act as amplifiers for its psychic abilities. Alakazam is able to lower the accuracy of its opponents by bending the spoons it wields, using its signature move Kinesis. Alakazam is able to use all forms of psychic abilities. These powers are used to move its body, as opposed to its weak muscles. It also uses its psychic powers to hold up its head, which is too heavy to be supported by its neck, due to its continually growing brain. It is said to have an excellent memory and can remember everything that it has experienced since hatching as an Abra, and has an IQ that exceeds 5, it is found in urban areas. Bisharp, go for an iron head. Miracle Eye. Olympia commanded and Alakazam focused on Bisharp, making it impossible to miss and removing any immunity to psychic-type moves. And Alakazam even allowed Bisharp to hit it with Iron Head, not that it will matter to make the Psy Pokémon to flinch. Now use Psychic. Bisharp was actually shocked to see that he, a Dark-type Pokémon, will now be harmed by a Psychic-type move. Use Thunder Wave. Bisharp tried to paralysis Alakazam when the Psy Pokémon glowed right before the Sharp Blade Pokémon did the same. And after that, both of them were paralyzed. Darn it, Synchronize. Not to be confused with the move named the same, Synchronize can cause the user's status conditions to pass on to the opposing Pokémon. Very deadly if used right. You sure are clever for someone who made a foolhardy and reckless action. Even though you did give my Pokémon a disadvantage. Olympia remarked, while muttering that last sentence under her breath. Now use Focus Blast. Hold it together Bisharp. Ash called out, and when Alakazam landed that ultra-effective hit, Bisharp actually held in. Use Metal Burst. Bisharp glowed brightly orange and released a ball of energy from all that damage back at Alakazam. Bisharp fainted to all the pain he was trying to ignore to use that last move. But a gym leader's Pokémon is not to be denied or underestimated. Thank you Bisharp, return. Now come on out Greninja. Now it was time for Ash and his fully evolved ninja Pokémon. Use Shadow Sneak. Greninja, like a ghost or a ninja, disappeared into the shadows on the battlefield and landed a super effective hit on Alakazam. Focus Blast. Olympia called out, but when Alakazam sent that ball of energy at Greninja, it just went right through the ninja Pokémon harmlessly. Psychic. Night Slash. Ash quickly countered with a command that caused Greninja to go through Alakazam's psychic harmlessly like before. Now use Aerial Ace. Another Focus Blast. Alakazam had no idea what is going on with this setup as its sphere of energy did touch Greninja, but it seemed to only scratch the ninja Pokémon, and barely did any damage. In fact, if that Focus Blast did hit Greninja, it would have been shredded on contact. Those this mean? Gasp! Olympia had finally figured out Ash's shtick. And just in time to command her Alakazam to avoid another Night Slash. Miracle Eye and Psychic. Alakazam focused its view on Greninja and actually landed a hit on the ninja Pokémon. Took you long enough, Olympia, not exactly what I had expected of the second toughest gym leader in Kalos. Ash smirked and jabbed at Olympia's image, which made the gym leader twitch her eye. A genius and a prodigy he may be, Ash was still acting his age of 10 years. Psychic. Hydro Pump. Once both moves hit their targets, it was still as clear as day to be a standoff between them. It was time to stop holding back and go all out, especially for Olympia. It is time, Ash, behold my Alakazam at his full potential. Olympia reached up to where her hair makes an arch across her forehead. Hidden underneath happened to be a key stone to match the mega stone dangling from one of Alakazam's forks since it first appeared out of its Pokeball. Keystone, let our hearts and minds link together. Behold the stars and to the ends of space, may our bond teach us the true meaning of battling. Mega Evolution. Once the light surrounding Alakazam had passed, Ash hurried to scan it. This Pokemon has now undergone its Mega Evolution. It remains a pure psychic type. It now has gained the ability trace which allows it to temporarily mimic a target's ability until it is sent out of battle. Now as Mega Alakazam, this Pokemon gains a large white beard and his mustache becomes larger and white. The armor-like sections become bulkier, and his upper body section becoming slightly shorter to reveal his thin stomach. The head becomes diamond-shaped, but it keeps his 4 spikes. Additionally, he gained a large, oval, red organ in the center of its forehead. The organ is said to emit psychic power. His lower legs become longer and slimmer and its feet become skinnier and resemble talons. It gains 3 additional spoons, which it levitates in the air above his head. And once it gazed on Greninja, its trace ability soon kicked in. Now both Pokemon have Protean to give them stab behind every move, attack or status. Recover and then Psychic. New course of action Greninja. Use Substitute. Ash called out to his Pokemon and once the Psychic attack came, it only hit a doll left in Greninja's wake, in the manner of the textbook definition of a ninja. Now use Water Shuriken. Greninja then appeared from behind Mega Alakazam and shot out Shuriken or Ninja Star weapons made of water at the Mega Evolved Psy Pokemon. Nice tactic, Ash, now use Energy Ball. Olympia commented Ash and then commanded her Mega Alakazam to use a trick of their sleeves and used a super effective hit on Greninja, gaining stab from the new Protean ability. Night Slash. Ash called out and then Greninja and Mega Alakazam went at it once again. And for what felt like an eternity, both of them face each other down. Sigh. Ash released breath of air, this is going to take all day if we keep this up. Why not one more for all the marbles? I don't mind, Ash. Olympia responded and then, with all their might, both trainers roared out like lions. Focus Blast. Hyper Beam. This was it, if Greninja falls then Ash's remaining team is doomed. If she does win then there goes the gym leader's own team and Ash will win his 7th gym badge. When the light died down, both Pokemon were staring each other down, trying to last longer than the other. Unlike of course, Greninja was able to get on her feet while Mega Alakazam got dizzy and fell to the battleground. It looks like you win, Ash. Olympia said, sounding like she was tired as well. After all, she willed for the battlefield to appear for this gym battle. Come on, let's go to somewhere more peaceful for our discussion. Right. Ash said as he felt his throat sore from yelling all those moves. And thankfully Serena gave Ash a water canteen to drink from before meeting up with Olympia in the lobby of the gym. That was where Ash received the psychic badge. It was shaped like a crystal ball emanating smoke. And with the badge came another TM, for the move Calm Mind. Ash also shared what he had learned about his Durant switching from Swarm and Truant during the gym battle. There was still so much not known yet, but one thing was for sure, Durant and the other 3 steel types that Ash happened to find have a very interesting destiny at their trainer's side. But when Ash and Serena were out of sight, Olympia noticed that one of her apprentices was approaching. And with the feelings of shock and fear inside her mind. "Mistresses! Look at this!" She shouted and shoved something into Olympia's hand. "And what is this?" The gym leader asked, but the apprentice was too scared and out of breath to answer. Looking down, Olympia noticed that it was a gadget that can easily fit into a human hand, even that of a 10-year-old's. And it looked like can show a projection. And it did show one. It was of a large man that had the appearance of royalty. His attire was a stuffy suit that was black and red. And the hair stood out as it was gravity-defying and with a flame-red tone. Greets listeners, trainers and civilians alike. I have some terrible news that I wish to announce. XXXXX. Meanwhile, Ash and Serena had themselves and their Pokémon rested up for the next route. And they heard of a large cave system that had its mouth on this very route. And while that can be exciting to check out, the trainers are also interested in the new Pokémon to encounter. And they had spent a good couple of hours checking them out. These were inside the usual bushes. Sandslash, the mouse Pokémon. When it runs at full speed, it sends up a thick cloud of sand in order to hide itself. Graveler, the rock Pokémon. Rocks are Graveler's favorite food. This Pokémon will climb a mountain from the base to the summit, crunchingly feasting on rocks all the while. Upon reaching the peak, it rolls back down to the bottom. Pupitar, the hard-shell Pokémon. Pupitar is encased in a nearly indestructible shell and has enough power to topple a mountain. Lyron, the iron armor Pokémon. It digs up iron ore for food, and smashes its steely body up against others in battles over territory. Torkoal, the coal Pokémon. Torkoal burns coal within its body to produce energy. As a defense, Torkoal is able to release smoke from its nostrils and its back to confuse enemies. And Girder, the muscular Pokémon. Girder trains its muscles by carrying a steel beam. With its amazing strength, even professional wrestlers can't move it. And then there was the rare catch. Heatmor, the anteater Pokémon. Heatmor has a blazing inner fire and uses the hole in its tail to breathe. Durant is its enemy. What Ash really caught on this trail was the rare catch that can only be encountered while smashing some of the rocks down below, near the entrance to Kuraway Town. Shuckle, the mold Pokémon. Shuckle stores berries inside its shell, and the berries eventually turn into a delicious juice. Shuckle is a Pokémon that resembles a small turtle. Its body is yellow and appears soft. Until they are in use, Shuckle's limbs appear limp. It is encased in a very hard red shell that has many holes in it. The holes in its shell are rimmed with white. Rather than actively hunting and foraging for food like most other Pokémon, it collects berries and stores them in its shell. The berries inside are liquefied and fermented by Shuckle's digestive juices, which it then consumes. These juices are also used to dissolve rocks so Shuckle can hide under them. It can be found in the mountains. The reason Ash wanted a Shuckle because that species is infamous for being the weakest in attack power and speed but unequaled in defensive power to make up. It is almost like with a Smeargle on Route 7, they both are good examples of a Pokémon that is a challenge to raise. Then there was the last thing to check out before heading to where Route 18 ended, the Terminus Cave. When they reached the mouth of the cave there was a brisk breeze coming from inside. That proved the cave mouth was hollow for sure. There is definitely a caver system to check out. And when Ash placed the first step inside the mouth of the cave, he and his group were met with a startling vision. They were suddenly inside a cave room and in a pool that was filled with green glowing water. Before any of them could panic, there was bubbling in the pool, right in front of them. Then something came out of the water, right at that spot. Its appearance was clouded by the darkness of the cave, and even the water shine didn't help. It was like some kind of a serpent with 5 flat spikes coming out from the back of its head. The scales were polygon in shape. There seems to be jeweled eyes and no mouth on its head. I am the one that gives order. That voice was unlike any human, so Ash and his friends figured that it was the cloud figure talking to them. Whenever the being of life conflicts with the being of death, I am awakened to match them both. My power is superior to theirs and they both fear me. So why are you telling us this? How can mortals like us help you? Ash then spoke, showing his brave self. Yet the creature was silent. I believe that you are mistaken because there is no conflict between this being of life or being of death. So why have you been awakened? What has disturbed your slumber? Still the being is silent. Yes. After a while of silence, it finally answered. I do not sense any conflict between them. But it was their cries of pain and hate that have awakened me. Once you find them and ask why they are in pain, then we will meet again. Before you go, tell us of the fog. Ash then said when he sensed the vision beginning to fade. That outburst gave a jolt that restarted it and the creature was clear again. And so was its confusion. Fog? And which fog do I have to answer for? My powers don't cause any. The creature asked of Ash, who just nodded. Then he explained. This land is surrounded by a very dense fog that caused a gap between time with Kalos and the outside world. Ash told the creature. I was told within the sea spirit's den that this fog is not natural and was caused by a being like you that has the power to affect time. Do you know of such a being? The creature was silent once again. I do know of a being of time. But I am clueless as to why he would cover this land in a time pocket. All of us beings of great power have another that we all answer to. And I have been dormant in my cave home until the previous 2 full moons appeared. That was when I heard their cries and yet no conflict between each other. I cannot leave the cave until there is such an event. Thank you anyways, being of order. Ash then replied. We can't make any promises, but once we encounter either this being of life or being of death, we will find the cause of their pain. Thank you, chosen one and trusted friends. The being of order, as Ash put it, responded with an encrypted answer. Farewell. And in the end, they never guessed that they will find their answer very, very soon. End of chapter 19. Ash, the Iron Trainer. Lysandra Labs. Previously on Ash, the Iron Trainer. Before you go, tell us of the fog. Ash then said when he sensed the vision beginning to fade. That outburst gave a jolt that restarted it and the creature was clear again. And so was its confusion. Fog? And which fog do I have to answer for? My powers don't cause any. The creature asked of Ash, who just nodded. Then he explained. This land is surrounded by a very dense fog that caused a gap between time with Kalos and the outside world. Ash told the creature. I was told within the sea spirit's den that this fog is not natural and was caused by a being like you that has the power to affect time. Do you know of such a being? The creature was silent once again. I do know of a being of time. But I am clueless as to why he would cover this land in a time pocket. All of us beings of great power have another that we all answer to. And I have been dormant in my cave home until the previous 2 full moons appeared. That was when I heard their cries and yet no conflict between each other. I cannot leave the cave until there is such an event. Thank you anyways, being of order. Ash then replied. We can't make any promises, but once we encounter either this being of life or being of death, we will find the cause of their pain. Thank you, chosen one and trusted friends. The being of order, as Ash put it, responded with an encrypted answer. Farewell. And in the end, they never guessed that they will find their answer very, very soon. Well, here we are. Ash spoke and Serena could only nod. They were no longer en route, they were back in Lumio City, standing right in front of where Lysandra Labs was supposed to be located. But instead of a lab, they were facing a cafe. One that is coincidentally named Lysandra Cafe, located between the city's Magenta Plaza and Autumnal Avenue. This is where that special message from the professor said to find where they make the holocaster technology, Lysandra Labs. Serena replied and Ash silently nodded this time. If it weren't for a message following a gift from Professor Sycamore telling them everything he knew about this Lysandra fellow of a terrorist, the two trainers will never have found the place. Still, it was too easy to get to the cafe. There were no grunts trying to ward them off or even tried to kick them back out on the street. The plaza and the street between it and the street were completely empty. What is more is that Ash and Serena had gotten the holocaster without much trouble. The message was sent to them using the same technology that Lysandra himself invented. It was almost like he counted on Ash and Serena to find the front for his lab and the center of his evil deeds. Whatever the case, all the answers should be right inside. Once Ash opened the door, the smell of coffee and snacks were let loose like rabid animals out of their cages. But Ash knew that something was up when the restaurant looked like he hadn't had any customers in a while, or rather, hadn't let any in for that while. "I am sorry, but we are closed until further notice," the bartender said without even facing the two trainers. "Boss's orders. Then you will be relieved. We are not here to buy refreshments." Ash responded with the coolest tone he could muster. Serena just stood by his side, not saying a word in an attempt to not draw in too much attention. "We would like to speak with the owner that ordered this place to be closed off with the door unlocked." This got the bartender and the other solo employee to look up and see Ash and Serena in the middle of their cafe. "If you do, then you will have to find the hidden door and say the magic words," the waiter said with the tone that said, "Come and get it." Ash and Serena knew then that they had to battle their way into Lysandra Labs. Taking out their pokeballs, the two trainers were able to do just that. The grunt disguised as a bartender had a scrafty that knew payback and high jump kick. Ash decided to go in with his Shuckle. Scrafty took in Shuckle's stone edge after being affected by a power split move. But high jump kick didn't get Scrafty anywhere and neither did payback when Shuckle was able to use Euro Ball. Scrafty couldn't take in that attack and the grunt panicked when he lost. He also let this loose under his tongue. "I hope he doesn't find out to look behind the bookshelf." Meanwhile, Serena faced the fake waitress who sent out a leopard that knew Fake Out, Assurance and Night Slash. Serena decided to go in with her Kangaskhan. Both of them knew one of the same move, Fake Out, so the match started on a stalemate so soon. Then Serena's Kangaskhan went in with a couple of Mega Punch moves followed by an Outrage to match Leopard using Night Slash. But Outrage was Kangaskhan's strongest attack from experience, despite the lack of stab, and eventually the parent Pokémon overwhelmed Leopard and won the match for Serena. And the pair managed to catch this from the fake waiter who mutter, "I hope they don't find out the password is Open Sesame." With the two hints one fair and square, the two trainers easily found the secret entrance to the labs from within the cafe. And through a metallic and futuristic hallway, Ash and Serena were taken by surprise as to who was waiting for them at the end. "Hello, young trainers. We finally met after this long time." It was the boss of Team Flare himself, confessing right on that dire announcement made just shortly after Ash's battle with Olympia in Onistar City. "XXXXX. You are Lysandra?" Ash asked the massive man with hair as big as a lion's mane. "I thought you will be taller." The man growled for only a second before regaining his calm just as fast. "I thought the same since you, young man, are the Iron Trainer. The one that even Wickstrom of the Elite Four respects." Lysandra mocked replied but Ash didn't stir. The boy is almost like a seasoned warrior. Ash, at only 10 years of age, is staring up to a terrorist and expertly kept his emotions under check. To let people like Lysandra see that they get to you is a fatal mistake. "I didn't get caught in a storm, washed up to a beach with 4 eggs about to die before hatching just to get a reputation. Lysandra. Ash spoke up. I was destined to come here and do what I have been doing ever since. That is all I know, and that you need to be stopped. Stopped? Lysandra laughed, not at Ash but the idea of that his goals are considered to be nothing short of a terrorist's. Someone needs to cleanse this beautiful country and world of what dirties it. The criminals, the tyrants, and all those who abuse and neglect the beauty. They need to be taken care of and taken out. And once you do that, then who is going to do the same to you? You, the criminal you are allowing yourself to become. Ash then remarked, and Lysandra doesn't answer. It is either that you stop yourself now or be the person you making yourself out of for the rest of eternity. Do you want to complete your goals and then make yourself forgotten? To truly die? Lysandra once again doesn't answer. After what felt like an eternity, he made a deep sigh. If you are not going to leave this country to clean, then so be it. But I want to see that conviction at its greatest. Challenge me and show me that you have commented to this foolhardy endeavor. Normally, this will go right over the heads of regular 10-year-olds, but to one named Ash, that meant just one thing: Lysandra wants to battle him and determine the winning side of this conflict that way. Come out, meanful. Ash recognized that small but powerful fighting type that appeared in Route 8 and was even used in Ash's gym battle against Corona in Shalar City. Time to test out one of his more recent additions to his team. Come, Shuckle. Lysandra didn't as much as bat an eye to the sight of the mold Pokémon. Power split. Ash called out, and Shuckle did its thing, glowing of a rainbow tone that so spread onto Meanful, sharing both of their attack power. Use high jump kick. Lysandra finally made his move. And Meanful jump high into the air and descend for a devastating kick while trying to aim for Shuckle. But Ash had a counterattack. Use Euro Ball, stay where you are. Ash commanded, and Shuckle had plenty of time for even a Pokémon as slow as he was to get into a ball and spin rapidly while remaining still. When Meanful did land on Shuckle, the motion of the Euro Ball damaged the Marital Arts Pokémon quite a bit and caused it to hit the ground instead. High jump kick and its derivative jump kick both have the risk of causing damage to the user if the move missed, and since the former was a stronger variant to the latter, the recoil damage is also stronger. Forget a comeback and use Sword's Dance. Lysandra called out to his Meanful that has already received a lot of damage. But Ash wasn't going to take any of this like a sitting duck. Infestation. Shuckle then summoned various insects from hidden cracks in the lab to cover up Meanful, causing it pain. Now Lysandra can't switch it out. Reversal. Now that Meanful has given up on an aerial strike, preferring solid ground, the martial artist Pokémon reached Shuckle before Ash could call another attack. And with all the damage taken, the reversal was of a high power. But it was not the end of Shuckle. Bind and Euro Ball. Meanful was taken by surprise when one of Shuckle's arms grabbed a strong hold on one of its own, before spinning rapidly. And Meanful was taken up for the ride, hitting the ground hard every turn. Thankfully for Lysandra, the floor was made of something that was very difficult to even scratch. Otherwise it will be a pain to fix after this battle. Now pull him in. Ash commanded, and that was all over for Meanful. All that momentum generated by the Euro Ball was being contained by Shuckle. But when Ash called for his mold Pokémon to pull Meanful towards him, all that energy and power was directed at a single target. Lysandra growled to see his first Pokémon fall to a simple Shuckle. Clearly Ash had potential to train recently caught Pokémon to face off those who had been trained for months, maybe even years. Avenge your comrade, Murkrow. Lysandra returned his defeated Meanful, and out came the Darkness Pokémon from Route 15 and 16 in Horde encounters. Foul play. Murkrow moved faster than even Meanful, and Shuckle couldn't stop the Darkness Pokémon from using his enhanced attack power to strength that Dark-type move. Now Steel Wing. Stealth Rock. Ash simply said, and Shuckle knew why Ash wasn't going to issue an attack. Especially after that Murkrow used that super effective Steel Wing. Shuckle just ignored the pain and used the one and only chance to lay out hidden rocks that will strike any Pokémon coming out to the field to do rock-type damage. Ash had a feeling in his guts that Stealth Rock will give him an edge over the other Pokémon in Lysandra's team. Now retaliate, Murkrow. It was all over for Shuckle, with an enhanced foul play and a super effective Steel Wing, or retaliate with a fainted Pokémon on Lysandra's team will be just too much for Shuckle. Murkrow slashed right through Shuckle and successfully knocked out the mold Pokémon. We need more training, Ash said to himself and the ball that retrieved Shuckle of duty. Now come on out, Ivysaur. Ash could have picked another Pokémon on hand but the one with the mid-evolved seed Pokémon vibrated at the touch. Aerial Ace. Lysandra wasn't even amused to see Ash send out a grass type against his flying type Murkrow. But he never saw this coming. Double Edge. Ash called out and Ivysaur moved with speeds that defied her bulk and size. Both Pokémon hit each other with Double Edge being twice as strong as Aerial Ace. The former was the obvious winner of that stalemate. Using a move that can't miss. It is also good for making the user a clear target, don't you agree? Ash remarked. Now blind Murkrow with poison powder. Ivysaur sent out a dust of purple powder from the flower on her back, right into Murkrow's face. That successfully blinded Murkrow with the poison in the powder working its effects and irritating the darkness Pokémon's eyes. Now for a new move, use Nature Power. Ivysaur focused and called forth power from her surroundings, in the form of 3 separate spheres that raced towards the distracted Murkrow. And that dealt even more normal damage. All this didn't amuse Lysandra one bit. Murkrow, use Perish Song. Double Edge. Ash had heard of Perish Song, it can cause all Pokémon that hear it to faint in a short time. Thankfully, Ivysaur hit Murkrow before the darkness Pokémon could as much as make a whimper. Now use Venoshock. Ivysaur lived up to her grass and poison typing by spreading a special poison on Murkrow that grew within seconds, eating away at Murkrow's health. After a couple of minutes of trashing in pain, the darkness Pokémon fell. Roar with all your strength, Pyroar. Pyroar, the royal Pokémon and the evolved form of Litleo. Pyroar's mane which is made of fire becomes larger when it gets excited. Pyroar is a quadruped, leonine Pokémon. It is mostly dark brown with light brown legs, tail tip, chest, and face. A male Pyroar has a large, dominantly red mane with gold streaks forming pattern resembling the Daimonji symbol. The shape also resembles the symbol for fire. In contrast, a female has a long, gold and red mane extending from its forehead to the whole length of its body. This one is a male. Pyroar's irises are tinted azure with black pupils. Pyroar live in prides, led by the male with the largest mane of fire, and the females protect the pride's cubs. Pyroar viciously threatens any challenger with a fiery breath exceeding 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It and its pre-evolution Litleo are the only known Pokémon that can learn Noble Roar. Fire Fawn. Lysandra commanded, and his Pyroar charged with his mouth filled with fire. Ash focused on that approach and so did Ivysaur. And impressive considering Pyroar was hit by Stealth Rock. When the royal Pokémon was about to pounce like any lion. Flash. Ivysaur concreted and then glowed nearly as bright as sunlight. Pyroar couldn't get his eyes on Ivysaur and had to make a crash landing. Now Double Edge. Get up and use Noble Roar. Still shaken from the light that almost blinded him, Pyroar couldn't stop Ivysaur from crashing into his torso. But he was tougher than that and growled in a way that made Ivysaur cringe. Now use Sunny Day and then Fire Blast. Ash was about to rework his tactics after the Noble Roar but then smirked when Lysandra called for a Sunny Day. Hurry Ivysaur, use Growth and the dodge. Ivysaur heard that and got up with just enough time to literally grow stronger when there was a spot of sunlight within the labs. When Pyroar tried to hit with Fire Blast, Ivysaur dodged with ease and moved as if a blur. Now use Solar Beam. Lysandra growled to himself. Of course Sunny Day can be used against him since grass types are willing to risk their safety in enhanced sunlight for their own benefits. And despite the type disadvantage, Pyroar felt that solar beam hard. Use overheat. Pyroar shook off the pain from the solar beam and sent out a spiral attack of flames at Ivysaur. Counter with Razor Leaf. Now that was foolhardy and reckless, but Ivysaur did it anyways. While it didn't protect the seed Pokémon entirely, that attack did take most of the power in that overheat, so the worst Ivysaur had gotten were burns. This is getting too old. Lysandra growled out and Ash smirked. I couldn't agree more. Ash replied with a mocking tone that just got under Lysandra's skin. Solar Beam. Overheat. Both Pokémon unleashed their energies into a standoff. And it seemed that no Pokémon has the greater advantage, they will get nowhere until the first one to run out of steam. Instead, something else happened. Ivysaur started to glow as she silently roared through the heat and approaching exhaustion just to keep using Solar Beam. Once Ivysaur had finished glowing and growing, Ash scanned her. Venusaur, the seed Pokémon and the evolved form of Ivysaur. When Venusaur sprouts out its large flower petals and absorbs the rays of the sun, it becomes energized. Venusaur is a squat, quadruped Pokémon with bumpy, blue-green skin. It has small, circular red eyes, a short, blunt snout, and a wide mouth with 2 pointed teeth in the upper jaw and 4 in the lower jaw. On top of its head are small, pointed ears with reddish-pink insides. It has 3 clawed toes on each foot. The bud on its back has bloomed in a large pink, white-spotted flower. The flower is supported by a thick, brown trunk surrounded by green fronds. A female Venusaur will have a seed in the center of its flower such as this one's. Venusaur uses its flower to catch the sun's rays to convert them into energy, which causes the flower to take on colors that are more vibrant. The flower releases a soothing scent that attracts Pokémon. This scent becomes stronger after a rainy day. All facts aside, Venusaur felt her exhaustion lifting like a feather off the ground on a windy day. This and the surge of energy and power right down to every point of her body, the newly evolved Venusaur was able to enhance her solar beam to overcome even an overheat attack. Use Sludge Bomb. Ash called out and Venusaur coughed out a large sphere of smelly poison that landed all over Pyroar. Let's see if you can finally use this. Earthquake. Venusaur slammed her foot hard on the lab floor and shook it so hard that Pyroar felt badly, and with the sludge bomb doing some hard damage already, this attack had sealed the deal. Impressive. I don't usually resort to my Pyroar in a battle with children. But that might be my signature Pokémon, this one is much stronger and my very first. Come forth, Gyarados. Lysandra said and summoned one last Pokémon. Gyarados, the atrocious Pokémon and the evolved form of Magikarp. In ancient literature, there is a record of a Gyarados that razed a village when violence flared. Gyarados is a serpentine Chinese dragon-like Pokémon. It is mostly blue, with a yellow underbelly and yellow spots along its body. It has a 3-pointed, dark blue crest on its head and 4 white, dorsal fins. Its mouth is very large and gaping, bearing 4 canine teeth. It has 1 barbel on each side of its face. The barbels are white on a female and the same color as the main body on a male. Gyarados' tail fin is similar in structure to the crest on its head, except with a thin, white fin spread between the points. The fangs of a Gyarados can crush stones and its scales are harder than steel. Gyarados is infamously known for its fierce temper and wanton destructive tendencies, and is attracted to violence. In addition, Gyarados is also notoriously difficult to tame even after it is captured by the trainer, usually requiring an exceptional amount of work in taming it until it can obey its trainer. Gyarados usually lives in large bodies of water, such as lakes and ponds or even seas and oceans. Iron Head. Lysandra called out with a tone that spelled that he wasn't holding anything back anymore. Double Edge. Ash had some kind of bad feeling in his gut, but those words made it out of his mouth anyways. But Venusaur had spent weeks trying to adjust to her bulk as an Ivysaur. Now that she was about 8 times heavier and twice as tall, all that hard work went out the window. And the Iron Head wasn't stopped, and thus Venusaur had to feel the flinching effect instead. Sludge Bomb. Outrage. Ash called out for a stab move, and while Venusaur landed the hit, it only made the Gyarados even angrier. And that came right before Outrage, in which the user isn't angry enough. But the scary part was that when Gyarados finished the PRD of Outrage, it didn't look affected by confusion. Outrage always caused confusion from the exhaustion and pure thrashing. That was why it is frowned upon to be considered as a trump card in battle. Now use Ice Fang. Razor Leaf. Ash called out as if he was starting to lose his grip on his battle composure. This troubled Serena and Pikachu, but it seems to go past Lysandra. That was because both him and Ash had to focus on the match as Venusaur tried to stop Gyarados from biting down with Ice Fang. While Gyarados did get slowed down, it still bit down on Venusaur, causing her more pain than ever. Then, tilt to the side Venusaur. Ash called out, and this time, Venusaur used her size to an advantage, almost crushing Gyarados under all that weight. But while this did get Gyarados to let go of Venusaur, Ash didn't feel any more confident. This was something that shouldn't happen to a trainer. Ash couldn't let this go on any longer. Solar Beam. Blizzard. Venusaur gave all she had, but since she was fully evolved, there is no more sudden power-ups this time. And both trainer and Pokémon ultimately underestimated this Gyarados. That blizzard attack actually froze the solar beam, reaching to the very large flower from which it was emerging from. Once that hit, Venusaur felt like her body was burned and froze at the same time. All that sudden pain had caused her to pass out. Ash tried keep his composure against Gyarados and reach for another Pokémon, but he found it impossible when the very beast was staring at him. It was like trying to stare down a mountain that had eyes of killer intent. This was the true power and horror of the atrocious Pokémon's Intimidate. Once Ash had figured it out, shame soon filled his system. Fear and the shame of it all were clouding his vision and crumbling his spirit. Ash shed a single, silent tear before uttering, "I lose. Too bad, I was hoping you will actually stop me." Lysandra said, "But I did get to see the wonder of a Pokémon taking on such unbeatable odds solo. Still, can you really stop me?" Ash didn't answer, and it didn't matter since Lysandra wasn't planning on sticking around any longer. "I have given a card to activate the elevator to one of my scientists. Find the card and come to where I will be found. I have a certain person you must meet." Ash said nothing, which can be explained from the fact he was making a rant in his mind. Just what is he to be so calm about all this? Does he care that we are trying to stop him, or is he trying to mess with us? I will never understand grown-ups. XXXXX. After Lysandra was out of sight, Ash had to try anyways. And just like the madman said, the elevator refused to work unless it directs a certain card on hand. The only way to follow after Lysandra was to find the entry card. Too bad that around the elevator was a maze, and almost every entrance has those titles that dictate direction. But after a few turns of trial and error, the trainer got the hang of things. Just in time to reach one of the pads that seemed to be a lot like those in the Laver City Gym and the Anistar City Gym. Once they went through it, they were in another room, and they weren't alone either. "Hello, brats." It was the scientist named Aliana standing there and blocking the way to two of the teleporter pads. "If you are looking for the key, then I don't have it. I do, however, have the way to the pad that will lead you to the key. If and only if you defeat me. And this time, I won't hold back after what you did at the power plant." Ash braced, and so did Serena. "Come on out, my Tyana, Druddigan." Ash and Serena have encountered Mytyana before, and now the species has become very common, especially on route, but the second Pokémon was definitely different. Druddigan, the cave Pokémon. With the skin on its face harder than rock, Druddigan warms its body by exposing its wings to the sun. Druddigan is a large, blue, draconic Pokémon with medium-sized wings shaped like thistle leaves. Its bright red head is harder than rock and is very rough. It has a set of glaring, ferocious pale yellow irises. Its arms are longer than its legs, giving it the appearance of a hunchback. It has a thick, moderately sized tail and sharp claws on both the hands and feet. It also has tall, conical, red spikes, 3 on each arm, 1 on each shoulder, 2 on each leg, and 4 on its tail. It has a blunt, brutal snout, bearing a maw with no discernible teeth. Instead, small fang-like protrusions sprout from its jaws. It has a series of olive, ellipsoid scuts running across its belly. Drudigan warms its body by taking in sunlight with its wings. If its body temperature lowers, it becomes immobile. It has savage physical strength. It nimbly chases prey around its den, using its outstretched claws to catch them. Drudigan lives in caves, and is carnivorous. This time, Serena wasn't going to watch and leave Ash alone anymore. As for the boy himself, that memory of being fully exposed to that Gyarados' intimidate wasn't going to just fade away. Ash could still see that face that killed his will and spirit to keep fighting further. And all Serena could do was to feel pity and sympathy for him. "If you are not going to draw a Pokeball, then I will have to fight you too." Aliana shouted out, and that got their attention to the battlefield again. "Pikachu, go. Mr. Mime, let's battle. With all pieces in place, the match can begin. Both of you use Dark Pulse." Aliana commanded, and all of her Pokémon roared with a string of dark rings connected with dark energy at both opposing Pokémon. Light Screen. Mr. Mime heard that and was able to block both of the dark pulses. Now move in to use Ice Punch on Drudigan. Mr. Mime is one of the few Pokémon that can learn all the 3 elemental punches, but only when they are taught by a move tutor or figure it out on their own. Discharge. But before Mr. Mime could attack Drudigan, Pikachu shot out a wave of electrical energy that hit both Pokémon hard. Slam on Mightyena. Pikachu charged with the intent to give Mightyena a bad headache. Serena didn't see that coming, any of it. Mr. Mime, try again. She tried to pull herself together, and Mr. Mime had to shake her head to focus, and this time, she landed that hit on Drudigan like she wanted to. That Ice Punch did a very good job on it. Now use Psybeam. That last move finished off Drudigan in a spectacular way. But the moment was spoiled when Serena and Mr. Mime heard. Okay. I don't have the key. One of us does, and to get to her, use the right pad. You can figure it out." Aliana was on the ground, being crushed by her Mightyena and be interrogated by Ash, with Pikachu making her cooperative. Then she fainted on a high note. Ash didn't even flinch at the sorry sight that was making Serena cringe and feel worried. Ash. After defeating her, Ash was able to guess right which pad to take, the one on the left. The other one simply sends the user back to in front of the elevator. And moving forward, the two trainers have come across their fair share of trainers and their Pokémon, ranging from Swallots, Leopards, a Mightyena, a Houndoom, a Toxicroak, a Manectric, and a Scrafty. Thankfully, that last battle had actually cleared his head a little. All the stress and clouding emotions had been burned off with a little cutting loose. Then there were the items uncovered. A few reviving medicine, a pair of black glasses that increase the power of dark-type moves, 1 hyper potion, 1 rare candy, and even a TM for taunt, prevents the opponent from using status moves for a short while. Of course, the real great discovery they made was a room filled with shelves of books. Or to be specific, volumes of stories. But these were not fairy tales or bedtime stories. These stories were special, and they held the answers Ash and Serena needed. Then there was that last volume that pretty much brought the whole world down hard. Are all of these books on the same thing? Serena was the one checking out a shelf while Ash did another. About some king and kingdom from 3,000 years ago. Why would a person like Lysandra want with some things like these? Serena didn't hear a reply and saw that Ash was just looking at one particular book. Ash. But what is in this last book? Ash asked, without an idea of what to expect. And he had no way to prepare himself for it. What the? Is this what Team Flare is after? Is this the goal of all this? Ash asked all these to himself with the look like he was suddenly looking at the photograph of a dead man, maybe someone that was close to him as dead as a doornail. Serena only heard unanswered questions, so she gently took the book for her to read. And she had the same expression of horror and shock at those same letters written onto the paper. This might just solve Team Flare's ambitions, but there is only one question left: will two 10-year-old rookie trainers be able to stop an organization of grown-ups that have all the power, means and opportunity to use this information to destroy an entire region? XXXXX. Once the two trainers were able to digest the info from that book, they decided to not speak it out loud until they were sure of it. Despite sounding real and genuine, the info seemed a little far-fetched. Lysandra still kept in perfect condition, so he must have prized it. That madman will definitely explain it to this pair of trainers and Pokémon. But that was all placed aside when one room had a nasty surprise, to say it lightly. In it was not one but two of the scientists of Team Flare. The same duo that was threatening the lives of the workers at the Pokeball factory north of Laver City. You too. That was to be the greeting from both parties, which was rather humorous, like a clinched finally reworked. The boss said that you will be after the card key. But none of us were given it. Let's see if you can battle your way out this one. Solosia remarked Anne. And don't think you will be as lucky back at that stupid factory. None of us are going to hold back. Bryony finished off. Ash could have sworn those two were a comedy pair of sisters or something. Their ridiculous attire was also a big giveaway. Manectric, Drapion. Leopard, Bisharp. The Manectric they have seen before in the Pokeball factory, but back then, Solosia never used this second Pokemon. Drapion, the Ogre Scorpion Pokemon, and the evolved form of Skorupi. With its sturdy body, Drapion takes pride in its strength, defeating opponents without the need for poison. Drapion is a large, purple, scorpion-like Pokemon. Its eyes are a pointed shape, with blue-colored upper portions. Drapion has two small, pointed protrusions between its eyes, and one on the back on its head. Drapion also has protrusions on its jaws, 2 on the upper and 3 on the lower, with large, fawn-like, white-colored features extending from its mouth. Its body is composed of many violet to lavender body segments, which ends with a tail with 2 stingers. Drapion has 4 segmented legs with pointed toes. Its most distinguished feature is its huge claws. It can turn its head 180 degrees. Drapion is a very aggressive Pokemon, attacking anything that enters its territory. It has a sturdy build and takes pride in its strength, being able to take down foes even without the use of its deadly toxin. It has enough power to easily scrap a car. Ash just ignored the other Pokemon as it was not necessary to describe them in any context. Come, Mawile and Bisharp. Let's battle, Delphox and Weevil. Serena called out. Of course, this disobeyed the rule for double battles, for Pokemon out on both fields is overkill. To explain the best without an hour's worth of details is like so. Mawile finished Leopard with an Iron Head followed by a Play Rough attack. Manectric used Fire Fang on Mawile but fell to Weevil's Ice Punch, and Bryony's Bisharp used Metal Claw on Weevil but fell to Ash's Bisharp through Guillotine. Drapion was left facing Delphox and Bisharp until the Ogre Scorpion Pokemon got a critical hit with Night Slash on Delphox. This caused Ash to go over the edge. Ash went for the overkill himself, Iron Head, Aerial Ace, Stone Edge and then another Guillotine. Like with Aliana, the scientist duo was now at the hands of 2 10-year-old trainers, or to be specific, Ash's own merciful hands. Serena had to see that the 2 women had to feel pain when they tried to not answer. Once they did, Ash had gotten them some swellings and bruising while several cuts with their clothing. Serena didn't know what has gotten into Ash that he will be so violent and rough against these Team Flare trainers. Later, in yet another vacant room. Just what is with you? Serena had to ask because this new behavior of Ash was just getting on her nerves. This isn't like you. I thought that you used skill and strength to play a fair game. Now you are acting more like these Team Flare JRKS. You weren't the one to look into that Gyarados' eyes. Ash said coldly, and Serena knew that there was something up when Pikachu refused to look at her as well. She could have sworn to see that Pikachu was acting a lot like how Ash is right now. No, but I thought you hate this guys too. So how come you are acting and battling more like them than like you always did? Was it what that madman said? Serena wanted to be sure before going on further. For a madman, Serena, he was right. The girl gasped to hear Ash say such things. In a battle, the one with the most skill and the most strength have the greater advantage, but ultimately it is the one with the most conviction and will to fight that come out on top. And, no matter what you call him, Lysandra still won because he actually tried to help Kalos, and he had to see the dark side of us trainers and human beings alike. Ash, just what are you saying? Serena said. She didn't like where this appears to be going. One bit. You read those books on a king 3,000 years ago and his kingdom that feel to forces lost in time. What I read was the background of Lysandra. Serena could only nod. He was a prince. A descendant of the younger brother to that lost king. But he didn't care about royalty, he wanted to make his own form of help to Pokémon and trainers. That all ended when he made friends with a shiny Magikarp, which shines brighter than even the purest of gold. Wow! Serena could only remark and notice that Ash had nodded with a look of anger. But while Lysandra only wanted to be friends with that Pokémon, everyone around wanted that Magikarp for money and amusement. They wanted to make a fortune off showing this shiny Magikarp like a circus animal or even a zoo animal. They couldn't care less about the Pokémon itself or even Lysandra when they stole that Magikarp from him. Serena couldn't believe what she was hearing. And Lysandra never saw that friend of his ever again because at his young age, even a prince is helpless to stop adults from stealing his Pokémon. Instead, he just saw everyone around him as greedy, heartless and despicable monsters. Serena couldn't say another word. Ash was speaking like Lysandra had told him his life story and trusted the boy to be truthful about it. And ever since, Lysandra will try to look away and hopefully see the beauty that is in this world and in us who live in it. But every way he turned and every path he walked in life, there will always be people in need that soon morph in ungrateful and the demanding kind, those who look more like demons instead human beings. Years of these horrors and ugliness had done their toll on Lysandra. That is why he wants to wipe out Kalos. Because the corruption and greed had already begun to affect what makes Kalos beautiful. Every single member of Team Flare was only called criminals because they wanted to help, to share and make peace between humans and Pokémon. But society didn't want any of that, so they told us children to see such people as villains. So, are you going to just give up? Serena then asked to finish up the story. Are you now changing your mind about stopping Lysandra from his evil plans? Ash thought hard on the answer until it came to him. No. I am telling you this because the only thing I gave up on was battling and treating Lysandra like a villain, an evil man and a madman. He is still a human and a person who had to suffer harder than most deserve. Ash stated. That is why I am pushing myself and my Pokémon. I want to learn how to fight Lysandra like a man who still has good in him that is trapped by emotions of disgust and hatred. Even if he can't be saved, I will show him that there is always hope in this world. There are many things worse than death, which includes dying after abandoning one's hope. Ash, are you really going to do this for Lysandra? Serena asked to be sure and Ash nodded. Yes. Sure, we had to see cruelly done by them, but since we have dared to enter Lysandra Labs, it is our duty to quell their anger even by a little amount. Ash said. And to think that for the first thing since that storm which brought me here to Kalos, I have felt fear. Serena was wondering why Ash was bringing this up. Fear and doubt and shame came when I saw Gyarados topple Ivysaur. And the look in his eyes spelled power beyond which I can see the extent. That is why I gave up, because if a trainer feels negative emotions then their Pokémon will feel it too. I will never send anyone out to battle once I start to lose my will to fight. Then Ash approached Serena to the point that he was in close contact with her. But Serena didn't try to back off or repel him. When Ash embraced her, he whispered. Always remember this day, Serena. Never lose your will to fight, because once you do then you and your Pokémon are doomed to lose. There is evil in fear, only shame that wouldn't stay in your heart for long. Can you remember all this? Yes. Thank you, Ash. Serena whispered back. Why not we go back to saving the world? It is still the one I love, because all my friends love it too, especially you, Ash. XXXXX. After beating them and having that deep conversation, Ash and Serena still didn't have the key. But they went on anyways, and after some more battles with Team Flare grunts, they finally came across the next room. This time, there was only one scientist there. And the trainers recognized her this time around. She was Maple, the one from the Frost Cavern. Oh, so you finally found me, the one with the key. Maple said, casually talking to them, even with Ash having this angry but contained look on his face. But I am sure that you get the picture. I am not giving it up without a fight. Fine. Let's do this. Ash said to Serena without shifting his focus. This time, Ash went for his Greninja against the Houndoom, and Serena used her Kangaskhan against a Weevil that Maple pulled out of her sleeve. Not wanting to delay any further, Ash called on his Greninja to use her new Hydro Pump against using Power-Up Punch when Houndoom tried to use Thunder Fang and then Dark Pulse. Kangaskhan had a little more trouble with Weevil's Quick Attack and Ice Shard priority moves, but using Fake Out and then Power-Up Punch as well had overwhelmed the Weevil. Fine, you got me. Here is that stupid key. Maple took it out of one of her pockets. Now hurry it up. Our boss isn't the most patient man in Kalos. Ash and Serena ignored her and took a sure route back to the elevator. There, Ash scanned the card and the elevator opened for them. Inside, the control pad had 3 options that included the ground floor. There was one available, but the other was marked black and won't respond to Ash pushing it. Once the elevator ride to the floor below was over, there was a simple hallway leading to a simple room. But in this simple room was Lysandra and a prison cell. Ignoring the energy bars, Ash and Serena were shocked to see the large man from Route 13, the prisoner. Hello. He spoke like an elderly man down on his luck. Children, meet AZ. He is the man that is described in the books you helped yourself to read. Ash and Serena didn't respond, trying to take this in. I understand your confusion. How can a man from 3,000 years ago still be living to this very day? The answer lies in the weapon he made that once ended a great war and wiped out all the Blackened Hearts from Kalos. And somehow, AZ was made immortal from the energy of the weapon. Ash and Serena still didn't answer, they didn't even pay attention to Lysandra. That was because they were listening to the tale of the strange man AZ. His tale was about a man from centuries ago that had only one thing, a Pokémon, the flower Pokémon. He loved that Pokémon very much. But around him was a great war, and that flower Pokémon was sent into combat and the conflict. Years passed since the man had to see his Pokémon become a soldier of war, then he was given something. He was given a tiny box, shaped like a coffin and with a certain flower on the lid. The man was devastated, his prized possession and closest friend had fallen and miles away from him. In grief, the man constructed a great machine. One that can bring life to the dead. And the man succeeded and his Pokémon was revived. But the man was filled with more than grief, he was full of rage. He couldn't forgive the world for forcing his friend to die in their wars and turn the machine into a weapon. And with one mighty blow, the war was resolved, but with many casualties on all sides. And that wasn't the worst to happen. The flower Pokémon, who had been given life once again, saw that many others had to give their own for its revival. Out of shock and disbelief, the flower Pokémon left the man. It only saw a shell of the man it loved more than anything. The flower Pokémon probably will never forgive the many lives taken for its own. Indeed. It seemed that Lysandra didn't mind that a pair of children were ignoring him and listened to AZ instead. And this former king had a brother that also saw what AZ had become. He hid the weapon away so that it will never be used again. But that man still trusted the shell of his brother and granted AZ the key to unlocking the weapon. AZ flinched and looked regretful, like he lost something that is now in the hands of a man that wants to destroy this region. Now that we have the key, we will complete our plans. Once we do, only Team Flare will exist in this wretched world. Lysandra said as he made his leave. Remember this, children. Call us villains, terrorists and madmen, but every single one of us hates this world. Injustice, anger and hate, we all felt it in one or another. That is why we are doing this, so there won't be any trash or garbage dirtying this wonderful land. If you want to stop us, then take in everything before you do. Ash and Serena said nothing. Not even until they heard the ding of the elevator that Lysandra used to exit the basement floor. They still stared at AZ, please. Children, listen to the words of an old man in eternal pain. Don't let that madman succeed. The weapon won't spare anyone. Only those who have used it for good intentions but have fallen off the path. My existence is an example of the punishment for such a vile act. We will. Ash finally spoke up. Despite what that terrorist will call this, it is wrong. And we will let him see it in one way or another. AZ, in his cell, nodded and bid them good luck. That is all this 3,000-year-old man could do. XXXXX. When they entered the elevator for a second time, they didn't press the ground floor button. But the other one that was now available, for a floor underneath where AZ was being held. And this time, there was a hallway leading into a room filled with machinery. It was like the entire structure was just one big machine. Hello children, I am glad that you decided to come and meet the man in charge of my scientists and pretty much the entire Team Flare, second only to me. Lysandra said and motioned to present the strange man that was also in that strange room. He looked barely any human. His name is Zerozic. Zerozic's skin was chalk white, like he hadn't been in sunlight for days, and his hair was the shape and color of the Team Flare symbol. His eyes were concealed by orange goggles with a metallic-colored frame. And the microphone on his right ear was the same color. His outfit was mostly flame red with white stripes forming the image of a business suit and even a strange pattern on both legs. And for being a scientist, he was wearing only one blue rubber glove on, the other was visible in the respective pocket. For a boy of such a young age and with only a simple rodent lass by your side, you have beaten my scientists and gave us a hard time before coming together today. Zerozic talked polite, but there was a lot of things that just rubbed the trainers the wrong way and got their nerves on edge. And we will keep it up until you see that once you destroy the world then you won't have a home to rebuild. After all, you people say that all you want is nothing. Ash then spoke up, ignoring Lysandra take his silent leave. He didn't want to waste his time not even to see Ash take on Zerozic. And unless we beat you, you will get nothing in the end. And as such, I will fight to stop you. Then so be it, boy. Crobat, Malamar, show our superior skill and strength. Crobat, the bat Pokémon and the evolved form of Golbat. It flies so silently through the dark on its 4 wings that it may not be noticed even when nearby. Crobat is a purple, bat-like Pokémon. This Pokémon's pointed ears are long, and appear to lack insides, while its mouth is small and usually has its teeth bared. Crobat's eyes are red with yellow sclera. It has 2 pairs of wings, one smaller pair is located near its stubby feet, and a second pair on its shoulders has greenish-blue undersides and 2 stubby fingers. The hind pair of wings developed from legs, and can still function as such. This allows it to rest by hanging on a tree branch with its rear wings. If Crobat is flying by fluttering only one pair of wings, it is proof that it has been flying a long distance. By alternately resting its front and rear wings, it can fly all day without having to stop. Crobat is a nocturnal Pokémon that is typically found in caves. And Malamar, the overturning Pokémon, and the evolved form of Inkay. Possessing the strongest hypnotic powers of any Pokémon, Malamar can compel others to do anything it wants them to do. Malamar is a dark purple squid-like Pokémon. It has a pair of fins on the bottom of its body that function as its legs. Malamar's main body has 6 light yellow spots on the front and back and a light yellow stripe nearly wrapping around its body above the spots. Its arm-like tendrils have grown scythe-like in appearance. Malamar has a red beak, half-closed eyes with black sclera. Yellow irises and wavy hair made of 8 tentacles. It possesses strong hypnotic powers, which it uses to force others to do its bidding. It can lure prey with hypnotic motions before it wraps its tentacles around the prey, then it finishes off with digestive fluids. Malamar and its pre-evolution Inkay are the only known Pokémon that can learn Topsy-Turvy. Come to battle, Charmeleon, Wartortle. As Ivysaur had evolved into a Venusaur during that battle back at the entrance of the labs, it was time for the other mid-evolution Kanto starters to give it a go. Just how much to consider this to be a game, boy? Xerosic growled. He felt insulted to go all out against Pokémon that haven't fully evolved like his R. Crobat, use Cross Poison. Malamar, use Superpower. Crobat charged in with poison forming a large deadly X, while Malamar glowed red with power. Wartortle, take the superpower with Iron Defense. Charmeleon, use Flamethrower on Crobat. Ash called out and his Pokémon didn't hesitate, they had little time as it is. In situations like this, hesitation will only doom a fighter. Wartortle braced for the superpower attack while focusing his defensives to that of steel. Meanwhile, Chameleon used a large stream of flames to burn the cross poison as well as making it difficult for Crobat to hit its target. As for Wartortle, Malamar did cause some damage but the most was temporary embed the turtle Pokémon into the lab floor. But there was just this thing about Malamar that Ash's instincts were screaming to take extra caution about. Malamar, use Topsy-Turvy on Wartortle and Crobat, Air Slash. Xerosic called out and Ash growled to see Malamar turn upside down, and did the same to Wartortle's recent stat changes. Then there was Crobat sending slashes that cut even the atmosphere within the lab room. Charmeleon, use Fire Spin to soften the Air Slash. Ash called out and his flame Pokémon focused a lot of energy into creating a wall of fire that consumed the air slashes. After all, water is fire's enemy while wind just fuels fire. Now use Iron Defense again Wartortle. Charmeleon, time to try out something. Use Scary Face on both of them. That was the moment of truth. While Crobat flinched and lost a lot of speed, Malamar looked like it gotten faster instead. That's it. It got to be. Ash figured it out which ability Malamar has. It was the ability that was considered to be a hidden one, Contrary. With Contrary, every stat change is reversed. Superpower usually lowers attack and defense power but with Contrary, both of those stats will increase instead. And the Scary Face speeding up Malamar is another example of that ability. Enough of this. Malamar, Psycho Cut. Crobat, Cross Poison and for real this time. Xerosic shouted and this time, both of his Pokémon got serious and moved faster than before. Iron Defense. Fire Spin. Ash called out, there was no time to attack, but sometimes a good defense is the best offense. And both of his Pokémon took in those attack with some difficulty. But Ash seemed to have a knack for having miracles having in most of his matches when his Pokémon tried to take in the pain, they didn't want to let their trainer down, especially once he loses the will to fight. Then they started to glow and transform into Blastoise, the shellfish Pokémon and the evolved form of Wartortle. Blastoise's heavy body weight can make opponents unable to battle. It retreats into its shell when necessary. Blastoise is a large, bipedal tortoise-like Pokémon. Its body is dark blue and is mostly hidden by its tough, brown shell. This shell has a pale yellow underside and a white ridge encircling its arms and separating the upper and lower halves. Two powerful water cannons reside in the top sides of its shell. These cannons can be extended or withdrawn and can be used to assist in high-speed charges. Blastoise's head has triangular ears that are black on the inside, small brown eyes, and a cream-colored lower jaw. Its arms are thick and striated with 3 claws on each hand. Its feet have 3 claws on the front and 1 on the back. It has a stubby tail at the end. And Charizard, the flame Pokémon and the evolved form of Charmeleon. When competing in intense battles, Charizard's flame becomes more intense as well. Charizard is a draconic, bipedal Pokémon. It is primarily orange with a cream underside from the chest to the tip of its tail, which burns with a sizable flame. Charizard has a long neck, small blue eyes, raised nostrils, and two blunt horns protruding from the back of its rectangular head. There are two fangs visible in the upper jaw when its mouth is closed. Two large wings with teal underside sprout from its back, and a horn-like appendage juts out from the third joint of each wing. Charizard's arms are short and skinny compared to its robust belly, and each limb has 3 white claws. It has stocky legs and cream-colored soles under its feet. This Pokémon flies in search of powerful opponents to battle, and its fire will burn hotter as it gains experience. Its fiery breath is capable of melting boulders, massive glaciers, and has been known to accidentally cause forest fires. "Guys," Ash said softly. "Let's finish him off." Both fully evolved Pokémon roared with agreement. So strong that both Crobat and Malamar were set backing off and losing focus on their attacks. Hydro Pump and Fire Blast. Charizard and Blastoise fired a large fire and a strong stream of water respectively. Crobat was roasted alive and Malamar almost drowned and crushed by the sheer force of the attacks, both of them. Ash smirked, he actually had fun like old times. XXXXX. You have lost. You and your little gang have lost. Ash spoke like a predator to his prey that have failed to outrun him. Now if you don't mind. Ash then approached the defeated scientist with the intimidating forms of Blastoise and Charizard staring down as well. Where is the switch to deactivate your fake weapon? Fake. Xerosic growled out until he saw the faces of the powerful Pokémon looking with faces of malice. It is real. We made it so, and why should I just turn it off now? Large growls were his answer. All right. One of the switches behind me turns it off and the other turns it on. Just take your pick. So be it. Ash said and walked over to the blue large button on the left without hesitation. Once he pressed it, the room roared to life but with the hum of a machine powering down. I am sure that you wanted me to press the other button to turn this so-called weapon. Yes. Xerosic said, but then turned from defeated old man to a tyrant who has a sneaky plan to pull out of his sleeve. But all you did was cut off the weapon from our headquarters. Why else did you think I made a miniature control for the weapon, right here? Xerosic revealed some kind of handheld device with a large red button that he pressed immediately after he revealed it. He did this with a smile and the laugh of any evil scientist. Ash ignored the madman laugh cruelly to see what could only be in nightmares. Out of the ground near where the 3 stone slabs were located in Geosenge Town. Only that they weren't just rock slabs. They were the tips of the weapon. The earth shook inside the entire town and ended momentarily when the 3 stone tips had moved, and submerged right back into the ground. Then the moment of silence ended with the ground shaking twice as hard. Then the earth cracked where the 3 large stone slabs vanished. Out of it came the ultimate weapon. It looked suitable for its awakening like a flower bulb. It was a large flower with petals made of mystic glass crystal. Inside was more of the crystal material and it contained something of a blue dome, based with a red cone, both were radiating energy. And at the bottom of the ultimate weapon, that disappeared back into the ground, were large power coils that are definitely coming from where Team Flare was powering the weapon. Ash, that weapon. Serena could only gasp and struggle to find her words. It could do more than destroy Kalos along with everything living on it. The whole world can be destroyed by this giant weapon. If left unstopped, Team Flare can just might complete their plan. Ash could only reply, with memories of the world outside flooding his systems. End of chapter. Ash, the Iron Trainer. Where life and death are trapped by flames. Previously on Ash the Iron Trainer. You have lost. You and your little gang have lost. Ash spoke like a predator to his prey that have failed to outrun him. Now if you don't mind. Ash then approached the defeated scientist with the intimidating forms of Blastoise and Charizard staring down as well. Where is the switch to deactivate your fake weapon? Fake. Xerosic growled out until he saw the faces of the powerful Pokémon looking with faces of malice. It is real. We made it so, and why should I just turn it off now? Large growls were his answer. All right. One of the switches behind me turns it off and the other turns it on. Just take your pick. So be it. Ash said and walked over to the blue large button on the left without hesitation. Once he pressed it, the room roared to life, but with the hum of a machine powering down. I am sure that you wanted me to press the other button to turn this so-called weapon. Yes. Xerosic said, but then turned from defeated old man to a tyrant who has a sneaky plan to pull out of his sleeve. But all you did was cut off the weapon from our headquarters. Why else did you think I made a miniature control for the weapon, right here? Xerosic revealed some kind of handheld device with a large red button that he pressed immediately after he revealed it. He did this with a smile and the laugh of any evil scientist. Ash ignored the madman laugh cruelly to see what could only be in nightmares. Out of the ground near where the 3 stone slabs were located in Geosenge Town. Only that they weren't just rock slabs. They were the tips of the weapon. The earth shook inside the entire town and ended momentarily when the 3 stone tips had moved, and submerged right back into the ground. Then the moment of silence ended with the ground shaking twice as hard. Then the earth cracked where the 3 large stone slabs vanished. Out of it came the ultimate weapon. It looked suitable for its awakening like a flower bulb. It was a large flower with petals made of mystic glass crystal. Inside was more of the crystal material, and it contained something of a blue dome, based with a red cone. Both were radiating energy. And at the bottom of the ultimate weapon, that disappeared back into the ground, were large power coils that are definitely coming from where Team Flare was powering the weapon. Ash, that weapon. Serena could only gasp and struggle to find her words. It could do more than destroy Kalos along with everything living on it. The whole world can be destroyed by this giant weapon. If left unstopped, Team Flare can just might complete their plan. Ash could only reply, with memories of the world outside flooding his systems. Alright kids, thanks for the tip you left us. Thankfully Ash and Serena had a backup plan if they should be captured or done in worse by Team Flare. Cleaning up the hidden headquarters was now done by the members of the IRPO, Interregional Pokémon Organization, stationed in Kalos. The local police will handle the grunts and closing off the site from any interference from the crowds. Now we have received reports that Geosenge Town has been closed off. The time it will take for us to open the roads will be too long. The only way in is by flying. This report was given to them by one of those officials. Can't you do that and open the town that way? Serena asked while Ash was still quiet. What happened with Lysandra still haunted him, when he allowed the Gyarados to intimidate him into surrendering. Sorry kid, but unlike there, we have our hands full making sure that we have rounded up all the criminals. And so far, no one is getting hurt or in any danger. The official answered. Sorry to ask this, but since you kids stopped Lysandra's top scientist, you should try to hold off what they have planned in Geosenge Town. We will make the quickest work here in Lumio City. Serena wanted to argue but couldn't find the words. She lost all that when Ash finally showed some life, grasping her hand comfortably and showing her the blue eyes that Serena could get submerged in. Let's go Serena. Charizard and Delphox can carry us there once we make a quick trip to the Pokémon Center. But Ash, Lysandra was the one who defeated you. Why would you run right into his hands again and risk another lost? Serena wanted to talk some sense into her friend, and when thought that she actually struck a nerve hard. I lost because I was against no ordinary trainer. What he did instead was show how dark humans can be. Ash said. Thanks for the concern, but I am afraid that there is turning back now. It is either that we face Lysandra again or let his plan to wipe out the region and your home instead. All just to avoid another defeat. Serena didn't say another word, I can't forgive myself if I let your home region get destroyed all for something that's selfish. I am going and it is all on you to follow or not. I will. Serena suddenly shouted, puzzling that no one else reacted to it. I never regretted being with you during your most foolish moments and I am still your friend. I will be there when you fall like you always did me. Ash smiled at the look of bravery and determination. Thank you, Serena. It is all I ask in a friend. A friend like you too, Pikachu. Ash couldn't have included the little yellow rodent out. And Pikachu always loved Ash's finger rubbing the top of his head. And so, a quick trip to heal at the Pokémon Center was done, without any questions asked. Once that was finished, Ash realized his soul-flying type while Serena improvised with her first Pokémon and Delphox's ability to use Psychic to mimic flight. It didn't take long at all to reach Geosenge Town. And the two trainers saw that the inhabitants were forced out of the town, the entrances and exits had blockades and grunts armed with Pokeballs ready. Ash silently signaled for both Serena and the Pokémon to land without too much noise. They wanted to avoid any conflict to wear them down before meeting up with the madman again. That was why they had to knock out the guards standing in the path out of town and to the stone moment that was long declared to be just that. It was the prefect entrance to Team Flare's secret HQ. After stealing the entry card from the grunt, Ash activated the door which immediately led to an elevator. Both trainers returned their Pokémon for the time being and made their way inside. It took a while for the elevator to reach the bottom. Are you sure that you are ready, Ash? You might not get the chance to bail out this time when. Serena was still concerned and Ash smooched her on the lips quickly but left a lasting feeling. When that happens, remember that this might be the last time I will see you as my friend. I will never forget about my friends, can you promise me to do the same? Ash asked and Serena nodded with a blush on her face. That was when the bell rang for the elevator to reach the bottommost floor, that has to be where Lysandra is. The doors open wide like on the surface above to show a room that was as polished and metallic as the Lysandra labs. There were rows of computers and scientists doing their work and ignoring the trainers walking past them. Then there was the man of the house, Lysandra himself. Welcome trainers, I am not surprised that you figured out our real secret headquarters. It is just that you got here with a good amount of time. Otherwise you would have missed the show. Lysandra was as daunting and creepily calm as ever. Not miss you fail. Ash retorted. Why go this far? You were once a respected, noble man and now you become this monster. You haven't lost anything, children. No matter how much you thought you did. Lysandra responded. You were once friends but now you are together again. Your families are still in their homes and your friends are who knows where. There is nothing you lost that will be anything like mine. So what? Serena then shouted. So what? Kalos isn't prefect. It is as beautiful as it always was. What's wrong with it? Everything. Lysandra actually shouted this time but the two trainers steeled their nerves. Why should I have lost my best friend while you keep yours? Why should any of us be shunned while you are always welcomed? You think that this world is for everyone, but it is not. This world is just filled with people that want and want more, to the point they steal and lie to gain it. This world can't exist a moment longer. Then what about Pokémon? Ash retorted. Not only will us be killed by your plan but all the Pokémon in Kalos will die. What did they do to deserve what you say we do? Lysandra said nothing and Ash could have sworn to see something dripping down his red coat. Before he could say anything about it, Lysandra argued back. Pokémon will also perish. That is a good price for making a more beautiful Kalos. I had come all this way to not hear such words from that mouth of yours, Lysandra. Now you sound more like that AZ and what he did 3,000 years ago, only worse. Ash retorted. It took him that much time to see what he really became, why should it take that long for the same thing to happen to you? Silence. Lysandra now looked like a madman. If you children won't see my pain and how I can't forgive this world for allowing it all to exist, then you will have to stop me yourself. Ash saw that Lysandra took out a different Pokeball, one that he certainly never seen the large man use before. I plan to merely stall you, but this time, I will win. Ash took out another Pokeball himself. So be it, come and serve, Mincheo. This Pokemon looked familiar to the two trainers, so Ash scanned it. Mincheo, the martial arts Pokemon and the evolved form of Minfu. Mincheo's arm attacks are so fast they're almost invisible. It uses its long arm fur as a whip. Mincheo is a white and long-bodied Pokemon with a small head and small, triangular ears. Its forehead has a purple spot adorning it as well as a yellow one on its snout. It possesses a pair of long, yellow-tipped whiskers which have split ends. Its arms are almost completely covered by a large amount of fur that is tipped in purple and split at the end. This arm fur is used as a weapon in battle and acts like a battle whip. Its torso has one purple ring of fur around its midsection. It also has purple fur on the bottom section of the torso, which resemble pants, and its bottom paws are clawed. It has a long, skinny tail that, like its paw fur, is tipped purple and split at its end. Mincheo is respectful and is usually seen training with its trainer. If you draw then I will, Gogoat. Ash sent out one of his reserved Pokemon to prepare for this stalling of a battle. Ash's instincts warned him that Lysandra wasn't going to hold back like in Lysandra Labs, and the boy knew better to not ignore his instincts, they never failed him before. A very impressive specimen you have there, boy. Lysandra commented. I look forward to this matchup, so use meditate. Mincheo chirped back and went into the standard meditation stance that increased its attack power. Get ready with bulk up. Ash called out and Gogoat tensed its muscles, getting tougher and stronger. Now use bulldoze. Gogoat stooped the floor so hard that it ripped like waves on the surface of an ocean. These not only damaged Mincheo, having been caught off guard surprisingly, but now the martial arts Pokemon is slightly slower than before. Nice skill too. Mincheo, let's attack with acrobatics. Lysandra responded to this tactic with Mincheo charging with the grace and moves of a circus acrobat. And despite what the name might suggest, this move dealt flying-type damage. But Ash just might have been more ahead than he appeared. Try using Wild Charge, standing still. Ash called out just in time for Mincheo to start jumping and attacking Gogoat. But once it did, Gogoat covered itself with electricity. By a miracle, the power from that acrobatics was halted by the lighting and instead, Mincheo was the one to take damage. Now double edge. Gogoat stopped his protective flow of lighting to charge into Mincheo with his body covered in powerful but damaging energy. Mincheo took most of the damage. Gogoat showed the recoil pain. Mincheo, time to stop playing and get serious. Jump high into the air. Mincheo heard the voice of its trainer and obeyed despite the great bruising on its torso. Once up in the air, use Swords Dance and then high jump kick. Ash saw that Mincheo was at the point it can cause great damage to his Pokemon. Bulk up and then Leaf Blade at Mincheo. Ash commanded and Gogoat got tense again, ready for the amount of power behind Mincheo's latest attack. The bulk up gave Gogoat the strength to jump high with its grassy mane forming a jagged green blade, ready to attack the descending Pokemon. Within a few seconds, both Pokemon met in the air and with a shockwave sent from the point they touched. Just as quickly, both Pokemon fell to the hard, cold ground below. It looked like Mincheo and Gogoat both received damage. Get up, hurry and finish it off with Aura Sphere. Lysandra cried out for a moment but saw that Mincheo was bruised even worse than before. No wonder the marital artist Pokemon was shaking violently, it was like all its bones were cracked and struggled to be sturdy. Use Milk Drink Gogoat. Ash called out and Gogoat started to SCK at his own udders, healing most of the damage he took. Milk Drink was a very valuable move, once made a gym leader nigh undefeatable to rookie trainers. That was one of the tales Ash learned when he was giving his Pokemon a little break from it training and battling. Now finish with Horn Leech. Ash commanded and Gogoat charged for the shaking and helpless Minsheo, unable to stop Gogoat from striking it with green glowing antlers that sapped away its remaining health. Minsheo suffered so badly, it fell unconscious in a split second, its body resting on Gogoat's horns like a trophy, but only until Lysandra recalled it to its pokeball. He soon took out another one. Spread misfortune to our enemies, Honchkrow. Like with Minsheo, Ash had a feeling of similarity with this and the dark flying type that Lysandra used in the battle within his hidden labs. He scanned it immediately. Honchkrow, the big boss Pokémon and the evolved form of Murkrow. Honchkrow recruits many Murkrow to travel with it, and it spends much of its time at home preening its feathers. Honchkrow is a dark blue avian Pokémon with plumage resembling a person dressed in formal attire. It has a large feather crest resembling a fedora hat that has spikes extending from the back. It has circular red eyes with white sclera and dark blue eyelids. Its yellow beak is slightly curved, and its head is supported by a broad, short neck. Honchkrow has a white and prominent crest of feathers on its chest that bears resemblance to a beard or cravat. Its wings have red feathers on the inside. Honchkrow has black feet with 4 toes. The tail's base is a white, cylindrical stalk, on which there is a growth of red feathers on the end. Honchkrow is known to be ruthless. With a mere cry, it can summon and organize flocks of Murkrow in this manner, and is known as the Summoner of the Night, by the pitch-black darkness that often accompanies such a spectacle. It is said that a Honchkrow will never forgive the mistakes of the Murkrow that follow it. These flocks have been seen flying at night. The purpose of the flocks is unclear, but they are known to collect food for the Honchkrow that organize them. Honchkrow normally spends the daytime hours tending to its feathers in solitude. It is a scavenger that lives in swamps, forests, human towns and cities, and plains. Double Edge. Sky Attack. Gogoat charged with the same self-damaging move while Honchkrow did its own powerful attack. But unlike Minsheo and its acrobatics, this bird was much better adept to this flying-type moves. That was how Honchkrow evaded the double edge and finished off Gogoat with Sky Attack alone. Gogoat, return. Ash did just that and whispered a silent and short, thanks, before taking out one of the Pokémon he always had on hand. Go. Bisharp. This only made Lysandra smirk with amusement. I see. You aren't relying on those with a clear advantage, just those with diverse move sets and with a large amount of resistances. I truly never met a trainer like you. Ash didn't say a word, just retained his tense and unwavering focus on the battle, with his Bisharp doing the same. If you are going to talk instead of taking the first move, then we will. Use Slash. Ash commanded and Bisharp moved in with speeds that defined his weight and steel typing. His right hand then glowed white, with power gathered on his fingertips. Okay then boy. Retaliate. Lysandra took the chance to call for a move too. Honchkrow moved in for a strike that had the conviction to avenge the fallen martial arts Pokémon. But it was inevitable that Bisharp will take barely any damage, more than a scratch on the helmet. Meanwhile Honchkrow felt a lot of damage from that slash attack. Now let's not drag this along. Thunder Wave. Ash called out and Bisharped. This was a tactic for swift victories, no fun at all. But he did it anyways, since Honchkrow will just be a boring match for him anyways. And Honchkrow was then covered with paralyzing lighting. Guillotine. Ash and his Bisharp had found out that Guillotine's usually dismal accuracy rate is positively affected by the effects of Thunder Wave. That was why Honchkrow couldn't avoid that knockout move. Lysandra sure took that a little hard. He almost cracked Honchkrow's Pokeball as he returned the Pokémon. Time for a rematch, with flames hotter and a mane that won't falter, Pyroar. Lysandra sent out the Pokémon that became his trademark but not necessary his ace. Ash thought hard about this one, then sent out and returned his Bisharp before. Go. Snorlax. The earth shook violently as the larger-than-life sleeping Pokémon appeared and roared. It had actually been excited and rearing for another battle. Paired with his massive girth and strength, Snorlax will prove to be a strong Pokémon for Ash to fight with, for sure. You sure have quite the collection, boy. Now use Fire Blast. Ash ignored Lyssandra's comments since they were getting dry and not worth any thought. Use your own. Ash knew that normal-type Pokémon might be seen as the weakest of types with one weakness, one immunity, and not super effective against any other typing. But their true worth came from their ability to learn a large variant of moves by typing. Snorlax was taken along to be another tank against Lysandra, from which Ash showed it how to use a couple of fire-type moves. With that in mind, Snorlax roared and released fire that matched Pyroar's. Now use Rollout. Snorlax positioned himself into a rolling form and charged for Pyroar. Take down and hold in place with Fire Fawn. Lysandra called out so his Pyroar charged towards the large and ludicrously heavy Snorlax. And the royal Pokémon found out just how heavy the sleeping Pokémon was and just how awful it was trying to keep Snorlax in place. He even noticed that while his fangs with fire were damaging Snorlax, there wasn't a yelp of pain. Move to use Body Slam. Snorlax then got the Pyroar to let loose the fangs, and before the royal Pokémon could move, he was flattened. Nice try with that Fire Fawn, Lysandra. Why do you think I even sent our Snorlax against a fire type that I know can use fire type attacks? Ash said with a sarcastic tone that got Lysandra to grit his teeth at Ash's disrespect, only to sweat slightly once Lysandra was able to find out that Ash had sent out a Pokémon that humiliated his trademark. Too bad that Lysandra had gotten his cool back, to keep his noble appearance up. Yes, I do, boy. Lysandra still had to vent some steam with his voice raised. You already embarrassed me not once but twice. Lysandra then returned his Pyroar, deciding that it was a waste of time to try and fight a Snorlax that had the ability Thick Fat. You have proven your point, that you hate me. Ash said nothing. You also proven that you have guts, you have the clear judgment about Pokémon, you have skill with your team, and that you have conviction to go against grown-ups and play our adult games. Lysandra then reached for the fourth ball. Now let's see that conviction against my ace, who roars at the heavens and splits the oceans, Gyarados. Lysandra has changed his tactics for sure, and this was Ash's chance to show that history will not repeat, especially that disgrace back at the lab's entrance. Use Iron Head. Snorlax didn't hear any commands from Ash yet, so the sleeping Pokémon just took the damage. That left a bruise, but Snorlax still didn't do a thing. He just got up and stared at Gyarados, trying his best not to show if the Intimidate ability was getting to him. If you are not going to attack, then so be it. Hydro Pump. Gyarados roared and sent out a large gust of water at Snorlax. Now the sleeping Pokémon was drenched and tried to hold his breath while temporarily submerged. Lysandra saw that this didn't even get Snorlax to flinch. Gyarados tried an earthquake attack, but Snorlax only wobbled and got back into position. An Aqua Tail didn't do a thing either. Outrage. Lysandra commanded and Gyarados charged, covered in raging red, ready to attack like a berserker. Thunder Punch. Ash called out and Snorlax shot out its eyes to show the fighting spirit unbound. Reeling in his fist, Snorlax summoned lighting to that point and landed that hit on Gyarados when the atrocious Pokémon was just about to touch Snorlax. It seems that you can't even back your own words up. You wanted to see our conviction, so you say, but you really us to be in a jam that we can't attack until you stopped holding back. Serena and Pikachu, on the sidelines, widened their eyes but didn't say a word. Now see that we are immovable, nothing will ever move us, and especially not you and your madness. With that said by Ash, Snorlax roared in a volume that shook the room, and even Gyarados found itself intimidated ironically. They all just waited for Lysandra to issue another order and keep this battle going for longer still. Enough. That's enough. Lysandra suddenly said, getting the attention of his opponent and the Pokémon battling. When they all looked his way, Lysandra was looking at something on his wrist. It is almost time. Why not you go and take a look at what took us years to find, both of them. Ash and Serena charged with Greninja still out to where Lysandra was pointing with an open palm. XXXXX. Ash and Serena looked down to a large chamber, almost reaching down 10 more levels. It was a lot like the one where the two trainers meet the creepy head scientist. But there was this single machine on the center bottom. It was a large mechanical stand with 4 cords going up to the ceiling. And then there was the pair of objects right on the machine, as if they both were the source. Legends say that when Xerneas saves the land and restores life, it turns to a wilted tree. And that when Yveltal completes the destruction of the world, it goes to sleep in a cocoon. Lysandra spoke up and the two trainers said nothing. They gaze on what truly looks like a dead tree pulled out of the ground in a cocoon that was just as large. Both of them are due for their time of awakening. And once they do, their powers will cause Kalos to be reset, to be a much better land than before. Shut up. Ash finally snapped, and ignored everyone's surprised reaction. I am getting tired of you saying that Kalos is ugly, a wasteland. It's not. I am not going to let you take anything anymore. If you think that you can, then the door down will be on your right. Lysandra was still calm for someone who actually lost this time. I won't stop you, but I can't say for my people that still want a better Kalos. I will be a little late, healing my team, so good luck. Ash didn't pay him any mind. There wasn't anything for him to say to a madman like him, and neither his friends. All that mattered was to go through the door and down the flight of stairs to where they saw the power room. Of course, getting down the 20 sets of stairs was like a walk in the park compared to the pairs of grunts that at the bottom of every set and around every corner. There was nothing special about the Pokémon they used, mostly the same as the grunts from the routes above and the Lysandra labs, the usual Toxicroak, Leopard, Manectric, Mytiana, Houndoom, and Scrafty. Then they came across the door at the bottom of the stairwell. It took some time with the lock since Ash had this thing in his head, trying to tell him which button to press. Ash wasn't sure what it was, but it got his attention to how Team Flare was slowly disappearing from public knowledge. They were already near the competition of their plan despite what the two trainers did to foil their operations. Regardless, the door opened and revealed the same room. It was much bigger up close. The glow was still as eerie as ever, the air was cold and lifeless. But there was only one thing to do inside: shut down the power to the weapon up on the surface and in the middle of Geosenge town. And there was that large button in the shape of a pokeball. It was glowing red and pulsed like a heartbeat. Might as well. Ash said and moved closer while Serena stayed close to him. But when Ash got his hand close to the shutdown button. Look! Serena shouted, with a look of absolute horror that appeared on Ash and Pikachu once they turned into the direction of her eyesight. It was the wilted tree and cocoon. Something was happening to them. They started to glow and hum, rather loudly, and the air in the room suddenly felt both heavy and cold. The trainers and Pikachu soon felt like they were now in the presence of gods. XXXXX. The dead-looking tree started to crack apart and reveal a majestic creature. Ash knew that he had to see for himself with his Pokédex. Xerneas, the life Pokémon. Legends say it can share eternal life. It slept for 1,000 years in the form of a tree before its revival. Xerneas is a blue and black, quadrupedal, stag-like cervine Pokémon with an 8-horned set of antlers extending out from its head, 4 on each side. The horns are pale blue and the protrusions the same blue as its upper body. Xerneas's head is blue with 2 horns on either side of its head, and the root of its horns mark its face, just below the eye and over the nose. Its eyes are the same color as its fur, and its pupils are X-shaped. The blue portion of its body ends at the chest area where the fur juts outward to the side, similar to the blue horns on its face. On its BRST is an inverted V shape that is also pale gold in active mode and pale blue in neutral mode. The inside of the V shape is black and extends into its lower body. The rest of its body is black with a blue stripe running along its spine. When it is in active mode, the shine from its horns decorate its back in small, multicolored spots. It has a slim, fluffy black tail where the blue stripe ends. Its legs are fashioned like blades with forward-pointing hooks at the tips, creating a cross shape, with the main edges trimmed with the same color as the horns, pale gold in active mode, pale blue in neutral mode. The trim on its forelegs further map a crude sword-like pattern, a long blade, a crossguard, and a hilt. Xerneas has the power to share eternal life. This occurs as the horns on its head shine in 7 colors. When Xerneas is at the end of its life, it releases all of its life energy into all the living things in around it and transforms into a tree to sleep for 1,000 years. Xerneas also has the power to create forests, making Xerneas a benevolent force in nature. Xerneas is the only known Pokémon capable of learning the move Geomancy, which drastically increases Xerneas' special attack, defense, and speed within 2 turns charge. Then the cocoon started to crack and change color. Ash quickly scanned that one too. Yveltal, the destruction Pokémon. When this legendary Pokémon's wings and tail feathers spread wide and glow red, it absorbs the life force of living creatures. Yveltal is a large Pokémon with avian and draconian traits. Its body is dark in coloration and is adorned with grayish patterns along the underside. Yveltal's wings have 3 spikes on each extending along the bottom edges, close to where they meet the body. There are 5 large claws on each appendage, 3 of which curve inwards. Yveltal's underside is bright red, with branching, black markings. Similar markings are present on Yveltal's head and neck. Yveltal has a pointed, beak-like snout. Black horns extend from above its blue eyes, with a sharply curved portion pointing forward and thinner prongs facing the rear. A feathery gray ruff encircles its neck and billows out over its back. Yveltal has small, bird-like legs with powerful talons. Like the rest of the underside, the legs are red with black adornments, and the talons are gray. Each foot has 2 toes facing forward and 1 pointing backwards. When Yveltal's wings and tail are fully extended, Yveltal resembles the Latin alphabet letter Y. Yveltal has the power to absorb life energy. When it reaches the end of its lifespan, it expands its wings and steals all of the life energy of every living thing around it before transforming into a cocoon to sleep for 1,000 years. Yveltal is the only known Pokémon capable of learning the move Oblivion Wing, which deals flying-type damage and heals the user based on half the damage done to the target. Xerneas and Yveltal. Ash and Serena turned over to see Lysandra with some kind of strange armor. It consisted of a pair of goggles that had the hue of a flare, a metal gauntlet that had plates blooming outward and a power pack on his back. It had 3 devices attached by a cable that flew with wings. Now that you both have awakened, I will capture the 2 of you and complete my plans. They are not going anywhere with you. Ash retorted, getting between the large man and the 2 Pokémon still dazed from just awakening. Get out of my way, boy. You are just a 10-year-old. You can't hope to match the power of legendary Pokémon. They are nothing like the ones you have ever encountered anywhere in Kalos. Lysandra retorted, but Ash then surprised him. I do. Both my friend and I do have. In Terminus Caverns, we met the one that will stop both from any conflict. Ash argued back. But there is no conflict between them, just you trying to weaponize Pokémon. Have you lost all love for Pokémon? If I don't fix this world, then who will? Lysandra retorted. And I need their power to do it. Now get out of my way. But Lysandra didn't take another step when Serena also got between him and the legendary Pokémon. He saw that they both glowed with green energy that filled the room with its glow, especially on Xerneas and Yveltal. Then a miracle happened. Both the Pokémon of Life and the Pokémon of Destruction faced the 2 trainers, moving from their former prison and landing on both sides of Ash and Serena. Anyone could look into their eyes and see that these legends were going to fight by the side of the trainers, against Lysandra. You are just becoming a thorn in my side, a pain in my neck every single moment, huh? Lysandra then chuckled, as if he had snapped to see his plan crumbling to bits. Fine. You got lucky last time, but I will not fail this time. Meet my real team. The 2 trainers recognized the mean Sheo, the Honchkrow, and especially the Pyroar. But there was something different about the Gyarados this time. It didn't even bother to use its Intimidate ability on any of its enemies. Gyarados, with the power to crush mountains and silence the seas, become one that even the bravest of fools won't dare to face. Mega Evolve. It was difficult, but the trainers and their new Pokémon allies didn't budge to see Gyarados glow brightly and morph almost completely. Ash knew for sure that this Gyarados has more differences than a coat of paint and losing its wings. He scanned it with a special app for his Kalos Pokédex. This Pokémon has undergone its Mega Evolution. Its typing has changed to Water and Dark. Its ability is now Mold Breaker. Now as Mega Gyarados, it is bulkier than its previous form. The fins on its face, its barbels, and its crest are now considerably longer. A large spike extends downward underneath its chin, and it now has a black underside. The yellow spots along its body are replaced by raised red scales that run down its side with a single red stripe below them. 2 large white fins appear on its back, similar to those on its face. Most of the other fins along its back disappear, except for the one near the tail. Instead, it now has 4 white, pointed fins near his tail, 2 on its back and 2 on its underside. Minshao use High Jump Kick. Honchkrow, Night Slash. Pyroar, Fire Blast. And Mega Gyarados, use Hyper Beam. Lysandra called out to his team and they each acted accordingly. Minshao jumped on high and ready to descend at the speeds of a meteor. Honchkrow charged too, with its wing ready to do stab damage. Pyroar went for distance by roaring out fire in the form of the kanji for the element, and Mega Gyarados sent out a brightly powerful beam of pure energy. Now, as they are attacking, it is Ash's turn. Yveltal, use Hurricane. Xerneas, do your Geomancy. Ash called out and the dark and flying type conjured up a wind wall that is called a hurricane to both meet the attacks head-on and making sure that not one gets an inch closer. Meanwhile, the Pokémon with antlers glowed brightly, ready to increase its stats. Now show me your skill, disable on them all. This command was totally foolhardy, but it was enough to appease this legendary Pokémon. By the glint of its eyes, Yveltal caused the 4 Pokémon to glow red and suddenly unable to use the moves they just tried at the start of the battle. Time for another plan. Minshao use Quick Guard. The rest of you, attack. Minshao made a wall of its own, on its guard from certain attacks. Meanwhile, the rest of Lysandra's team tried the other moves in their arsenal. Honchkrow glowed a bright blue outline, Pyroar charged with fangs covered with flames, and Mega Gyarados also started to glow and dove in for a charge attack as well. Xerneas, take that Mega Gyarados' attack. Yveltal, use Air Slash on the other 2. Ash called out and Yveltal easily intercepted Honchkrow and Pyroar. Meanwhile, Xerneas has finished charging up its Geomancy move, moving in with increased speed and met Mega Gyarados head-on. And Ash's judgment was spot on. That Pokémon tried to use Dragon Rush, a move that won't harm a Pokémon like Xerneas. Mega Gyarados, use Iron Head. Lysandra shouted, so his ace moved for another attack head-on. Everyone, focus on Yveltal. Ash then saw what Lysandra was plotting. Get ready to use your best move, Yveltal. Ash called out to the grim flying type, who nodded. Xerneas, keep dodging until you have enough room to use Megahorn. Ash turned to the life Pokémon who had been annoying Mega Gyarados by being a target it can barely land a hit on. And the fairy type heard that perfectly, using its antlers to form a large horn that halted Mega Gyarados' iron head. Since Mega Gyarados' head was iron hard, the Megahorn couldn't as much scratch it. However, the Megahorn had done a good job preventing that otherwise super effective hit from landing on Xerneas. Focus Blast, wide range if you please. Ash then directed, and Yveltal loved this gig every minute. After getting some attitude, the Destruction Pokémon used its legendary power to make not 1 but 4 spheres of focused energy. And they all were launched at Lysandra's team, with a critical hit on the Mega Gyarados. Seeing his team being crushed by 2 Pokémon that were barely winded, Lysandra was about to overload his brain trying to think of a winning strategy. But it was all to no avail when Ash decided, this is going on too long. It is time to finish this. Use Oblivion Wing on those 3. Xerneas, Moon Blast on the Mega Gyarados. And once both attacks were sent into Lyssandra's way, it was all over. Yveltal's Oblivion Wing had drained its target of their remaining health. Meanwhile, Mega Gyarados tried to dodge, but Xerneas was able to land its Moon Blast with all its enhanced power from the Geomancy from before. While the other three Pokémon were scattered around, Gyarados landed right in front of Lysandra, out for the count for the first time. Seeing that he lost the battle and didn't even challenge the two Pokémon legends, Lysandra broke down. He grabbed and cracked his goggle, throwing it to the ground hard. He grabbed the gauntlet on his left arm and tore it apart in his hands. And he dislodged the pack from his pack and kicked it away. This is it. I, the descendant and successor to what my foolish ancestor tried to, lost to a child. It's all over, this world will be forever rotten with greed and selfishness. Serena didn't like one bit of it. You know, that is not true. The world isn't rotten. You shared with your people, your men and your Pokémon. There are plenty of people that share and give still. Lysandra said nothing. I never met another person that I will share, give and call friend ever since they took away my first Pokémon. I've tried and I never found another friend. Everyone just wants, they never care, they never share or even bat an eye to people who have lost nearly everything they had. Why should I share with a world that never shares itself? And what about your Gyarados? Ash then retorted, and for once, Lysandra was silent. You said that you hate mankind for being greedy and don't see Pokémon as your friends. But that's a lie. And your Gyarados' Mega Evolution is proof. Its power isn't yours, or its own. It is the power that you share with your Pokémon. Lysandra can still say not a word, only grit his teeth. You can come with us, Lysandra. You still have a chance to give Kalos another go. Serena then spoke up. If not, then we will be your friends. We both can achieve Mega Evolution, so we know what it's like to have a friendship with Pokémon. Maybe. Lysandra finally spoke up. I lost my first and only friend to my fellow men and never saw them that way again. Only as monsters who were after me for my wealth and my status. I just wanted to vanquish them all, so no one will have to suffer at their hands again. And to me, this was the only way. This time, no one said anything. But then the room started to shake. What's this? Ash shouted, grabbed Serena's hand by reflex and secured his hold on Pikachu. Lysandra just looked up with the look of a sad man who had given up on life. This entire structure was designed to use the power of the legendary Pokémon. Now that they have been removed and my men disabled, there was nothing stopping the weapon from firing on itself. Lysandra calmly responded. It won't be long before the weight of the ground will cause a cave-in. You need to run. And the trainers did until they noticed that with about 40 levels of rubble, even the two legends of Kalos can't make through. The exit was just not built to be used for Xerneas and Yveltal in the event they awakened and tried to escape. The secret HQ was just too cramped and small for them both to make themselves through. It was like cats trying to make their way through mouse holes. Just this once? Ash asked in front of the large Pokémon. In both hands were Ultra Ball, the best thing below the Master Ball. There was just one Master Ball and two of the legendaries. Both Xerneas and Yveltal were skeptical about being inside the Ultra Ball, captured like just moments ago, but the rubble made short time of their decision. They just trusted Ash to release them once they got out. The trainer himself was glad there was now resistance or argument with the ceiling falling. Any time soon to leave was great. But Ash then noticed that they were short of one person, turned around and saw Lysandra still on his knees. He was still sulking in defeat despite the rocks falling and landing around him. Hurry! You will get killed. Come on. Go. Lysandra turned around and showed the eyes of a man lost to himself. It is too late for me. Make Kalos and the whole world beautiful. And may you find more happiness than I ever did. Ash cried out until a boulder cut them off, and the trainer was forced to run to get out. Whatever happened to Lysandra, it happened swift and painless, and somewhat peaceful for the man who forgotten what it was like. End of chapter. Ash, the Iron Trainer. The Lady Like a Blizzard and the Everwinter of Snowbell. Previously on Ash the Iron Trainer. Ash then noticed that they were short of one person, turned around and saw Lysandra still on his knees. He was still sulking defeat despite the rocks falling around him. Hurry! You will get killed. Come on. Go. Lysandra turned around and showed the eyes of a man lost to himself. It is too late for me. Make Kalos and the whole world beautiful. And may you find more happiness than I ever did. Ash cried out until a boulder cut them off, and the trainer was forced to run to get out. Whatever happened to Lysandra, it happened swift and painless, and somewhat peaceful for the man who forgotten what it was like. Thankfully everyone that was present at Geosenge Town when the large fired, they were at a safe distance. And they all watched with shock and awe to see that the weapon did fire, on itself. Once that happened, instead of being destroyed, the weapon submerged down the large sinkhole, from which it first emerged. Other than the sinkhole now filled with rubble and boulders, Geosenge Town was barely touched by all that destructive force. Thanks again kids, it was a big help that stopped this weapon from firing anywhere else in Kalos. That same agent from Lumio City and the entrance to Lysandra Labs was also at the scene while the police cleaning up the Team Flare grunts and breaking apart the blockades to allow the civilians back to their homes in the town. I am confident to say that we arrested just about every listed member of the terrorist Team Flare. And I understand that the founder, boss and nobleman Lysandra perished in the rubble. Yes. Ash answered with a heavy heart. He looked back to what he'd done and felt that unlike himself, we deserve to live and learn. Lysandra just didn't see how he can face the land of his ancestors after he tried to destroy it, throwing away 3,000 years of duty to protect it. Everyone listening it also felt the same way and the agent just nodded, finished his report and placed his notes away. Take as much time as you need to recover kid, there is no rush to make the Kalos League just yet. Ash nodded and said nothing, even when the agent placed his hand on Ash's shoulder. If a man asked for a wish like Lysandra did, then you did the honorable thing, no one will hold that against you. Thank you sir, for everything. With that the agent dismissed himself and joined the police forces that are just about done loading the grunts and other criminals under Team Flare into their prison vans. Those terrorists will have to swerve their time for everything they did under Lysandra. I understand that you have another issue, young man. The Nurse Joy of Geosenge Town, looking a lot like the one in Santalon City, was outside at the moment. Was it about you capturing Xerneas and Yveltal? Ash nodded. He had planned to release them, but there was just thing at the back of his head nagging him to reconsider. I feel like I committed a crime, like I caught them out of selfishness and greed. All because it was either that or them fighting a losing war against all that rubble. Ash said, pointing towards the almost filled sinkhole to empathize on the rubble. It got the point across for sure. You and your cousins are nurses and owners of the Pokémon centers, but you also are responsible for sending captured Pokémon when a trainer has a complete team. Sending them to Sycamore's lab will not only cause damage and confusion but also get them unwanted attention. Who knows what kind of people will break in to try and take the two legends for themselves. Then I am glad that you asked of me for a favor, young trainer. Nurse Joy of Geosenge Town said with a stern tone. My cousins and I don't discriminate. I knew that it will be a big issue when I was noted of you capturing 2 new Pokémon. The computers nearly blew my mind to see the 2 legends as your 2 latest Pokémon. I haven't sent them out of Geosenge Town yet, there is no outcry just yet. Ash didn't say a word, but he did let Nurse Joy knew from the look in his eyes that he is grateful for her efforts. And after a while, the silence and suspense was killing everyone's nerves. I only wish for these legends to be where no one can capture them or steal them for what Lysandra tried to do in his madness. Ash finally spoke and grasped both Ultra Ball. But I still can't keep both, it will never work with Xerneas and Yveltal forever in conflict, only when a certain presence is also present to calm them. Like in the power room and when we were faced with the door at the entrance. Serena asked and Ash turned over to her. I noticed that there was this green glow, but I knew better than to ask at a moment like that one. Ash smiled and nodded in acceptance. I guess so. Somehow, it was suddenly clear on how to open the door and I understood the look, almost like I personally made it and set the combination. Ash responded. It felt familiar, almost the same as when we were about to enter the Terminus Caverns. I think that there is someone in the deepest room within that gave me the insight and the power to call for the two legends to fight against Lysandra. And you don't feel it anymore. You haven't glowed since you captured the two in a hurry to escape the place collapsing. Serena pointed out and Ash just gave her a silent, sad answer with another nod. That is why I had been thinking when you asked me about the power room. Would you like to take care of Xerneas? Serena didn't know what to say and was about to protest. No offense to you or anything, but would you prefer Yveltal to be your Pokémon? Serena thought hard and couldn't say the words, so she shook her head in shy embarrassment. And so, that was the solution, to share the two legends between the two trainers. After a hard and long discussion, as to which of Serena's Pokémon she will trade with Ash's Xerneas, they chose her Swirlix. She did want to evolve for a while after being captured during their trek en route, and Serena remembered the whipped dream that she came across a while ago in Sillage City. She might have forgotten since that place brought up bad memories. According to the Pokédex, Swirlix and its counterpart Spritzy both evolve only when they hold a certain item once they are traded. Spritzy will evolve into a Aromatisse if the former was holding a sachet. And so, Swirlix evolve with a whipped dream held into a Slurpuff like Serena's. Slurpuff, the meringue Pokémon. Slurpuff's keen sense of smell is especially sensitive, much more than people's. Slurpuff is a white bipedal Pokémon with a red collar with a spot of red below it, and pink fluffy hair. On top of its head is a red sphere. It has two small, pink feet, a pink face, and a really long red tongue that is usually sticking out. When it opens its mouth, a pair of fangs can be seen on its upper jaw. It has an exceptionally keen sense of smell, being 100 million times that of a human, allowing it to distinguish even the faintest of smells. But to tell the truth, Serena had both a whipped dream and sachet as well as both those fairy-type Pokémon that can evolve to make the transfer happen. But while going through the Pokédex, Ash liked the Slurpuff slightly better with her new ability to use heightened senses of sense and smells. And Serena's Spritzy wasn't in a hurry to evolve like her former Swirlix. The two trainers won't have it any other way. XXXXX. With that said and done, both trainers will train and carry one of the legends on their teams. Xerneas was more benevolent as a fairy type and as the Pokémon of life. Meanwhile, Ash will handle the rash and destruction-loving Yveltal. This will prevent them from ever coming into conflict. They both should be sent out from a trainer's 2 Ultra Ball. They were now ready to get back on track with Team Flare no longer interfering with their journey. Their first stop was on Star City, to tell Olympia of what happened. She deserved to listen to what happened, and that she was saddened to learn of the news regarding Lysandra a little too late. And you said that there was this green glow, allowing you to break open a thick door with a puzzle for a lock, and pressure the two legends of Kalos to fight besides you? Yes. Have you seen this before? With your connections to the stars? Not that Ash was skeptical, he will never call any of this rubbish right after what happened in Team Flare's secret HQ. I have seen happen in a vision, sometime after I got that messenger from the madman Lysandra. Olympia answered. But I have never seen this happen before. It is not anywhere in our books. There is still this one thing that I can think of, it must be linked to Zygarde, the Order Pokémon and the one with the power to cease any conflict between the two legends of Kalos. Intrigued, Ash decided to give the Pokédex a go and found the name. It said, Zygarde, the Order Pokémon. When the Kalos region's ecosystem falls into disarray, it appears and reveals its secret power. Zygarde has a serpentine body with green and black markings. Most of its back is black, while the underbelly and the tip of its tail are green. Its eyes are comprised of 4 green hexagons, similar to an insect with compound eyes. Across the back of its neck is a large frill made of 5 long, flat protrusions. There are 3 short tendrils on either side of its chest, and its tail ends in 5 tendrils. It has many small, green hexagon markings on its body that can glow. Zygarde is thought to monitor those who destroy the ecosystem from deep with its cave. Should the region's ecosystem fall into disarray, it will appear and reveal its power. Zygarde is the only known Pokémon capable of learning the moves Land's Wrath, which can hit targets adjacent to the user, useful for horde encounters and anything other than single battles. And I do know that Zygarde was thought have made its home and resting place in Terminus Caverns, northeast on Route 18. Olympia went on and then noticed how Ash and Serena looked shocked. You went near the entrance, did you? Yeah, we were about to enter the caverns when this voice told us about a disaster coming and showed us what Team Flare was about to do. So, we decided to check out the caverns later. Ash explained and Olympia nodded. They both, along with Serena and Pikachu, decided to leave it at that until a future date when Ash and Serena will try Terminus Caverns again. Once the discussion at Anistar Gym was finished, it was just a short trip through Route 18 and a little stop in Kuraway Town, where they had to stop short once they were told of Lysandra. They had to get back to Lumio City in a hurry. It was a quiet town with a lake and a few waterfalls, perfect to get back on track. After they were relaxed, Ash and Serena left the town for Route. It was swamp-like but not as much as Route 14, with plenty of grasslands and flower fields to cover the stinky marshlands. And as for the wild Pokémon, there were barely any new ones except for one that appears rarely in horde encounters. Gligar, the fly-scorpion Pokémon. It glides using the membrane attached to its arms and legs, and attacks the face of its prey with its claws. Then there was the other new addition to the Pokédex, found only by rare chance with a super rod like the one from Route Politoed, the frog Pokémon. It gathers groups of others as their leader. Its cries make Poliwag obey. But there was this one more thing about Route 19 that got the attention of both trainers. Here we are, at the next battle chateau. Ash said, the look of it took his breath away and it already finished with Serena. Unlike the previous battle chateaus that were taking place in castles, this one looked like a palace, including Parfum Palace. Here, we can try for Duke and Duchess. Serena added, causing Ash to chuckle. Won't we look more like a king and queen in that uniform? Ash teased Serena and she blushed at the picture of it all but didn't try to deny it. Even Pikachu could see that Serena was smiling to herself, hidden with the hand she used to try and cover up her blush. Come on then, let's get started. Serena then allowed Ash to grasp her hand as they hurried inside the battle chateau. And they have been in there for the entire day, battling and challenging the other trainers that are at the marquee level. Then, by the last light of day, Ash was in front of the other trainers with a new cape and a new title. Everyone, welcome to our newest Duke. Ash Ketchum. The crowd cheered for how awesome Ash looked with the outfit and medals of a Duke. Especially with his latest evolved Pokémon behind him, his new Chestnut. Serena knew what the Pokédex said but wanted to hear it anyways, so she scanned Chestnut with the volume at its lowest aside from mute. Chestnut, the spiny armor Pokémon, and the final evolved form of Chespin. Its tackle attacks are so powerful, it can overturn a 50-ton tank. Chestnut is a bipedal, mammalian Pokémon with some plant-like features. It possesses a prominent domed, armor-like shell similar to that of a chestnut. The armor is pale beige in coloration with 4 large spines jutting out of the back. The armor is trimmed with red and green bands, with the green on the outermost edge. There is an additional spine protruding from the armor over each of Chestnut's shoulders, which are connected by a green breastplate. Its body is colored similarly to the shell, and its long limbs and tail are banded with plates of armor. The top surfaces of the tail and arms are protected by green armor, and the arms have 2 small spines. It has 3 brown, clawed digits on its hands and feet. Its hands can fuse together to create a spike-covered shield. Chestnut has fluffy white fur on its belly and fringing its face like a beard. It has a small, pink nose with a 3-pointed patch of brown fur extending up its short snout. It also has 4 pointed teeth and a plate of beige armor atop its head, similar to a helmet. Chestnut is renowned for its tank-like body, it is capable of throwing a tackle that can flip a 50-ton truck. Once it gets into its defensive stance with its hands covering its face, it can stand up to a bomb's explosion. It will not hesitate to use its sturdy body to shield its allies from danger. Chestnut is capable of learning Spiky Shield, a priority move, like Quick Attack, that will both protect the user and do damage to the opponent if they should use a physical move. Thank you all for coming. And the evening is not over yet. Because we have a treat today. The Turner of the Battle Chateau of Route 19 announced. While young Ash, the rising star from the battle chateaus before this one, have become our next Duke, we have a special visitor to our humble establishment, a Duchess. Seeing that it got the crowds to cheer, Turner smiled. Now let's greet the Duchess with praise to her skill that she displayed against all odds. She battles with the coldness and fierce might of a blizzard, Madame Lorridge. 1. When I said that I will visit for a good match, I never meant to wait this long. With hair white as snowflakes and ice-blue eyes, Lorridge will easily pass off as an ice-cold lady. And her outfit was one of high class, of great status and wealth, with a color scheme of blue and white. Now what rookie can I crush before I can go? Yes, yes madam. Turner tried to calm her down before turning to the watching trainers. This match is special since the winner against Lorridge will immediately become a Duke or Duchess. If not, then the trainer will retain their title and hope to attain the next one the long way. And do you think that a Duchess like me will lose? Lorridge shouted off another rant. If you are going to waste my time then dash. I will battle you. Both Lorridge and Turner halted to hear someone call that out. All eyes then turned over to Serena, who was trying to keep her composure together from all the attention towards her direction. You. Lorridge said before getting a much closer look at Serena. You must be the other rookie that is rising through the ranks along with your boyfriend. I've heard about how you won and lost but still made it this far. Serena said nothing, not even with the whisperers and especially the jeers at her. Ash couldn't be there to help her this time. Okay, I will do it. Lorridge then said. Don't think that I am impressed by your record. But you have guts, something that all these useless commoners lack in. I always enjoy a battle with a trainer that has guts. Serena nodded as the ice-cold Duchess turned to the shocked Turner. Well. Show where we can battle. Yes madam. Turner led both Lorridge and Serena to the field surrounded by a pool of water. It was a nice evening, with only the moon seen in the night sky. It was perfect for a late Pokémon duel. Begin. The proctor announced and both trainers reached for their Pokémon. Come my darling, Vanillux. Vanillux, the snowstorm Pokémon, and the evolved form of Vanillish. Vanillux forms internal clouds of snow by swallowing lots of water and can cause violent blizzards when angry. Vanillux is a two-headed Pokémon covered in a swirled, white substance that resembles ice cream. Each head has two light purple eyes and a slightly darker purple mouth. There are light blue ice crystals to the side of each eyes and two under each mouth. It has two stubby arms and three spikes under its body, all of which resemble icicles. The middle spike under its body is the largest, and there is a hollow, straw-like structure on top of the left head. On the back of its two heads there are many small ice crystals. Vanillux ingests large quantities of water, which it uses to create internal snow clouds. When angered, it expels a powerful blizzard. Go, Audino. Serena chose the normal type that she caught and kept since route, start with Simple Beam. Audino concentrated and sent out a beam that covered Vanillux, changing its ability to Simple. Whatever ability it might have had, it now has its stats changed doubled, both positive and negative. Lorridge didn't even twitch to this action. Use Acid Armor. She decided to take this change in tactics into this direction. Now Vanillux has its defenses drastically increased. Now Blizzard. Vanillux blew out a large gust of icy wind and snow at Audino. Protect. Serena quickly called out, now do Secret Power. Audino soon glowed pink and attacked Vanillux. The snowstorm Pokémon then cried out when lightning sparks appeared, Vanillux is officially paralyzed. You fight like a little kid, expecting to win now that you have paralyzed my Pokémon. Lorage still wasn't impressed. Now hail. The snowstorm Pokémon then sent something into the night air to create a cloud of hail that was secluded to hover above only the battling Pokémon. Vanillux is immune with its ice typing while Adino has to take the damage from the hail stones. Now break out of it and use Ice Beam. Vanillux cringed to hear that tone but, through willpower, broke through the paralysis and shot out a beam of icy power, threatening to freeze Adino in a block of ice. Time to stop holding back, Fire Blast. Adino nodded and released the infamous attack of flames in a fire kanji shape. This one not only burned through the hail stones but also the ice beam and then hit Vanillux hard. Now that is interesting. Lorage only sounded different in her tone. Knowing that normal types learn the most moves in variety for this match. Most just go for the fire and fighting types for the STAB bonus. Serena said nothing and Lorage didn't want it any different. So now, do you mirror coat? Somehow, Vanillux was still burning from the fire blast and yet it surprisingly held in and sent its power back with a rainbow glow. But Serena had a backup plan. What to see what Adino can do? She asked and not waiting an answer right away, use Psychic on the flames. Adino glowed pink and so did the returned fire blast, halting in midair. Now surround Vanillux with it. This wasn't like the real thing but Adino improvised and created a makeshift fire spin. Nice moves. But this will just take all night, time I don't have so let's get this over with. Lorage shouted and yet Serena wasn't offended and reached for her the choker on her neck. Apparently, there was a flash bottom to it while the outer layer had an opening that was big enough for a marble to fit through. And then everyone saw it, the small sphere with a portion of a double helix. It created a shine through the moonlight that alerted Adino so she shook her fur to reveal an accessory hidden underneath. It was a bigger stone with the common pattern found in the glass marble called a toothpaste or cat's eye marble. The colors were milky and light pink. That meant it was a pair of keystone and mega stone. Adino, out friendship will show material form. Unleash the power buried within and show our true might, together. Serena shouted off her own chant while activating both stones, causing her Pokémon to shift between bright lights, shining brighter than the moon and stars themselves. Serena, you, sneaky little mink. Then again, I am such a bad influence. Ash snickered to himself. He then promptly scanned this mega-evolved Pokémon. This Pokémon has undergone its mega evolution. It is now normal and fairy type. It retains its healer ability. Now as Mega Adino, she became both heavier and taller. The patterning on her stomach, now completely cream, is covered by what resembles a flared lab coat. Most of her body becomes white with pink tips in 4 places, one on each ear and near the edges of her coat. Her eyes turn pink and her ears stand upright with longer, collier feelers. Adino's tail becomes larger and a smaller tuft of fur is centered on its chest. 2 additional, curled feelers extend from under this extra tuft of fur. White fur covers her feet with 2 small tufts on the heels. Mega Adino can release pulses that reduce hostility, and the secondary feelers can put those who come in contact with them into a deep sleep. I hear that pesky boy, scanning all my darlings and starting at them like zoo exhibits. Now your Pokémon is a fairy type, use Mirror Shot. Vanillux then shout out a volley of shiver-colored sparkles that hit Mega Adino hard, and the blinding light had lowered the Mega-evolved Pokémon lose some of her accuracy. Fine that you are going to be using only that move, Misty Terrain. Serena called out and covered the battlefield with a pink mist which tingled everyone present. Now use Secret Power again. Adino glowed a bright pink this time and created the same wind from the fairy wind attack, which also lowered Vanillux's special attack power. If you are going to fight that way any longer then take this one, sheer cold. Dazzling Gleam. Both trainers shouted and Vanillux tried to freeze Mega Adino but missed completely and the latter was able to avoid it, sending out a power ray of sparkling light that really damaged Vanillux. Now use Fire Blast. Lorage could only grit her teeth when Vanillux was hit by that powerful fire attack, and this time, the Snowstorm Pokémon couldn't do a thing about it at that weakened state, only to lose conscious and fall to the misty ground, and the hailstorm disappeared at the same time. The Duchess silently returned her Pokeball, but the match isn't over just yet. This match was 3-on-3, so once a team runs out of available Pokémon, that is when the match will end. Go my winter beauty, Frostless. This time, Serena did the scanning since she was unfamiliar with the name or the Pokémon that came out of its Pokeball. Frostless, the snow land Pokémon. It freezes foes with an icy breath nearly -60 degrees Fahrenheit. What seems to be its body is actually hollow. Frostless is a humanoid Pokémon with a hollow torso that resembles a kimono. It wears a red band around its waist, reminiscent of an obi. Its body lacks feet and it floats in the air. Its arms are connected to the sides of its head, and flare at the wrists. The flared portion has dappled, light blue coloration. Its hands consist of 3 small fingers. Frostless's head is shaped similar to a sideways water droplet, and is topped with 2 ice crystals that resemble horns. Its head has several holes on it, resembling a mask. Through 2 of these holes, crystal blue eyes with yellow scara can be seen. It also has a mouth below this mask. Frostless lives in snowy areas and has the ability to freeze foes with its -58 degrees Fahrenheit breath. It is thought to display its victims secretly after freezing them. It can create illusions to manipulate others. Frostless is a female-only species, and is said in legends to be the spirit of a woman who was lost in the mountains. Serena could have kept her Adino in action but decided against and returned her Mega-evolved Pokémon for another on hand. Come, Kangaskhan. Lorage just couldn't figure out Serena just yet. Using another normal type, against my ghost-type Frostless? Maybe you are just a lucky rookie. And if you don't take the first move then I will. Fake out. Serena retorted and called out for her Kangaskhan to charge for Frostless, actually hitting the ghost type and causing the snow land Pokémon to flinch. Now power up punch. Taking the moment of chance, Kangaskhan sent Frostless flying with the fighting type move, which increases the user's attack power for every hit. Keep it up. How? Lorage lost it for a moment, seeing Kangaskhan punch at her Frostless when normal and fighting type moves are supposed to be not effective at all against ghost types. But then it came to her, Scrappy. Of course, you were so confident in your Kangaskhan. We've been found out, Kangaskhan, use Outrage. Serena called out so her parent Pokémon glowed blue with rage-filled power, something rather disturbing to the 2 trainers, but they kept it to themselves. Hey, both watched Kangaskhan charging for Frostless. Stop that Pokémon with Blizzard. Lorage shouted out and Frostless got out of her shock to try and push Kangaskhan away with a mighty wind with snow and ice. But while Frostless was still hit by that mighty attack, Kangaskhan was sent back anyways. Of course, she had to hurry and eat her Persim berry to prevent the confusion effect from causing any damage. Confuse Ray. Lorage got calm again, and so did Frostless, who now looks confident enough to get the edge away from Kangaskhan and her scrappy ability. By her glowing eyes and mysterious movement of her fingers, Frostless intended to force Kangaskhan to be confused anyways. Safeguard. But this trashed that plan when Kangaskhan created the Rainbow Dome, somewhat similar to Protect. Safeguard is a move that temporarily prevents the user from getting confused, paralyzed, burned and even frozen. Another power-up punch. Ice Beam to stop it. Frostless sent out a beam of icy energy at Kangaskhan, her arm reeling in for another super effective hit. But it was only to no avail and all embarrassment when Kangaskhan had gotten the idea on the fly to use the ice on her arm like a makeshift club. Time to end this, Kangaskhan. Use your new Focus Punch. Both Lorage and Frostless knew what that move was, and by a Pokémon like Kangaskhan, this one will finish off the matchup with Kangaskhan as the winner. Lorage saw that Kangaskhan had mastered Focus Punch, that she had her arm glowing with energy within seconds and charged with it. There was only one thing Lorage can command to turn the tide again. Destiny Bond. Lorage called out and Frostless looked at danger right in the face, creating a connection between both her and the parent Pokémon. Once Kangaskhan landed that finishing hit on Frostless, HEW's own remaining health had left her, a double knockout if there ever was one. Thank you, now it is time for the lovely star to take the stage. Glacian. Ash scanned this one from his position in the stands. Glacian, the fresh snow Pokémon and the evolved form of Eevee. Glacian can freeze the fur on its body, and make it stick out like sharp needles. Glacian is a quadruped, mammalian creature covered in light blue fur that can be frozen into sharp quills. It has long, pointed ears, dark eyes, and a small nose. Glacian has two dark blue, rhombus-shaped markings on its back, and the tip of its tail and feet are the same shade of blue. It appears to be wearing a teal toque on its head and it has two teal dangles, one on each side of its head. This Pokémon is able to create small ice crystals around it by controlling its body temperature. Glacian is usually found in urban areas under the care of humans. It is rarely found in the wild. And when Serena was about to release another Pokémon, one of them let themselves out onto the field. Cub 1. Serena was surprised to see the littlest of her Pokémon actually want to battle, especially against an ice type. Go Glacian and freeze those fools with Ice Beam. Lorage wasn't going to take any of these better than Serena. Glacian opened its jaw and let out another beam of icy energy that got the attention of Cub 1. He then threw a bone made of dirt, a boomerang, to block the ice beam before getting out of the way of the attack. Let's see you dodge this, Ice Shard. Use Bone Club as much as you can. Serena called out and Cub 1 threw a volley of bone clubs that blocked most of the Ice Shard, with a couple of them hitting a leg and arm while a few hit Glacian. Now use Double Edge. Cub 1 then charged at Glacian, trusting its Rock Head ability to do its magic. The energy around Cub 1 made him look like a white missile of sorts. Use Barrier. Lorage shouted out. Glacian created a transparent wall that blocked Cub 1 and its Double Edge. Now use Icy Wind. Hurry and use Flamethrower. Serena sounded like a frantic girl when she shouted out that command. Everyone was looking at her like she had gone mad or something. But no anymore once Cub 1 expended a stream of flames from his mouth, to neutralize the icy wind, attack Glacian and propel himself from the fresh snow Pokémon. What is with you and your Pokémon? Lorage couldn't take it in anymore. She has never come across a trainer that battled a little too easy against her, as if Serena had been keeping tabs on her and her team. And another thing dash. Something then happened that caused Lorage to swallow her words. It was Serena's Cub 1, he was evolving. Everyone knew that familiar glow too well. But the surprise was that Cub 1 should have an evolution. This one definitely wasn't familiar to everyone, because they were muttering and whispering of the subject. Cub 1. Serena could only ask as everyone was also shocked. They were expecting Cub 1 to evolve into something of its previous color scheme, and judging by how he resisted that last attack, he is definitely not a ground type anymore. Ash then felt like something was suddenly in his hands, a little chip. Ash took a good look at it, resting in the palm of his hand, and saw that it felt into the side of his Pokédex. Seeing nothing to lose and that no one had a clue, Ash placed the chip into the open port. His Pokédex then sprang to life and showed some new data on the screen, even changing the picture of the new Pokémon to match to one against the Glacian. Marowak, the Bone Keeper Pokémon. Marowak is the evolved form of a Cub 1 that has overcome its sadness at the loss of its mother and grown tough. This Pokémon's tempered and hardened spirit is not easily broken. This Pokémon is from the distant region of Alola, where several other Pokémon have forms found only there. Marowak found in the other regions are pure ground type, while the ones found in Alola are ghost and fire types. Also, both can have the ability Lighting Rod, that attracts and neutralizes any and all electric attacks, but while the standard Marowak has Rock Head, preventing the user from suffering recoil damage, the Alolan Marowak can have Cursed Body, randomly causes an attack to be disabled if so used on the holder. 2. In the Alola region, Marowak was faced with an abundance of its natural enemies, grass-type Pokémon. This harsh environment led it to bond closely with its friends, which is said to have created a sort of sixth sense and caused it to take a new form. Alolan Marowak rubs the bone it wields against its forehead to light the ends in a green flame, and then twirl the flaming bone. It specializes in an attack where it releases a weak ball of flame from its bone that will relentlessly pursue its foe. Alolans would fear it for a conjurer, due to its rarity and the fearful sight of it dancing with its bone. Alolan Marowak's body is black, and its skull has a dark, flame-like mark between the eyes. Its eyes are also a pale gray. Compared to regular Marowak's squatter, thicker body, Alolan Marowak is relatively thin, making it lighter. White markings echoing shoulder blades, vertebrae, and hip bones also line its back. It and its pre-evolution, Cub 1, are the only known Pokémon that can learn Bone Club and Bonemerang. Upon evolution, Marowak has overcome the grief of its mother's passing. Now ferocious and violent, Marowak is an adept combatant, and uses the bone it carries as a weapon and a boomerang. Marowak have also been recorded pounding on boulders with the bone club it carries in order to tap out messages to others. It lives in mountains to test its skills. And I agree. You are no longer just a little Cub 1 anymore. Serena thought to herself. If you know a new move, try it out. Serena called out to her Marowak, who nodded and charged for Glacian with enhanced speed and hit the fresh snow Pokémon hard. Ash knew that was neither Bone Club or Bonemerang, so he tried to look it up. Apparently that clip also had info on Pokémon moves that can be used by this foreign Marowak. This Pokémon has used its new signature move, Shadow Bone. The user attacks by beating the target with a bone that contains a spirit. This may also lower the target's defense stat. Glacian sure looked like its defenses were cracked slightly. Now let's try something a little risky. Marowak, Flare Blitz. Serena called out and got ready in case her Pokémon looked back like she lost her mind. It seemed to be her lucky evening instead when Marowak got engulfed in flames before charging. Aqua Tail. Lorage decided to give it all in this last attack. She knew that Glacian can either fall now and get the match done or make it through just to face another Pokémon and prolong the battle. And Glacian jumped with water forming on its frozen tail, hoping to land a good hit on this Marowak. But instead, Marowak charged so fast and so strong that the flames around him soon took the shape like when he previously used Double Edge. This actually destroyed the Aqua Tail and landed the Flare Blitz on Glacian. That was it for the fresh snow Pokémon. Let's hear it again for our next Duke and our next Duchess. Turner called for the crowds to go wild again, and they did with cheers so loud that they can wake the dead if they wanted to. But the two trainers didn't care. It was a big day for them both, and things are getting even tougher later on, for sure. XXXXX. Ash and Serena were glad to have kept their winter clothes from when they visited Dendemil Town, explored the Frost Caverns and traveled through route. It was because they didn't name it Snowbell City if it didn't have any snow. It was just too bad that the trip to the Snowbell gym was as cold as the weather. I am sorry, kids. But the gym leader is not present, so the gym is closed until he returns. One of the trainers hired for the staff of the gym told Ash and Serena, who looked a little down. But everyone in Snowbell City knows Wulfric. He always goes through the forest of route. He visits the Pokemon Village, a hidden natural reserve, that only he figured out how to find. How come? Ash said, more interested in this than the gym battle as of now. Is it really hidden in the forest? Like I said, only Wulfric knows where the Pokemon Village is. That trainer replied. That's because the forest on Route 20 is those lost woods you often read in novels. Unless you know where you're going, the forest will confuse you and you will just walk in circles. Not to mention that the Pokemon there will also play pranks on you, or do worse if you get too close to the Pokemon Village. Thanks, but I still need one more badge to challenge the Pokemon League of Kalos. I am a guy who wants to get 8 badges and time left over to back in extra training. Ash said confidently, and the trainer of Snowbell City nodded. Fine. I can see how mature you are for your age, he said, and then pointed off from the gym entrance. The exit out of Snowbell and onto Route 20 is to the south. You won't miss it when you face it. Good luck. And so, the two trainers took a good look and saw that, to south of Snowbell, was a large forest. There was nothing but darkness between each tree. Nevertheless, just standing and staring wasn't going to solve the problem any faster, so the two trainers entered anyways. It was a forest alright, and somehow, sunlight barely cuts through the spots where the trees form a clearing. But Ash was amazed to see the large boulder with moss on that was found in the very first clearing. Ash decided to try looking it up and found that a mossy rock, like one they found, can cause EV to transform into Leaf Eon. Other than this discovery, there was the large amount of Pokémon that they both added to their Pokédexes. Jigglypuff, the balloon Pokémon. When Jigglypuff's big eyes begin to quiver, everyone becomes sleepy as it sings a lullaby. Noctowl, the owl Pokémon, and the evolved form of Hoot Hoot. Noctowl's eyes have a special power that allows it to see in the faintest light, as if it was the middle of the day. Hoot Hoot, the owl Pokémon. Hoot Hoot stands on one leg, but uses both its powerful eyes to see clearly even through the darkest night. Gothorita, the manipulate Pokémon and the evolved form of Gothita. Gothorita uses starlight as its power source. It arranges rocks in the same way as the stars, and can use its psychic powers to control people and Pokémon. Gothita, the fixation Pokémon. Gothita's psychic powers are made stronger by its ribbon-like feelers. When Gothita becomes fixated on something, it's looking at something only it can see. Amoonguss, the mushroom Pokémon and the evolved form of Fungus. By swinging its pokeball-like arms while dancing, Amoonguss is able to lure its prey. Trevenant, the elder tree Pokémon. A ghost and grass type, Trevenant is able to control trees. It traps those who cause harm to the forest and never lets them escape. And the rarest of the single encounters. Zoroark, the illusion fox Pokémon. Each has the ability to fool a large group of people simultaneously. They protect their lair with illusory scenery. Then there was the real rarest find in the whole forest. Sudowoodo, the imitation Pokémon. Disguised as a tree, it's the evolved form of Bonesley. Bonesley, the bonsai Pokémon. Being a rock type, it can get weak if its body contains too much water, so it secretes that water from both sides of its body to regulate it. Finally, after twists and turns and even backtracking, Ash and Serena made it to the other side of the forest. To a clearing that had little to no trees and thick grass covered most of the field except around the river and the top of the waterfall. There was also this figure near the river that looked a lot like a large man with a sweatshirt worn on the shoulder blades. This means that Ash and Serena will have to walk through the grass to ask him about the gym leader, Wulfric. Like on Route 19, there were only a couple new Pokémon since most first appeared on Route. They did encounter a very interesting Pokémon, compared to most they encountered in Kalos. Ditto, the transform Pokémon. Ditto has the ability to reconstruct its entire cellular structure into whatever it sees. In its natural state, Ditto is a light purple or magenta freeform blob with vestigial facial features. It also appears to have two vestigial, handless, arms protruding from its body. It is capable of transforming into an exact replica of any physical object. However, if Ditto tries to transform into something based on memory, it may get some of the details wrong. Ditto will also be unable to remain in a transformed state if it starts laughing. Ditto cannot mimic the strength of another Pokémon, but it will adapt the form and abilities of its foe. When two Ditto meet in the wild, they will attempt to transform into each other. Ditto will also transform into a rock when sleeping to avoid attack. Ditto is never far from civilization or people. Ash and Serena were fascinated by this Pokémon, so they caught one for themselves, amused by how these Ditto love to try and mimic their Pokémon, and especially the trainers themselves. And then there was another Pokémon that encountered the two trainers. Serena could only tolerate it, so Ash was the one who caught it, a Banette. Banette, the marionette Pokémon. Strong feelings of hatred turned a puppet into a Pokémon. If it opens its mouth, its cursed energy escapes. Banette is a dark gray, doll-like Pokémon that is possessed by pure hatred. It has 3 short spikes on its head and a long zigzagging ribbon trailing off the back of its head. A zipper acts as its mouth, and it has purplish-pink eyes with slit pupils. Its long, flat arms have 3-fingered hands, while its legs are short and stubby. It has a yellow, brush-like tail. Being driven to life by a powerful grudge, it keeps its life force safely in its body by the means of its zipped-up mouth. If unzipped, it would lose its energy. It lays curses on others by using its body as a voodoo doll and sticking pins into itself. It lives in garbage dumps and dark alleys, where it searches for the person that threw it away before it became a Pokémon. "Excuse me, sir, are you Wulfric?" Ash asked as soon as they'd done their little trek through the grass. And the man with the large belly turned to face them with a smirk. "What makes you so sure to ask me?" He replied with another question and Ash had an answer. "Because the Pokémon here in the Pokémon village trust you, so you must be a trainer. And I can practically feel the wisdom, experience and skill of a gym leader. I helped to have meet the previous 7 up close." Ash explained and this got the large man to laugh. "I don't know about that first reason but yes, my name is Wulfric. I am the trainer licensed to be the gym leader of the Snowbell Pokémon Gym." The man finally answered and the 2 trainers were glad to have found the man. "Let me guess, you 2 will like to challenge me." "Not me, sir," Serena then said. "Ash is the one who wishes to try out the Kalos League, so he is challenging the gyms and collecting the badges." "He wants to challenge you." Wulfric laughed again. "Oh. You are the young man, Ash Ketchum, the Iron Trainer, eh?" Wulfric asked and noticed that Ash groaned to hear that name. "It is just a moniker that the Master of Steel Pokémon came up with. So please just call me Ash." Wulfric smiled to hear such modesty from a boy who is like a celebrity without the fancy cars and fangirls after his signature and the such. "Whatever the case, I will accept the request, so I will be returning to the Snowbell Gym. Take as much time as you wish, I will be waiting." Wulfric said his goodbyes to the Pokémon within the village who were startled to see him leave already. Then they swarmed around Ash, giving him a couple of feathers. They must trust Ash since Wulfric is causal and trusting of him too. Ash and Serena couldn't have any other way to say goodbye to the Pokémon village. Once the rush to try the Kalos League was over, perhaps they will return to visit them. End of chapter. Ash, the Iron Trainer. The final gym. May the path to power be clear and true. Previously on Ash the Iron Trainer. "Excuse me, sir, are you Wulfric?" Ash asked as soon as they'd done their little trek through the grass. And the man with the large belly turned to face them with a smirk. "What makes you so sure to ask me?" He replied with another question and Ash had an answer. "Because the Pokémon here in the Pokémon village trust you, so you must be a trainer. And I can practically feel the wisdom, experience and skill of a gym leader. I helped to have meet the previous 7 up close." Ash explained and this got the large man to laugh. "I don't know about that first reason but yes, my name is Wulfric. I am the trainer licensed to be the gym leader of the Snowbell Pokémon Gym." The man finally answered and the 2 trainers were glad to have found the man. "Let me guess, you 2 will like to challenge me." "Not me, sir," Serena then said. "Ash is the one who wishes to try out the Kalos League, so he is challenging the gyms and collecting the badges." "He wants to challenge you." Wulfric laughed again. "Oh. You are the young man, Ash Ketchum, the Iron Trainer, eh?" Wulfric asked and noticed that Ash groaned to hear that name. "It is just a moniker that the Master of Steel Pokémon came up with. So please just call me Ash." Wulfric smiled to hear such modesty from a boy who is like a celebrity without the fancy cars and fangirls after his signature and the such. "Whatever the case, I will accept the request, so I will be returning to the Snowbell Gym. Take as much time as you wish, I will be waiting." Wulfric said his goodbyes to the Pokémon within the village who were startled to see him leave already. Then they swarmed around Ash, giving him a couple of feathers. They must trust Ash since Wulfric is causal and trusting of him too. Ash and Serena couldn't have any other way to say goodbye to the Pokémon village. Once the rush to try the Kalos League was over, perhaps they will return to visit them. It was rather clear path through the forest of Route 20, the two trainers barely encountered any Pokémon as they returned back to Snowbell City. It was just as well, Ash need to rest and ready his Pokémon for his final gym battle with Wulfric. Soon enough, welcome Ash. Wulfric actually greeted them in front of the gym. I see that you are ready and waiting for this gym. I already let my staff trainers know that you coming to challenge us. Yes. I am going to fight for my final badge. Ash responded with confidence which got Wulfric to nod. Take as much time as you need to figure out the puzzle of this gym and I will be waiting on the far end. Wulfric said and entered the gym on his own. It was only 5 minutes later that Ash was allowed to enter. The Snowbell Gym is a large building that appears to be made of ice on the inside. The main mechanic of this gym is to rotate huge platforms in order to progress to the next platform. There are 4 movable platforms that Ash had to manipulate so that they make a solid path to either of the 2 staircases that led to Wulfric. If you are ready, then we will begin. Wulfric said to Ash, who got up to his eye level in no time at all. Go and skate to your heart's content, Bergmite. This one was the little Pokémon that were wild in Frost Caverns. It was unnecessary to scan it again. Bergmite is a small, quadruped Pokémon resembling a small, round ice chunk. Its upper half is slightly transparent, while its lower half is a solid white. It has yellow eyes, lined in purple, and 2 horn-like protrusion on its scalp. There is another smaller protrusion on its back end, which resembles a tail. It has 4 stubby, conical legs. I feel like making up for lost time with a certain Pokémon I planned for another gym battle entirely. Ash said. Go, Sableye. Wulfric raised his eyebrow. No one has ever used a Pokémon like Sableye before, ever since he became licensed to be the leader of the Snowbell Gym. If that is how you fight, then so be it. Sharpen and then rapid spin. Wulfric started out small and short. Bergmite's body glowed light blue and then its body was surrounded by an icy mist that soon turned into a diamond-shaped block of ice, increasing its attack power. Until, of course. Fake Out and Shadow Claw. Ash called out and Sableye moved in to cause Bergmite some damage and to flinch instead of attack. That was why the ice chunk Pokémon couldn't stop the Shadow Claw from striking at its icy body. Nice kid, Icy Wind. Wulfric was barely fazed by this setback. And this time, Bergmite moved in to set loose a gust of frigid air that filled the room around them. Now, Ice Ball. Bergmite then caused more ice to form, turning it into a sphere of it that rolled towards the shivering Sableye. Double team. Sableye heard that and moved so fast that he left behind after images that allowed him to avoid the ice ball. Now use Shadow Ball on Bergmite. Ash commanded. Stop and spin in one place. Wulfric wasn't going to let his Pokémon down so easily. And when Bergmite salvaged the energy from the ice ball but also mimicked rapid spin, the Shadow Ball was sent bouncing off Bergmite. Now use Avalanche. Payback. Ash grinned to see that while Sableye did get some damage inflicted by the avalanche, he was able to use the full effect of Payback to send forward that much damage doublefold. And this time, all that power had totaled the Bergmite. Wulfric was finally amused. Nice Pokémon you have to go against my Bergmite's avalanche. Wulfric then returned his Pokémon and took out another Pokeball from his jacket, still resting on his shoulders. Now be a force that will be stand against all attacks, Avalugg. Avalugg, the iceberg Pokémon and the evolved form of Bergmite. Avalugg's ice-covered body is hard as steel. It uses its body to demolish any obstacle that gets in its way. Avalugg is a massive Pokémon seemingly formed entirely out of reflective ice. Its top half is flat, with 3 cracks, 1 before its stubby tail and 2 in between its 4 legs. These legs are cylindrical, and also sport purple cracks at its joints and in between its icy toes. Underneath each toe is a spike, similar to cleats. Large icicles hang from its underside, which nearly touch the ground. Avalug's head is similar to its body, a cracked wedge of ice with a flattened upper surface. Its mouth has a large underbite, which opens up to reveal 4 small teeth and purple gums. The head has 2 white diamond-shaped ears, and from its chin hangs 3 bulging spikes, resembling a beard. "Go, Lapras!" Ash called out for his transport Pokémon. It was time to use the old phrase, fighting fire and fire. Only this will be ice against ice. Wulfric was even more amused, maybe even interested. Start with Rain Dance. Forget about the normal tactics Avalugg, begin to use Skull Bash. Wulfric called out and the iceberg Pokémon braced, tensing its muscles so that it could attack Lapras with a devastating headbutt. And while it was getting ready, its defenses increased. Perish Song. Ash called out a very deadly move. This one could take down every Pokémon that hears this song, unless they faint or been taken out into their Pokeballs. Too bad that Wulfric is not allowed to return his Pokémon as a gym leader. Their policy is to fight to win, down to the last Pokémon. Now use Hydro Pump. Lapras sent out a huge gush of water at Avalugg, the rain made it bigger and stronger, nearly flooding the iceberg Pokémon. And that was when Avalugg had finished building up power to use Skull Bash. It hit Lapras pretty hard and lost the enhanced defenses that came with the process. Hit Avalugg back with Thunder. The sound of Avalugg being struck by Lapras's thunder attack was horrible to bear. And with Rain Dance in play, it was impossible to dodge the thunder attack. Now use Hydro Pump again. Double Edge. Avalugg charged in Wulfric's word and against Lapras's enhanced Hydro Pump. Both were forces that struggled to dominate the other, but after a few moments, both Pokémon ran out of steam. Avalugg couldn't hit Lapras and the latter couldn't blow the former away. And just when they were going to come up with another move, both Pokémon suddenly got dizzy and fell to the icy ground. Wulfric and Ash were initially shocked until it clicked. Oh! The action almost had made me forget about the Perish Song. And now it is a tie. Wulfric didn't respond but still returned his Pokémon while Ash did the same. Show us the illusions of a blizzard, Cryogonal. This was also a Pokémon that Ash had encountered in the Frost Caverns but with much more difficulty than the Bergmite. Cryogonal resembles a shiny, blue hexagonal snowflake. Its facial expression is frozen, which leaves Cryogonal with a still, aggressive-looking face. 2 cracks run through its face, the upper opening contains its eyes and the lower serves as a mouth. It has 2 glowing eyes and its large mouth contains an extendable chain of ice, which is used for hunting. Go, Aegislash. Now this was a surprise for Serena and even Pikachu. Both of them didn't know that Ash had finally fully evolved his Doublade after so many battles. They figured that Ash wanted to finally break the boundaries on his Pokémon and cause Sword Pokémon to reach his final form. Now it looks and even seems to be a lot like the Aegislash that Wickstrom revealed in Lumio City. Use Acid Armor and then Confuse Ray, Cryogonal. Wulfric commanded of his crystallizing Pokémon. Cryogonal soon shifted to look transparent, increasing its defenses. Then its eyes glowed in different colors and shades, almost hypnotizing Aegislash and nearly got Ash as well. Dodge with Autotomize. Ash called out and while Aegislash did get his speed increased and become nimble, the Confuse Ray landed anyways. Now there is a good chance that the Royal Sword Pokémon will hit himself. Try to focus and use Flash Cannon. Aegislash looked like it suddenly lost a good night's sleep and just moved around with the grace of a drunken bum. Too bad that it failed to hear Ash give the command nor this, Night Slash, Cryogonal. Who knew that one of Wulfric's ice types had a move which did great damage on Ash's Pokémon? But this also got Aegislash to lose the lack of grace but still struggled against the dizziness. Try Flash Cannon again. Ash called out and when Aegislash got sight of Cryogonal, it launched that silver beam of energy at last. And in the process, it changed from his defensive for me to his blade for me. Aegislash looked no different, just having his shield on his arm rather than the blade portion of his body. Recover and use Night Slash again. Wulfric called out calmly, to which Cryogonal glowed with healing light and charged to hit Aegislash hard again. But Ash wasn't going down that easily. King's Shield. Ash called out and Aegislash turned to its defensive for me, with the shield now on his blade lower half of his body. Then a grid-like barrier appeared which blocked Cryogonal and also lowered the crystallizing Pokémon's attack power. Now, use Iron Head. Aegislash did it again and changed to his blade for me to charge with the hilt for a head glowing metallic silver. But getting that hit in didn't help at all when Wulfric called out, sheer cold. Aegislash was soon covered in frigid ice, never to remain focused with freezing temperatures that supposedly matched those in a vacuum. Ash looked like he was hit underneath the belt but kept it all in to return his Pokémon to release another he had prepared for this gym battle. Go, Snorlax. Serena and Pikachu understood Ash's choice. They saw that Snorlax's thick fat ability helped them both against Lyssandra's Pyroar. The ability granted not only resistance to fire-type attacks but also ice-type attacks as well. Wulfric seemed to be only amused to see Ash choose another Pokémon not usually sent against his own. Now we can stop holding back, use Ice Beam. Now, Wulfric seemed to be rather excited as his Cryogonal released an icy white beam with the same zeal as its trainer. Chip away. Ash called out in response. Snorlax charged like a wild bull, right through the ice beam and attacked Cryogonal, ignoring the effects of the acid armor. Now use Belly Drum. Snorlax halted once he sent Cryogonal flying, to pound on his large belly like a drum. He glowed red with power while flinching to losing half of his energy to make it happen. Luckily, he pulled out a citrus berry to restore a good portion of his health. Go out with Blizzard. Wulfric saw that Snorlax had the power to end this matchup with only a single attack. And Cryogonal had no plans to let that happen easily, by conjuring up a blizzard, right in front of Snorlax. Heavy Slam. But when Ash gave that command, Snorlax became a nigh unstoppable force that plowed through the blizzard attack and ending Cryogonal right there and now. Wulfric returned his Pokémon and released his final one, be the tree that stands against an avalanche, Abomasnow. Abomasnow is a large, bipedal creature covered in shaggy, white fur. It has pale purple eyes with bushy eyebrows and long strands of fur covering its mouth. 2 tufts of longer fur grow on both its back and chest, with the chest fur being longer on the female. Its hands, feet, and tail are dark green and spiky, similar to the foliage of an evergreen tree. On its back are 4 green spikes that resemble pine cones. Once it did get sent out, the room was now filled with a hailstorm over the battlefield and already chewing at Snorlax's health. Now use Blizzard. Wulfric let himself go and Abomasnow roared out another blizzard attack that barely moved Snorlax. But this will be just half of the fun. Roll out. Ash called out and Snorlax rolled right into Abomasnow, sending the Frost Tree Pokémon back a couple of meters. Then Snorlax rolled forward again. Ice Punch into the ground up front. Wulfric called out and Abomasnow was able to make a blockade that cancelled out Snorlax's rollout attack. And they keep this up again and again, never getting anywhere closer to certain victory. But Serena and Pikachu could see that the 2 trainers were not getting frustrated at all, they looked like they were having fun. It is time to take this up a notch. Wulfric shouted, reaching into his loose jacket to reveal the keystone that both trainers are aware of. Especially when Abomasnow shook its fur to reveal a familiar large marble with the cat eye pattern inside, with the colors of ice white and leaf green. Abomasnow, hear my plea and show your real power. That shines even through the thickest of blizzards and is here through the loudest of avalanches. Mega Evolve. This Pokémon has now undergone its Mega Evolution. It retains its ice and grass typing and its ability Snow Warning. The sprouts on Abomasnow's back grow into great S of ice. Its fur becomes longer and shaggy over its entire body, particularly around its head. Green fur or sprout remnants surround the base of the large icicles on its back, while white fur covers the middle. Now use Energy Ball. Wulfric commanded for her Mega-evolved Pokémon to send out a sphere of energy at Snorlax. It hurt somewhat and finally, the sleeping Pokémon looked a little worn down. Rest. Ash called out and Snorlax got somehow comfortable with the icy floor and hail raining down on his head. Now use Sleep Talk. Ash called out, hoping that Snorlax has heard him. That was answered when Snorlax got on his feet and moved in with a fist covered with flames. You came prepared, young man. Use Wood Hammer to parry. Wulfric called out and Mega Abomasnow did just that with its arm covered with green, transparent energy that gave off the image of a hammer's head. This stopped the sleepwalking Snorlax while doing some damage to Mega Abomasnow. Wood Hammer is a move that does recoil damage for every use, a lot like Takedown and Double Edge. And as Snorlax came to a halt, the slightly larger hailstone woke him up hard. At least he is fully up and ready to fight again. Want to make a wager, Wulfric? Ash suddenly suggested rather than commanding his Snorlax further. Wulfric was really taken by surprise at this. A wager? During a gym battle? You sure have an unusual way to viewing out battles. Wulfric responded while Ash shrugged, what are your terms? We both command out Pokémon to use the strongest attack at once, to see who will still be standing. Ash answered and Wulfric took only a second to think this through. He then nodded and so the wager was put into place. Both trainers gazed and stared at each other for a bit while their Pokémon did the same. They were thinking about what attack they are going to use. And they had their commands sent out at the same time. Wood Hammer. Fire Punch. Both Mega Abomasnow and Snorlax charged with both attacks ready for the sure kill hit. The Wood Hammer landed first but then Snorlax found out that he can use his massive girth to shift the power from the attack to fly off him, leaving both him and Mega Abomasnow with the Fire Punch. That landed firm on the forehead and took its toll on the mighty Mega Abomasnow, sending it down to the icy ground, the sheeting practically shattered on the impact. That was an intense and fun match, Ash. I am proud to give you this, the badge which will prove that you have won at this gym. The badge was shaped like a snowflake with an iceberg in the center. Ash could have sworn that the artist had a good eye for the details of the badge that will stand for any trainer's victory against the ice types of Snowbell City. Also, further congratulations to you, young Ash. Wulfric walked out of the gym with the two trainers. You have defeated Team Flare and gathered the final badge. Now there is only one way left to go, Victory Road. Ash and Serena looked on with interest. At the end of Victory Road, will be the Kalos League and the final trainers to match. The Elite Four, all before the champion. Do you know any of the Elite Four? We have Wickstrom in Lumio City before the Lysandra Labs. Ash asked and Wulfric got a little interested himself. Wickstrom sure is a member and you already figured out his Pokémon type specialty. Wulfric answered. There is another member that I think you know. She showed herself when word got around about the raid on the Pokémon factory. Ash and Serena thought hard on. This one, and the last one I know works at a certain restaurant. But the fourth one, I have no idea what that one does for a living. Sorry kid, but that is all I and every other gym leader can tell you. Thank you, Wulfric. Ash shook the gym leader's hand. Come one Serena, Pikachu, we still have a lot to see of Kalos. His friends laughed and ran with him into the horizon for Wulfric to watch with a smirk on his mouth. Kid, you will go far and you will be the world's next Iron Trainer. XXXXX. Route 21 is a simple one compared to the few previous ones, with a river and several detours. And there were plenty of trainers to battle for a warm-up since Serena's duel with Lorage and Ash's gym battle with Wulfric. And there were some new additions from these encounters. Crustle, the stone home Pokémon and the evolved form of Dwebble. With its powerful legs, Crustle can travel great distances while carrying a heavy stone on its back. Wylord, the float whale Pokémon and the evolved form of Whalemare. Wylord can dive nearly 10,000 feet on one breath. Vileplume, the flower Pokémon and one of Odisha's final evolutions. Using the largest flower petals in the world, it spreads large clouds of pollen that cause allergic reactions. Chandelure, the luring Pokémon, the evolved form of Lampent and the final evolution of Litwick. Chandelure uses its dancing flames to hypnotize opponents. Tyrant Rum, the despot Pokémon and the evolved form of Tyrant. Using its jaw, Tyrant Rum can rip through thick metal. In the distant past, it was considered unbeatable. Hippowdon, the heavyweight Pokémon and the evolved form of Hippopotas. It creates an enormous tornado of sand by blowing sand out of the holes in its body, and its mouth is over 6 feet in diameter. Aurorus, the tundra Pokémon and the evolved form of Amora. The diamond-shaped crystals on its body expel air as cold as -240 degrees Fahrenheit, surrounding its enemies and encasing them in ice. And then there were the wild Pokémon to also add to the Pokédex. Spinda, the spot panda Pokémon. Spinda uses its seemingly clumsy movements to confuse its opponents. It is said that no two Spinda have the same pattern of spots. Floatzel, the sea weasel Pokémon and the evolved form of Bizel. Its flotation sac developed as an aid in chasing aquatic prey. Floatzel can also carry people on its back. Bizel, the sea weasel Pokémon. Bizel's collar can be used as a flotation device when inflated. Its head stays above water when floating. Ash was especially impressed with these, so he caught them to train sometime in the future. Scyther, the mantis Pokémon. Scyther is blindingly fast. Its blazing speed enhances the effectiveness of the twin scythes on its forearms. This Pokémon's scythes are so effective, they can slice through thick logs in one wicked slide. Scyther is a bipedal, insectoid creature. It is primarily green with cream accents between its 3 body segments. On the back of its somewhat reptilian head are 3 points, and it has narrow eyes. Its forearms consist of large, white scythes, which it uses for hunting as well as fighting. On its thighs are spikes of fur, and it has 3 clawed toes on its large feet. 2 pairs of cream-colored wings extend from its back. While these wings do allow Scyther to fly, it is rarely seen doing so. The abdomen of a female will be slightly larger than that of the male. Scyther's blade-like forearms are capable of slicing through logs, and become sharper by cutting through hard materials. Using swift movements, it camouflages itself and enhances the effectiveness of its scythes. Although it is rare, Scyther can be found in grasslands. Ursaring, the hibernator Pokémon. Ursaring searches for honey in a forest daily. To reach its food, it often snaps trees with its forelegs rather than climbing. Ursaring is a bipedal, ursine Pokémon. Its broad body is covered in brown fur, except its muzzle, inner ears, and paw pads, which are a light tan. It has narrow eyes, a triangular, black nose, and wide mouth with small, visible fangs in the upper jaw. The fur on Ursaring's shoulders is longer and more structured, with rectangular extensions that resemble epaulets. A female Ursaring has longer fur on its shoulders than a male. There is a large, tan, ring-shaped mark on its chest. Ursaring's forelimbs are long, ending in 5 claws each, while its hind legs are short and thick, ending in 3 claws each. Its tail is large and spherical in shape. Ursaring lives in mountainous forests, sleeping in treetops and gathering food throughout the day. While it is skilled at climbing trees, it gathers food by snapping them and collecting whatever berries or fruits fall down. It will mark trees bearing delicious fruit in its territory with its claws. Ursaring's sense of smell can distinguish any aroma, and as such it can find food buried deep underground or in streams. Serena loved these Pokémon, so she caught one of each. Altaria, the humming Pokémon and the evolved form of Swablu. As Altaria flies across the sky, it resembles a soft cloud. It hums using its high voice. Altaria is a blue, avian Pokémon. Its body and cloud-like wings are covered in fluffy, white feathers. It often folds its wings behind it, obscuring its back. Two long, blue plumes extend like streamers from the back of its head. It has a short, hooked beak and prominent cheek patches, both of which are white. Additionally, it has beady, black eyes. It has a long neck and short legs protruding from its fluffy body. The feet are blue with 4 toes, 3 claws forward and 1 backward. The tail is made up of 5 feathers, the outer 2 being longer than the inner ones. This Pokémon uses its wings to catch updrafts and soar across the sky. It gracefully glides through the clouds, often while singing or humming in a soprano voice. Its voice seems to have special properties which induce a dreamy state for listeners. Altaria can be very affectionate, enveloping people it has bonded with in its cotton-like wings. Altaria is often found living in forests, though it also inhabits mountain ranges. Swablu, the cotton bird Pokémon. Swablu loves cleanliness and is quick to wipe off any unclean surface with its cotton-like wings. Swablu is an avian Pokémon with a round, blue body. Since it has no discernible neck, its body appears to be all head. There are 2 long feathers on top of its head, and it has a short, rounded white beak and beady, black eyes. Its wings are fluffy and white, resembling cotton or clouds. It has tiny, white feet and 2-pointed tail. Feathers. Swablu does not like dirty surroundings, so it cleans things with its cottony wings. It uses streams and freshwater springs to wash its wings when they become dirty from polishing. It is commonly found living in flocks in forested habitats, but often flies closer to towns during the spring. Swablu is very friendly and largely unafraid of humans. As a result, it frequently perches on people's heads like a fluffy hat. But the corn of the crop came the rare catches by fishing. One was from using a super rod once every 20 encounters, and the other will be the same with a good rod. Dragonair, the dragon Pokémon. Dragonair stores an enormous amount of energy inside its body. It is said to alter weather conditions in its vicinity by discharging energy from its crystals on its neck and tail. Dragonair is a long, serpentine Pokémon with sky blue scales and a white underside. Its violet eyes are dark and glossy. It has a smooth, rounded snout and a small, white horn on its forehead. Its head is flanked by 2 small, stylized wings, which are white and curve into a swirl at the base. 3 blue, crystal orbs, 1 on its neck and 2 on its tail, adorn its body. Dragonair emits a gentle aura that gives it a mystical appearance. Dragonair hosts a large amount of energy within its body, which it can discharge through the crystal orbs on its neck and tail. This causes its body to brighten and give off a different aura that changes the weather in its vicinity. Dragonair is a rare Pokémon that inhabits seas and lakes. Dratini, the dragon Pokémon. Dratini sheds its skin as it grows, often doing so while hidden behind large powerful waterfalls. Dratini is a serpentine Pokémon with a blue body and a white underside. It has white, 3-pronged fins on the sides of its head and a white bump on its forehead. Above its large, round, white snout are oval, purple eyes. As Dratini is filled with life energy, it is constantly growing, and can thus reach lengths of over 6 feet. As it grows, it sheds its skin regularly. Whenever Dratini undergoes shedding, it hides behind a large waterfall. Although this Pokémon was originally thought to be nothing more than a myth, it has been found in colonies living underwater. At this point, it will be very difficult to train these recently caught Pokémon to battle the Elite Four. Both Ash and Serena decided to train these as soon as Ash is finished battling them. XXXXX. Then it was time for Victory Road, the toughest and most dangerous route in the Kalos region. Littered with the strongest wild Pokémon and trainers licensed by the Kalos League to challenge those who have gotten 8 badges and thus, are allowed to try for the Elite Four and the champion. Once the 2 trainers entered Victory Road, it was just a large trail that run through clearings and caverns. And there were plenty of new Pokémon to come across. Graveler, the rock Pokémon. With a free and uncaring nature, it doesn't mind if pieces break off while it rolls down mountains. Lickitung, the liking Pokémon. It uses a tongue that is more than twice the length of its body to battle, as well as to gather food. Girder, the muscular Pokémon and the evolved form of Timburr. Girder trains its muscles by carrying a steel beam. With its amazing strength, even professional wrestlers can't move it. Timburr, the muscular Pokémon. Timburr always carries a wooden beam. When it can easily lift its heavy burden, it is close to evolving. Zweilous, the hostile Pokémon and the evolved form of Dano. Zweilous always eats more than it should, moving to a new home after eating all the food it can find. Dano, the irate Pokémon. Because Dano never stops biting anything it can, it is dangerous to approach without taking precautions. These were the ones that fell from the ceiling from time to time. Ariados, the long-legged Pokémon, and the evolved form of Spinarak. It attaches silk to its prey and sets it free. Later, it tracks the silk to the prey and its friends. Spinarak, the string-spit Pokémon. Spinarak can climb any surface easily, and shoot a strong web from both the front and back of its body. Its prey is caught and held tight in its web. Noibat, the sound wave Pokémon. Noibat can cause damage as well as create hearing problems for its opponents by emitting different sound wave frequencies. Meanwhile, Ash and Serena had followed the trails outside the caves for a couple of times and they were occasionally attacked by at least one of these Pokémon. Fiero, the beak Pokémon. The evolved form of Spearow. Its large, powerful wings allow it to fly for an entire day. The crushing power of its beak is tremendous. Spearow, the tiny bird Pokémon. Spearow has a very loud cry that can be heard over half a mile away. If its high, keening cry is heard echoing all around, it is a sign that they are warning each other of danger. Skarmory, the armor bird Pokémon. Skarmory's body is covered with a steel-like armor, and can fly at speeds of over 100 miles per hour. There was this one that caught Ash's eye and could be a good challenge to train once Ash finishes challenging the Kalos League. Hydreigon, the brutal Pokémon and the evolved form of Zweilous. Hydreigon believes that anything that moves is its opponent, viciously attacking with its 3 heads. Hydreigon is a 3-headed, draconic Pokémon with 6 thin, black wings that each end in 2 points on its back. It has a fuchsia-colored collar on its neck which surrounds its head. The main head is dark blue and has black eyes with fuchsia pupils. Its 2 hands are also black and each one harbors a head, these are similarly blue with black eyes with small fuchsia collars on the inside. Its abdomen has 2 fuchsia stripes and its feet appear atrophied, having no claws or defined soles and 2 or 3 small toes. Its tail also sports a fuchsia stripe and ends with a black tuft. Hydreigon is a violent, destructive Pokémon. It will attack anything that moves, determining it a foe. Its heads can consume anything. And there were a lot of trainers that challenged them on a moment's notice like the other ones that were staff members in the gyms and on the other routes, but the 2 trainers barely gave them any eyes twitch to them as much as these trainers on Victory Road. After all, these Pokémon were added to their Pokédexes a lot like the ones trained by the gym leaders. Pokémon like Raichu, the mouse Pokémon and the evolved form of Pikachu. Raichu's tail functions as a ground and releases electricity into the surface, which keeps it from shocking itself. Kingdra. The dragon Pokémon and the final evolved form of Horsia. Normally at rest on the ocean floor, but in theories of high activity, even a yawn has enough power to create whirlpools. Machamp, the superpower Pokémon and the final evolved form of Machop. Its 4 ruggedly developed arms can launch a flurry of 1,000 punches in just 2 seconds. Espeon, the sun Pokémon and one of the many evolutions of Eevee. It predicts opponents' moves and detects air currents with its body hairs. Pangoro, the daunting Pokémon and the evolved form of Pancham. Pangoro has an ornery personality. It holds a bamboo sprig in its mouth, which allows Pangoro to detect surrounding movements. Those were only the ones in the first cavern, there was another clearing much bigger and with ruins to decorate the trail. And these trainers showed new Pokémon as well. Florges, the garden Pokémon and the final evolved form of Flababy. Long ago, nobles would often ask Florges to create beautiful gardens for their castles. And with that part cleared, it was yet another caver system to go through. And there were new Pokémon to witness as well. Slowbro, the hermit crab Pokémon. Slowbro are able to use powerful psychic attacks but generally prefers to avoid conflict. Leaf Eon, the verdant Pokémon and one of the many evolutions of Eevee. Because Leafeon's cells are like a plant, it performs photosynthesis. Then out of the cave came another trail and a clearing that lead to a lake and waterfall with a brick port sticking out. And some more trainers. Magcargo, the lava Pokémon. Magcargo lives primarily in volcanic regions and occasionally emits the lava from its back that circles its body. Golem, the Megaton Pokémon and the final evolution of Geodude. Once a year it sheds its bedrock shell and grows larger. Finally, there was just one more path to go through, with trainers on both sides and on all levels connected by stairs. Torches brighten the corridor just like the rest of Victory Road. Gigalith, the compressed Pokémon and the final evolution of Roggenrola. Gigalith's attacks, using the compressed energy from its core, are powerful enough to destroy a mountain. And this was the last addition from Victory Road. Umbreon, the Moonlight Pokémon, and an evolved form of Eevee. The rings of Umbreon's body glow faintly when exposed to the moon's aura, and it gains a mysterious power. Every other Pokémon was defeated and made the two trainers' teams even stronger. All before the light at the end of the tunnel that shone brighter than the ones before. And once they got out of the darkness. There it is. Ash said before he felt the breath in his lung left him, just like the final battle chateau with Serena. And if that place was a palace instead of a castle, this one was like both. It was as big as a palace but rather than marble, it appeared to have been made with the bricks used to form the Kalos-style castles. Are you ready, Ash? This is going to be a very important step in your career as a trainer. Ash turned and nodded to the sound of Serena's concern. Yes, I am. I have made it this far and no matter what happens, I will still have fought the Elite Four. Ash said with confidence. I will fight to win, because that is all that matters to me and my Pokémon. Serena and Pikachu nodded. End of chapter. Ash, the Iron Trainer. The heated battle with flames. Previously on Ash the Iron Trainer. There it is. Ash said before he felt the breath in his lung left him, just like the final battle chateau with Serena. And if that place was a palace instead of a castle, this one was like both. It was as big as a palace but rather than marble, it appeared to have been made with the bricks used to form the Kalos-style castles. Are you ready, Ash? This is going to be a very important step in your career as a trainer. Ash turned and nodded to the sound of Serena's concern. Yes, I am. I have made it this far and no matter what happens, I will still have fought the Elite Four. Ash said with confidence. I will fight to win, because that is all that matters to me and my Pokémon. Serena and Pikachu nodded. When Ash restocked his bag, rechecked his supplies and reviewed his team thrice, it was time to try it. To try the Pokémon League, with all but one trainer unknown while their strength hasn't been seen yet. Who knows how far above the gym leaders the Elite Four are? Once Ash had gone through the large doors, the hallway branched off like a fork in a road. Both of the corridors had paintings placed on the far-off walls from the sides of the castle. Let's try this one. Serena pointed the one to the right and Ash nodded. Both of them had a good idea that these corridors lead to the same room ahead, having two of them was probably just an excuse to have more decorations. And, as they hunched, the two corridors met and led to the same room. This one was like a regal lobby. They were coming out one of the exits that made with plain brick and they noticed more doors. There was this shiny door that was between the two exits out to the two corridors. Then there were the four doors ahead, each with its own color. Greetings, you must be the rising stars of Kalos. The two trainers turned to see a familiar face. It was the woman who appeared on the holocast announcement they received as soon as they forced Team Flare out of the Pokémon factory. Ash Ketchum, the Iron Trainer and the one who ultimately caused the end of Lysandra and Team Flare. And Serena, who became a duchess in record time. You two are like a pair of king and queen when you had your uniforms on. The two trainers felt the need to be shy and blush at the praise. Ash was just glad to not hear the title made up for him. It is not worth to have a reputation when you are unsure if you can live up to it. That's us without a doubt. How about you, miss? Ash then asked, and the woman nodded. You are looking at a member of the Kalos Elite Four, Malva of the fire types. She announced, and the two trainers looked like they wished to actually be amused. Everyone is a critic. Malva muttered with a little disappointment. Anyhow, you are allowed to try at any one of us in any order, young Ash. I will be in my room, the blazing chamber, behind this door. Malva pointed to one of the colored doors, the one that is flame red, through which she entered. Ash and Serena just gazed at that door for a couple of moments. You are going in there, right? Serena then said, with the awkward atmosphere being stressed in her voice. You know why, and I won't choose an older woman over you, Serena. Ash said in a similar tone, and then gave his companion a passionate kiss. One that she gave back with the same amount of feeling. Pikachu giggled to see the pair of 10-year-olds going at it like adults letting loose to each other. It was only a few moments later that Ash broke from Serena and walked through the doorway. In the blazing chamber, on the left and right side of the platform, two huge pipes reside. At first, they are dormant, but once the player enters the chamber, the pipes initially puff up two small flames each, before sending two huge pillars of fire into the ceiling, raging the whole time. So you decided to go for little ol' me as your first challenge? Malva said, looking rather comfy on her throne. All right then, savior of Kalos, I accept. And I am no pushover with my fire Pokémon either. I will release my first Pokémon, Pyroar. Malva said, and sent out the royal Pokémon, which the name brings up Lysandra, but this one was not the Pyroar that the madman noble used. As one of the few species with painfully obvious gender differences, this Pyroar was female with a feminine figure and the hair in a long ponytail rather than a large mane with red streaks like the shape of a fire blast. Time for your first official battle, Hydreigon. Ash pulled a rather risky move. He just caught that Hydreigon out of the wild and barely had any time to train him with Ash in a hurry, and that the other trainers only gave so much experience for this Hydreigon. Ash could only hope that Hydreigon's dragon typing will give him an edge against a fire-type master like Malva. First use Tri-Attack. Echoed voice. Malva calmly commanded. And her Pyroar's scream was able to dissipate the Tri-Attack. It is either that you have something that I am not seeing, or else you are more reckless than the other trainers that tried to face us in the past. Malva pointed out, and using a dragon type against my fire types might sound good on paper, but I am still a member of the Elite Four. Don't underestimate me or my team. Now use Fire Blast. This one was almost as fierce as the Fire Blast used by Lysandra's own Pyroar. And when Hydreigon was hit, the chamber was filled with its great pain. That fire blast enough to harm a dragon type like Hydreigon. Shake it off while using Roost. Ash called out, and Hydreigon laid down on the ground trying to ignore the flames until the burns were all healed, but a couple of them were still visible. You made your point, Malva, now rise up and use Dragon Rush. Hydreigon glared at Pyroar for a moment and then soared up like a rocket. Once near the ceiling, the brutal Pokémon charged down with her entire body covered with blue energy. Like we are just going to be sitting ducks, use Overheat. Pyroar opened her mouth and sent out a vortex of flames at the incoming Hydreigon. Move according to the fire, Hydreigon. Ash called out, and the brutal Pokémon was able to figure out the movements of the Overheat and dodged that attack, right before landing the hit hard on Pyroar. Now use Focus Blast at close range. Overheat. Malva shouted out. Ash had surprised her again, so there is no time to waste getting aligned with his style and timing again. And the same can be said for her Pyroar, trying to stop the Focus Blast with Overheat. But back up the Focus Blast with Dark Pulse. Malva was now impressed with Ash and his Hydreigon, who able to fuel the Focus Blast with the power of a Dark Pulse, becoming a black and red sphere of energy that overpowered the overheat and dealt massive damage to the Pyroar. Time to change tactics, use Endeavor. Malva called out and Pyroar rushed out to charge at Hydreigon, of course causing the brutal Pokémon to be flown back with barely any more health than the Pyroar. Now use Flamethrower. Pyroar felt like her body was slowly and painfully crumbling, but this was a Pokémon that refuses to back down. And she was glad to see the same determination in Hydreigon's eyes when Ash called, Dragon Pulse. Both Pokémon poured out their remaining energy to match at their STAB attack beams. And, after a few moments, both of them were already at the ground as they struggled to keep it up and hopefully get the edge over the other. That was when Hydreigon roared along with her Dragon Pulse attack that got Pyroar to surrender her focus and let the attack hit her. Now use Dragon Tail. Ash knew that while Pyroar took a bad hit, she is still a Pokémon of the Elite Four. One hit or otherwise will just end the matchup right here and then. But while Ash was planning to send Pyroar back into her Pokeball, with another Pokémon coming out, the royal Pokémon fell when that Dragon Tail became a critical hit. Ash was proud of his Hydreigon and can tell that the brutal Pokémon felt pride as well, and the panting showed how tired Hydreigon was. Malva could see that while returning her Pokémon to her ball. Now come and heat things up further, Torkoal. Malva let loose the same Pokémon from route according to the Pokédex entirety from that time. Torkoal is a tortoise-like, quadruped Pokémon. It has a large black rock-like shell with holes that glow with a red warmth. Its skin is reddish-brown with gray-black bands on its legs and neck. It has a long neck and its eyes seem permanently closed. Torkoal lives in mountains, where it looks for coal. It uses the coal to fill the hollow spaces in its shell, and then burns it for energy. When it blows out smoke from its nostrils and the top of its back, it sounds like a locomotive horn. It blows out black smoke before fleeing and while being attacked. First use Curse. Malva commanded her Torkoal to glow with eerie energy. Now use Flame Wheel. Torkoal roared before becoming a will made of flames, charging for Hydreigon. Double Team and then Roost. Ash called out a weird combo but Hydreigon did anyways. Now Torkoal will have to find the real Hydreigon among the various afterimages that showed the brutal Pokémon resting, healing and restoring his energy. But Torkoal was quick to dish out damage to the copies before there was only one Hydreigon left in sight. Now use Tri-Attack to corner Torkoal. This time, Hydreigon was able to use Tri-Attack for real. And from her right hand came a burst of lighting, the left hand was a beam of icy energy while her mouth sent out a swirl of fire. But Torkoal burned through it all with its flames before launching itself into the air and at Hydreigon. Take it to use Payback. Ash called out a last resort type move, and while Hydreigon had to feel flames a lot like the ones from the Pyroar, she was able to deal massive damage in dark beams with Payback. Now use Stone Edge. Malva then commanded once both Torkoal landed on the ground, with Hydreigon crashing into the hard floor. The coal Pokémon then summoned a barrage of sharpened stones, sent against the weakened and hurt Hydreigon. The brutal Pokémon couldn't hold on any longer. Thanks Hydreigon, we finally had you fight a Pokémon trainer instead of wild encounters. Ash said as he returned the brutal Pokémon to her ball. Now if you fight physically, then face my juggernaut Malva. Go Snorlax. Malva giggled when the floor shook, with both her and Torkoal flying off for a few seconds too. That's a juggernaut alright, and I've never seen a Snorlax look so determined to fight in all my life. I will love to see more. Torkoal, use Flame Wheel. Belly Drum. Ash called out, and Snorlax's first move was to treat his oversized girth to empty a drum sound while glowing red with energy. But once Snorlax lost half his energy, he also took out a citrus berry to regain some of the health he traded away. And a good thing, because when Torkoal met Snorlax, the sleeping Pokémon was able to send the coal Pokémon flying with just a backhand swipe. Now use Body Slam. Iron Defense. Now the roles have switched, and Torkoal barely held in when it had to deal with the heaviest normal-type Pokémon in the world on its shell. Lava Plume. That took a few moments, but Snorlax was forced to get off of Torkoal. Inferno. Giga Impact. Ash and Malva shouted off, for a showdown that will decide who will win this matchup. Torkoal let loose a powerful ball of fire that can only be described as an inferno, while Snorlax charged with physical power glowing bright enough to illuminate the chamber. With both Pokémon and their attacks met, there was a struggle, but Snorlax was able to make through with the help of his thick fat ability. But that will mean Ash will have to recall Snorlax, because it is not fitting to force a Pokémon to stay on a battlefield when they have to feel the effects of moves like Giga Impact. Malva knew that and made no comment when they both recalled their Pokémon. Ash was doing quite well, but the match had just started. Now this will be a Pokémon you probably haven't seen before, Chandelure. But Ash sure did, with a trainer back en route. The look on his face said it all, whatever kid. Chandelure is a Pokémon that resembles a sentient chandelier. It has a striped, round head, and round, pupil-less yellow eyes. There is a ring of small, black spikes on top of its head with a tall, purple flame in the middle. From a black spike below its head, black arms curl upward. These arms are tipped with purple fire. Chandelure's fires do not burn its victims physically, instead burning their spirit. After hypnotizing its opponent by waving these flames, it absorbs the victim's spirit. I have just the Pokémon for this, go Greninja. Ash called out, and Malva actually smirked in an amused way. So this is the Greninja that I heard so much about. The one with the hidden ability Protean. Malva pointed, but Ash didn't say a word the whole time, but let's see about that with Energy Ball. Chandelure created a sphere of green energy and sent towards Greninja. Mat Block. Ash called out, and Greninja used the remaining signature move that she has. Earlier on his journey, Ash overheard on how the signature moves of the 3 fully evolved Kalos starters were now being used by other Pokémon species. Only Mat Block remained exclusive to a Greninja. What Mat Block does is that it works similar to Fake Out. It is a high priority move that blocks most attacks like Protect or Detect. But like Fake Out, it can only be used during the first round, the cost for its power. Regardless, the Mat Block did work against Energy Ball. Now use Double Team. Try Shadow Ball, at every one of the afterimages. Malva shouted once Greninja moved a lot like Hydreigon from earlier. And when Chandelure pushed itself to use Shadow Ball on every one Greninja in sight, they all went through harmlessly. So the rumors are turned. Hydro Pump. Ash called out, and Greninja, with all her afterimages, jumped up to send out a large flood of water each. Overheat. Malva shouted, and her Chandelure just barely protected itself with a large vortex of flame surrounding the luring Pokémon. Use Flame Burst in all directions. Chandelure then spun around, sending flames all over the battlefield that are bound to hit the Greninja scattered across it. Night Slash. Ash called out, and his Greninja charged in through an opening they both spotted. That stopped Chandelure in its tracks, just right for this last move, Hydro Pump. Malva was actually more amused than annoyed to see one of her Pokémon go done a lot like a gym leader's. All well, I haven't trained my Chandelure like the rest of my Pokémon, and I can easily see that your Greninja is among your most powerful Pokémon. She was there when I first started at the humble town of Santalon City. I have trained her as hard as the 4 that gave me the name of Iron Trainer. Ash actually responded. Now I will have to dismiss her since we both were a little let down by this matchup. To prove this, Greninja didn't even twitch when Ash returned her back into the Pokeball. Okay then kid. Malva said after returning her Chandelure, now come out and soar with the sun, Talonflame. Ash smirked, this Talonflame almost reminded him of his own. But Ash is not going to use his Talonflame against Malva, instead it's going to be Snorlax, come on back. Ash chose to send out his Juggernaut of a Pokémon again since he had to return him on account of the effects of the Giga Impact. First use ... Me first. Malva shouted, and her Talonflame acted out the move before Snorlax could. This wasn't what Ash or Snorlax had seen coming, and so Talonflame was put to sleep. What? Thanks, I guess that I can try that with my own Talonflame someday. Ash could only say and face the turn of events. Now use belly drum and then rest this time. Ash then called out and Snorlax was able to do it without a hitch since Talonflame was asleep first, and seemingly helpless to do anything about it. Now shake yourself awake and crunch. Malva was surprised and really impressed to see Snorlax literally shake himself awake from rest and moved in to use his large jaws on Talonflame. Of course, this also rose the scorching Pokémon from its slumber. Okay, this never happened before. Malva commented on this and as a response, the chamber had the cricket sound that followed absolute silence. So let's start off, use Brave Bird. Talonflame then shot up into the sky and swooped down to charge for Snorlax, covered with bright blue energy. And Snorlax knew that it was going to hurt if it landed, use Defensive Curl. Ash called out and his sleeping Pokémon didn't question him on such a command. After all, curling into a ball and increasing defensive power had softened the blow from the Brave Bird somewhat. Now get Talonflame off of you and to the ground. Snorlax roared before grabbing Talonflame forcibly and got ready to send the scorching Pokémon to the ground when, flail. Malva kept the stakes up when Talonflame started to panic and peck at Snorlax's arm as a form of the move flail. Now use Overheat. This finally got Snorlax to let Talonflame go. Now use Brave Bird again. Talonflame was going for the same strike again and now Ash will have to think of something too if this match is going to go on any further. Crunch. Snorlax moved in to meet Talonflame's Brave Bird to let his jaws on the scorching Pokémon. Now finish this. Talonflame. Malva shouted out, but the Snorlax was not only an immovable Pokémon but had the strength as a pack of bulls. That much power is especially deadly to a flying-type Pokémon who has to have light bones in order to life off the ground. It was like a hand-sized rock against a sparrow. You really are one of a kind, Ash. Malva finally said once she saw that her Talonflame was swiftly defeated. But she could see that Snorlax was getting rather exhausted from all this. No doubt that Snorlax is one that is not only the most enthusiastic that she ever seen, he was also one that wants his trainer to win to that extent. Now come, my ace, Houndoom. Houndoom, the dark Pokémon. The evolved form of Houndour. Houndoom's eerie howl is said to cause those who hear it to shudder in fear. Houndoom is a quadruped, canine Pokémon that is mainly black with a long orange snout and an orange underbelly. It has small, red eyes and a black nose. Around its neck is a white band with a small skull-shaped pendant on its throat. There are 2 white bands on each of its ankles, as well as 3 rib-like ridges on its back. Houndoom has a long, skinny tail with a triangular tip and 3 clawed toes on each paw. On top of its head is a pair of long, curved gray horns. These horns are smaller on the female than the male. In a Houndoom pack, the one with its horns raked sharply towards the back serves a leadership role. Leadership is determined by fights within the pack. Its gut is full of toxins, which are used to create fire. This gives Houndoom's fire a foul odor and the wounds it inflicts will never heal. Houndoom appears near rough terrain areas. Its howling induces shivering in other Pokémon, and often sends them scurrying back to their nests. Use Inferno on Snorlax. Malva was more aggressive and so was Houndoom, compared to the rest of the match. And judging by how Houndoom was much faster than the other fire Pokémon, this was definitely Malva's ace. Now use Foul Play. Ash knew that Snorlax had met his match with Houndoom used Foul Play to use his enhanced attack power against him. And Snorlax almost feel unconscious when. Use Rest and then Snore. The sleeping Pokémon then rested again to get all his health back and then literally snored up an outcry that actually helped out when the snore attack echoed through the chamber. Houndoom was feeling the snore attack over and over again and it hurt every time. And to make Snorlax even more amazing and interesting, he awoke from rest by his own snore attack. Prefect Snorlax, now use Giga Impact. Ash called out for his Snorlax to charge at Houndoom again while the dark Pokémon was flinching from the echoing snore attack. And the chamber was soon filled with the sound of Houndoom howling in pain from the powerful hit, kicking off a cloud of smoke when Houndoom hit the wall of the chamber. But while Snorlax was cringing to feel the effects of Giga Impact, waiting for the effects to wear off, it was to no avail. Houndoom got up and out of the smoke cloud, looking only bruised. It is like physical attacks barely work on this Houndoom, only special attacks. I think you will find my Houndoom very special, a lot like one of your very first ones. She was a gift, a daughter of a Houndoom that I met years ago. Malva commented on Ash's shock and nervousness. And she was born knowing this move. Malva said, punishment. Ash widened his eyes. He had heard of punishment from his Pokédex, a very powerful dark-type move. And its power came from the stat changes of the target. Which includes Belly Drum. Snorlax. Ash could only yell to see Houndoom glow dark purple and strike down on Snorlax hard. And this time, the Juggernaut finally fell. Ash returned his Snorlax and thanked the sleeping Pokémon before going his most risky move for that entire matchup. Go Venusaur. Malva raised her eyebrow. She was expecting Ash to pick out another Pokémon with at least a resistance to fire-type moves, and a Gra-type is the complete opposite. It is either that you have a plan up your sleeve or you really are just a reckless boy. Malva responded, feeling the sense of déjà vu. Now Houndoom, use Flamethrower. Light screen. Ash called out and Venusaur created a bright box around herself that blocked the Flamethrower from Houndoom. Call it reckless, call me a fool, but I am going to give my all to Venusaur in this match. Most trainers are scared to death to say such things. Malva said. Are you really going to throw away any chance to win this match, with a greater chance to lose? Ash didn't say a word. Fine then, I will give you a disadvantage. I won't call for any fire-type moves, but I will still fight to win. It is only because you are cute when you are so serious. Ash was still silent and made his move. Use your own egg move, Grass Whistle. Ash commanded, and the mighty Venusaur, he sang. Sung a song that was so calmly that Houndoom was feeling drowsy. Fight it to use Nasty Plot and then Shadow Ball. Malva shouted, and while Houndoom was able to increase her special attack power, the Grass Whistle had completed its work. The dark Pokémon fell to the ground, taking a nap. Houndoom. Leech Seed and then Double Edge. Ash called out and Venusaur sprouted out several seeds and vines that covered the sleeping Houndoom. That was a backup measure when the seed Pokémon charged towards Houndoom with her entire body covered with bright energy. Once. That move sent Houndoom rolling back a few feet. Venusaur felt the recoil damage, but the energy he got from the Leech Seed had helped somewhat. Now use Frenzy Plant. Ash had a different approach to Frenzy Plant. Rather than attacking the target with large, spiked vines that will just disappear, Venusaur will manipulate his Frenzy Plant to also bind the target in the large vine stalks. And Houndoom awoke to find herself stuck among the vines that hurt slightly due to her resistance to grass attacks. Get out with Overheat. Malva was relieved to see her ace finally awake, but still suffering from the Leech Seed that healed Venusaur from using Double Edge. Of course, the Overheat had easily burned through the Frenzy Plant vines and even the Leech Seeds attached to her body. It's time to go for the Flame On. Malva then said, and shifted one of the frames of her orange-titled glasses to show a keystone. And her Houndoom used his paw to shift his collar to reveal something that hidden from sight, a larger stone with the cat eye pattern and with the colors of pure black and pure red. Ash scanned this new Houndoom once she had finished her transformation. This Pokémon has now undergone its Mega Evolution. It retains its dark and fire typing. It now has the ability Solar Power, which activates under harsh sunlight. It damages the user slightly while increasing its special attack power. As Mega Houndoom, the ridges on its back thicken, and it gains additional, bone-like rings around the base of its tail. The rings on its tail have small spikes on top, causing them to resemble vertebrae. The ridge at the base of Mega Houndoom's neck is longer and curves forward towards its shoulders. Instead of a band with a skull pendant, there is a large, toothed structure around its neck. This bone-like formation has 2 large spikes on either side and 3 pointed teeth on the bottom. Mega Houndoom's horns now point straight up with a small, outward curve in the middle. The 2 bands on its hind legs have vanished, and those on its forelegs are broken in the front. Its claws are a dark red due to its ability to generate more heat. Finally, the tip of its tail is now split down the middle. If you want to go out, then so will we. Ash shouted and revealed his own keystone, which alerted Venusaur and made her smirk. Keystone, respond to our hearts. Give us the power to keep fighting and to overcome the odds that stare us down. Mega Evolve. And, like with Houndoom, Ash scanned the new form of his Venusaur. This Pokémon has achieved its Mega Evolution. It retains its grass and poison tying. It gains the ability Thick Fat, which lowers the power of fire and ice-type attacks on the user. As Mega Venusaur, the flower on its back grows larger and 2 smaller pink flowers bloom, one on its forehead and one on its rear. The weight of the flower causes its legs to become sturdier in order to support it. Additional leaves with woody stems, which are supported by vines, are grown around the flower. Mega Venusaur also develops dark markings on its forehead below the new flower. Oh, is that why you risked Venusaur against my Houndoom? Malva asked a rhetorical question. Well, now Venusaur is now a Mega Venusaur, I won't have to hold back. Use Flamethrower. Mega Houndoom shot out a large stream of flames, greater than any other during the whole match. But Mega Venusaur didn't even flinch and took the fire-type attack with the help of her new Thick Fat ability, the same one that helped Snorlax. It took a long time, but Venusaur's new ability works just like Snorlax's. Ash commented, now use Toxic. Mega Venusaur shot out tentacles of venom from the large open flower on her back. And for being a poison type still, Toxic barely misses, and this was a sure shot. Now Mega Houndoom can either defeat Mega Venusaur or lose to the poison that will slowly but surely eat away at all her health and energy. We won't go down like that, use Dark Pulse. Malva shouted, and her Mega Houndoom shot out the same beam of dark energy but much more powerful. Thick Fat won't help Mega Venusaur with that attack. Petal Blizzard. Ash called out, and Mega Venusaur pulled out a new move, a storm of flower petals sharpened by the wind. And this Petal Blizzard met the Dark Pulse, halting the beam of dark energy and damaging Mega Houndoom lightly. Now use Earthquake. Jump. Malva shouted, and Mega Houndoom barely got out of the damage range of the Earthquake attack. Dive in and use Crunch. Mega Venusaur howled in pain when Mega Houndoom sank in large and sharp teeth into her skin. Use Leaf Storm outward. Ash called out, and Mega Venusaur created a makeshift hurricane of sharp leaves that pecked at the Mega Houndoom, trying to keep her teeth in. Now get Mega Houndoom off. Mega Venusaur had the evil glint in her eyes and got all the leaves to attack Mega Houndoom on the muzzle, irritating the dark Pokémon. Mega Venusaur then took this movement of distraction to tip over and slammed Mega Houndoom on the ground until the teeth finally got out of her hide. And when Mega Houndoom did get back up, the poison from the Toxic had actually drained away all the energy in one of her legs. You know. Malva started off, you really are the most amusing and interesting trainer. You have trained so hard that you are not equal with my team, but you are slightly stronger. What about it? Ash responded, and Malva nodded. How about a real wager, that I am sure you tried before, you lucky boy? Malva answered, and Ash narrowed his eyes. Of course, he knew what Malva had in mind. One attack from both sides, nothing held back. Winner of the wager is the winner of the match overall. Ash said, and Malva smirked. So, are you man enough to up it? Malva asked with a stuck voice, but Ash was more focused than he ever gave off and didn't even twitch his eye to Malva's tone. Okay then. Inferno. Venoshock. It happened in an instant. The entire battlefield was covered with smoke, that had the colors of flames and smell of venom. Ash and Malva held their breath in to see who was the ultimate winner. That was because, for the first time, Malva was having a real challenge with Ash. The smoke finally cleared after a few moments to see that Mega Venusaur had powered down and wasn't moving. No one said a word, and as Ash was going to switch out a Pokémon, a thud was heard. Mega Houndoom also lost her Mega Evolved form and there were swirls on her eyes. And with this Pokémon down, Malva's team lost. Congratulations. Malva started clapping to get Ash out of his stupor. She can easily see that Ash is trying to get the fact stick to his head that he just defeated an Elite 4 level trainer. You have good instincts about your Pokémon and how to train them. I had a lot of fun this match. I just didn't want to run in blind because I know you and I am saving another trainer here for last. Ash then spoke up and Malva raised her eyebrow. She then shrugged. That's fine. Trainers that make it here with 8 badges are allowed to choose the order of trainers like I said earlier. Malva replied. But I can tell you about the other Elite 4 trainers if. Ash braced for what Malva might demand of him, and yet, if you walk with me out of this hot room and back into the lobby. Your girl Serena will want to find out about how you showed your skills. Ash just nodded. XXXXX. And the trip wasn't terrible as Ash would have thought. All they needed was to go through the same corridor leading to the chamber. And Serena was still outside, staring at the red door. And why are walking out with an older woman, Ash? Malva chuckled to hear such a fierce tone in Serena's voice. Most women have to wait years of maturing in order to get the gift that keeps their men in check. None of the sort, Kalos princess. Malva simply responded, which made Serena more embarrassed than loudly confused. She just couldn't find the words or anger to stare at Malva. I only wish to walk your shiny armor knight back out of my chamber. There is something that I need to tell you both because I, the great and hot Malva, cue the unamused glares, need the judgment of 10-year-olds. Now cue the confused stares. But that was not going to last when the hallway shook to the volume of this. You worked for Team Flare. Malva ummed of a headache to hear such an outburst. Then again, she couldn't expect anything less than 2 trainers that hated Team Flare more than anyone else in Kalos. Why? You are a part of the Kalos League, why be part of terrorists like them? Kid, you are as mature as any 10-year-old. Don't try to grow up to understand what you may have to do someday for the safety of others and especially your home region. Malva retorted softly. I was merely there to keep a good idea on Lysandra. And who sent that announcement about the Pokémon factory once you liberated it? Otherwise, Kalos's economy on Pokeballs will collapse. What else did you do while wearing the Team Flare uniform? Ash asked, as stoic as a lord once he took all this in. An outburst like his was more than enough for this woman. If you are just an undercover agent, then what else did you do? You are just trying to savage your pride after you yelled at me like I was a traitor, right? Malva didn't answer and glared this time. A little thank you will be nice. I will thank you for the nice battle. Ash responded, but what words can make up for being part of a criminal group? How would Kalos take that one of its strongest trainers worked as a double agent? That is why I want to know everything so I can make up to you right in this lobby. Malva didn't say a word, and this was worrying Serena and Pikachu. Ash, on the other hand, kept his composure together. That was because they weren't going to listen to words for an answer, it is what the eyes are saying that are telling the story. And Malva's eyes were filled with regret, bitterness to oneself and reluctant agreement to Ash's words, that much the 2 trainers and a Pikachu could tell from this disgraced Elite 4 member. That purple-colored door over there is the Dragon Mark Chamber, you can guess what type it is based on. That is the type she specializes in, good luck. Malva said before she walked away from the 2 trainers. Who knows where she is headed, but perhaps to face the fact she aided the terrorist Team Flare, something that can ruin her reputation and her Pokémon career in a flash. End of chapter. Ash, the Iron Trainer. Queen of Dragons, the grandmotherly Drasna. Previously on Ash the Iron Trainer. You worked for Team Flare. Malva ummed of a headache to hear such an outburst, then again, she couldn't expect anything less than two trainers that hated Team Flare more than anyone else in Kalos. Why? You are a part of the Kalos League, why be part of terrorists like them? Kid, you are as mature as any 10-year-old. Don't try to grow up to understand what you may have to do someday for the safety of others and especially your home region. Malva retorted softly. I was merely there to keep a good idea on Lysandra. And who sent that announcement about the Pokémon factory once you liberated it? Otherwise, Kalos's economy on Pokeballs will collapse. What else did you do while wearing the Team Flare uniform? Ash asked as stoic as a lord once he took all this in. An outburst like his was more than enough for this woman. If you are just an undercover agent, then what else did you do? You are just trying to savage your pride after you yelled at me like I was a traitor, right? Malva didn't answer and glared this time. A little thank you will be nice. I will thank you for the nice battle. Ash responded, but what words can make up for being part of a criminal group? How would Kalos take that one of its strongest trainers worked as a double agent? That is why I want to know everything so I can make up to you right in this lobby. Malva didn't say a word, and this was worrying Serena and Pikachu. Ash, on the other hand, kept his composure together. That was because they weren't going to listen to words for an answer, it is what the eyes are saying that are telling the story. And Malva's eyes were filled with regret, bitterness to oneself and reluctant agreement to Ash's words, that much the two trainers and a Pikachu could tell from this disgraced Elite Four member. That purple-colored door over there is the Dragon Mark chamber, you can guess what type it is based on. That is the type she specializes in, good luck. Malva said before she walked away from the two trainers. Who knows where she is headed, but perhaps to face the fact she aided the terrorist Team Flare, something that can ruin her reputation and her Pokémon career in a flash. In the Dragon Mark chamber, the room is first filled with blue mist, which clears as soon as Ash enters the chamber. Two giant structures shaped like a dragon's wings spread wide open, and a cover shaped like a dragon's head lifts up. Two pipes on each side of the player then start emitting some sort of incense into the air. Oh hello. Ash turned on a whim to see the next member of the Elite Four. And this woman was definitely someone he never met before. But it was clear that she was dressed for the theme in her own way. She was dressed almost like a tribeswoman, with bones and a simple dress to show for it. Her shirt was completely brown while her skirt was both that color and light brown in vertical stripes. Holding both pieces of clothing together was a dirt brown, thin sash that it's not shown up front. To furnish it was the three fong bones, the two on each side were facing upwards while the one in middle was pointing downward. Her sandals had high heels for a woman past her prime, with fong bones placed on top the feet, the middle being twice the size as the ones on the sides. On her wrists were more fong bones that were actually flipped outward with their bases on a green bracelet at each wrist. Around her neck and laying on her chest was a very large necklace. Other than three more fong bones, the necklace had green and dirt brown beads. Her hair was the shade of moonlight, and while it was smooth above her forehead, the ends were wild and moved like flags in the wind. Finally, she had earrings that were large fangs, big enough to be daggers, that had their bases in a gray brace that is connected to her ears. You are the Elite Four trainer that specializes in dragon types. I never got your name. Ash asked with respect for the power and skill that she woman was giving off. Of course. Such politeness for a such young trainer likes yourself. She said, and Ash wasn't amused. My name is Drasna. I am descended from dragon-type trainers that date back to ancient times on the region Sinnoh. I am Ash Ketchum. I just defeated Malva and learned how she was involved with Team Flare. I am not in the mood for jokes. Ash responded in the emotionless tone of a brooder. But he was going to battle instead. If you may, please send out your first Pokémon. Come out, my darling, Dragalge. Dragalge, the mock kelp Pokémon, and the evolved form of Skrelp. Dragalge look very much like drifting kelp when they're swimming with the current. Dragalge is a brown aquatic Pokémon that resembles a sea dragon. Its main body is curved in way that resembles the number 3. Its sides are a dull shade of purple with slender vertical lines. Its pectoral fins and tail fin resemble dried-up kelp. It has a straightened brown snout. Dragalge has a red leaf-like crest and brown-green antenna on top of its head. Dragalge can spit poison strong enough to eat through the hull of a tanker. This territorial Pokémon will spit this poison at whatever trespasses its territory. As a result, it is said that ships sailing through the seas where it lives never return. Well then, I've got the Pokémon for this. Ash said, taking out a Pokeball. Come on out, Aegislash. Drasna smiled to see the royal sword Pokémon sent to the field, as a sword embedded in the handles of its shield. I have heard that you discovered 4 Pokémon eggs on a beach, and they all hatched into 4 Steel-type Pokémon. Drasna said before, I am impressed of your story because there is no beach south of Kalos that you will have to run through a forest to get to Santalin City. Ash raised his eyebrow and retained his focus on the match. To be distracted for even one moment can cost him the match right at the spot. Whatever, use Shadow Sneak. Ash called out and his Aegislash merged with the shadows on the ground to attack Dragalge. Yet it seemed to do little to no damage. It's our turn, use Dragon Pulse. Drasna said calmly, and so did her. Dragalge send out a beam of bright, multicolor energy at Aegislash, sending the royal sword Pokémon away. You might have a Pokémon with a resistance, but never underestimate my dragons. Now please do Aqua Tail. Dragalge moved with its tail covered in water, but Ash saw a way to counter it. With King's Shield. Lucky for Ash, Aegislash was a sturdy Pokémon like most steel types. Otherwise, he won't have recovered just in time for the mock kelp Pokémon to move in with its attack within seconds. But King's Shield was a priority move and successfully blocked the Aqua Tail. And Dragalge then lost a lot of attack power as a result. Now use Autotomize and then Iron Head. Aegislash wasted no time to increase his speed and then moved in to land a powerful blow to the head of Dragalge. But the mock kelp Pokémon recovered in no time at all and looked just fine. My. You have picked a reliable Pokémon to start this battle for sure. Drasna laughed, clearly amused. Now I can enjoy this battle, use Twister please. Dragalge roared and stirred up a tornado, a literal twister, that engulfed Aegislash with ease. Now use Thunder please. Dragalge soon shot out a large thunderbolt that worried Ash. Euro Ball. Ash called out a rather risky move, with a good chance of it not working. But Aegislash started to spin, in an effort to speed up the twister. And when the thunder merged with the twister, now Aegislash had to feel some of the power from the thunder attack, but the rest of it was being gathered on the other side of the twister. And Aegislash was able to manipulate the twister to send a concreted mass of electricity at the spot where Dragalge was resting, sending the mock kelp Pokémon away a couple of feet with the impact force solely. This also cancelled out the twister attack. What strategy, dear boy? This is the first time in a while that my Dragalge was actually harmed. Drasna responded with the same calm, yet excitable tone. Now how are you going to battle? Like this. Metal sound. Ash called out and Aegislash started to rub the 2 metal pieces of his metallic body to create a horrid sound that lowered Dragalge's special defenses. Now a Shadow Ball barrage. Ash knew that it will take a lot more than metal sound to deal damage to an Elite Four's Pokémon. That was why Aegislash let loose a whole storm of Shadow Ball attacks that hit Dragalge at almost any angle. Camouflage please. Drasna said, and that was Dragalge's lucky break when the camouflage move turned it into a pure normal type. That caused any and all Shadow Ball attacks to pass through harmlessly. Yet that also means that Dragalge can't get any STAB bonus from any attack, since any normal type attacks will not be able to harm a Pokémon like Aegislash. Now your barrage won't work and we had to put outside at a disadvantage. What are you going to do now? Scared Sword. Drasna had noticed that despite the other attacks, Aegislash only changed stances because of his ability. And this allowed Aegislash to glow bright on the blade part of his body, and hit Dragalge hard. We are going to keep fighting until one drops. Very well, use Draco Meteor. Drasna stopped holding back and called for the heavy artillery. Dragalge gathered energy in its mouth, sending it off near the ceiling of the chamber. The sphere then exploded, sending actual meteors down to the battlefield. This forced Aegislash to try and dodge the powerful attack. Now use your own Shadow Ball barrage attack. Night Slash, cut your way through. Ash called out, and the Royal Sword Pokémon saw the barrage heading towards him. Now his blade body part was covered with a dark tone, just in time to sever the Shadow Ball before they can hit him. But Aegislash was going to stand in the same place, instead he was going to cut his way through the storm. Now use Iron Head. Dragon Tail. Both attacks met each other, and this time, there was no winner. Both Pokémon were sent back by the force from that spot. Now it was time. Herdo Pump. Sacred Sword. Dragalge shot out a large gust of water while Aegislash charged with his blade glowing brightly. The Hydro Pump had halted Sacred Sword for a moment, but all the power behind the fighting-type move won in the struggle and hit the Mock Kelp Pokémon, finally defeating it. Very good, Ash. Drasna said, still smiling while returning her Dragalge to its Pokeball. Now show us your scales of iron, Druddigon. Druddigon is a large, blue, draconic Pokémon with medium-sized wings shaped like thistle leaves. Its bright red head is harder than rock and is very rough. It has a set of glaring, ferocious pale yellow irises. Its arms are longer than its legs, giving it the appearance of a hunchback. It has a thick, moderately sized tail and sharp claws on both the hands and feet. It also has tall, conical, red spikes, 3 on each arm, 1 on each shoulder, 2 on each leg, and 4 on its tail. It has a blunt, brutal snout, and bearing a jaw with no discernible teeth, instead, small fang-like protrusions sprout from its jaws. It has a series of olive, ellipsoid scuts running across its belly. Druddigon warms its body by taking in sunlight with its wings. If its body temperature lowers, it becomes immobile. It has savage physical strength. It nimbly chases prey around its den, using its outstretched claws to catch them. Druddigon lives in caves, and is carnivorous. First use Night Slash, if you please. Drasna commanded, and Druddigon moved towards the Aegislash, almost as fast as her Dragalge. King's Shield. Ash called out, and Aegislash felt like his body was tore up to use his signature move one more time. Yes, the last time, because Drasna had a plan for this King's Shield as Druddigon was halted in its Night Slash. It was even ignoring the effects, lowering its attack power. This is my Juggernaut, young man, so send Aegislash to the ground hard, please. Ash saw that Drasna spoke like a grandmother, was even of the age to be a fresh one, yet she was still a member of the Elite Four. And soon enough, Aegislash found his exhaustion finally taking toll and couldn't keep King's Shield up any longer. Now please use Outrage. Druddigon had even cancelled out its Night Slash when Aegislash lowered the King's Shield. Now the cave Pokémon glowed red with rage and power before slamming down both its scaly hands down on the Royal Sword Pokémon. For the final act, Aegislash was given a trip bouncing off the foundation of the chamber, finally learning how a pinball feels. Thanks Aegislash, return. Ash said with a solemn tone as he sent his battered Pokémon back into his ball. Come on out, Mawile. The Deceiver Pokémon looked especially excited to finally be used in an official battle. Training was getting a little boring for her. Getting a little obvious, dear boy. Using a fairy type against my Druddigon? Are expecting to use it against all my dragons? Drasna asked with a calmer tone after the adrenaline from the first matchup had died down. Use superpower. Ash was shocked to see that Druddigon had actually calmed itself down instead of getting confused as a result of using Outrage. But now Druddigon was covered in a red hue of fighting type energy rather than the draconic type. And Ash knew that it will spell trouble, even for Mawile. Iron Defense. Ash called out for his Deceiver Pokémon to glow metallic and become harder to even be scratched. But Druddigon's superpower attack was able to leave a large bruise. Now use Iron Head. Block with Night Slash if you please. Druddigan had surprised Ash once again when the cave Pokémon was able to stop Iron Head. Now use Fire Fang. Ash was especially worried to see Druddigan bit down on Mawile with all the teeth covered in re-hot flames. And Mawile was screaming from all the pain until Metal burst. Ash called out and Drasna widened her eyes this time. Mawile then stopped struggling and started to smirk instead. She was still feeling the pain, but this was actually good. Because the pain and damage from the Fire Fang was fueling Metal Burst, a sliver orb that came from Mawile's large jaw and hit Druddigan hard. Now use Play Rough. Ash called out for Mawile to literally play rough with Druddigan and beaten on him, similar to those punch-up clouds kids often watch on cartoons. And this time, nothing is stopping Druddigan from feeling all the pain and punishment since he chipped away all his strength and toughness. You are such a darling trainer and with very good judgment of your Pokémon. Drasna said as she returned her Pokémon. For my next dragon. Sound the way through our darkness, Noivern. This Pokémon reminded Ash of the dragon and flying types that he encountered along with his friends in the caves along Victory Road. Noivern, the sound wave Pokémon and the evolved form of Noibat. The ultrasonic waves Noivern releases from its ears are powerful enough to crush a boulder. Noivern is a large bat-like Pokémon with enormous ears suited for precise hearing. It has a mane of white fur sprouting around its neck and upper back. Noivern has 2 black wings lined with a dusky purple and has maroon grasping claws. A teal membrane fans between its ribcage and wings. When its mouth is open, 2 pointed teeth can be seen on its lower jaw. From its ears, Noivern releases ultrasonic waves, which can be strong enough to shatter a large boulder. It uses these waves to freely navigate through darkness, allowing it to easily ambush prey under cover of night. Noivern is known to be extremely combative toward anything that wanders too close to it. It loves eating fruit, thus, approaching it with fruit helps to keep it calm. First use Super Fang. Drasna commanded and Noivern revealed sharp-looking fangs that bite down on Mawile hard, being a steel type did nothing to challenge the power of the Super Fang. Now use Flamethrower. One last Metal Burst. Ash knew that one Metal Burst could stop Drasna's Druddigan, but that cave Pokémon was already exhausted and this Noivern was fresh out of its Pokeball. And while Mawile tried her best to ignore the flames consuming her tiny body, she did send out a sliver ball of light that glowed brighter than the first. And this one actually left something to show on Noivern's body, even sending the sound wave Pokémon to the battlefield for a moment. And it took a moment for Mawile to smile before fainting to the Flamethrower attack. Ash was silent when he returned her back into the Pokeball. Come and fight, Bisharp. You must be confident that another Steel-type Pokémon can last against my Noivern, dear boy. Drasna commented. Noivern use Flamethrower again. And the sound wave Pokémon sent out another stream of flames at Bisharp, stoic as a general and waiting for his first command. Use Stone Edge, like we practiced. Ash called out and the sword blade Pokémon generated a storm of large, sharpened stones, but none flew off towards Noivern just yet. Instead, they surrounded Bisharp and blocked the Flamethrower. Now. That call was when Noivern howled to feel a very light avalanche of small-sized boulders on top of its head and wings. This, of course, caused the Flamethrower to be cancelled out. Noivern, dodge Stone Edge with Dragon Dance. Drasna actually yelled out and the sound wave Pokémon saw the rest of Bisharp's Stone Edge heading its way. Yet Noivern had enough time to do its dance in order to gain more attack power and enough speed to dodge the Stone Edge. Feint attack. Drasna raised her eyebrow to why Ash will use such a low-power move that just happened to never miss until, Thunder Wave. Oh! Drasna proclaimed and then giggled. You sure know how to pull out the unforeseen and use them to trick us. What a darling trainer you are. Ash didn't say a word and his Bisharp just jumped down to the ground while Noivern was not laughing through its paralysis. Now my dear, use Tailwind and Roost. Noivern actually moved through his paralysis to generate a gust current behind his wings for more speed and then settled down on the battlefield to recover from all the damage, but, Swords Dance and Dual Chop. Bisharp moved faster than most steel type, and while he ran, Bisharp increased his fighting spirit and thus his attack power. Noivern had just started to use Roost when the Sword Edge Pokémon arrived in front of it, slamming one powerful chop to the head before another set it flying to the wall behind Drasna. And yet, just as Bisharp just as much as blinked, Noivern got up and looked no different, a couple of bruises. "That's a real tank right there, Bisharp." Ash spoke up and his Pokémon nodded. "So, let's get this over with because we don't have all day." "I agree." Drasna said, so both her and Ash took in a deep breath before shouting out their next commands. Hurricane. Guillotine. Bisharp growled to feel the sharp winds take upward and try to eat away at his metal skin. It was like trying to walk into the direction of a rapid-moving river. But all that ended when Noivern howled, its paralysis causing the sound wave Pokémon to freeze up. This caused the hurricane attack to be cancelled out. Nothing was stopping Bisharp landing that knockout move, and land that guillotine. He did. Come and soar as high as your dreams once did, Salamence. Salamence, the dragon Pokémon and the final evolution of Bagon. Constant dreams of flight caused a shift in its cellular structure. When it evolved, Salamence finally grew wings. Salamence is a quadruped, draconic Pokémon with a long, tapering tail. It is primarily blue with a gray lower jaw and thickly scaled underside. There are red markings on its throat, the underside of its tail, and stripes on the inner surface of its legs. Additionally, there are raised red ridges above its eyes. 3 flat fins protrude from either side of its head. It has 2 pairs of pointed teeth, one in the upper jaw and one in the lower. Each of its short legs has 3 claws. This Pokémon's powerful desire to fly triggered a mutation that allowed it to grow large, red wings. As an expression of joy, it flies around and releases blasts of fire. If enraged, it becomes uncontrollable and will destroy everything in its path. This Pokémon is found living in rough terrain. Use Fire Fang if you please. Drasna commanded and Salamence charged in with fangs covered in fire, a lot like her Druddigan. Take it with Iron Defense. Ash called out, and while Bisharp was skeptical, he still willed the durability of his body to reach twofold. The Fire Fang still hurt but not as bad as it could, now Thunder Wave. Let go, hurry. Drasna shouted and Salamence quickly released its bite on Bisharp, but Thunder Wave had a very low chance of missing. And Bisharp sure didn't. Try to fight it and use Flamethrower. Drasna was especially worried since she already figured out Bisharp combo with Thunder Wave and eventually, a guillotine attempt. Too bad that while Salamence did send the stream of fire, the Thunder Wave must have also made it slower. Slow enough for Bisharp to easily dodge. Stone Edge. Ash called out for his Bisharp to send out a storm of rocks. Block them with Steel Wing. Drasna called out and Salamence struggled against its paralysis to cover its large wing with a metallic color, to use a makeshift shield against the Stone Edge. Unfortunately, even this move was too slow to do much good since Salamence was hit by some of the stones anyways. But Salamence wasn't down just yet. Draco Meteor. Dodge them. Ash called out and Bisharp saw the power behind those falling stars that came when that large glowing sphere exploded near the ceiling of the chamber. And the Sword Edge Pokémon found it difficult to dodge them since there were more falling stars than both him and Ash thought. Some even landed hard on Bisharp. Use Rock Polish. Bisharp never thought to use it, but he willed his body to glow brightly and found himself slightly lighter but definitely nimbler. And it was enough to make it through the rest of the Draco Meteor. Now move in for a Night Slash. Double Edge. Salamence charged in, looking like a very thin torpedo of energy against Bisharp and his Night Slash. And the Sword Edge Pokémon found himself fighting a losing battle for him. It only took a moment for Salamence to win over and landed that powerful hit on Bisharp. Yet the Sword Edge Pokémon was able to use the ground beneath him to stop Salamence. Get Salamence off with Metal Burst. Ash called out and Bisharp was able to conjure up a sphere of silver energy while barely holding back Salamence with only one hand. Bisharp definitely was well trained since it took only a moment to send the sphere of steel-type energy at Salamance's head. Try a brick break. Drasna tried to calm herself down, it was only getting her Pokémon hurt, even just slightly. And while Salamence was wondering why such a low-power move, it sent down one of its legs down on Bisharp. Block it with Iron Head. Ash called out and Bisharp charged to meet that brick break head-on. And this also gave Bisharp a terrible headache, only annoying at best. Now payback. Bisharp smirked and used the damage done to top of his head to fuel his merciless attack with his arms covered in darkness. Guillotine. Ash called out and Bisharp jumped up into the air, swung down with his arms covered with deadly sharp blades made from steel energy and ended the matchup right there with Salamence. The Sword Edge Pokémon is definitely going to be extra infamous among Ash's steel types with that deadly combo. But those thoughts will have to come later when Drasna released her final Pokémon. Sing us a lovely song, Altaria. Ash then saw the humming Pokémon, like the one from the final route in Kalos. Seeing its beauty as a well-cared and trained Altaria, Ash had to urge to suggest that Drasna will share some tips with Serena and her own Altaria. Earthquake if you please. Ash knew that this Altaria is leagues above the wild ones from Kalos Route 22, and the field surely shook when this Altaria used one of its legs to slam on the ground hard enough to cause a web of cracks at the impact zone. Jump. Ash called out and Bisharp just barely avoided the earthquake attack. That is because of the one weakness this Sword Edge Pokémon can't overcome, his body weight, that made most steel types infamous. And because of that, Bisharp couldn't stay in the air for long. And couldn't land anywhere else than one of the cracks made by Altaria's earthquake attack. Now my dearly, use Moonblast. Altaria took the chance when Bisharp was struggling to get free and the large sphere of power hit rather hard. Now use Sky Attack. Bisharp. Ash called out while the humming Pokémon went for the kill against Bisharp who couldn't even help himself. Iron Head. Now the Sword Edge Pokémon heard those words and, with a malicious grin, used his hardened head to meet Altaria's. The sick sound of bone meeting steel was heard through the chamber. Oh dear. Drasna was now horrified to witness such a sight. Use Rock Smash, hurry. Altaria was dizzy, hurt and seemed to be having fuzzy vision but still heard its trainer well enough to punch Bisharp hard in the torso, with its claw glowing with power. Thank you Bisharp. Ash then recalled the Sword Edge Pokémon and took out another Pokeball. I can't keep you out of action any longer, Darren. Drasna saw that while this Darren was not much different than a regular one, this Darren looked well trained like the other three Steel-type Pokémon that were giving their trainer a reputation unknowingly. Use Agility and then Crunch. Darren shot forward, getting faster for every step made with her 6 legs, and jumping up to bit down hard on Altaria's wing. And with the head injury, the humming Pokémon seemed to be extra sensitive to pain. Altaria reacted almost like it was on fire at that wing. Shake Darren off with Steel Wing, hurry dear. Drasna was extra concerned for her Pokémon. If she was any smart trainer then she will have to concede the match, right here and now to tend to her Altaria. It could even have serious brain damage from that deadly and sickling concussion. But this Altaria was an Elite Four trainer's Pokémon and not to be taken lightly, no matter the circumstance. That is the ironclad rule of being a member of the Elite Four, no mercy and exceptions. And speaking of iron, this Altaria was able to turn the hardness in the damaged wing to that of molten iron. Crunch couldn't even scratch that wing. Nor prevent Darren from being flown off. Change of tactics Darren. Ash was wondering why they were still battling even when it seemed that Altaria wasn't in the right of mind. Time to give some to this Altaria for all our friends falling earlier. Use Retaliate. Darren was also worried, she was no fool to how her opponent was shaking like a newborn deer. But she had to keep fighting if Drasna is not going to concede or stop the fight in any way. With the speed from using agility, Darren charged to strike at Altaria hard and fast. But it was that moment there that, Drasna. If you are not going to return your Pokémon then I can't fight anymore. Especially not when your Altaria is about to fall into a coma. It is time, my darling dragon. Drasna shouted, reaching for her necklace and for one of the fangs attached with the beads. She then gently tugged at the center fang, pulling it to reveal a keystone, like with Malva. And her Altaria then pecked at its woolly cotton to reveal a necklace for itself, with a large stone that had the cat eye pattern with the colors of pure white and sky blue. Keystone, bring new sounds and beauty to my dragon's song. Mega Evolution. This Pokémon was more like a blue bird stuck in a cloud with how the cotton from its wings grew. This Pokémon has undergone its Mega Evolution. It is now a dragon and fairy type. It now has the ability Pixelate, which converts normal type moves to fairy. Mega Altaria has more extensive cloud-like plumage, with a large, fluffy mass extending from its back. The feathers have grown as a self-protective measure, and they glimmer with an iridescent sheen. Its cottony wings are more distinct than in its base form, and its blue belly is now exposed. Additional fluff surrounds its neck like a collar, and its head is adorned with a hat-like crest. A single, small feather curls out from its forehead, though its facial features are unchanged. Its tail feathers have grown into a long, wavy streamer, with 3 longer central plumes. Mega Altaria's singing voice is even more beautiful than that of its regular form. Now use refresh if you please and show your hyper beam. Altaria then glowed with a bright green energy which actually healed its concussion. It even looked like its mind has been cleared. Just in time to let loose a beam of energy that wasn't a bright white like the standard hyper beam attack. It was more pink than white. Darren roared to feel such a move that was still ineffective but dealt damage that she can easily feel through her ironclad exoskeleton. But she pulled through and saw that Mega Altaria was now feeling the effects of the transformed hyper beam. Use your special move, Rock Climb. With Mega Altaria frozen from the effects of its hyper beam, there wasn't any time to dodge the battlefield growing a mountain which slammed into its bottom side. And Darren was literally climbing it and with the speed of a bullet, landed that hit on the humming Pokémon. Now Mega Altaria had not a concussion but now confusion ringing in its head. Iron Head. Ash called out for his Darren to deal some massive damage since Mega Altaria was still weak to steel-type moves for being a fairy and dragon type. It was not like with his Mawile that has the weakness of fairy types cancelled out by being a steel type herself. Cotton Guard. Drasna said with confidence, and Mega Altaria increased the amount of puff and cotton around its body, to soften the blow from Darren. When she did hit Mega Altaria, the humming Pokémon barely flinched. Now send Darren off of you with Dragon Dance, dearly. Mega Altaria glowed red and used the motions of dancing to send Darren into the air, helpless. Now use Sky Attack. Mega Altaria then moved towards Darren with its entire body covered in transparent energy. Metal Sound. Ash called out and Darren used her pincers to send a horrid soundwave that hit Mega Altaria but didn't do as much as slow it down. Now use Flash Cannon. Darren sent out the metallic-colored beam at Mega Altaria, forcing the humming Pokémon to take the super effective damage. Now use it to dodge the Sky Attack. And Darren was able to do so, landing safely on the ground while Mega Altaria had a crash course in an attempt to stop and keep Darren in its sight. Nice tricks, young trainer. Drasna then said. But now we are no longer holding anything back. Use Psych Up and then Dragon Rush, please. Ash widened his eyes. He read about pretty much every Pokémon move from the Pokédex. This one will allow Mega Altaria to copy any stat changes done to Darren, or more specially the speed increase from agility. Get away from Mega Altaria. Darren tried to run, to get some distance from Mega Altaria, but it was to no avail. Mega Altaria glowed brightly with different colors to become as fast as Darren herself. Use Dragon Rush, please. And Mega Altaria was able to not only catch up with Darren but landed a powerful hit with Dragon Rush, sending the Iron Ant Pokémon into the air. Dig, into the field. Darren followed Ash to the letter and submerged herself into the cracked battlefield, not knowing of the danger that she willing walked into, or dug into, in this case. Earthquake if you please. Drasna said, and Ash had no cards left to draw. Nothing can help Durant now since Earthquake does double damage to a Pokémon using Dig. And from one of the holes came the Iron Ant Pokémon herself, finally knocked out and so soon. Thank you Durant, return. Ash said with a solemn tone, with guilt at how extra reckless he was. And Ash should have known that Mega Altaria will use Earthquake. That was partly how the humming Pokémon finished off his Bisharp, for crying out loud. Now come forth, Charizard. Using a fire type. You must know more about fairy-type Pokémon than the average trainer. Drasna commented and Ash nodded. Well, know that we don't have to hold back anymore, use Draco Meteor if you please. Mega Altaria sent out the same storm of falling stars from the few times in the previous matchups. Dodge with Flame Charge. Ash called out and Charizard roared before taking flight, engulfed in flames that actually burned through the falling stars while increasing Charizard's speed by 1 stage each. By the time Draco Meteor had run out of steam, Charizard is now faster than even the Mega Altaria. Use Psych Up, if you please. Ash wasn't going to let the same trick work twice on his Pokémon. Swagger. Charizard then glared hard at Mega Altaria, enraging the humming Pokémon while increasing its attack power greatly. Mega Altaria was now confused as well. Now use Steel Wing. Charizard charged in with his enhanced speed, which Mega Altaria failed to copy, and struck the confused dragon and fairy type with his own Iron-Hard Wing. Try a Dragon Pulse. Drasna called out and Mega Altaria tried to calm itself down, only to crash down hard. Altaria. Well, it's like you said, time to go all out. Ash said, rolling down his sleeve to reveal the keystone bracelet that he received in Shalar City. And Charizard also revealed a Mega Stone hidden on the back side of head, turning it from a head accessory to a choker. The stone gave itself away with the toothpaste pattern within, that was of the colors red and yellow that can be found in a burning flame. Keystone, respond to my heart. Let us both reach the pinnacle of battle. Mega Evolve. And Charizard evolved but retained most of his figure, just with extra details and features. This Pokémon has achieved one of its Mega Evolution. It retains its fire and flying type. Now its ability is Drought, which summons harsh sunlight to the field. Underneath, fire type's moves are stronger while water type moves are weakened. Other certain moves are also affected by harsh sunlight. When Mega evolved as Mega Charizard Y, this Pokémon becomes more sleek and expansive in appearance, but retains its normal coloration. However, it now has white pupils. It has 3 pointed horns on the back of its head, the middle of which is longer. Its shorter snout has larger fangs and a ridge on the nose. Its neck is shorter and its hands are much smaller, but its torso and legs are longer. Small wings develop on its wrists, while the ones on its back become larger and now have ragged edges. The back of its tail has a large thorn at the base and 3 smaller ones near the tip, which now burns with a longer flame. Mega Charizard Y is said to have incredible flying prowess, being able to reach incredible heights. And once Charizard had Mega evolved, the chamber was brightened up by sunlight that somehow found its way into the large, darkened room. That had to be the harsh sunlight which can be summoned by using Sunny Day. Let's show here your new power, Fire. Blast. Mega Charizard roared and sent out the large flames shaped like the kanji for the term at Mega Altaria. And this one was far greater than the one from Lyssandra's Pyroar or Malva's. Ash could tell when it practically scoured the cracked ground and made Mega Altaria cried out in pain. Time to get serious, Dragon Rush. Drasna was actually getting excited from all this. And Ash looked the same along with the 2 Pokémon. Flare Blitz. Mega Charizard charged in, engulfed in flames while Mega Altaria was the same with Draconic Energy. And they meet with a bright and loud collision. Now use Metal Dragon Claw. From there, it was a real slug fest when both Pokémon clawing at each other, dodging one attack and another. And this went on and on until... What do you think? What to do a wager? The Pokémon that remains standing will be the winner. Ash offered and Drasna liked the sound of it. Very well, young trainer. With that in mind, the two trainers thought hard on which move to use while their Pokémon waited in suspense, never letting the other out of their sight. And then they called out. Giga Impact. Blast Burn. Time seemed to slow down as both Pokémon readied themselves for the devastating attacks they were about to perform. Mega Charizard struck the battered battlefield and sent flames underground from his fist, towards Mega Altaria, who was covered in bright pink energy, almost in the shape of a torpedo. That was when it all happened, like a volcano due for its occasional eruption. Mega Altaria was engulfed in the flames of the blast burn that ate away at the humming Pokémon as well as the energy in its Giga Impact. XXXXX. Oh, what wonderful Pokémon. Drasna giggled at her defeat. Oh, you looked so adorable when you were so serious against my dragons. Serena is so lucky to have a trainer such as yourself being her brave knight. Ash didn't know if Drasna was teasing him or making a joke. Regardless, there are only two of us left for you to face. And remember this since it is important. Ash nodded. If you should lose to just one of us, then you will have to give up your badges and try the Pokémon League again. And, unlike the other regions that have it annually, we can only afford to open the gyms every 3 years. This didn't exactly kill the confidence in Ash's soul but definitely caused doubt and anxiousness to settle in. Ash was doing just fine, but will he go against Wickstrom, the real Iron Trainer of Kalos? End of chapter. Ash, the Iron Trainer. The Man of Art and the Sea. Previously on Ash the Iron Trainer. Oh, what wonderful Pokémon. Drasna giggled at her defeat. Oh, you looked so adorable when you were so serious against my dragons. Serena is so lucky to have a trainer such as yourself being her brave knight. Ash didn't know if Drasna was teasing him or making a joke. Regardless, there are only two of us left for you to face. And remember this since it is important. Ash nodded. If you should lose to just one of us, then you will have to give up your badges and try the Pokémon League again. And, unlike the other regions that have it annually, we can only afford to open the gyms every 3 years. This didn't exactly kill the confidence in Ash's soul but definitely caused doubt and anxiousness to settle in. Ash was doing just fine, but will he go against Wickstrom, the real Iron Trainer of Kalos? Ash still had 2 doors left to go through, the one that was as blue as the oceans and the one that had the gray shade of freshly molten steel. But there was just this feeling about the latter that almost made Ash want to avoid it. So that is why he was approaching the blue door. That second door was to a trainer of dragon types. Serena asked, all the while she kept holding Pikachu as she waited outside the chambers for Ash to have his battles. And she was worried for both times, especially with all the shaking and loud noises muffled by the doors and the corridors. And she had her own Altaria. Drasna was also a trainer that battled like a grandmother training her grandchildren. So I am sure that once this is all over, she might give you some insight on your Altaria. Ash answered, after all, I can tell that this Altaria was well trained. It took down 2 of my steel types until a blast burn finished it all off. You also will love Altaria's Mega Evolved form. I will take your word for it, and please don't take long this time. Serena asked and then gave Ash a quick kiss on the lips. Yet the feeling stuck on and Ash tried his best not to show such a ridiculous face that his cheeks were making, not in front of Serena or Pikachu and especially not in front of the trainer located in this flood chamber. In the flood chamber, 2 chains connected to hollow, screw-shaped pillars reside on each side of the platform. Once entering the chamber, the chains get pulled down, while the both pillars spin upwards, soon coming to a halt. The pillars then spout out large masses of water, which also starts pouring down from the roof line, flooding the entire chamber, but only up to Ash's ankles. And the trainer that was at his throne was someone that surprised Ash like the previous one. He was sure that this was the first time the young trainer even came across. Hello Challenger, my name is Seabold. I am a member of the Kalos Elite Four that gives his life for the art of battle and for the Pokémon of the great, vast ocean. Ash didn't know what to make of this either. Seabold was a character that looked somewhat of a chef with blonde hair and black eyes. His outfit was mostly white with some parts being blue. His collar was straightened instead of bent, and it reached almost to his ears. There was a blue on the other side of the collar. He had two aprons, one that was small and fancy that barely went past his waist, the other was much bigger and almost touched his shoes, with a blue outline. The shoes in question were very simple yet refined and each had a button-shaped strap that also had a blue outline. His arms had straps, opening outward around his elbows, that also was blue on the inside. Finally, he had a large bow tie that was blue on the strand and the tie had a light blue stripe in the middle, and the bow tie was decorated with a golden pendant that had a familiar stone embedded. If you are a part of the Elite Four then you will know why I am here. I have faced two of you already. Ash said. With only two left and one of them saved for last, I had nowhere else to go but this chamber. Indeed. Seabold said as he walked down to the submerged field that Ash had walked on. He didn't seem to be uncomfortable with the water that was eating away at Ash's feet already. It must have been that Seabold was wearing waterproof shoes. Then let our battle of art begin. Come on out, Clawitzer. Clawitzer, the howitzer Pokémon and the evolved form of Clauncher. Clawitzer can travel at nearly 70 miles an hour when it propels itself by shooting water from the back of its claw. Clawitzer resembles a cyan-colored shrimp with a single black stripe on each of its body segments. The legs that this Pokémon had as a Clauncher have disappeared. Clawitzer has two claws, the right one much larger than the left one. The smaller claw is blue, with a yellow tip and black stripe. The large claw is dark blue, with a pair of yellow antennae and 3 black stripes. Clawitzer has a black stripe across its face and yellow semicircular eyes. Clawitzer's massive claw can launch cannonballs of water capable of piercing tanker hulls. It also has a nozzle on the back, through which Clawitzer can expel water to propel itself at a speed of up to 60 knots. Come out Mawile. Seabold raised his eyebrow to see the deceiver Pokémon being sent out. Sunny day. Ash once again confused Seabold. Sure, water-type moves are weakened with harsh sunlight, but does this trainer think this will help win this battle? Now Solar Beam. Dragon Pulse. Seabold commanded and his Clawitzer countered this attack with a multicolored beam that intercepted Mawile's Solar Beam easily. And yet Clawitzer stopped its attack once Mawile's. You got one small advantage fighting us with a fairy type, but is Solar Beam the only move you are going to use? Stockpile and then Thunder Punch. Ash only answered like so and Seabold didn't look any more amused. Mawile concentrated and glowed with energy, increasing both of her defenses before charging in with her tiny hand covered in lightning. Meet it with Crab Hammer. Seabold commanded and his Clawitzer bravely matched that Thunder Punch with its large claw covered in water. It was like the electricity wasn't harming this water-type Pokémon. Not very impressive, young trainer. Clawitzer, use muddy water. Clawitzer then gathered water from the little flood on the battlefield. It then became mixed in with mud brown and even smelled like mud. And the muddy water completely submerged Mawile. But Stockpile again and Thunder Punch into the water. Ash called, not sure that Mawile could hear him. Too bad that he couldn't see for himself until both Ash and Seabold saw that the water was electrocuted and so was Clawitzer. That caused the muddy water attack to be cancelled out and Mawile looked a little worse to wear, but she was still standing and kicking. Now I am a little impressed. So now use Aura Sphere, Clawitzer. Sucker Punch. Mawile shot forward and landed a Sucker Punch right into Clawitzer's eyes. And while the move Sucker Punch is supposed to always beat a target to the punch, this one had also made Clawitzer flinch, cancelling out any progress it made on Aura Sphere. They were right about that Razor Fawn. Play rough. Mawile shot forward and beaten up on Clawitzer, rough literally. Now Thunder Punch. This time, Clawitzer was sent up in the sky, covered in lightning and landing back down really hard. So hard that the chamber shook almost like an earthquake. Very good, young trainer. You are showing some sense at the least. Seabold said as he returned his Pokémon. Now come and show us the glow of the oceans, Starmie. Ash thought he recognized that Pokémon from another from very early in his journey around Kalos. The Pokédex confirmed it. Starmie, the mysterious Pokémon and the evolved form of Staryu. Its central core glows with the 7 colors of the rainbow. Some people value the core as a gem. Starmie is a violet sea star-like Pokémon with a gold formation on its front. Starmie's jewel core, which can glow in 7 colors, has developed to resemble a cut precious stone. There is second set of semi-attached arms on its back, which are able to spin 360 degrees. Starmie can emit electrical waves from the core that are powerful enough to reach the furthest parts of the universe. It can sometimes launch itself out of the water and fly through the air for short PRDS. The multicolor glowing of its core is also believed to be a method of communication inside the species. However, Starmie's core is most commonly seen as red in color. As seen in action, the core will go dark if Starmie is knocked unconscious, and will sometimes flicker if Starmie is low on health. Because of its body shape and habit of sending transmissions skyward, some people believe this Pokémon to be extraterrestrial. Starmie is rarely seen in the wild, but can be found in the deepest parts of the ocean. Now please use Rain Dance, for the appetizer please. Seabold commanded for his Starmie to move its star-like body to conjure up an indoor rainstorm. Now attack Mawile with a spicy thunder. Sucker Punch. Mawile once again attacked before Starmie and apparently, the dark-type move worked even stronger against the mysterious Pokémon. Ash rechecked the Pokédex and found out that Staryu become a dual water and psychic type once they evolve, via a water stone. And yet the same effect that happened on Seabold's Clawitzer didn't happen with his Starmie. The chances weren't in anyone's favor, they just happen a lot like spinning a roulette wheel. And since Starmie didn't flinch, and that Rain Dance was still freshly in effect, the thunder attack never missed its mark. Yet Mawile only got a couple of burns thanks to her using Stockpile a good couple of times. Like a steak that remained fresh and tender even through a mild burn, your Pokémon is marvelous. The time for compliments is after the match, not any time before. Ash responded, now move in and use Crunch. Mawile charged for Starmie again but to use the fangs in her hair to bite down hard on the starfish-like Pokémon. Hydro Pump. Seabold called, not caring if it can't harm Mawile. This was a tactic more for taking an attack and repelling the attacker away. And when the Hydro Pump, weakened by the sunny day, had stopped Mawile in her tracks, Blizzard. One more Stockpile. Mawile had enough focus to increase her defenses again and at this point, a blizzard attack barely bitten her steel-like body. Now Swords Dance. Ash then called, rather calmly compared to how aggressive he battled up to this point. But Seabold wasn't going to take any chances. But use Baton Pass. Ash then said, out of the blue and actually took Seabold by surprise. This move was one of many that he never saw coming. Anyways, Mawile glowed and then was sent back into her ball and this time, Ash was in control of who is going to come out in her place against Starmie. Come out, Hydreigon. Ah. Seabold gasped slightly at the sight of the brutal Pokémon. The Hydreigon that you tried to use against Malva and her fire types. And yet it tied with her lowest level Pokémon. That is because of the faith that I gave to her. Ash retorted, with emphasis on the last word. And now I will help Hydreigon fight again, with the blessings of her closest comrade. Use Dark Pulse. Hydreigon roared before sending out a beam of dark energy at Starmie. Strike through it with Signal Beam. Seabold said and the jewel on Starmie's center glowed bright green and shot out a thin beam of similarly colored energy. And the beam sliced the Dark Pulse in half and hit Hydreigon. But instead of falling, Hydreigon was surprised that the signal beam barely hurt. In fact, she was able to shake it off. You are no longer vulnerable Hydreigon, use Dragon Pulse. Hydreigon, now looker more excited and confident, sent out another attack following another roar at Starmie. Counter with Water Pulse. Seabold, calm as ever, commanded and Starmie was able to stop the Dragon Pulse. But Ash had a backup plan. Try attack. Hydreigon was a little uncomfortable, with her main mouth occupied, but she was able to conjure up a ball of fire, ice and lightning to shoot out at Starmie. This had caused the mysterious Pokémon to lose focus on the Water Pulse attack, allowing Dragon Pulse to land. Use Hyper Beam. Seabold called out and Starmie glowed from its crystal again, releasing a bright beam of powerful energy. And Hydreigon cringed and braced for the pain. But while the Hyper Beam did damage and send the brutal Pokémon into a wall for extra pointers, Hydreigon realized that she was a lot tougher than when she fought against Malva's Pyroar. Roost. Ash then commanded instead of an attack of Hydreigon. The brutal Pokémon actually turned to Ash instead, with the look of confusion as to what Ash is thinking of. Sorry Hydreigon, it's this good guy complex that demands me not to attack anyone that can't attack back. It can get irritating but it will never leave you with any real regrets. Wonderful. Seabold then broke the ice and then started to clap. I never have met a trainer of your age yet with the wisdom of a veteran. You are an interesting child, one with a bright future ahead of the path you are taking. Ash didn't say a word but that didn't bother Seabold. But yes, Hydreigon, life with regrets is not living. Is just spending your days with guilt and burdens on your shoulders that will never leave. To live a good life is to live one without regrets. You can agree or not, may remember my words or not, but you have honor, live your life with honor. Hydreigon didn't know what to make of this but roared in response. Not in anger or aggression but of acceptance. Thank you for your time Seabold, now move in to use Crunch. And just as Starmie had felt the effects of Hyper Beam lifting, the brutal Pokémon was right on top of it. And with her fangs sharpened, Hydreigon bite down on Starmie's body with the strength of a bear trap. The mysterious Pokémon howled in pain a lot like a robot would with its circuits fried. Seabold just returned his Pokémon, a smile not dying on his face yet. Come, Gyarados. Ash had to try and suppress the shiver up his spine. The last time that he went against a Gyarados, it was Lyssandra's. And the Intimidate ability worked on Hydreigon and yet it didn't do the same effect as Lyssandra's on the trainer. Ash then decided that Lysandra had found a way for his ace Pokémon to use its ability on trainers, as well as Pokémon. Use Ice Fang. Gyarados moved to land a bite on Hydreigon with fangs covered in ice. Dragon Rush, forward. Ash called out and Hydreigon shot ahead, ramming into Gyarados in the center. And her instincts had come through since she struck Gyarados at a spot that the atrocious Pokémon couldn't reach for her and sink the cold teeth in. Now use your special move, Thunder Fang. Gyarados screamed terribly when Hydreigon showed no mercy when she bitten down with a Fang attack of her own. And since Gyarados was a water and flying type, electric attacks were twice as strong against the atrocious Pokémon. But while the attack was double super effective, Gyarados wasn't a Pokémon that will fall down so easily. Use Twister to get Hydreigon off. Seabold commanded and so, Gyarados roared out a different tone. This was not of pain but of power and Hydreigon was forced to let the Thunder Fang up when she felt the Twister surround Gyarados defensively. Shock Wave. Ash called out and Hydreigon sent out a burst of lightning that was infamous for being a move that never misses. But this one actually mixed in with the Twister move that dealt even more damage. This caused Gyarados to fall to the ground, with smoke flumes and the smell of badly burnt seafood filled the chamber. Outrage. Hydreigon glowed red with rage and power that caused her to go all out on Gyarados, finally knocking out the atrocious Pokémon. Very good strategy there. I do say that your Hydreigon is having the time of her life. But now, Seabold reached for another Pokeball. Come, Barbaracle. Barbaracle, the collective Pokémon and the evolved form of Binacle. Barbaracle's limbs can move independently on each other, but they usually follow the head's commands. Barbaracle's body consists of two gray rocks connected by an orange, segmented waist. Two Binacle have multiplied into 7, giving Barbaracle 2 legs, 4 arms and 1 head. The arm and leg binacle are now orange with a single brown stripe, as opposed to a white one, and have brown hands, with 3 claws each. The 4 arms have a single eye in each palm. In place of an eye, each foot has an orange 4-pointed star shape. The head, which resembles a left fist, has 2 eyes, 4 clawed fingers on top and a 5th clawed thumb on its right cheek. Each limb thinks for itself and moves independently, though they usually follow the head's orders. Use X scissor. Seabold commanded, and so, his barbacle charged forward with its 4 arms forming a deep green X, ready to deal powerful damage to a dark-type Hydreigon. And yet Ash can't call for another move since she was still undergoing outrage. The move caused her to go for the X scissor head-on, causing the move to hit her and Hydreigon roared through the pain. And yet she was able to break through the X scissor and send Barbacle away. This finally got her to settle down but become confused as the effect of outrage. But, instead of violently tossing about, Hydreigon took out a green berry and ate it. This had actually cured her of the confusion. It was a lum berry, famous and legendary among experienced trainers as the one berry that can cure any status ailment, burns, poison, paralysis, and even frozen. Your Pokémon will continue to impress me, young trainer. Your skill is beyond any appetite chef, and the power of those attacks are delicious, like the food from a 4-star restaurant. Seabold started to go on and on about his view on battling. He was a chef all right. But we have long passed the appetizer, the salad, the soup and the meat dish. Now we move on to the drink before the main course. Blizzard. Ash could tell that Seabold was getting more excited than nervous, enough to lose the calm and composed nature. It not of an Elite Four trainer to lose their focus like a whining child. But Ash will have to put aside such thought as the blizzard attack was swiftly approaching Hydreigon. But there was something about that attack, one that can work if timed right. Roost. Ash couldn't wait any longer, and neither could Hydreigon. She just dropped down to the ground and the blizzard attack actually went over her head. Now use Dragon Pulse. Taking the chance, Hydreigon sent out the ray of draconic power at Barbacle. But it was not to be when the collective Pokémon managed to jump over it. Cross Chop. Barbacle jumped up with its arms making some kind of red cross that hit Hydreigon very hard. And this time, she felt it even through her enhanced defenses. Especially when the cross chop was strong enough to send Hydreigon across the battlefield like a stone skipping on a pond. She was out of it when the wall finally stopped her. Thank you, Hydreigon. Ash said and returned her to the Pokeball. Come out, Aegislash. Ash summoned his royal Pokémon, which has one advantage since the super powerful cross chop won't be able to harm him. Head Smash. Ash called out for the first move for this matchup. Seabold was wondering why Aegislash charged while still in his shield for me when he landed a very devastating blow on Barbacle. From the point that could be his head, Aegislash was covered in blue energy and charged at a great speed, to use that point like a spearhead. Of course, Aegislash showed the recoil damage done by Head Smash. But Barbacle looked as sturdy as ever. Nice move. More like another appetizer. Seabold commented in a dry tone. Now use Night Slash. Barbacle charged again and with its 4 arms covered in a black energy. Shadow Sneak. Ash called out and Aegislash dodged that Night Slash and struck from the shadow of the collective Pokémon. Barbacle cried out and was actually sent forward a few feet. Now use Swords Dance and use your own Night Slash. Aegislash then glowed with images of many swords dancing around him, increasing his attack power, and then charged with the same dark energy to attack Barbacle. But, stop Aegislash with Stone Edge. Seabold called out and his collective Pokémon shot out a storm of stones at Aegislash, eventually halting the Royal Sword Pokémon. Now move and use Razor Shell. Parry with Sacred Sword. Ash called out just in time for Barbacle to come with 2 of its hands covered in water blades. Aegislash was able to parry with the Razor Shell attacks with his own Sacred Sword attacks. This slowly turned into an all-out sword duel with both Pokémon trying to land the hits and prevent themselves from being hit. But this duel was cut short when both attacks met so hard that both Pokémon were sent flying back. This was the chance for this. Head smash. Aegislash charged off with energy gathered at the point that will be his head. And Night Slash. Barbaracle charged with its 4 arms covered in dark energy once again. They met in a mere instant and passed each other, waiting for the other to fall. And fall to the ground in defeat, Barbaracle did. Thank you, my sturdy Pokémon. Seabold sent it back into the Pokeball and sent out another one. Come forth, Slowbro. Ash recognized the Slowbro as he fought against one with one of the many trainers on Victory Road. Slowbro is a bipedal, pink Pokémon with a tan, striped belly and a tan muzzle. It has large, vacant eyes, curled ears, and 2 pointed teeth protruding from its upper jaw. On its hands, it has 3 clawed fingers, and 2 clawed toes on its feet. There is a shelter attached to its tail. This shelter has a gray, spiraled shell with darker gray spots. There are several spikes across the surface of the shelter, and it holds onto Slowbro with many sharp teeth. If the shelter is knocked off, Slowbro will revert to its unevolved form. Slowbro has lost the capability to feel pain due to the shelter's poison. However, it apparently becomes inspired when the shelter bites down on its tail. While it is capable of unleashing powerful psychic attacks, Slowbro is typically rather peaceful and usually prefers not to fight. Because it can no longer fish using its tail, it instead swims to catch its prey and allows the shelter to feed on its leftover scraps. Slowbro tends to live near ponds, lakes, and seashores. Use Head Smash. Ash called out and Aegislash charged in, covered in energy. But Zen Headbutt. Seabold countered and his Slowbro, contrary to the name, moved in fast enough, with its forehead covered with psychic energy, to meet Aegislash and cause him to flinch instead. Use Psych Up and Aqua Tail. Slowbro glowed with energy and copied the effects of Sword's dance before using a physical move to complement the increase in attack power. Shadow Sneak. Ash saw that Slowbro was not to be underestimated from the strange appearance and the look of spacing out. And Ash knew from the battle on Victory Road that Slowbro were psychic type and thus, the Shadow Sneak dealt extra damage to cover its low power level. Now use Night Slash. Zen Headbutt. Slowbro charged again and meet the Night Slash head-on. The Hermit Crab Pokémon definitely felt the Night Slash while Aegislash also felt the power of the enhanced Zen Headbutt. So strong that Aegislash was sent back, off of Slowbro. Now time for an early dessert. Flamethrower. Ash widened his eyes, he heard that Slowbro are among the few water types that can learn fire type moves. And since this Slowbro was trained by an elite for trainer, Ash feared the worst for his Aegislash, actually flinching yet again from the Zen Headbutt. And the worst came true when the Flamethrower torched his Royal Sword Pokémon pretty badly. Finish with Psychic. Aegislash. Ash called out but to no avail. His Royal Sword Pokémon was covered in pink energy and was hit by a powerful burst of energy. Aegislash couldn't bring the energy to even move anymore. Thanks anyway, Aegislash. Come, Bisharp. Seabold was amused somewhat to see that Ash is still going for a steel type but one that was also a dark type too. Now Psychic and Zen Headbutt can't be used in this matchup. Flamethrower, Slowbro. Sucker Punch. Bisharp moved in a blur and struck Slowbro hard. Yet, this time, it will be the Hermit Crab Pokémon's turn to flinch. Foul Play. Ash also used Slowbro's enhanced attack power to his advantage with Bisharp practically lifting the Hermit Crab Pokémon up and back onto the battlefield hard. Hurry. Use Aqua Tail. Seabold called out while his Slowbro was getting up from having its face flattened against the battlefield. The Hermit Crab Pokémon then looked hardened and focused, more like a warrior rather than a laid-back fisher that had a shell eat its tail. Speaking of which, the water on the battlefield had come to life and covered Slowbro's tail that hurried over to Bisharp. Take it with iron defense. Ash called out, so his Bisharp willed the armor on his body to shine of a metallic glow, becoming thicker and more durable. This allowed Bisharp to take the Aqua Tail. Fight back with Metal Burst. Bisharp sent a silver-colored sphere of energy back at Slowbro, dealing some payback-like damage. Now use Night Slash. That one sent Slowbro across the battlefield hard, so much that. Slowbro, it is time to show our real talents, as delicious as a meat dish with a desert on the side. Seabold shouted, and this spaced-out Pokémon actually narrowed its eyes while nodding. Seabold reached for the pendant on his neck, which was actually a keystone. The Slowbro reached for its collar and revealed a mega stone of the colors skin and creamy pink. Keystone, we ask for our art of battle to reach full potential. Turn our appetizer to the main course. Mega Evolve. This Pokémon has undergone its Mega Evolution. It retains its water and psychic typing. It now has the ability Shell Armor, which prevents the Pokémon from being damaged by critical hits. When Slowbro Mega evolves into Mega Slowbro, it becomes engulfed by the shelter to the point where only its head, arms and tail are visible. The spiral shelter now has an opening at its tip, allowing the tail of Slowbro to stick out, which it balances on due to its legs being engulfed. It can move by bouncing, using its tail as a spring. The spikes on the shelter are now reduced to 4 on the bottom section of its body, with the dark spots only visible on its middle section. Mega Slowbro's energy has gathered into Shelter, which has increased its hardness. This allows it to act as an armor so hard that nothing can scratch it. Now go for another flamethrower. Sucker Punch. Before the Mega Slowbro could set Bisharp aflame, the Sword Edge Pokémon beat him to the punch, with a punch of his own of course. Now Night Slash. Slowbro was sent back from that super effective attack, but it seemed to never falter, truly a Pokémon worthy of an Elite Four trainer. Dark Pulse. Ash called out for another attack, but Amnesia. Seabold called out and his Slowbro looked like it had lost some of its memory, and yet its special defenses were increased. That was how the Dark Pulse barely even bothered Slowbro. Water Pulse. Now Slowbro attacked, and with a powerful gust of water that completely airborne with all the water from the field. Time for something basic, Leer. Ash called out, and while it might be foolish to use such a basic move in a battle like this, it worked, and Slowbro lost its focus on the Water Pulse, leaving Bisharp falling but free from the water. Guillotine. Ash called out and Bisharp got into position, that unfortunately made him vulnerable. For this. Flamethrower. Seabold commanded, and Mega Slowbro lit up Bisharp with a stream of flames that it had been trying to use on Bisharp, practically since the Sword Edge Pokémon was first sent out. Bisharp struggled to get through the flamethrower and finished the battle from there with Guillotine. But it was not to be in the end. Mega Slowbro had gained a major boost in defense power as well as special attack. That meant Flamethrower was slightly more powerful than before, more than enough to finish off Bisharp as a steel type. Everyone knew that when the Sword Edge Pokémon fell to the slightly flooded battlefield, Scorched ad burnt worse than an overcooked burger. Thank you, Bisharp. It is now time to go all out. Ash said, returning his Bisharp back. Come on out. It's your turn, Blastoise. It was definitely a big change from the Dragon-type Hydreigon and the Steel-types Aegislash and Bisharp. Use Hydro Pump. Blastoise roared and shot out 2 large gusts of water from the twin cannons peeking out of his armor. Too bad that the attack barely moved the Mega Slowbro. Now use Yawn. Ash cursed when the sleepy bubble came and popped right in front of his Blastoise. Yawn is a move that proves, yawning is contagious. This move will eventually cause Blastoise to fall asleep, helpless to fight. Now use Psychic. Mega Slowbro was going to be as patient as its trainer, waiting for its Yawn to do its magic touch. And this included lifting Blastoise up in the air and slamming the shellfish Pokémon into the ground, hard. Hurry and use Skull Bash. Blastoise tucked in his head to get ready for Skull Bash. But that was when the yawn finally put him to sleep. Blastoise. Now use Dream Eater. Seabold commanded. Mega Slowbro concentrated and created what appears to be a phase of itself, passing through Blastoise. This caused Blastoise to cry out during his nap and Mega Slowpoke to heal. Fortunately, this advantage didn't last long when that Dream Eater attack had awoken Blastoise. Ash knew that if he kept this up, Mega Slowpoke will just go for the Yawn and Dream Eater combo again. It will be a waste of time, repeating the process over and over again. Alright Blastoise, it is time that we awaken your new form. To fight with the power of our bond behind us. Mega Evolve. Ash called out and his Blastoise underwent the process of Mega Evolution. This Pokémon has achieved its Mega Evolution. It retains its pure water typing. It now has the ability Mega Launcher, which increased the power of Aura and Pulse moves. As Mega Blastoise, it develops two smaller shells over its arms. The two cannons on its back are replaced by a single, central water cannon of greater size. This cannon extends forward over Mega Blastoise's head and is said to have a blast range of over 6 miles or 10 kilometers. Small ridges develop over its, now red, eyes and extend to its ears. The ears angle slightly backward and there is a small point on its chin. Let's see your new power with Water Pulse. Ash commanded and his Mega Blastoise never disappointed. This time, there were 3 cannons, 2 within each arm as well as the large on the back. And all of them shot out a powerful burst of water that was strong enough to send Mega Slowpoke flying. Now we are in business. Ash smirked along with his Mega Evolved Pokémon, all it took was that display of new power. We haven't reached past the drink just yet, young trainer. Seabold shouted out, Slowbro, use Disable and then Psychic. Mega Slowbro was quick to use Disable on Mega Blastoise's most recent move and then lifted up the behemoth. Dark Pulse. Ash called out and Mega Blastoise was able to fight the psychic attack to land his own on Mega Slowbro. Black energy shot from each of the cannons like the Water Pulse, was enough to release the Mega Evolved Pokémon from Mega Slowbro's hold. Now Skull Bash. This time, Mega Blastoise was going to do this move and without any interference from Mega Slowbro. Zen Headbutt. Seabold still tried to attack Mega Blastoise as he was charging up for the move. Instead, both Mega Evolved Pokémon meet with their thick skulls meeting with a large shockwave. Both of them were struggling against one and another, because the one that lets up is the one who falls and loses. But that was not to be exactly what they had in mind when both trainers called for their Mega Evolved Pokémon to jump back, for a final move. Hydro Cannon. Zen Headbutt. Mega Slowbro charged for Mega Blastoise, even faster than ever before, right into the Hydro Cannon. But it seemed that Mega Slowbro was aided by the power behind its Zen Headbutt. Nevertheless, both Pokémon are trying to give their all to beat each other. And then, Mega Blastoise felt a surge of power and let loose in his Hydro Cannon, finally sending Mega Slowbro away. It was down for the count, making this battle another win for Ash. But all this seemed like it was planned, with so many holes and so many chances for powerful hits this whole time. Just what is going on with the Kalos Elite Four. XXXXX. Now that was art at its finest. Seabold proclaimed once the battle was over. I can see that your journey through Kalos has taught you on how to fight so well and with such art. Thank you, but this isn't over until I face against the only trainer left in the Elite Four. Ash said in a seriously grim tone and Seabold nodded. Such a young trainer, barely past 10 years old, with a reputation that demands you to uphold. Seabold responded and Ash nodded. I understand, being a member of the Elite Four is also very demanding. Why I am a cook on the side, so that I can relax and refine my sense of art. Also, barely anyone is allowed in the kitchen where I work so I can have some moments away from all the fangs. I might need to think of something like that too since everyone is still calling me the Iron Trainer. They keep mistaking me for Wickstrom. Ash then commented and Seabold just chuckled. It is true that Wickstrom, in his youth, had his own reputation, but the title, Iron Trainer, is actually something he made up recently. Whenever he talked about the trainer with the steel types and the fierce black eyes, he will always use that title. Seabold responded. Nice to know that I am not copying him, even unknowingly. But thanks for the conversation. I need to get going. Ash then turned to face the doorway, but not before. I can give you some advice if you are willing to listen. Seabold said. Wickstrom has a secret Pokémon. One that is capable of mega evolving, but this one is much special and different than any other. Keep that in mind and you will do just fine. Ash said nothing and left anyways. But he did listen to every word of what Seabold said and repeated them all while walking through the corridor. End of chapter 26. Ash, the Iron Trainer. The awaited, fateful battle with the Knight of Kalos. Previously on Ash the Iron Trainer. Now that was art at its finest. Seabold proclaimed once the battle was over. I can see that your journey through Kalos has taught you on how to fight so well and with such art. Thank you, but this isn't over until I face against the only trainer left in the Elite Four. Ash said in a seriously grim tone, and Seabold nodded. Such a young trainer, barely past 10 years old, with a reputation that demands you to uphold. Seabold responded and Ash nodded. I understand, being a member of the Elite Four is also very demanding. That's why I am a cook on the side, so that I can relax and refine my sense of art. Also, barely anyone is allowed in the kitchen where I work, so I can have some moments away from all the fangs. I might need to think of something like that too, since everyone is still calling me the Iron Trainer. They keep mistaking me for Wickstrom. Ash then commented and Seabold just chuckled. It is true that Wickstrom, in his youth, had his own reputation, but the title, Iron Trainer, is actually something he made up recently. Whenever he talked about the trainer with the steel types and the fierce black eyes, he will always use that title. Seabold responded. Nice to know that I am not copying him, even unknowingly. But thanks for the conversation. I need to get going. Ash then turned to face the doorway, but not before. I can give you some advice if you are willing to listen. Seabold said. Wickstrom has a secret Pokémon. One that is capable of mega evolving, but this one is much special and different than any other. Keep that in mind and you will do just fine. Ash said nothing and left anyways. But he did listen to every word of what Seabold said and repeated them all while walking through the corridor. Ash, you are tense. Serena said, trying to slow down Ash from his aggressive pacing. She also tried to massage all the muscles that were so tight that they could be seen budging through his sweating skin. You must relax. Ash sighed and finally halted, before turning to Serena with eyes of anxiousness and worry. Sorry, Serena. It is just that I have been going over my entire team and everything I can against Wickstrom. I can't afford to mess up. Ash Ketchum. Serena spoke up to stop her friend from ranting instead of pacing. You are a trainer that conquered the 8 gym leaders, even with their mega evolutions. You were allowed to have 10 Pokémon max on hand. You caught 2 legendary Pokémon. And you have defeated 3 of the Kalos Elite Four. Serena pointed every single sentence with a finger pressed. You can't afford to back down now. You can't be nervous when you are just one match away from challenging the champion. Serena added. Just do what you did with them and you will be just fine. It isn't like Wickstrom is going to be twice as hard as any of them. Well. Ash then spoke up while drifting off. This got Serena to widen her eyes. When we meet Wickstrom in Lumio City, it was the first time I ever met a trainer of the Elite Four level. Sure, he screamed of power back then, and so I thought that the other members will be the same. I was wrong, for each of the 3. Ash, you can't be serious. Serena was getting the big picture. Wickstrom can't be that different, far ahead of the other Elite Four trainers. They all are legends, only the champion is higher, and so the Elite Four trainers are equal leveled. I understand, Serena. Ash responded. Wickstrom is different because I can tell, despite all they threw at me and my team, the 3 trainers were still holding back. Serena just couldn't believe what she was hearing. And now I finally figured out why, they want me to win. They knew that I will be saving Wickstrom for last from the trainer himself. They allowed me to win. Just to hear how I am against an Elite 4 trainer that will go all out. Serena couldn't find the words to say next. But she didn't need to when Ash cupped her checks and give her a powerful kiss. That is why, no matter how this will turn, I will still want to be with you, Serena. I want to keep learning about Pokémon, with you by my side. You can remember that, nothing will change that. Okay. Serena just nodded with tears in her eyes and gave Ash another kiss. And then, with a determined and unwavering expression, Ash walked into the room. There, a battle will decide how good at battling he really is. The truth will be supreme, no exceptions or mercy. XXXXX. Ash had to shield his eyes when the light in the ironworks chamber almost blinded him. And when he did, 2 giant blades descend down from the ceiling and into 2 slots meant for them at the floor, and then turn 90 degrees, causing the wall to first flash with green light and then come down, sinking into the floor. The blades then turn another 90 degrees, raising a round wall around the arena. Welcome, Ash. That was to be the voice of a certain man in armor that walked down from his chamber to the same level as Ash. You have grown since we have met in Lumio City. And you have improved. I heard about you gaining 8 badges and stopping Team Flare. Quite impressive, and especially since you defeated all but me. That's all in the past and just a distraction. Can we battle now? Ash responded. And Wickstrom chuckled. Ready to start the most important battle of your career as a Pokémon trainer? Ash said nothing and let his eyes answer Wickstrom. Very well, the battle begins. And so, the first Pokémon is sent out. Go and shine, Klefki. Ash was amused to see a large and armored guy use a Pokémon that is based off the keychain accessory that tourists love to build. Your turn. Mawile, go. Ash called and Wickstrom raised his eyebrow. Mawile was the other steel and fairy type in Kalos. Okay, Klefki. Wickstrom said to his key ring Pokémon. Start with spikes. The little keychain of a Pokémon started to spin and send out sharpened spikes to random places around Mawile. They won't harm the deceiver Pokémon, but no trainer can predict where a Pokémon will land after they are sent out prior to spikes being used. Iron Head. Ash went for an attack for some regular damage since Klefki was the same as Mawile. It was too soon to reveal that Mawile has a move that both her and this Pokémon are weak to. But when Mawile was about to hit Klefki. Reflect. Wickstrom commanded and his key ring Pokémon blocked the Iron Head with a rainbow barrier. Can you figure out my Pokémon's special ability? He then said, and when Ash didn't answer, Flash Cannon. Klefki shot out a silver beam at Mawile, for the same reason as Ash and his Iron Head attack attempt. Jump and use Play Rough. Ash called out and Mawile was able to dodge the Flash Cannon, but when she tried to attack Klefki. Imprison. Wickstrom made another command and Klefki created a field around Mawile. This somehow stopped Mawile and prevented her from using Play Rough. For future references, young trainer. Wickstrom brought up and Ash listened in closely. Imprison can be handy when facing a Pokémon that knows a couple of moves the user does. The move prevents both the user and the target from using those moves. Ash jotted that down in his mind and tried to think of something that Mawile can improvise this battle with. But it was to no avail when, now use Metal Sound, followed by a draining kiss. Klefki screeched out a very loud and terrible sound that made Mawile and Ash feel like their bones were rattled. And while this sound was making them cringe, Klefki moved in to somehow kiss Mawile, draining her most of her health. Then Ash's brain moved its gears and the answer became clear. It has Be Prankster. The ability that grants more priority to status moves. Ash then realized that it was pointless to outpace this Klefki, so it was time to change tactics and get a little risky. Repel Klefki with Flamethrower. Protect. Wickstrom was quick to defend his Pokémon, which got Ash on edge. Klefki had defended itself from the flamethrower, and now Wickstrom knows that Mawile can harm his Pokémon. Nice that you have tried to save flamethrower as a secret weapon. Too bad that all of my Pokémon have those in spades. Ash didn't have anything to say to this. Now Mirror Shot. Use Fire Blast. Ash called out when Klefki shot out a hail of sliver beams at Mawile. And Mawile screamed with pain and fell to the ground, fainted from the sheer power of the Klefki. But not before the Key Ring Pokémon had received damage from a fire blast. Thank you Mawile, now come Greninja. Out came the Ninja Pokémon, which was as powerful as Ash and his 4 Steel-type Pokémon. First use Mat Block. Ignoring the pain from the spikes, Greninja created a blockade of shields that resembled floor mats from Japanese living rooms. Nice tactic, young trainer. Wickstrom said calmly. Now Klefki, use Metal Sound. Klefki was about to recreate the terrible sound like before, but Double Team. Greninja was somehow able to outpace Klefki and its prankster ability to dodge the metal sound with the copies created by Double Team. Now use your own spikes and attack with Hydro Pump. Find Greninja with Mirror Shot, in all directions. Wickstrom shouted this time, feeling just a little bit of excitement. And Klefki had to ignore Greninja's spikes move and tried to figure out where the ninja Pokémon was hiding among the copies that littered the battlefield. Too bad for Klefki, finding Greninja was made difficult when it was acted by Hydro Pump from seeming all the copies of the ninja Pokémon. Now finish this with Water Shuriken. Ash commanded, and Klefki was bombarded by a storm of shinobi stars made of pure water. All this was too much, even for Wickstrom's Klefki. Thank you, my keychain Pokémon. Wickstrom said to Klefki, returning it to its Pokeball. Now point us the way to battle, Probopass. Out came the larger-than-life Compass Pokémon with a brushy mustache, trying to ignore the damage from the spikes laid out on Wickstrom's side of the battlefield. Ash thought hard and then decided on the right Pokémon for this matchup. Come, Aegislash. Ash sent out the Royal Sword Pokémon, also hurting from the spikes on the field, but not as bad as Probopass since Aegislash didn't have a double weakness to ground-type moves like the Compass Pokémon. Move in to use Shadow Sneak. Aegislash submerged himself into the shadows of the chamber to attack Probopass in an ambush, still that didn't even make the Compass Pokémon budge. Zap Cannon. Wickstrom commanded. Probopass willed its little mini noses to come to life, creating a large sphere of electrical energy. All that power can paralysis the target 100% of the time it hits, that is, if it hits. But Ash had no plans to have his Pokémon paralyzed today. Time to try something reckless. Ash said to his Pokémon, watching the large ball of lighting approach him. Use Sword's Dance to deflect it. Aegislash would have called it stupid if he could talk English, but the Royal Sword Pokémon created the image of swords surrounding him, but this was much different. Aegislash had moved those swords around him so fast that they became blurs, and eventually, they created a vacuum that Zap Cannon cannot pierce. Once Aegislash saw that the attempt was a success, he was able to deflect the Zap Cannon after all and back at Probopass, only twice as fast. But while the Zap Cannon was powerful and created a large dust cloud, Ash still retained his focus. He can't afford to lower his guard, at all, while against an Elite Four trainer's Pokémon. And his fears were confirmed when Probopass looked barely scratched. Nice tactic, especially since you had no chance to practice it. Wickstrom said, but you need your own Juggernaut to go against mine. Now use Thunder. Shadow Sneak. Aegislash jumped down to the sound of urgency in his trainer's voice, but Probopass was smarter than it looked. The Compass Pokémon waited for him to appear from the shadows and unleashed its Thunder attack while in place, almost like a lightning rod. The Shadow Sneak was cancelled out, and aside from the damage done, the Thunder attack had paralyzed. Finish off with Stone Edge. Wickstrom called out, and Probopass cried out a storm of stones that did good work of Aegislash. The Royal Sword Pokémon couldn't help himself in that hail of rocks. Thank you Aegislash, return. Ash said and sent yet another fainted Pokémon of his to the Pokeball. And if you want a Juggernaut, here is one. Snorlax. With a mighty roar, the sleeping Pokémon emerged to shake the field. While he was not on Ash's team for as long as the Steel types or Greninja, this Pokémon was easily another of Ash's strongest. Start with Yawn. Thunder Wave. Wickstrom countered with a status move as well, paralyzing Snorlax while the Probopass had caught the Yawn. It will fall asleep eventually, but Wickstrom didn't count on Snorlax eating a lum berry that was stashed in the white fur. Nice preparation, young trainer. Now use Zap Cannon. Seeing that Probopass was going for the large ball of lighting again, Ash still wasn't worried. Show him your power. Use Belly Drum and Thunder Punch to repel it. Snorlax roared while banging on his belly to fully enhance his strength, then he safely sent away the Zap Cannon with his hand covered in electricity. But this time, dodge it. Wickstrom commanded, and the large compass Pokémon glowed of a golden hue, before levitating off the battlefield. Ash narrowed his eyes. Magnet Rise. I should have guessed that a Pokémon like Probopass will be able to learn this move. Ash deduced, Snorlax, jump into the air. Gravity. Wickstrom said, he had to keep this trainer on edge. But he was shocked to see Snorlax directly above his Probopass, and the sleeping Pokémon was pulled by the gravity move down onto the compass Pokémon. Heavy Slam. Ash called out, his loud command echoing in the chamber. And Snorlax's roar will soon follow as he used both his own body weight, as the world's heaviest normal-type Pokémon, and the effects of gravity, both are pulling him to the ground with the speed of a meteor. And before reaching the ground, Snorlax landed hard on Probopass, almost shattering the battlefield. Probopass. Wickstrom was at a loss, for the first time in ages, and didn't know else to say. But Ash does. Giga Impact. Snorlax charged with the strength of 10 tanks moving at speeds of a race car, slamming once again into Probopass. This practically teared up the battleground and freed the compass Pokémon. But a Giga Impact that was enhanced by Belly Drum is too much, even for a Pokémon with a double resistance and high defenses like Probopass. Thank you Probopass. Wickstrom said and returned his Juggernaut of a Pokémon to its Pokeball. Now that I have seen your sword and your Juggernaut, meet my own sword. Aegislash. Snorlax growled, this Aegislash was so like Ash's that it was almost like facing a reflection of the same Royal Sword Pokémon. Focus Snorlax. It is only like our training. Ash then said, and Snorlax nodded before shaking his head of unnecessary, distracting thoughts. Start with Crunch. Snorlax charged for Aegislash, who just stood firm and not moving like its trainer. King's Shield. Wickstrom called out, but then. Stop. Ash commanded. And Snorlax actually halted in his tracks, cancelling out the Crunch attack. Nice try, but now use Shadow Ball. For not being a ghost type, Wickstrom could have sworn that Ash's Snorlax created a Shadow Ball that was worthy of any ghost type user. One that actually forced Aegislash away, even with the King's Shield move up. Sacred Sword. Wickstrom wanted to see more and called out that move to see it. His Aegislash changed into its blade for me and charged toward Snorlax with its blade covered in a bright energy. Dodge and Crunch. When Aegislash would have totaled Snorlax, the sleeping Pokémon was a lot nimbler than he put off and attacked Aegislash instead. Hold on to Aegislash and use Thunder on it. Firmly in Snorlax's jaw, Wickstrom's Aegislash couldn't dodge the powerful Thunder attack that attacked it from Snorlax's very body. Now send it out with a Shadow Ball. Aegislash flew off again and a little further than before, also it looked like the Royal Sword Pokémon could just faint. This was becoming a little embarrassing for Wickstrom considering the level of his other Steel types. Still, things were different at the time that Ash first met them. Move in and use Fire Punch. Wickstrom could see that the Belly Drum had allowed Crunch to chip away more health in one move than ever before. The Thunder and Shadow Ball didn't help things, and now this Fire Punch could end it right here. Wickstrom knew this and decided to accept the fate of his Pokémon, but not without a little co-investigation from the other side. Destiny Bond. Ash and Snorlax were shocked to hear that move. And the latter tried to stop himself from hitting Aegis Lash. That Destiny Bond will take down not only the user but the sleeping Pokémon too. But something else happened. Snorlax was able to halt within inches of Aegis Lash, but the Royal Sword Pokémon of Wickstrom was still harmed and ultimately knocked out. And yet, Wickstrom started to laugh. That is, the first time that an attack was used that way. Even by accident. Ash didn't know what to make of the old man in knight's armor. Now this is my knight, Sizer. Take a break, Snorlax. Ash then called out and returned the sleeping Pokémon, who seemed to be already resting when he went back into the Pokeball. Now battle, Bisharp. Ash sent out the Sword Edge Pokémon this time. Night Slash. Bisharp charged with his arms covered in dark energy, and yet it barely annoyed the Sizer. Try a Brick Break. You too. This time, both Pokémon went for the other with their arms covered in dark red energy and meet with a boom. Break off and use X-Scissor. Wickstrom then called out and his Sizer showed off its strength to actually lift Bisharp off the battlefield and sent him flying. Once that was done, the Pinsir Pokémon charged forward to attack Bisharp with a green X blow. Metal Sound. Ash called out, for no clear reason. Bisharp grinded his metal arms anyways and lowered Sizer's special defenses. Now try a Guillotine. Bisharp charged with his arms crossed. But it was to no avail when. Quick Attack. Sizer stopped Bisharp in his tracks and actually did some damage from that low-level attack. It must have been the Technician ability, which empowers the user's weakest attack. Ash could tell that also when, Bullet Punch. That low-level attack actually left Bisharp's body littered with dents. If this keeps up. Night Slash. Ash wanted to go for another attack before Bisharp eventually falls to Sizer and this deadly ability of its superpower. Wickstrom saw that and Sizer was commanded to glow red with power before slammed its metal body into Bisharp. And while the Sword Edge Pokémon felt his energy leaving him. Metal Burst. Bisharp sent Sizer off of him with the sphere of silver energy that damaged the Pinsir Pokémon somewhat. Too bad that Bisharp fell anyways from the powerful superpower attack, that did leave Sizer's physical stats fall as well. Thank you, Bisharp. Now go, Greninja. Wickstrom was wondering what Ash had planned for sending out Greninja again, returning the ninja Pokémon after finishing off Wickstrom's Klefki early in the battle. Quick Attack. Wickstrom still commanded his Sizer to use that low-level but high-priority move to test Greninja further. Mat Block. And Greninja countered by blocking that quick attack. Now Water Shuriken. Sizer soon found itself bombarded by a storm of large shuriken made of water, a lot like Wickstrom's Klefki. Hydro Pump. Dodge with agility. Sizer moved almost like a blur to escape the Hydro Pump. Iron Head. Combine Double Team with Smokescreen. Ash called out and his Greninja never disappointed him. First, she created an army of replicas for Sizer to hit with Iron Head. Then she covered the entire half of the battlefield belonged to Wickstrom with thick black smoke, including Sizer. Now another Hydro Pump. Sizer was practically flooded by the Hydro Pump, coming in from dozens of Greninja. Bullet Punch. Wickstrom still had to try for his Sizer to find its way out of the smokescreen and find the real Greninja among the dozens. And the Pinsir Pokémon had to resort to blind punching and running around with the smoke clouding its eyes, not just the copies confusing it. Stop Sizer with Night Slash. Ash called out and the real Greninja appeared this time, striking Sizer on the metal pincers hard enough to make the Pinsir Pokémon cringe from the sudden jolt to its claws. Hydro Cannon. Greninja then shot out the most powerful water-type move that can be taught to a fully evolved start like her. Giga Impact. Sizer finally found sight of Greninja and charged in with bright white energy covering it from head to toe. And this Giga Impact fought against the Hydro Cannon that has the same level of power. But Greninja, this time, had the upper hand and Sizer was instead sent into a wall hard. It stayed in that imprint, not even twitching from the pain. "Thank you, Sizer," Wickstrom said as he returned his Pokémon. Then he turned to face Ash. "You really are one hell of a trainer. Why don't you just admit that you have mastered Pokémon, more especially the steel types? Because Kalos doesn't need a 10-year-old like me as a celebrity, and especially not another steel-type master. I don't even want to imagine what the other regions will make out Kalos, with a 10-year-old for their star trainer." Ash answered without hesitation. "And my dream is to be a Pokémon master. The one that knows all, including where my father can be found." Wickstrom was shocked to hear such words and even see such sadness in the eyes of this 10-year-old. "I don't care if he is still alive or not, I just want to know where he is. And then I will tell my mother the truth as well, she is hurt the most ever since he left us." Wickstrom saw, for the first time since they both met ages ago in Lumio City, the real Ash Ketchum. "I am sure you will," the man in armor said, not sure if he is making things better or worse. "I am sure that you find him. When things are lost, they are eventually found." "Thank you, Wickstrom." Ash responded with a broken and hollow tone that still had respect and gratitude. "I feel a little better now. But we still have our battle," Ash said, trying his best to regain his focus, but his hold was shaky and uneasy, which is never good for a trainer. Wickstrom knew that, given his own expression of concern, but still takes out one final Pokeball. "No problem, kid. Now meet my real ace, Agron." This definitely looked a lot like the Lyron from Route, only much larger and stood on its hind legs instead, all four of them. Agron, the Iron Armor Pokémon, and the evolved form of Lyron. Agron claims a large mountain for its territory, and fiercely defends it from those who trespass. Agron is a huge, bipedal Pokémon. It is primarily black with plates of silver-colored armor. The armor on its head has two pairs of holes with horns protruding from the foremost holes. Its forehead plating extends past its upper jaw in a small point. It has sky-blue eyes, and two nostril-like holes on the tip of its upper jaw. On the rim of its mouth are several pointed, fawn-like protrusions, and the nape of its neck and back have gray-silver armor sections. It has wide, blunt spikes on its shoulders, and gray-silver bands on its arms and legs. Its hands and feet each have 3 claws. It has a thick, long, black tail that it can swing at enemies. The gouges in Agron's armor from previous battles are worn as mementos. The more wounds it has, the more it has battled. It claims a large mountain as its territory and fiercely defends it from trespassers. If its environment is damaged by a flood or a forest fire, it will restore the area by bringing in topsoil and planting trees. It burrows through the strongest of bedrock and digs tunnels, as it searches for iron to eat. Its horns, which it uses to dig through bedrock when seeking food, grow a little longer at a time and can be used to determine its age. Greninja, I need you to rest and ready for this final Pokémon. Return. Ash then called out and sent his loyal ninja Pokémon back to his Pokeball. Snorlax, go. It another match between juggernauts of Pokémon. Start with Yawn. Snorlax released the bubble of sleepiness at Agron and popped, making the Iron Armor Pokémon start to get drowsy. Iron Defense. Wickstrom had a good idea of what Ash had in mind and wasn't going to let Snorlax get the same edge twice. Too bad that Agron, willing its body to be tougher and more durable, had got the Yawn to do its magic. Now Belly Drum, then recycle and rest. Snorlax raised his attack power to the max once again but was left with less than half his health, so Snorlax fell asleep on command. But that was before he recovered the Lum Berry that was used earlier in the match. And as soon as Snorlax fell asleep, the Lum Berry woke him up once the process of rest healing him was done. Now use Crunch. Snorlax charged in and bait down on Agron hard. But this Agron was not to be underestimated. Sleep Talk. Wickstrom called out and Ash gasped. This move could only be used by sleeping Pokémon and it helps them randomly use a move that they know. And then Agron acted like it was walking in its sleep, and attacked Snorlax with one of its hands shining brightly. The sleep talk activated its metal claw. Send it down with superpower. Ash called out, and Snorlax fiercer than an awakening bear. Also, with the grace and strength of a pro wrestler, Snorlax lifted the Agron up and slammed the iron armor Pokémon down the battlefield hard. Now jump to use heavy slam. Too bad that the superpower attack also awoke an Agron from its slumber. Iron defense. Wickstrom called out, and Agron willed its body to be even more durable, taking in the heavy slam without even a bruise. Focus punch. Snorlax charged with his arm already armed and loaded to punch hard on Agron. But as soon as the sleeping Pokémon was only inches from finishing the match right there. Focus blast. Snorlax was hit by a large sphere of raw power that slammed hard into his stomach. The sleeping Pokémon was a real juggernaut, with high defenses and can enhance his strength to the max, but moves like Focus Blast were his weakness. Ash's mighty and sturdy Snorlax finally fell. Sorry about this, Snorlax. Ash said to the sleeping Pokémon once he was in his Pokeball. Both Ash and Snorlax had hoped to deal more damage. This was very disappointing. Now come and fight to the end, Greninja. You better, because I am not going to tolerate you switching out the same Pokémon more than twice. Wickstrom said, Iron defense one more time and then use Double Edge. Agron had now maxed out its defenses and then charged with the bright energy, a little dimmer than Giga Impact, that made a torpedo-like shape on its body. Mat block. Of course, that Double Edge was stopped when Greninja blocked it with another floor mat that she pulled out of nowhere. But Ash did notice that the Agron didn't even flinch from the Double Edge. Even the toughest of Pokémon have to feel the effects of moves that cause recoil damage, which includes Double Edge. It could only mean one thing, Rock Head. What a Pokémon, suitable for a trainer like Wickstrom. It seems that you figured my Pokémon out, now let's see how much of a difference this makes. Burst through the mat block with Metal Claw and slam Greninja to the ground. Wickstrom called out, and Ash had to think fast. Dodge with Substitute. Greninja widened her eyes to see the Agron clawing through her mat block with just Metal Claw. Yet this surprise had jump-started her nerves, which did allow Greninja to dodge the Agron with a substitute doll, but left Greninja a little shaky. Focus and use Hydro Pump. Greninja cursed at her uneasiness, and that was because her Hydro Pump was very unstable. The attack barely moved Agron, only made it wet. Power-up punch. Ash called out, and Greninja charged with her arm glowing, ready to deal some damage and increasing her attack stat. Block with Metal Claw. Wickstrom called out, and Agron did just that, with a firm grip on Greninja and ignoring the pain from the power-up punch. Use superpower on Greninja. Ash wasn't going to make any more mistakes and waited for a good chance for his Greninja to escape, and it came. Once Greninja was directly above Agron, Scald. Down below. Ash made his move, and Greninja shot a pressurized shot of heated water, down through Agron's armor. The massive iron armor Pokémon had to release Greninja, which was also something that the trainer counted on. Hydro Cannon. While Agron was distracted by the boiling water, gusting throughout the air pockets of its armor, Greninja made her move and sent out a flood of a water gust that finally did some damage. Agron even looked more hurt and exhausted than angry. The steam was from the boiling water that was still fresh and wet throughout its massive body. Agron, let's fight from now on with your real form. The iron armor Pokémon heard that instead of a command, but Agron actually liked the sound of it and go on standby. Meanwhile, Wickstrom moved his gloved hand to the bump on his armor, directly in front of his neck. It was pressed to reveal a keystone. And Agron revealed a mega stone that had the colors of silver and metallic black. Now Agron, it is time for the final level of power. Swords, sharp enough to pierce iron, and shields that stop rock slides. Mega Evolve. This Pokémon has achieved its Mega Evolution. This Pokémon actually loses its rock typing and becomes a pure steel type. It now has the ability Filter, which weakens the power super effective attacks. Mega Agron is bulkier and more heavily plated than its previous state. The horns on its forehead are now shorter, and it has a third, wider horn on its nose. Using its horns, it is said to be able to destroy a steel tank. A spike projects downward from both its upper and lower jaw. The protrusions on its shoulders are longer and curved toward its head, and new spikes move from holes in its armbands. Its tail is thicker with 2 bands around it. It is now time for something different, Surf. Ash shouted, which was supposedly a waste of breath since his Pokémon just used a move that required time to recharge after use. But Greninja was better than that and was able to summon a tide wave from out of nowhere, submerging the newly mega-evolved Agron. And now, Ash got ready for a final showdown, his body language alerting the message to Wickstrom. Hydro Cannon. Now with a water source nearby, Greninja actually found herself making a much bigger hydro cannon than the other times during the entire battle. But all that dazzle and power surge was to be challenged by Head Smash. Mega Agron charged with its massive forehead shining with power. It then started to charge, even with the power at its feet, getting faster and faster until Mega Agron was met by the hydro cannon. Now no longer a rock type, there was no more weakness to water moves for the time being. As such, Mega Agron actually ignored the move and managed to hit Greninja with Head Smash. And, for the first time since they met, Greninja lost a match. She just couldn't take all that damage in one setting. The good side to this is that Ash actually caught Greninja in his arms, holding the ninja Pokémon almost like a bride. All before thanking her and sending Greninja back into the Pokeball. Go, Pikachu. Ash had only one Pokémon left to fight with. It was true that he was allowed up to 10 Pokémon on hand, but the rule of 6, the max for any match, still affected him. Ash knew that fact and always tried to think of the right Pokémon for any matchup, but that skill and foresight of Ash's will be put through the ultimate trial. Thunderbolt. Pikachu, for old time's sake, shocked Agron badly. So that is why you commanded your Greninja to use Surf and get my Pokémon wet, so your electric attacks will be stronger. Wickstrom only needed a few seconds of this to figure out Ash's game. Stone Edge. Use agility to dodge. Pikachu was still Ash's fastest Pokémon and ran in a blur to avoid every piece of the Stone Edge. Use your new move, Wild Charge. Ash then commanded. Pikachu engulfed himself in raw lighting and tackled into Agron, electrocuting the massive Pokémon. Grabbed Pikachu and used Heavy Slam. Agron forgot about the pain and grabbed the small, mouse-like Pokémon. Then it was going to send Pikachu down to the ground, but Thunder. Ash called out and Agron was shocked again. All Pikachu had to do was to ignore the feeling of being grabbed and almost sent to the battlefield like a wooden stake. With that done, Pikachu was able to hit Agron, who was still in close proximity. Of course, Agron not only screamed to the pain but also threw Pikachu high in the air of the chamber. Try to land on the wall. Ash tried to call out, but Pikachu still had a rough landing onto the steel-hard wall. Thankfully, Pikachu was not out yet, only have the energy for one last-ditch effort against Mega Agron. This massive Pokémon never showed any signs of slowing down, even though every Ash had thrown at it. Volt Tackle. Pikachu charged in from the steel wall, his little body covered with raw lighting, and slammed hard into Mega Agron. Pikachu didn't even care about the headache that he will get, charging into something that was worse than a steel wall. Metal Burst. Wickstrom called out and Mega Agron took in all the damage, sending it all out as energy back at its attacker. But this time, Mega Agron didn't attack with a sphere of silver energy, instead it all flew off of Mega Agron's body and attacked Pikachu that way. This created a large smoke cloud that covered the battlefield entirely. Once the smoke clears, the ultimate answer as to Ash's victory or defeat to the Elite Four. For the first time, Ash was left with only one Pokémon left along with Wickstrom, so if Pikachu lost, it will be all over. But the trainers saw who won. It wasn't Pikachu. It was Mega Agron, which means, Ash lost. XXXXX. Ash couldn't believe it. He gave everything that he had, every trick up his sleeve, played all his cards and he still lost. The words of warning from Drasna came back to his mind, echoing through the walls. Because he lost against the final Elite Four trainer, he can't challenge the champion. He will have to win his badges again and try for the Elite Four for a second time. And he will have to wait out until they restart the Kalos League, in 3 years. And when he heard the sounds of metal footsteps, he knew who was approaching. Ash didn't need to see for himself. I was right. You four just wanted a show. Wickstrom didn't say a word and waited for Ash to go on. The 3 that I've faced were holding back. They wanted me to win so they can see if I am this bullshit Iron Trainer. Now they see it was all crap, shit and a bunch of garbage. Ash was ranted so loudly that he didn't notice that there were more company. Seabold and Drasna arrived with Serena. The latter wanted to reach out to her close friend and companion. What are you going to do now? Did I disappoint you all? Did I not meet the expectations you hid from me about my battling? You expected this much from the boy you threw away to stop Team Flare. When you could have done it from the start. This is called growing up, young man. Wickstrom finally spoke up while his audience was still silent. At one point in your life, in ways too numerous to count, it will seem that the world has turned their back on you. They left in the dust, in the dark and alone in hot water. But those who hold on to their dreams, never lose their faith and don't change, are they? What? Ash muttered like a dumped man after a date turning sour. He sensed that Wickstrom was trailing off to test Ash even further. Brave, smart, skilled, the prefect trainer. More like the prefect fool. Ash cringed terribly to hear such a word from Wickstrom. Those who think that you must always change, or not change at all, are idiots. Fools. Poor excuses for human beings. Ash felt like he suddenly became a statue and that his body was crumbling. But you are not a fool. You changed yourself when you arrived here in Kalos. You changed for your close friend. And more importantly, you changed for all, especially for your Pokémon. They were not weak, or useless, they are the strongest any of us have ever faced. Then this lost. Ash muttered before losing his voice again. Will teach you something important. Experience both brings the power and skill as well, enhances both for a trainer and his team. Wickstrom picked off. And while you might find it easy to give up, you need to know this. Every one of us lost more than one in the past, all before becoming the Elite Four. Because defeat taught us more about battling than victories and even training. Ash was silent again, taking all this in. Until he felt something small lick his cheek. It was his Pikachu, looking as sad and downhearted as he was. Ash still didn't say a word, just hugged Pikachu gently. And after another long moment, so what now? Now. Drasna spoke up this time. You will return to Kalos with your team and your friends. Seabold answered. Because we have a new contender to take the place of Malva and someday, become something much bigger. Wickstrom added and gave his hand for Ash. Come on, Iron Trainer. It is time for you to learn more about Pokémon than you can possibly imagine. Ash thought hard on it while staring at Wickstrom metal glove. Then he took the hand and shook it. Teach us. XXXXX. 4 years later. There was a commotion near a tent that had mirrors on for sale. The crowd sure was upset and angry over something, with one of them even having the owner of the tent at his collar. Okay. You better start talking right now. We know that the champion and the Kalos princess was last seen in your tent until they disappeared. Where are they? Something like this should have been calmed down by the police, but the officer Jennies instead were trying to find out this little mystery. All they knew was that a couple of hours ago, the champion of Kalos along with his fiancée entered the tent looking for a present to the latter's mother. But when one of the fans decided to go in and chat with the duo, they both vanished. The only thing left that they were there was one of the mirrors on the ground, cracked badly, and some spare change was mixed in with the pieces. The tent and mirror shop owner looked suspicious to passers-by, but he was a genuine salesman since his previous customers agreed that he sold real mirrors. But instead of selling more until he was out of stock, the shop owner was treated like an offender. It was in his shop that a couple of celebrities had vanished. "You can let him go." And just when the shop owner was about to be beaten by the interrogator from the mob, a voice cut through the tense atmosphere like a hot knife through butter. "We are back, so release him. It's the champion, Ash Ketchum. And his fiancée, Serena the Kalos princess." That man from the mob discarded the shop owner and ran along with everyone else to check on the pair of celebrities. It only took a few moments for the office Jennies to give the pair some space and some sunlight, which brought light on how different they looked. Ash definitely looked more mature as a man and different in attire. Instead of his simple shirt, shorts, and backpack, he was dressed more like Knight's squire with armor. His arms, hands, legs and torso had metal plates tied with a strap each. His shoes were replaced with boots with armor that was of a simple and smooth design. Finally, he was wearing some kind of helmet that had a triangular piece of metal showing on his forehead and a face mask that covered his entire mouth. Through it all, Ash looked like the cross between an athlete and a bodybuilder, pleasing several of the women in the crowd. His face was smooth, without any speckles, warts or pimples to be seen. His raven black hair was of a darker and bolder color that just made him look even more badass. Meanwhile, Serena looked like she was outfitted with her set of armor that was a matching pair with Ash's. Only that it was smaller and more feminine to fit the difference in figure. And Pikachu also had armor, with his own mouth guard. A helmet on his head, a plate fitted for his back, metal sleeves for his legs and even one for his tail. But there was also this thing about Pikachu that was also different. It was a scar, going vertically down his right eye, and it seems that the helmet and mouth guard cover up the rest of it. Finally, behind them both, there was an intimidating Pokémon that also took up a lot of space around him. But this was a Pokémon that most of the audience knew, that's a Metagross. Metagross is a robotic Pokémon with a turquoise, disc-shaped body and 4 legs. The main body appears to serve as both head and body, and this Pokémon's overall construction gives it the appearance of a mechanized arachnid. It uses its heavy body to pin down its prey before consuming them with its large mouth. A large, metallic cross is situated in the center of its face. On either side of the cross, a red eye peers out from a space in Metagross's metallic armor. Its 4 legs are joined to the main body by ball and socket joints. While the upper portion of the legs is relatively thin, they are considerably thicker below the knee. Each leg has 3 short claws on the end and a flat, blunt protrusion extending over the knee. The legs can be tucked in, allowing Metagross to float in the air. Metagross is the result of 2 Metang, its pre-evolution, fusing together. This gives Metagross 4 brains in total, 1 from each limb, all connected by a complex network of neurons. Because of these complex connections and the number of brains, this Pokémon is capable of complex calculations and is more intelligent than a supercomputer. It uses its intelligence to analyze its opponents during battle. This Pokémon can be found on rough terrains. And there is a Skarmory too. Skarmory is a silver-gray, avian Pokémon with a long, metallic blue neck, legs, and tail. It has yellow eyes, a pointed beak with several pointed teeth, and a triangular crest on its head. There are red feathers under the sheaths that cover its sharp wings, and each feather can be moved independently. Its wings are actually hollow, allowing it to travel up to 180 miles per hour, 300 km/h. Its feet have 3 toes on them, 2 in front and 1 in back, and its tail has hooked ends. Its steel wings become tattered and bashed in from repeated battles, but once a year the battered wings grow back completely. This process restores the cutting edges. Its feathers are sharp enough to be used as blades. Its skin and feathers are solid because it lives and is raised in very harsh conditions. Its nests are usually found in thorn bushes, where continual scratching of its skin will eventually harden it into an iron-like state. Sorry about the trouble we caused for you and your store. Ash then bowed to the shop owner, tried his best to be polite since the crowd was glaring at to be so. It's nothing. Nothing. Just where did you go? I thought that my mirrors were harmless. The shop owner said. But instead of a quick and straight answer. It is a story that will take all day. What is important is that we can now expect the fog around Kalos to lift in another 2 weeks. Ash answered and then left with a hand on Serena's shoulder. The crowd soon forgot about the whole thing and began to follow the pair like lost ducklings. Meanwhile, the owner of the tent and the mirrors was told by the officer Jenny's to pack up and set shop somewhere else. He never argued. Crowds are always bad for business when they have you grabbed by the collar. And 2 weeks later, the fog that came along with Ash, his Pikachu and a crate filled with Pokémon eggs had started to fade. Ash and Serena were witnessing this from the port of Coumarine City. It is time. Serena just nodded with a content smile on her face. Apparently, she was like a newborn kitten to Ash's hand on her hair. Time to find the doomed Saint Anne. My friends are still on it, needing our rescue. End of chapter 27. Ash, the Iron Trainer. One hell of a reunion. Previously on Ash the Iron Trainer. This is called growing up, young man. Wickstrom finally spoke up while his audience was still silent. At one point in your life, in ways too numerous to count, it will seem that the world has turned their back on you. They left in the dust, in the dark and alone in hot water. But those who hold on to their dreams, never lose their faith and don't change are the... What? Ash muttered like a dumped man after a date turning sour. He sensed that Wickstrom was trailing off to test Ash even further. Brave, smart, skilled, the prefect trainer. More like the prefect fool. Ash cringed terribly to hear such a word from Wickstrom. Those who think that you must always change, or not change at all are idiots. Fools. Poor excuses for human beings. Ash felt like he suddenly became a statue and that his body was crumbling. But you are not a fool. You changed yourself when you arrived here in Kalos. You changed for your close friend. And more importantly, you changed for all, especially for your Pokémon. They were not weak, or useless, they are the strongest any of us have ever faced. Then this defeat. Ash muttered before losing his voice again. Will teach you something important. Experience both brings the power and skill as well enhances both for a trainer and his team. Wickstrom picked off. And while you might find it easy to give up, you need to know this. Every one of us lost more than one in the past, all before becoming the Elite Four. Because defeat taught us more about battling than victories and even training. Ash was silent again, taking all this in. Until he felt something small lick his cheek. It was his Pikachu, looking as sad and downhearted as he was. Ash still didn't say a word, just hugged Pikachu gently. And after another long moment, so what now? Now. Drasna spoke up this time. You will return to Kalos with your team and your friends. Seabold answered. Because we have a new contender to take the place of Malva and someday, become something much bigger. Wickstrom added and gave his hand for Ash. Come on, Iron Trainer. It is time for you to learn more about Pokémon than you can possibly imagine. Ash thought hard on it while staring at Wickstrom metal glove. Then he took the hand and shook it. Teach us. XXXXX. Sorry about the trouble we caused for you and your store. Ash then bowed to the shop owner, tried his best to be polite since the crowd was glaring at to be so. It's nothing. Nothing. Just where did you go? I thought that my mirrors were harmless. The shop owner said. But instead of an quick and straight answer. It is a story that will take all day. What is important is that we can now expect the fog around Kalos to lift in another 2 weeks. Ash answered and then left with a hand on Serena's shoulder. The crowd soon forgot about the whole thing and began to follow the pair like lost ducklings. Meanwhile, the owner of the tent and the mirrors was told by the officer Jenny's to pack up and set shop somewhere else. He never argued. crowds are always bad for business when they have you grabbed by the collar. And 2 weeks later, the fog that came along with Ash, his Pikachu and a crate filled with Pokémon eggs had started to fade. Ash and Serena were witnessing this from the port of Coumarine City. "It is time." Serena just nodded with a content smile on her face. Apparently, she was like a newborn kitten to Ash's hand on her hair. "Time to find the doomed SSN. My friends are still on it, needing our rescue." In the dark of the night and in the sunken ship, trainers were at the end of their rope as they don't know what to do. They could only hope that while the ship, currently upside down, can retain its balance until they can get some of their Pokémon to bring them out of the St. Anne. At their feet were Pokémon out of their Pokeballs, a Charmander, a Bulbasaur, and a Squirtle, and a couple more. There was a Butterfree, final evolution of the common and harmless Caterpie, floating near the ceiling that seemed to look the floor of a ship's deck. Butterfree resembles a vaguely anthropomorphic butterfly with a purple body. Unlike true insects, it only has 2 body segments and 4 light blue legs. The upper pair of legs resemble small, 3-fingered hands, while the lower pair resemble long, digitless feet. Butterfree has 2 black antennae, a light blue snout with 2 fangs underneath, and large, red compound eyes. Its 2 pairs of veined wings are white with black accents. The oval scales of a female Butterfree's lower wings are black, but white in males. Butterfree's wings are covered with poisonous powders that fall off continuously as it flies. This powder repels water, enabling it to gather honey even in the rain. Butterfree will roam up to 6 miles from its nest in search of honey, which it carries with the hairs of its legs. It also consumes sap from trees pierced by Heracross. Butterfree is found in forests, but has also been observed flying near the ocean as part of its migratory breeding pattern. The other Pokémon airborne in the hallway was a Pidgeotto, the evolved form of the also common Pidgey. Pidgeotto is a raptor-like avian Pokémon. It is covered with brown feathers, and has a cream-colored face, underside, and flight feathers. It has a crest of pinkish-red feathers on its head and black, angular markings behind its eyes. The plumage of its tail has alternating red and yellow feathers with ragged tips. Its beak and legs are pink. 2 of its toes point forward, while 1 points backward. Additionally, it has powerful, sharp talons that it uses to grasp prey. Pidgeotto is a powerful flyer capable of carrying prey several miles to its nest. It has amazing vision, which helps it locate preferred prey Pokémon such as Execute and Magikarp. Pidgeotto claims a sprawling territory of more than 60 miles, which it defends fiercely. Its nest is usually in the center of its territory and it circles its territory throughout the day, looking out for food and intruders. It is most often found in forests. Gust and Feather Dance are its former signature moves. As for the trainers, one of them was a girl who wore a yellow and loose sleeveless shirt, blue shorts that had overalls attached and was about Ash's age. Another trainer was a large and tan-skinned man who had brown spiky hair and eyes that appeared to be shut closed. He wore an orange and black toned vest, a light green shirt, gray long pants and blue shoes. There was another trainer as well that had a face and hairstyle that screamed arrogance. His outfit was actually very neutral about it and composed of a light green back on his shoulder, a blue long sleeve shirt that seems to cover an orange shirt, black pants and a necklace with a Tau symbol but in green and yellow. In order, their names are Misty of the Cerulean City's Water-type Gym, Brock of the Pewter City's Rock-type Gym and Gary Oak of Pallet Town. Are you telling me that Dobe had fallen overboard and left his Pokémon with you? What kind of trainer does that? Gary acted like he wanted to scold Ash on being an irresponsible trainer, but internally, he wanted Ash to be around so that the former can shove the facts into the latter's face like he always did ever since they started that rivalry years ago. The strange thing was this: if you were on the ship, then why did you stay instead of run? Brock said with a heated tone. He, like Misty, didn't care for Gary's attitude. He could easily see how Ash used to be oppressed by the grandson of Kanto's Professor Oak and hated the boy. Please, we have a headache since we can't even touch the windows without water spilling in. The 3 trainers groaned at another voice and turned to see another trio. One that was a man, a woman and a talking Meowth, and they have the worst sense of fashion. They were the washed-up trio belonging to the group of thieves that call themselves Team Rocket. I am surprised that you three are still here. Misty snapped at Team Rocket. It's bad enough that Ash and his Pikachu went overboard, his Pokeballs were left behind, we have to share space with a JRK and now we have to it all with you three. Team Rocket growled but didn't set off just yet. For once, you can't blame this on us twerp. We didn't send that little twerp off the ship or even touch one of his Pokeballs. Meowth spoke, I can't do the New York accent like in the anime. But what we need to do is find a way off the ship. These two idiots already tried to use acid from Ekans on the floor. You did what? This time, Jesse and James, of Team Rocket, didn't have anything to say for themselves. And now, there was the uneasy atmosphere again but with loud scolding added to the mix, just when anyone thought that it couldn't get any worse. They soon eat those words when the ship started to shake, violently. Now what did you two do? Misty shouted at Team Rocket who just shook their heads and waved their hands in defiance. But instead of scolding, it was time for screaming when the ship also turned another 180, sending the trainers and Pokémon toppling back to the deck real hard. Still, they had no time to recover and relax when the ship started to ascend rapidly, at the rate in which, they all were forced face down into the deck itself. After what seemed to be forever, the ship halted. This, of course, caused the remaining passengers to toss and tumble around once again. Just what is going on here? Gary shouted and everyone to the sheer volume. Seriously, Gary sounded almost as bad as Misty. Sorry about that. If we weren't so careful, you will be hearing bones breaking instead of boys shrieking like banshees. A stranger's voice had gotten their attention and they all turned to see a pair of people in armor as well as a Pikachu and an Eevee dressed in a similar fashion to fit its small stature, and all four of them were wearing facial masks which left only their eyes as the only visible feature. You did this. You are just a bunch of losers in those stupid costumes. Gary suddenly got into one of the stranger's face. But the man in armor didn't budge, neither did his Pokémon and companion, which got Gary to flume slightly. That is until. Hello to you too Gary, nice to hear how you say, thank you, after so long. The grandson of Professor Oak was wondering why this stranger was being so casual and familiar with him. Then it clicked in his genius mind. ASY boy. His company soon adopted his widen eyes, with mouths dropped to the deck. The trio just chuckled at once. I am no boy. None of us are kids anymore, Gare Bear. XXXXX. There was an awkward silence. His old friends, not counting Gary of course, and his old Pokémon couldn't believe what they were seeing. Ash Ketchum, who left his home at the age of 10 and journeyed with them for several days, now is twice as old, even more than Brock. And Pikachu looks to be the same. But they had nothing on the Eevee or the woman by Ash's side, with the evolution Pokémon riding on her shoulder. But while the trainers couldn't speak for themselves, Ash's old Pokémon walked up to his feet. Ash was tall for sure but now he looks more like a giant, at twice his height. Charmander, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Butterfree, Pidgeotto, it has been a while. I guess that I owe you the apology of the century huh? Instead, they all charged into Ash, actually knocking him down playfully. Still have that touch of yours, huh Ashy? Serena teased Ash and his old friends noticed that the boy-turned-man didn't respond to that nickname as bad as when Gary did it, instead, he took it with a stubborn huff that got Serena to giggle as the sight. And it was hard not to, a man dressed in armor dogpiled by Pokémon who embraced him like he was their older brother. It took a long moment for the atmosphere to settle down a margin. Until, Ash? Were you responsible for the SS and resurfacing? We didn't hear any boats and no trainer can do it on his own. Misty asked and Ash made an eye smile with his face mask hiding most emotions. But instead of a spoken answer, everyone got something better. Glisker. Ash shouted, taking out a strange Pokeball. It was the same size and shape as a regular one but the color scheme was not the red, black and white pattern of the standard Pokeball. It was more like the colors of a marshland or a savanna. Glisker is a large, mainly blue-purple vampire bat-like Pokémon. Its legs have 2 toes and a slightly darker circular coloration on the underside, and its tail has 2 barbs, giving its tail the resemblance of a vampire's fangs. Its arms are red with thin striations, and are completely detached from its black wings, and each are ended with large pincers. Its ears have discernible, red, chambered ear insides, and its eyes are yellow. It has 6 visible fangs in its mouth, and its waist, like its arms, is red and striated. Glisker's body resembles an open mouth, with the pointed protrusions coming from its upper torso resembling fangs, further illustrating its vampire-like qualities. Glisker, along with its unevolved form Gligger, can emit a sort of sound wave in order to detect obstacles and fly around them, similar to echolocation. Its legs appear to be not suitable for walking, so it can only perform short hops when on the ground. Glisker hangs upside down while sleeping, much like most bat-like Pokémon, and it is nocturnal. It is capable of soundless flight, however, its wings cannot be flapped to the same extent that other Pokémon's wings can. Glisker uses winds and updrafts to glide from place to place. When there is no wind, Glisker climbs to the top of tall trees using its sharp raptorial claws and then glides from place to place. This practice is similar to flying squirrels. It is extremely rare, but sometimes it is found in thick pine forests and swamps. His ability to fly and use strength helped a lot with the ship. Especially when he pulled all the chains that were attached on the deck. Ash said with a demonstrative gesture, as if to show off his vampire-looking Pokémon. And Glisker himself looked a little overwhelmed by the praise. Now for the others, meet them too. Ash got everyone's attention from Glisker and expertly took out 4 Pokeballs in one hand, opening them all at once. Porygon Z. Porygon Z does have a physical body. Its head is fuchsia and ovoid in shape with a short, blunt antenna protruding upwards and a blue bill similar to that of a duck. Its eyes are yellow and have black rings, similar to a bull's eye. The head is completely detached from the body and floats slightly above it. Its smooth, ovoid body is fuchsia with a blue ring connecting its arms. 2 arms are loosely connected to its upper body and other than their blue color, have no features. The tail is also blue and featureless, but slightly resembles a paddle. Porygon Z was given additional software in order to increase its abilities. The initial idea was to give it the ability to travel through alien dimensions, but an error occurred. Instead, the Pokémon began acting erratically. Porygon Z, and its pre-evolutions are the only known Pokémon that can learn conversion and conversion. Girafarig. Girafarig is a hoofed quadruped Pokémon with a long neck. There is a white blaze on its muzzle, which ends with its round, pink nose. It has 2 horns with bulbous tips on top of its head. Its front half is yellow with black spots, while its back half is black with yellow spots. The female Girafarig has a smaller dark section than the male. There are many triangular, pink spikes along its back. Girafarig's tail possesses a head of its own. The tail's head has yellow eyes, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and a small brain. However, this head is incapable of independent thinking and relies on outside stimuli such as smell to guide its actions. If the tail smells something alluring, it will bite. The tail often mimics the head during feeding, and is able to warn the Pokémon of danger if it is sleeping. Girafarig lives in wide open plains, where it feeds on the plant life. And Bronzong. Bronzong is a large Pokémon resembling a blue-green bell with 2 arms coming out of its sides. It has a hollow body and a yoke attached at the top. Its face can be best described as being a totem pole design. Bronzong has 2 round, red eyes with blue-green irises and a rectangular mouth with 1 visible row of square teeth. It has several darker, rectangular markings on its body. It can summon rain clouds, which earned it the nickname, Bringer of Plentiful Harvests. The first known Bronzong was dug up at a construction site. While Glisker did do some physical labor to get the ship upright, these guys each used Psychic to do the rest. Ash explained his team while everyone got busy checking out Ash's exotic and new Pokémon, at least in their context. It was amazing to them, specimens of species that can't normally be found in Kanto, except for the Porygon Z. The Kanto trainers each had a good hunch as to the normal type, from which this strange one evolves. Still, the surprises kept coming. Now for the one keeping this ship afloat, look outside. Ash pointed to a window with his thumb. This caused a little brawl for who gets to look out, but eventually they do, and they see something large and blue like the ocean, holding the entire SS and above the sea. It was a Wylord. Wylord is a huge Pokémon based on the blue whale. It has small beady eyes, a huge mouth, and a throat that is lined with grooves. It has a blue back with and 4 white spots, and a tan, grooved underbelly. It has 2 pairs of fins along its sides and a horizontal tail at the back. When it is jumping out of the water, it makes a giant splash due to its large size. It can dive deep at 10,000 feet, 3,000 meters, in one breath. It lives in the sea in large groups called pods. A pod of Wylord travels together in order to search for food, and is able to eat large quantities at one time. It is the tallest known Pokémon. That Pokémon is Serena's. She still treats her like a baby. Ash added, for good measure. And, while only he could tell, Ash had gotten Serena to blush a little under her face mask. She didn't try to fight it and got comfy somehow, hugging Ash's armored arm like a lifeline. Ah! Gary saw this and he couldn't resist giving into his habit of trying to embarrass his fellow trainers, both to show his superiority and to get his rivals to make mistakes. Looks like Ashy Boy has a girlfriend. I bet that she is dating you because of that stupid, real-like costume of yours. Gary then laughed at his teasing, the final touch, only that nobody was laughing along or steaming like a teapot. As soon as Gary noticed this, he stopped his laughing to get a better look at Ash. Dating? Ash finally spoke up and looked at Serena for a moment, before they chuckled slightly. Sure, we dated, but we are much further than that. I am more than her boyfriend and she is more than my girlfriend. Ash kept bouncing around the question until Serena finally gave the big answer. He is my husband. I am Ash's wife. Serena returned the same, teasing tone that Gary amateurly tried to use in order to get under their skin. Instead, Serena sounded like a little girl whose birthday had been extended to a week rather than a single day. And the couple just loved the group response. What? This trip was going to be a long one, that's for sure. XXXXX. Once the SSN was in sights, the sounds of smaller boats racing on the water surface was to be heard. Ash, Serena and their Pokémon companions had a good idea of who those were. Meanwhile, the others took a peek out of the portholes to see the port of Coumarine City in the horizon and speedboats surrounding the SSN. Attention, attention. One of the sailors came out into view with a megaphone in hand. We received a report about the sunken SS and arriving here. Is this ship the very one that sank in a storm? It was torture to hear such volume, but it was necessary to get the attention of anyone on the ship. The ones looking out of the portholes were about to speak up when, this ship is the one, Officer Jenny. That was Ash's voice and everyone turned to see that he was shouting, in all his glory, from the top deck of the SSN. Has a tolling ship and a ferry for Kanto been arranged yet? Team Rocket then realized what Ash said, addressing the sailor with the megaphone. Officer Jenny means police, and to Team Rocket, police means arrests and time in jail. This caused them to panic and retreat back into the hallway. But when the Kanto group noticed Team Rocket's behavior, they tried to do the same, but Team Rocket had vanished, like they were there. Guess that those 3 idiots were good for something, no wonder they haven't been fired yet. Hey, hurry up. Ah, yelled again from outside the ship hallway, but it sounded like he was below them this time. Looking out the portholes, Ash and his company were already on one of the speedboats. You need to get off because the SSN is going roughly handled again. And Serena needs to give her Wylord a break. The Kanto trainers and Pokémon couldn't believe what they were seeing, but they did notice a couple of towing ships come at both ends of the SS, and so they hurried over to one of the exits. And they got on another one of the speedboats using a rope and hook to slide down out of the wrecked ship. Thanks, why Lord. Take a rest. The Kanto group was glad to get off the SS, and since the ship shook hard when the Y-Lord turned into red energy and fit inside the standard Pokeball all the same. Thankfully, the SS and didn't sink into the ocean again. Instead she was being towed by a pair of towboats, like the ones Ash just asked of Officer Jenny. Later. Vermilion City sure has changed a lot. I didn't know that we spent a lot of time from Kanto, not this much. Gary remarked as he and the others got off Officer Jenny's speedboat. She sent off to get back to her patrol duties. Misty and Brock and Ash's old Pokémon marveled at the port they were walking on. That is, until they heard laughing behind them, and soon, the natives that happened to be on the port also laughed. They heard what Gary said about their home city. What is so funny? Gary wasn't the type to be laughed at. He half expected everyone to marvel at his presences like in Kanto. Too bad for him, Gary had made a very ridiculous look on his face when he had that outburst. It only made every laugh harder. We are laughing because that is the most ridiculous statement we ever heard. And especially coming from you. Ash answered while trying to control his laughing fit. But we will be cruel to leave you in the dark, because this region is not Kanto. None of the foreign trainers spoke a word, rather they kept their mouths open like dead fish, and their eyes were dead too. Wait until they learn more on what they missed. Gary, Misty, Brock and Pokémon. Ash started, getting his wife and their companions together, like when they are about to make a group photo. Then, with the forest and the mountains and the desert in the background, Ash spoke. Welcome to Kalos. End of story.